Boom. The sky split, open shockwaves sweeping across 100 miles. Crimson ninjutsu flames shot up into the sky, dyeing Konoha's clear blue sky completely blood-red. The ground trembled, violently cracked veins spreading like hideous spiderwebs across the entire street. Ruined walls collapsed, and debris mixed with scorching hot waves danced wildly in the air. The pungent smell of gunpowder, the sweet scent of blood, and the burnt odor of burning houses mixed together, forcing their way into the nostrils. Ears were filled with all kinds of noise. This was the scene of the Konoha collapse. Chaos cruelty lives as cheap as grass. Sanyu Yūya woke up with a jolt from a bone-splitting pain. Violent coughing made his chest heave, and his vision gradually cleared from blur. Strange ruins of a Japanese-style house, shabby commoner clothes on his body, people fleeing in panic all around. Countless fragments of memory that did not belong to him surged into his mind, like a tide forcibly filling his consciousness. 2 seconds later, he stood frozen in place. I traveled through time. He had traveled to the Naruto world and become a commoner boy from Konoha's lower class. No parents, no ninja clan background, no talent for any ninjutsu. A complete 3-0 cannon fodder. What made his mind explode even more was the precise timeline that unlocked simultaneously in his mind. Konoha Year 60 finals of the Chunin exam, the ultimate moment of Orochimaru's Konoha Collapse Plan. Detected host Soul Anchor, successful time travel landed. Timeline locked, peak of Konoha Collapse Plan, the cold mechanical system prompt fell, and Sanyu Yui's heart turned to ice. He had watched Naruto. He knew exactly how desperate the situation was. Damn it, I just arrived, and this is the first major node. At least it's not pain entering the village, that would be true despair. But others who crossed into Naruto either got the Nine Tails as a cheat from the start, or had bloodline talents, or latched onto a powerful ninja. The worst were at least promising clan kids. When it came to him, a pure ant at the bottom of Konoha, a village civilian. Without any ability to protect himself in this war sweeping the village, any stray sound, ninja, flying debris, or shockwave could send him to his death. I'm done, truly done. Sanyu Yūya slowly sat up, leaning against a broken earthen wall, watching the panicked civilians running in all directions, his heart filled with absurdity and helplessness. In his previous life, an ordinary person. One morning he woke up and directly dropped into the most dangerous scene in the ninja world. The third Hokage was about to die, Konoha was about to fall into chaos, and then the main plot would unfold. A commoner with no power, no background, no backing couldn't survive until the later stages of the story. Hiding carefully. Useless. In war, when the nest overturns, no egg remains intact. The bottom civilians are always the first to be sacrificed, the first to die miserably. Just as his mentality completely collapsed, thinking he would experience a quick death, a new exuberant and domineering prompt suddenly exploded deep in his ding. Detected host identity. Defiant citizen system successfully bound. Newbie ultimate reward distributed. Obtained max level passive will of tyranny. Permanently immune to all authority pressure, worldly moral constraints, strong aura, intimidation, and public opinion manipulation. Mind above the rules of the ninja world, born rebellious, unafraid of any power. System core rule: no need to train, no need to meditate, no need to refine. System reward: every time you successfully bully someone you get corresponding rewards. Physical bullying increases armament Haki, verbal bullying increases conquerors Haki, being bullied increases observation Haki. Young man, let the ninja world witness the tyranny of Konoha's defiant citizen. The higher the target's rank, the heavier the world's filter, the stronger the subversion effect, the richer the reward. A series of prompts like thunder in a desperate situation instantly made Sanyu Yui's eyes shine brightly. A dead silence in his heart immediately ignited with towering flames. Defiant citizen system. Will of tyranny. Not relying on hard work, not relying on talent, just by causing trouble and confronting big shots you can get stronger. In an instant, all anxiety, fear, and despair vanished, replaced by extreme excitement and arrogance. He finally understood. Others believed in the will of fire, protecting the village, revering the Hokage, respecting the strong, following the rules. But he, Sanyu Yūya, from now on believed in the will of tyranny. Not bowing to power, not bound by worldly morality, the weak need not be humble, the strong can be criticized if wrong. What Hokage's authority, what ninja world's justice, what generationally past will of fire. In the face of his tyranny, they are all false shackles that bind the weak. Teacher Kaido, is this what you meant by Haki transcends all? I understand. Chaos. Desperate situation. Sanyu Yui's lips curled into a wild, arrogant, cold smile. The haze in his eyes completely dissipated, replaced by unrestrained sharpness. Others struggle to survive in chaos. I take off in chaos. The more the big shots are high above and worshipped by thousands, the higher my profit from causing trouble. He looked up at the empty space in the center of the village, his gaze piercing through the smoke and dust, locking onto a particular battlefield. In the center of the empty space stood a deep purple square barrier flowing with scorching sealing power, isolating all attacks and sight from inside, and 4 violet flames formation. The top-level barrier personally arranged by Orochimaru unbreakable difficult to crack, sealing all paths in and out, specifically designed to trap the third Hokage and create a death game. Inside the barrier, light and shadow clashed. The battle was extremely brutal. The aged Hiruzen Sarutobi wore the Hokage's Haori covered in dust and bloodstains, white hair disheveled, his old body covered with wounds of varying depths, his breath extremely unstable, every breath visible with exhaustion. But the adamantine staff in his hand was still sharp and domineering. As he moved, he managed to block two figures that were considered the ceiling of the ninja world. Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, the first and second Hokage resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, plus the lurking mastermind controlling the shadows, the sinister Orochimaru. One old man against three strong foes, a desperate battle step by step bathed in blood. Outside the barrier, a few civilians who had survived the war stood scattered, along with some Konoha genin and chunin who stayed behind. Everyone had stopped fleeing, staring blankly at the desperate battle inside the barrier. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive, filled with bitterness and admiration. Of course, no one went to help. Not even an attempt. Several experienced chunin who had seen previous wars lowered their voices, narrating this desperate battle to the young ninjas and panicked villagers, while keeping a close eye on the four violet flames formation completely locks the space. All support, ANBU and reinforcements outside cannot enter. The third Hokage has to face them. A scarred chunin spoke in a low, bitter voice. Those two resurrected ninjas are the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and the second Hokage Tobarama Senju, the acknowledged powerhouses of the ninja world. Another chunin added, full of helplessness and emotion, no one can fight two Kage at the same time. And with Orochimaru on the sidelines. The first wood style, the second's water style, and flying thunder god are all unbeatable forbidden techniques. Any other contemporary Kage would have already lost and died. The third Hokage is over half a century old, his peak combat power long gone, his body declining, his chakra receding. Yet he has held on till now, without retreating a single step. As expected of the third Hokage, the narrations fell into everyone's ears. The gathered civilians who were originally full of fear gained confidence after hearing this, and were no longer afraid. So hard. The third Hokage is really not having an easy time. He could have retired and lived in comfort, could have peacefully handed over power, but he insists on guarding Konoha, facing all life and death crises for us. This is the will of fire. Sacrificing himself to protect the younger generation, protect the village, protect every one of us, ordinary people. A few ninjas sighed. Feelings of sorrow, gratitude, and reverence flooded the entire scene. Everyone's gaze was firmly fixed on the aging figure at the center of the barrier. The third Hokage had held authority over Konoha for many years, and his prestige was still there, but that was all. But Miki Yūya, who had been watching coldly, his mind not swayed by any emotion, had only a clear judgment in his heart. Touched. Admiration. Ridiculous. He knew the entire plot, and saw through it more clearly than anyone present. Everyone was lamenting the third's desperate battle and his difficult fight alone. But no one asked themselves, why was the third fighting alone? Why was it that Konoha, one of the 5 great hidden villages with countless jonin elite ninjas ANBU and clan strong, ended up letting an old man past his prime fight alone inside a barrier, risking his life? Sanyu Yui's gaze swept over the empty surroundings, his eyes full of mocking clarity. Since the Konoha collapse plan erupted, war had swept the village, houses destroyed, people displaced, countless dead. But across the entire battlefield, there was not a single top-level support. Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, the Ino Shikacho trio, none of them were in sight. And Danzo Shimura, hiding in the shadows with the root organization, ambitious and scheming, had been holed up in his lair, playing dead, not lifting a single finger. No one came. No one came to break the formation, no one came to support, no one was willing to risk taking any pressure off the aged third. Thinking of this, the disdain in Sanyu Yui's heart grew even stronger. And looking at the chunin and genin outside the barrier, it was even more absurdly laughable. Their mouths were full of admiration for the third, gratitude for the third, praises for the will of fire. They spoke nicer than anyone, their emotions more sincere, but from start to finish not a single person moved. They just stood there, only moving their mouths. They only lowered their voices to narrate the battle, only sighed for the third's hardship, only shared sadness with the civilians. But breaking the 4 violet flames formation, trying to support the third, even throwing a basic ninjutsu to test the barrier's strength. Nothing. And the 4 sound ninjas maintaining the barrier were only chunin. How hypocritical, how ironic. This is the will of fire passed down through generations. Simply put, it's a joke where the superiors dump responsibility, the middle ones slack off, and the lower ones indulge in self-consolation. Sanyu Yūya analyzed everything coldly, completely losing any recognition of the deified third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi's life was ultimately lived with dignity, but lost thoroughly. He held the power of Konoha's Hokage for decades, known as the strongest Hokage in the ninja world, but what did his governance produce? He produced endless internal strife among the high-level Danzo, accumulating power in the shadows, the tailed beast being despised by the villagers, growing clan estrangement, and the Uchiha clan annihilated. He produced disciples betraying the village in droves, Orochimaru defecting, and killing Jiraiya, wandering far away, Tsunade leaving in disgust. The Sannin were all scattered. He produced a Konoha that was outwardly strong, but inwardly weak, seemingly prosperous and stable, but internally rotten to the core. A single Chunin exam riot was enough to break through the entire village's defense system. At the critical moment in this huge Konoha, no one was willing to help him. Pathetic and laughable. The so-called strongest Hokage, the so-called pillar of the ninja world, in the end only had empty prestige, left nothing else. These dozen years as Hokage were a complete failure. Just as the whole scene was immersed in this tragic and touching atmosphere, the battle inside the barrier suddenly froze. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been in the midst of battle, suddenly used the force to retreat, shaking off the pincer of the two reincarnated Hokage. In his murky old eyes, the last trace of hesitation completely dissipated, leaving only a bone-deep determination and death wish. He knew well that his stamina and chakra were completely exhausted. Continuing to fight would only lead to defeat, allowing Orochimaru to lead the two Kage to slaughter Konoha. The only outcome was to trade his life for theirs. The next second, he began to form seals with one hand, the hand signs complex and obscure, moving so fast they became blurs. A dark, eerie sealing power instantly enveloped his body, and an ethereal scythe-wielding death god phantom slowly emerged behind him. It's the dead demon consuming seal. The experienced ninja who had been narrating the battle suddenly cried out, his voice filled with extreme grief and trembling, instantly piercing the entire scene. The third Hokage is going to use the dead demon consuming seal. This is the legendary ultimate forbidden technique. A death-sealing technique that uses the caster's own soul as a sacrifice to summon the death god to devour the enemy's soul. Once used, the caster's soul will never be reborn and will be completely dispersed. The third Hokage intends to sacrifice his life to seal the first and second Hokage, and Orochimaru ending this war with his death. Complete silence. The whole scene was dead quiet. Wind blew through the broken walls, carrying sand and smoke. Everyone was immersed in this bitter atmosphere. All ninjas bowed in solemnity, all civilians had red eyes. Everyone was heartbroken and grateful. In everyone's hearts, Hiruzen Sarutobi's choice at this moment was the greatest sacrifice in the ninja world, the ultimate inheritance of the Will of Fire. He was a hero, a protector, a Hokage who gave his all and finally sacrificed his life for the village. This was the cognition ingrained in the bones of everyone in Konoha, the fixed worldview passed down for decades. But at the moment when everyone was so moved, a contemptuous, extremely sarcastic, and cold teenage voice suddenly rang out across the entire empty space, clearly reaching everyone's ears, harsh and explosive. Laughable. What sacrifice to protect the village? What Will of Fire? In my opinion, this old man is simply committing suicide out of guilt. One sentence instantly shattered all the tragic atmosphere that had built up. The hard-won atmosphere immediately froze. Everyone's cries, breathing, and heartbeats came to a sudden halt at this moment. Countless shocked, angry, and disbelieving gazes like sharp blades simultaneously locked onto the thin, indifferent commoner boy in the corner. Sanmu Yuya's words fell, instantly shattering the tragic atmosphere of the entire clearing. Just a moment ago, everyone was in tears, solemn and reverent, marveling at the third Hokage's self-sacrifice and great selflessness. The next second, all the villagers and remaining ninjas turned pale with fury, their eyes extremely fierce. The silence lasted only a second, then overwhelming curses exploded throughout the scene. What the hell are you talking about? You little brat, are you crazy? How dare you slander the third Hokage? Suicide to escape? Have you no conscience? The nearest villagers instantly bristled, staring fixedly at Sanmu Yui in the corner, spittle flying, faces full of anger. The third Hokage risked his life to protect us, and you dare to insult him? Where did this bastard come from? Get out. Don't dirty this place. After a brief silence, a volcanic eruption of fury erupted. Countless shocked, angry, and incredulous eyes locked onto the thin figure of the boy in the corner. Insults, accusations, contempt, hostility, malice from all directions like a tide crazily surged toward him alone. Several emotionally agitated young villagers even clenched their fists and angrily strode towards Sanmu Yui, apparently intending to teach him a lesson physically. Brat, apologize to the third Hokage. If you don't apologize, we'll beat you to death. Ungrateful thing. How dare you say such things to shake people's morale? In an instant, everyone in the scene stood against Sanmu Yui. Any ordinary person surrounded by hundreds of people cursing, hostile, and threatening would have long been scared, weak-kneed, trembling, either kneeling to apologize or breaking down in tears. But at this moment, Sanmu Yui was not only not panicked at all, but felt extremely exhilarated inside. Because the system notification sounds in his mind were frantically flooding, unable to stop. Ding. Suffered verbal bullying. Observation Haki 1. Ding. Suffered hostility lock. Observation Haki 1. Ding. Suffered crowd hostility and condemnation. Observation Haki 1. Ding. Suffered armed deterrence. Observation Haki 1. 1. Dense 1 notification sounds jumped crazily like a rapid-fire scream. A faint but clear power continuously flowed into Sanmu Yuya's limbs and body. He could clearly feel his perception rapidly transforming. The originally blurry surroundings became extremely clear. The subtle sound of gravel rolling behind the crackling of distant flames, the rapid breathing of each person, the hidden anger and impulse in everyone's eyes, even the changes in the tension of the fists of those approaching villagers. All precisely captured in full view. All-round perception enhancement clear and real. Awesome. So awesome. Sanmu Yuya hid crazy delight in his eyes, ecstatic inside. This is his troublemaker system. When others are cursed and targeted by everyone, it's social death crisis, a dead end. When he is cursed and bullied by everyone, it's pure experience, gain free power. The fiercer the curses, the stronger he becomes. The more people hostile to him, the faster he improves. Universal bullying equals universal free power-ups. Him bullying others also equals power-ups. With the max level passive of the Will of Domination, all hostility, pressure, and public opinion constraints are invalid. He stands in the center of the crowd, expressionless, calmly watching these furious villagers and ninjas. Let the crowd's curses rage, he remains unmoved, waiting for his power to skyrocket. Seeing those young villagers already rushing to his front, fists raised, the curses reached a peak. Sanmu Yuya finally reacted, a sarcastic, cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and he spoke unhurriedly, his clear voice spreading across the scene. You curse me. On what grounds? One sentence made the entire scene's curses suddenly pause. Everyone stared at him angrily, saying, for slandering the Third Hokage. For your ingratitude. Gratitude? Why should I be grateful? Sanmu Yuya sneered, each word firm, blunt, and piercing, giving no face to the Third Hokage. You all are here shedding tears, praising the will of fire, and the third sacrifice. Are your brains stupid from being moved? Now Konoha has become like this. Ruins everywhere, everyone displaced. Who caused it? Everyone around was stunned, and subconsciously spoke, it's Orochimaru. It's the invaders from Otogakure and Sunagakure. Orochimaru. Sanmu Yuya's tone suddenly rose, shutting everyone up instantly. Whose man is Orochimaru? Orochimaru is the Third's personally taught direct disciple. He is the top rogue ninja taught by the Third himself. He taught his own student into a murderer who attacked the village. It's him, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who failed in his duty as a teacher. He taught Orochimaru into this. As Hokage, all 3 of his disciples left the village. Isn't this his fault? Orochimaru's attack on the village is entirely because of the Hokage's mistakes. His mistakes, why should we civilians pay for them? Saying this, Sanmu Yuya's gaze swept over the confused and wavering faces, his voice growing sharper, directly throwing out the most devastating comparison with the 4th Hokage, cutting through everyone's self-righteousness. Don't you all love to praise sacrifice and praise Hokage? Then I'll give you a fair comparison. The 4th Hokage, boss we. The words 4th Hokage made everyone's heart tremble instinctively. In all of Konoha, there is no one who does not miss or admire the Yellow Flash, who sacrificed himself so young. Sanmu Yuya's voice was cold and clear, every word fair and overwhelming. Why did the 4th sacrifice himself back then? Because of the Nine-Tails rampage. It was to protect the innocent villagers. But the Nine-Tails had no connection to the 4th. Yet he still stood in front, suppressed the tailed beast, resisted the disaster, and protected the village with his own life. He died protecting the village. A true hero. But what about the 3rd today? Sanmu Yuya suddenly pointed at the purple barrier, his tone full of sarcasm. Today he fought desperately and was forced to use the dead demon consuming seal to kill himself. He's not fighting an external enemy, not a tailed beast. He's fighting the disciple he raised with his own hands. The 4th took the disaster for Konoha. The 3rd is cleaning up the mess he created. He pushed Konoha's genius into this, but we bear the consequences. All the roots of today's disaster, the catastrophe Konoha suffers. The root is entirely from the 3rd's decades of incompetent governance and failure in education. Is he worthy of being Hokage? Is he worthy of our gratitude? This comparison was a critical blow, blunt, cruel, and real. Instantly shattered the last filter of the entire crowd. The villagers who were still half-believing and had a trace of sympathy for the 3rd were now completely broken. That's right, the 3rd Hokage. The enemy he fought desperately was the disaster he himself taught. This is not protecting the village. This is cleaning up his own mess. It's making up for decades of dereliction of duty. And the 3rd also let the village be destroyed. Instantly public opinion completely went berserk. That's right, that old thing, the 3rd. The battle he fought with all his might is all the mess he caused himself. It's not a hero protecting the village at all. Pure self-cleanup. Serves him right. The accumulated fear, anger, and resentment of ruined families exploded. The villagers who had just been furiously attacking Sanmu Yuya all turned their heads. Faces covered with dust, tear streaks, and anger, staring fiercely at the purple barrier above. Overwhelming curses with no reason at all naked personal attacks, and barbaric venting erupted. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you old waste. Being Hokage for decades getting more pathetic. Teaching such a disciple. You ruined our families. How dare you pretend to be tragic inside there. Pretending to be a sacrificial hero. You deserve it. Pure deserve it. The fourth Hokage could protect the village even with a sudden calamity. But you just pit yourself? You pit the whole village. A strong man whose house was completely destroyed and family members were injured cursed loudly. Old bastard is useless. Do you even know how to be a teacher? Do you know how to be a Hokage? You are truly the most useless Hokage in Konoha's history. Your disciples attacked the village, and you still have the face to fight desperately inside soliciting sympathy. Have you no shame? Young villagers completely lost at cursing without restraint pretending to sacrifice for righteousness. You just can't handle the mess you created and you're forced to a dead end and want to die to whitewash. Suicide to escape punishment is not wrong. Old man's face is thick. Usually acting high and mighty as Hokage, but when trouble comes you only know how to die. You couldn't even keep the 3 Sannin. Each one either defected or ran away. With your level you call yourself the strongest Hokage in the ninja world. Laughable. Just coasting for decades. Squatting on the toilet without shitting. A useless waste. Konoha is destroyed like this. All because of your stupidity. All because of your incompetence. Why should we pay for your old fool's stupidity? Old waste, just die clean. You only harm people while alive. The sky was filled with curses, vulgar, blunt, purely venting. No reasoning, no analysis, no political commentary. Just ordinary people who suffered disaster completely tearing off pretense, pointing at the third, and making personal attacks. Crazy humiliation. The few remaining Chunin nearby were horrified, their faces pale. They wanted to stop the scold to uphold the Hokage's dignity, but facing the mad curses of hundreds of people facing this completely out-of-control crowd, they dared not say a word. And Samuyui, listening to the wild raging curses of the whole village, watching the third being denounced by thousands inside the barrier, was extremely delighted inside. Damn, this is the Konoha Troublemakers. As long as you dare to start a group, they will follow. No matter your status, these people are. System rewards in his mind frantically flooded and skyrocketed. Ding. Verbal bullying of the third Hokage. Conqueror's Haki 10. Conqueror's Haki 10. Conqueror's Haki 10. Vast power washed over his body. Samuyui's mouth curled up wildly. This is Konoha, where only pure dominance exists. Inside the 4 violet flame formation barrier, the battle had already been mostly decided. Sarutobi Hiruzen was covered in blood, his aged body covered with fierce wounds, his chakra almost completely depleted. Just now he had pushed his remaining life to fully activate the dead demon consuming seal, forcibly borrowing power from the Shinigami, successfully sealing the impure world reincarnation of the first and second Hokage. The 2 legendary impure figures completely dissipated. Inside the entire barrier, the only remaining enemy was Orochimaru alone. The Shinigami's black shadow loomed behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, the cold chains of death locked onto his soul. The price was already sealed. After this battle he would surely die. But he had no regrets. Yet at this moment, outside the barrier, overwhelming, vulgar, piercing, and bottomless curses poured into the barrier like a tide. Sentence after sentence, blunt, piercing, utterly humiliating. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been fighting to the utmost, and had already resolved to die, suddenly froze. A second ago he had embraced the resolve to die for the village, feeling that even if he died at least he had protected the village and fulfilled his duty as Hokage. The next second his lifetime of dedication, his lifelong perseverance, his countless bloody defenses of the village were torn to pieces by the entire village, trampled underfoot and madly cursed. Over 40 years as Hokage, everyone always respectfully called him Third Hokage. In everyone's eyes he was the strongest Hokage in the ninja world, the pillar of Konoha, the elder who protected the village. He never dreamed that his final life-risking battle would bring not respect, not regret, but the collective humiliation of the third's heart felt like it was smashed by a heavy hammer. His already broken body and overdrawn spirit now suffered a fatal collapse. His chakra instantly became chaotic and out of control. The Shinigami shadow behind him wavered slightly, and even the sealing power became extremely unstable. The will of fire he had upheld for a lifetime, the belief he was proud of, crumbled, cracked, and shattered with every curse from the village. How ridiculous, old man. You risked your life to seal the first and second, wagered your soul on a forbidden technique, thinking only of protecting the village. And what happened? Everyone sees clearly. This disaster was entirely caused by you from start to finish. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed, his tone filled with extreme cruelty and mockery. Every word was like a sharp knife stabbing into Sarutobi Hiruzen's shattered heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru, using his last strength. Hiya! He roared and swung his final attack. The black Shinigami power held past. In the end, it only fiercely severed one of Orochimaru's soul arms. Crack! An invisible sound of soul-shattering rang out. Orochimaru's entire left arm's sole origin was forcibly torn apart and sealed into the Shinigami's belly. But that was all. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body shook violently, a mouthful of hot blood sprayed out, and he collapsed onto his knees. He raised his head, staring blankly at Orochimaru, who looked mockingly grim, only losing one arm, while the endless curses from outside still echoed in his ears. His eyes hollow, completely lost. A lifetime of perseverance, a lifetime of glory, a lifetime of the will of fire. Under the words of a common boy, the curses of the whole village, the mockery of his own disciple. Completely shattered to pieces. The third Hokage, who had presided over Mai for decades, fell in this instant. However, the torrent of curses outside the barrier did not cease. Instead, as the crowd discerned the inner battle situation, it erupted into an even more deafening frenzy. In the center of the barrier, Shiwan stood calmly, completely unscathed except for one arm hanging limply. Dead. Just like that. You risked your life to unleash a forbidden technique, yet you couldn't even kill the culprit. Just this. You call this a sacrifice for the village? I think you were exposed by us, and in shame and anger you just gave up. The last shred of sympathy in the villagers' hearts vanished instantly. Who was Shiwan? He was the personal disciple personally taught by Yuanfei Risen. His own disciple defected and massacred the village. He fought desperately for a long time, yet in the end failed to clean up the mess he himself had caused. How was this protecting the village? Clearly, after his mental breakdown, he was venting his personal anger at the expense of the entire Mui's safety. The pent-up fury completely shattered reason, and a deluge of scorn and curses swept over the scene. Outside the barrier, the remaining Chunin and Jinin stared fixedly at Shiwan, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Shiwan's strength was unfathomable. Even the third Hokage at his peak could not slay him, let alone these low-level ninja. Charging forward would be nothing but throwing away their lives. With my leaderless, its high-ranking officials either dead or fled, why should these low-level ninja be forced to fill the abyss dug by the third? A deep sense of injustice weighed on their hearts. No one dared to move, and no one was willing to move. Just as chaos gripped everyone, Sanmu Yui stepped forward. A clear, resonant voice overpowered all the noise, each word like a blade piercing precisely into everyone's heart. Now you finally see the truth. The Hokage just now has completely torn off his fig leaf. Shiwan is his personally taught disciple. The disciple's betrayal of the village is all because he's sitting on the Hokage's seat, turned a deaf ear, and played dumb. We exposed his incompetence in public, and he flew into a rage, unable even to stabilize the forbidden technique. He knew he was completely wrong, so he just gave up and deliberately left Shiwan as a root of disaster, using the lives of the entire village to take revenge. These words nailed down the last shred of the third's dignity. So it was deliberate. No wonder he only sealed the two previous Hokage, but let the instigator go. Struck a nerve, and he takes it out on the whole village. After being Hokage for decades, his mind is so narrow that he doesn't deserve to sit in that position. The last trace of goodwill in the entire scene dissipated, leaving only overwhelming contempt. At the same time, the four violet flame formation, losing the support of its caster, collapsed with a roar. The Sound Four rushed out swiftly, guarding Shiwan in their center. Shiwan lowered his eyes, glancing over the cold corpse on the ground, his narrow snake-like pupils filled with mockery. He surveyed the Mai ninja outside, who dared not speak their anger, and a sneer of extreme scorn curled at the corners of his mouth. What a splendid infighting. Is this the Mai you fought to protect? A bunch of ants that only bite each other. Old man, the village you risked your life to preserve has turned out to be nothing but a complete joke. Shiwan's extremely bitter mockery trampled everyone's dignity, instantly igniting fury throughout the scene. The villagers were thoroughly enraged, erupting like a boiling pot, with curses rising one after another. You dare to mock others? You're a deranged monster. A crooked beam makes a crooked house. Like teacher, like disciple. You master and disciple have plagued Mai for decades. You are the least qualified to mock. The entire venue was in an uproar as all the pent-up resentment, rage, and hatred exploded. Sanmu Yui, standing at the very front of the crowd, could no longer contain himself. He reached down, grabbed a hard piece of gravel from the ground, and hurled it with all his might straight at Shiwan's face. Stop your sarcastic pretentiousness. You're a rat in the street. The gravel whistled through the air, moving at great speed. But Shiwan's reaction was far beyond ordinary. His neck twisted and shifted at an eerie angle, easily sidestepping the incoming stone. Seeing this, the surrounding villagers bent down to pick up stones and clods of dirt, flinging them all at once toward Shiwan. But these chaotic attacks were all lightly dodged by his agile sidesteps, not harming him in the slightest. The troublesome Mai villagers might be weak, but when trouble came they really did step up. Retreat. Shiwan couldn't be bothered to linger any longer. He turned, and under the cover of the ford directly withdrew from the battlefield. The remaining Mai ninja remained frozen in place from start to finish. No one blocked. No one pursued. They watched helplessly as the culprit who destroyed the village left triumphantly. But the onlooking villagers did not understand the difference in combat power. They only saw the most straightforward result. The enemy who destroyed their homes was right in front of them, yet you wearing my headbands and shouting about the will of fire, every day all cowered when the great enemy was present. Yui saw through everyone's thoughts, and regardless of the consequences, he directly started a group attack, seizing the opportunity to roast all the remaining ninja over the fire. What a fine group of lofty ninja. The Shiwan caused such a huge disturbance. You talk about protecting the village every day, yet when the traitor of the village swaggers away right before your eyes, you don't even have the courage to draw your blades. You ninja, when trouble comes you shrink back to save your own skins. When have you ever cared about the lives of us civilians? These words instantly ignited the villagers' pent-up fury to its peak. Countless villagers turned around and furiously cursed the ninja, their voices making the ruins buzz. A bunch of cowardly good for nothings. We've been supporting you for nothing all these years. You're always eager to collect your pay, but when real trouble comes you all shrink back. You can't even stop a traitor, and you call yourselves my ninja. What will of fire? It's just a cowardly excuse for living in ignominy. Being publicly berated by hundreds of people, all the ninja turned pale with shame and resentment, suffocating under the pressure. Finally a young genin clenched his fist, his eyes red as he roared. Why do you put all the blame on us? This disaster was from start to finish the bitter fruit sown by the third Hokage himself. It was he who personally took Da Shiwan as his disciple, and he who indulged the traitor's atrocities. It was the Hokage's dereliction of duty. He was the one at fault, and he was the one who gave up. Why should we low-level ninjas sacrifice our lives to bear his guilt? This sentence completely detonated the long-suppressed conflict between the two sides. The villagers instantly exploded in retort, bullshit. The third was wrong, but that doesn't mean you can shrink back. Protecting the village is your duty. The ninja group completely broke down, the accumulated resentment exploding. Easy for you to say. The Shiwan is a top-tier rogue ninja. Charging at him would be a pointless death. The high-ranking officials were incompetent and derelict, yet in the end we have to fill the pit. We're selfish. The villagers trembled with rage. We are the ones suffering, you stand here unscathed looking on coldly. Who is the cold-blooded one? We go on missions year after year, bleeding and sweating. How many ninja die on missions every year? The ninja retorted with grief and indignation. Just because of one mistake by the higher-ups you want to deny all our contributions? Both sides completely tore off all pretense, refusing to give in. Curses and arguments mixed together, echoing through the ruins. At the center of the crowd, Yui naturally participated in this war of words. He started the group attack, so he was definitely fully engaged. The interwoven resentment and conflicting emotions continuously poured into his body, and the system notification in his mind flooded the screen. Ding, verbally bullied my ninja conquerors Haki 80. Ding. Verbally bullied by my ninja observation Haki 50. The vast and pure power washed through his limbs and bones steadily and greatly, increasing his strength. Refreshing, so refreshing. This is the pure battle, the pure verbal humiliation. The great battle had concluded, yet the disputes on the clearing showed no sign of abating. Civilians and the remaining shinobi were locked in heated arguments, faces flushed red with anger. The tension throughout the site escalated with each passing moment, and neither side was willing to yield an inch. Just then a flurry of urgent footsteps echoed from afar, racing toward them. Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai, the four core jonin of Konoha, arrived first. Hot on their heels, the entire top echelon of Konoha's power structure appeared in full force. Nara, Shikaku, Yamanaka, Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza, the three clan leaders of the Ino-Shikacho trio, had all gathered. The leader of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, arrived at the head of his delegation. Even the sole remaining representative of the Uchiha clan, while only Sasuke, hurried to the edge of the scene. All of Konoha's top brass had congregated, their expressions taut and grim. Their gazes instinctively swept across the ground and landed on the lifeless form of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The old Hokage who had led Konoha for decades was utterly devoid of life. A genuine sense of sorrow and heaviness welled up in everyone present, yet it all felt somewhat expected. After all, apart from Orochimaru's forces, most of the shinobi deployed in this Konoha Crush Plan were mere genin, and they were only now arriving. A fact that spoke. This grief lasted barely 2 seconds. The cacophony of heated arguments around them instantly flooded everyone's ears. In short, it's suicide out of guilt. He raised a scourge like Orochimaru, who destroyed the village, and when we exposed his true colors he lost his nerve, and threw a tantrum by dying. He nurtured a tiger that brought calamity to the whole village, and unable to clean up the mess he used death to fool everyone. This isn't sacrifice. It's him being too ashamed to live. The third Hokage is dead and you lot do nothing. Are you even afraid to die? In an instant, all the high-ranking officials were collectively dumbfounded. The grief, regret, and sorrow on their faces froze in place. Shikaku was utterly bewildered, his mind racing. What suicide out of guilt? What was going on? Before the assembled leadership could digest the explosive information, the nearby quarrel escalated once more. The commoners surrounded the remaining low-ranking shinobi, furiously berating them for cowardice and timidity, accusing them of watching Orochimaru swagger away without lifting a finger against the great enemy, thus shaming the entire village. These shinobi who had stayed behind were already at their breaking point. Why should we atone with suicide? We did nothing wrong. Exactly, the fault lies with the Third Hokage. What does it have to do with us? Aren't we shinobi human too? Pa, you didn't even move just now. You're not worthy of saying that. As the civilians and shinobi argued more fiercely, even threatening to come to blows, the clan leaders exchanged glances and prepared to step in to quell the chaos. Naruto took a step forward, raising his hand and speaking firmly to stop them. Everyone calm down. The village has just endured a great battle with heavy casualties. We must avoid internal strife. All conflicts will be settled after the war. Hyuga Hayashi Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza also stepped forward, ready to join in suppressing the uproar and soothing the crowd. They believed that as the village's top leaders they could at least control the situation and calm the arguments. But no one expected. At the very moment the clans prepared to mediate, the civilians and lower-ranked shinobi who had been arguing for so long suddenly fell silent in unison, ceasing their quarrels. The two factions which had been hurling insults at each other and ready to fight instantly united on a single front. All the anger and hostility turned sharply and precisely toward the very clans that had stepped forward to mediate. Miki Yūya, who had been at the forefront of the verbal barrage, paused for a moment. He had gotten so caught up in the shouting that he had forgotten about these people. He strode forward, his voice booming across the entire area, leading the charge. Stop pretending. You're only trying to mediate now to cover up your dereliction of duty and avoidance of battle. When the whole village was under attack, you hid behind to protect your own clansmen. Now that the fighting is over, you come out as peacemakers and pretend to be impartial, high-ranking officials. Where were you when the chaos erupted? And now you show your faces. Aren't you ashamed? With Miki Yūya leading the provocation, the entire place erupted completely. The two sides that had been hurling insults at each other instantly achieved unprecedented unity. Now seeing all the clan leaders and top jonin gathered, the pent-up resentment could no longer be contained. They immediately redirected their fury, confronting the entire leadership heathen. Now you show up to play the good guys. When Orochimaru was still here at the most dangerous moment, you high-ranking clans all vanished. The Hokage died out of guilt, and you all swarm out like a nest. You usually monopolize the village's best resources and enjoy the highest privileges. When trouble comes, you let us commoners sacrifice ourselves and take the blame. What gives you the right? Exactly. It's these high-ranking clans who have been slacking off and shirking their duty. When trouble hits, you hide at home to save your skins. When it's over, you come out acting magnanimous. The remaining shinobi also joined the relentless assault. When we were holding the line and getting cursed at earlier, you didn't show up. Now that we're demanding justice, you come to suppress us. No way. In an instant, all the anger was poured onto the Inoshikacho Hyuga and Uchiha high-ranking officials, and still only Sasuke was there. Don't ask why Sasuke was standing at the edge, and anyone who saw him would get yelled at. The original conflict of civilians versus shinobi had directly transformed into an ultimate team battle of all villagers, lower-ranked shinobi versus Konoha's top clan leadership. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 6. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 6. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 6. Ding. The faces of the clan leaders turned ashen, and the situation spiraled completely out of control. Naruto's scalp tingled as he quickly explained, we did not avoid battle. The enemy invaded on all fronts, and our clansmen were scattered across the village, rescuing civilians and sealing the battle lines. There was no way to break away. Hyuga Hayashi followed up, insisting that the Hyuga clan had held the Eastern District battlefield, suffering many casualties without ever retreating. Asuma and the others also hurriedly spoke up, explaining that they had rushed to the front lines the moment the battle began and had fought to the death, not hiding or slacking off. But now the entire crowd was ablaze with fury. Who was listening to explanations? For every word of defense, dozens or hundreds of people hurled back 10. The voices of doubt, anger, ridicule, and condemnation completely drowned the entire. The conflict grew larger and resentment festered wildly. Streams of pure scorching power surged through Miki Yūya's limbs and bones. His physique, aura, and perception were skyrocketing. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. This was the ultimate verbal abuse. Compensation. You must compensate. This is your dereliction of duty. Miki Yūya's roar was the final spark that ignited the powder keg. Hundreds of villagers and lower-ranked shinobi instantly joined the chorus, their shouts making the entire ruin tremble with a deafening roar. The two factions that had been tearing into each other moments ago were now completely united, directing all their fury squarely at Konoha's top clans and jonin leadership. In a remote corner of the crowd, Konohamaru stood alone in the shadows, his eyes red, his small body trembling uncontrollably. His ears were filled with the angry shouts, slandering his grandfather and questioning the village's leadership. In his heart, his grandfather had been a dedicated lifelong guardian of the village, tirelessly serving it. Now the entire village was calling him derelict, cowardly, a suicide out of guilt. He wanted to argue, to defend, to rush out and protect his grandfather's honor. But faced with the dense, furious crowd, he was weak and helpless. He could only clench his fists, his eyes red as he held back tears, his heart full of grievance, confusion, and disbelief. All he could do was focus his resentment on Miki Yūya, the civilian who had led the most vociferous attacks. The chaotic melee in the ruins continued unabated. The entire disaster area was a cacophony of voices and furious shouts as countless civilians and low-ranking ninjas banded together to denounce the Konoha higher-ups, demanding compensation and accountability for dereliction of duty. A pervasive resentment clung to the ravaged village. The farce finally ended only after the heads of the major ninja clans promised to compensate everyone. Miki Yūya, seeing that things had gone far enough, grew tired of the entanglement. Taking advantage of the crowd's full-blown infighting, he silently slipped out and turned toward a quiet path in the residential district. No one noticed that in the darkest corner of the crowd, the small figure of Konohamaru had been fixated on his back with bloodshot eyes the entire time. Konohamaru's eyes were bloodshot, his thin frame trembling uncontrollably. His heart was filled with grievance, resentment, and a bone-deep hatred. The rumors smearing his grandfather across the village, the twisted accusations from everyone. This man had started it all. He had spread the lie that his grandfather committed suicide out of guilt and incited everyone to trample on his grandfather's lifelong reputation. His grandfather was a hero who died defending Konoha, sealing a rogue ninja at the cost of his own life. Yet this man had deliberately slandered him, making the entire village misunderstand. He dared not hate or confront others, but Miki Yūya was the one he loathed most at this moment. The evening wind carried the dusty chill of the disaster through the streets, and the sunset stretched everyone's shadows long. The noise and angry shouts from the ruins faded far behind. The country path was silent save for the soft rustle of wind through the grass. Miki Yūya walked with his hands in his pockets, a leisurely stride, and a light heart. Today he had thoroughly bullied everyone, torn off the hypocritical mask of Konoha's higher-ups, and reaped a full harvest, truly satisfying. Just then the grass by the roadside suddenly shook violently. A small figure burst out from the shadows, blocking the path ahead, refusing to yield an inch. Konohamaru's fists were clenched so tight they creaked. His little face was flushed red, burning tears welling in his eyes, but he forced them back. He looked up, glaring at Miki Yūya, his hoarse voice carrying the stubbornness of a child. "Stop right there. My grandfather did not commit suicide out of guilt. The Third Hokage died a hero defending Konoha, sacrificing himself to protect everyone. I won't let you slander him. Never again will I allow you to defame my grandfather." Konohamaru screamed with all his might, knowing he was weak, but determined to protect his grandfather's last shred of dignity. Miki Yūya didn't stop walking. He glanced at him with indifferent eyes, finding it both ridiculous and naive. The whole village had seen the truth, yet this brat was still living in a fantasy of self-righteousness. So what if your grandfather was the Hokage? Facing such a child, Miki Yūya couldn't be bothered to stop. Without even lifting his eyelids, he spat out a cold, cutting, "A sinner's grandson dares to block me. Get lost." Those few words, like a frozen blade, pierced Konohamaru's last line. Sinner's grandson. The grandfather who had devoted his life to protecting Konoha was now being labeled a sinner. Overwhelming rage shattered Konohamaru's reason, and the grievance and fury in his chest exploded. He could be scolded, bullied, but his grandfather's honor, no one was allowed to defile it. "Stop lying." Konohamaru roared, and a surge of immature chakra stirred within his young body. Recklessly, he clenched his small fist and threw it with all his might at Miki, a child's desperate strike at the peak of his speed. But in Miki Yūya's eyes it was pathetically slow. The moment Konohamaru's malice arose, and he mobilized chakra observation, Haki had already precisely detected all the movements locking onto his entire attack trajectory. How presumptuous. Miki Yūya remained calm, his steps unchanged, and tilted his body slightly. Whoosh! The wind brushed past his ear. Konohamaru's heavy punch completely missed. Due to the excessive force, he lost his balance entirely, and fell hard onto the muddy ground with a splat, dust flying, looking utterly pathetic. Before he could struggle to get up, a cold shadow had already enveloped him completely. Konohamaru looked up in panic, his reddened eyes meeting Miki Yūya's utterly emotionless gaze. Thud! A dull impact suddenly exploded. Miki Yūya didn't hold back, kicking Konohamaru square in the face. Agony instantly shot through his body. The corner of Konohamaru's mouth split open, blood splattering, his head snapping back, and he was stunned into. Then Miki Yūya followed up with a series of vicious kicks, each one fierce and merciless. At the same time, his icy voice fell, words piercing the heart, shattering the child's obsession. Your grandfather was never a selfless hero. He indulged the rogue ninja Orochimaru for years, planting the seeds of today's disaster. After the fourth Hokage died, he ruled Konoha for decades without ever considering electing a successor. I think he was just clinging to that position. When the mess became unmanageable, he used a forbidden technique at the cost of his life. That's the clearest proof of suicide out of guilt. Like grandfather, like grandson, the old man derelict in duty, the child ignorant and arrogant. Ordinary villagers caught in the chaos, losing homes and families, can't even seek justice without being called slanderers. And you, a sinner's grandson, dare to attack a civilian of this village. Who gave you the nerve? 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. A full dozen kicks landed in succession. Ding. Physically bullying Konohamaru, armament Haki 15. Ding. Armament Haki 12. Ding. Verbally bullying Konohamaru, conquerors Haki 11. Ding. Verbally bullying conquerors Haki 13. System notifications flooded the screen. Armament Haki continuously tempered his body, solidifying his physical strength, steadily rising. Conqueror's Haki expanded wildly, surging its oppressive aura, growing thicker and thicker. What will of fire, what loyalty to Konoha? In the face of the devastated ruins, all of that was nothing but self-deceiving, empty words. These Konoha brats were brainwashed, too deeply biased and blind in their worship. Well, he would beat them until they saw reality. With the final kick, Miki Yūya concentrated the armament Haki he had just gained and delivered a full-force strike. Boom! A terrifying force erupted instantly. Konohamaru's frail body flew like a broken kite, hurtling several meters through the air before crashing heavily onto the cold, muddy ground. It felt as if every bone in his body had shattered, agony coursing through his limbs. He struggled with all his might, but couldn't even lift a hand to get up, lying face down, eyes blurred with tears. Even beaten to a pulp, he clenched his teeth, his grievance and hatred undiminished, and with the last of his strength, he screamed in accusation. It's you. You vicious villagers and your rumors. You killed my grandfather. Miki Yūya stepped forward, slowly looking down at the wretched child, his eyes filled with cold mockery. How absurd. The mistakes of ninjas, the disasters sown by the higher-ups, the killings of war. In the end, they were blaming the innocent civilians who couldn't even defend. This was the twisted morality Konoha had instilled since childhood. We killed him. Let me ask you, did we ordinary villagers betray the village? Did we release forbidden techniques and slaughter our own people? Did we start a rebellion and destroy the village? We are merely innocent victims caught in the crossfire of war. Your ninja higher-ups were derelict in duty, the noble clans avoided battle to protect themselves, and the Hokage indulged a rogue ninja, leading to this catastrophe. All of this is the incompetence of you ninjas. In the end, you put all the blame on us innocent villagers. Why? A barrage of questions hit the mark, each one piercing the core. Konohamaru was left speechless, collapsing on the ground in hysterical sobs, his hatred still burning fiercely. Just then an enraged shout approached rapidly. Stop! A golden blur sprinted at incredible speed. It was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the one feared by the entire village as a monster fox, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto spotted Konohamaru lying in a pool of blood, barely moving, and then saw Miki Yūya closing in with an icy, domineering aura. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and a towering fury erupted within him. In his eyes, the scene before him was unbearably unjust. Third Hokage was a hero who protected Konoha, and Konohamaru only wanted to defend his grandfather's honor. How innocent. Yet this despicable villager used rumors to smear a hero and bullied the weak because he was older. Naruto rushed forward, spreading his arms to shield Konohamaru, and glared at Miki Yūya, launching into his signature verb. You've gone too far. It's the malice of you villagers. Your rumors. These invisible words, prejudices, and slanders. They are the real weapons that killed the third Hokage. The third Hokage was a great hero who protected Konoha. How dare you slander him? Miki Yūya listened to this hypocritical, saintly speech and felt only utter contempt. Indeed, this fox brat had been thoroughly ruined by Konoha's propaganda, his morality twisted beyond reason. Ninjas who kill and commit violence are innocent, while civilians who seek justice are guilty. Today he would personally shatter this ridiculous fallacy. Without waiting for Naruto to continue, Miki Yūya blurred and closed in instantly. His speed was too fast for the naked eye. A fist coated in armament Haki without any flourish or mercy slammed directly into Naruto's face. Bam! Naruto was sent flying backward, tumbling several times across the muddy ground before crashing down, his head ringing. Miki Yūya coldly watched the fox brat struggling to get up, his voice piercingly cold, each word crushing his worldview. You're right. Malice and rumors can indeed kill. The third Hokage was killed by us. Then let me ask you, fox brat. In this Konoha Crush disaster, countless civilians were caught in ninjutsu, losing homes and families. Were these innocent people killed by villagers' rumors? Were they killed by villagers' malice? Or were they killed by ninjas, kunai ninjutsu, and war? Naruto's face flushed red, clutching his aching cheek, and screamed through gritted teeth. That's completely different. Different. Miki Yūya pressed forward, sneering, tearing apart his double standards. According to your logic, ninjutsu can't kill kunai, can't kill war, can't kill. Only the words from our mouths and the malice in our hearts count as murder. So does that mean all invading ninjas, all traitors who commit atrocities are innocent? And only we, the defenseless, innocent villagers caught in the crossfire, deserve to die. This speech precisely exposed all the flaws. Naruto's mind went blank, completely frantic, his chest heaving violently, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Shut up. Miki Yūya watched him break down and dodged the issue, sneering internally. Flustered. All that grand moralizing earlier, where did it go now? Miki Yuya's tone grew colder, pressing on with words that cut to the heart. Since you believe in this twisted logic, let me ask you another question. The man who massacred the entire Uchiha clan acted in silence the whole time with no malice toward the Uchiha and was never heard cursing them. According to your logic, then why should the surviving Uchiha boy seek revenge? The one who wields the blade is innocent while those who speak ill afterward are guilty. Is that the reasoning? Would you dare say that to his face? Or do you feel happy that he also became an orphan just like you, and that you're glad he lost his family? Naruto froze completely, his body rigid, lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. The worldview and principles he had held dear since childhood were being shattered piece by piece. His talk ninjutsu was all flowery words and grand righteousness, but the moment it touched his own close ones, his true colors showed. A classic hypocritical saint. Finally, Miki Yūya leaned in, staring into Naruto's eyes, each word like a blade piercing the soul. Foxbrat, your parents are truly pitiable. Perhaps when they protected you as an infant in their arms, they gripped their kunai tightly, using every last bit of chakra to block all fatal blows, shielding you so you could survive. The child they staked their lives and sacrificed everything to protect grew up to say such things. Ninjas who wield blades are blameless, and we villagers are the ones at fault. Huh? Are you worthy of your parents? No, actually you are worthy because you think your parents deserve to die too, don't you? Because you think the people who killed your parents were not wrong, right? Ding. Verbally bullying Naruto conquerors, Haki 21. Ding. Verbally bullying conquerors, Haki 23. A torrent of surging power washed through his limbs and body. Miki Yūya's aura grew even more formidable, his domineering presence radiating unchecked, pressing the air around him into a faint stagnation. Naruto stood frozen across from him, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes hollow and lost. The deeply rooted will of fire, his worldview, his principles of life, all shattered. But was Miki Yūya the type to quit while ahead? Not at all. You really are a menace. That Uchiha companion of yours might not know that you, the Foxbrat, are happy he became an orphan and lost his family, rejoicing in others' misfortune. A person like you is the real sinner. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto had long since exhausted his Bodhi's chakra. He had rushed over with all his might to save someone, and his body was already pushed to its limits, relying entirely on his depleted physical strength. In the Konoha Crush Plan, there was not only the battle with Orochimaru. Naruto was fighting on another front, going all out against the tailed beast form of Gaara, overloading his body and squeezing out every last drop of chakra. His meridians ached and burned, nearly on the verge of snapping. When he had rushed out to protect Konohamaru and shouted at Miki Yūya, it wasn't because he had any strength left. It was purely the fire and obsession in his heart that kept him going. Once that spirit dissipated, he would collapse entirely. And now Miki Yuya's words had brutally snapped and shattered the last pillar of his resolve. Naruto's mind buzzed. He was completely stunned, a torrent of endless pain, guilt, and self-loathing surging within him. He had always lived in contradiction and confusion. After defeating Gaara, Baki's words kept echoing in his mind. Gaara had grown up without a family or friends, treated as a killing tool his entire life. His only purpose for living was murder, and he was left with nothing but boundless loneliness. At that moment, Naruto completely empathized. He knew that feeling all too well. Since childhood, no one in Konoha treated him well. The entire village avoided him, feared him, called him a monster and a demon fox. He grew up completely alone, without a warm meal or a single word of care. Because he had been caught in the rain himself, he desperately wanted to hold an umbrella for others. He thought he understood loneliness, suffering, and right and wrong. He thought he was righteous and kind. He tried his best to redeem Gaara, sincerely wanting to make that person who was as lonely as himself better. He sympathized with all lonely people, including the solitary Uchiha Sasuke, who carried everything on his own. Naruto had always believed he was the one who understood loneliness the most and could empathize with others the best. But now Miki Yūya's few words had torn apart his self-deceptive kindness without a trace. Naruto's heart was an Why did I think this way? I sympathized with Gaara, with Sasuke, with all the lonely people. But what right did I have to be? Ninjas kill, jutsu destroy villages, wars cause countless innocent villagers to die. These are real deaths and disasters. The villagers had done nothing wrong. They simply lived in the village, yet their families were destroyed and lives lost for no reason. They felt wronged and complained a little. How did that make them sinners? I kept saying I understood pain and loneliness, but the most selfish and foolish person of all was, he had always prided himself on being kind, and just wanting to be accepted by everyone to become Hokage, a Hokage recognized by all. But deep down he had always been biased and selfish. He saw Sasuke as lonely and pitiful, feeling that he finally shared something with Sasuke, but he never considered what the Uchiha clan members who died in the internal strife or the Konoha conflicts had done to deserve their fate. He pitted Gaara for being used as a tool, yet he never mourned the people Gaara killed in his rampages. Because he didn't see them, their deaths didn't matter. Because those people cursed Gaara, they deserved to die. He spoke of justice with a full mouth, but in reality, he habitually turned a blind eye to others' suffering. All his peace of mind was selfishness. Once it involved himself, he could no longer remain fair. What was even more laughable and heartbreaking was Miki Yūya's question, which pierced like a needle into the darkest corner of his. When others became orphans or lost their families, he secretly felt a sense of relief and comfort, thinking finally he actually used others' misfortunes to soothe his own loneliness. Were Sasuke, Gaara, and now Konohamaru all this? Were his choices all justified? What he called redemption was nothing but self-gratification. What he called kindness was pure selfishness. His entire worldview, which he had clung to all along, was completely wrong. An overwhelming tide of guilt, remorse, regret, and pain instantly engulfed Naruto. His heart felt as if it were crushed by a giant hand, the pain suffocating him, and tears uncontrollably welled up in his eyes. I'm sorry, Sasuke. I'm sorry, Gaara. I'm sorry to all the ordinary people caught in the war. And I'm sorry to my deceased parents. Although he had never met his parents in Naruto's imagination, they must have been gentle people, wonderful parents. They had risked everything to protect him, hoping he would live well and stand tall. But he had become a hypocritical, selfish, foolish, and morally confused joke. Extreme mental breakdown shattered his already overdrawn body. Naruto trembled violently, his consciousness fading, his eyes completely hollow and pitch black. His mental fortitude collapsed. At that moment, the cage sealing the nine tails within him suddenly loosened greatly. In the dark depths of the seal, a pair of crimson, slit eyes snapped open, filled with greed and mockery. Hee hee ha ha. The seal has loosened. Is he about to die? It's my turn to come out, brat. The cold, sinister voice drilled into Naruto's mind. The nine tails' vast, violent, and pitch-black resentment instantly entangled his shattered spirit and forcefully dragged him in. Naruto had no strength to resist. His entire consciousness was forcibly pulled into the deepest darkness of the seal right before the nine tails. Yet at this moment, Naruto's spirit was already a walking corpse, completely ignoring the nine tails' existence, as if dead. In the real world. Boom. A terrifying surge of crimson chakra erupted. The dark, malevolent energy of the tailed beast exploded, wildly churning and sweeping through the surroundings. The violent nine tails chakra instantly enveloped Naruto's entire body, forming a ferocious tailed beast cloak. A fierce gale raged, the ground cracked with fine lines, and the surrounding grass and debris were instantly shredded. This was the pure savage power of a tailed beast, enough to destroy Konoha. Konohamaru, who was already severely injured and barely breathing, could not withstand the terrifying shockwave. His head slumped to one side, knocked over by the violent blast. His eyes closed, and he fell into a deep coma, motionless. The terrifying aura of the nine tails spread instantly, covering most of Konoha. All the jonin who were handling the aftermath in the ruins and calming the villagers turned pale instantly. Kakashi's pupils contracted, his heart shaken. Might Guy's smile vanished instantly, his entire body tense, his battle spirit and vigilance both at their peak. Asuma, Kurenai, the leaders of the Inoshikacho clans, everyone's face changed, their scalps tingling. It's the nine tails chakra. What's going on? Has Naruto's seal loosened? Is he going to rampage? Kakashi was the first to rush toward Naruto's direction. Hurry! Full speed. If we're late, the village will be in big trouble. A group of jonin abandoned all thoughts of villager compensation and high-level disputes, sprinting at full speed toward the source of the nine tails eruption. Meanwhile, in the alley, the rampaging Naruto had completely lost his human consciousness. His crimson eyes were bloodthirsty and hollow, his body surrounded by boiling destructive chakra, limbs tense. Like a beast breaking free from its chains, he leaped into the air and lunged at Miki Yūya with earth-shattering force. Faced with the nine tails rampage, any ordinary jonin would have been instantly suppressed, severely injured, and crushed. However, Miki Yūya was not flustered at all. He looked at the rampaging Naruto charging at him, his eyes terrifyingly calm, filled only with indifference and contempt. A half-baked nine tails rampage with only a single tail formed dared to act wild before him. The next second, an invisible, domineering, all-crushing aura exploded from Miki Yūya's body. The refined conqueror's Haki instantly spread, all of it directed at Naruto. No flashy special effects, no earth-shattering explosions, only absolute pressure from the Haki, the terrifying, all-over-looking conqueror's might. The nine tails' most violent and ferocious tailed beast aura was like a candle flame before a gale in the face of this Haki. All the brutality, all the killing intent, all the destructive power was instantly locked and suppressed by the conqueror's Haki that could overlook everything. Miki Yūya didn't even raise his eyelids, and coldly spat out a single word: scram. Crack. The air seemed to explode. The Nine-Tails chakra that had leaked from the loosened seal instantly stiffened, shrank, shattered, and vanished, melting away like snow. The ferocious tailed beast cloak disappeared inch by inch, and the violent tailed beast pressure was completely nullified. The rampaging Naruto, who had just been brimming with murderous intent and about to destroy everything, had all his power forcibly suppressed by the Haki. That mere trace of leaked pure violent will and power could not withstand the pressure of the Conqueror's Haki. Thud! Naruto's body went limp, crashing straight to the ground. His eyes closed, he fell into a deep coma, completely still. In an instant the entire alley was... The wind stopped, the malevolent aura dissipated, leaving only the mess on the ground, and the unconscious Konohamaru and Naruto. Miki Yūya glanced at them indifferently, his heart unmoved. Pity. Not worth it. Konoha's values had long been twisted. These people's hypocrisy and naivety were purely... He didn't linger for a moment, nor did he feel a shred of guilt. He turned around, hands in his pockets, walking calmly and leisurely, leaving without looking back. Cool, decisive, and dominating. So what if the civilians of Konoha were unreasonable? So what if they bullied everyone? Being low quality wouldn't kill anyone, but the world of ninjas could really kill people. What bonds, what friendship? The worst malice of Konoha's villagers was nothing compared to how Naruto had treated Sasuke. When Kakashi Gai Asuma and the other Jonin rushed to the scene, all that remained was the wrecked ground and the unconscious Naruto and Konohamaru. Send them to the medical team. What happened? The residual chakra. It should have been a rampage. Kakashi's gaze narrowed, slightly puzzled. Within the medical unit of Konoha, a flurry of chaos enveloped the emergency ward. The air was thick with the pungent scent of disinfectant and the acrid tension of disrupted chakra. It had been 3 days since Naruto and Konohamaru were carried back. Konohamaru's injuries were merely superficial flesh wounds. Naruto, however, lay with his eyes tightly shut, utterly motionless, and could not be awakened no matter what. A group of elite medical ninja took turns examining him, probing the flow of his chakra, toiling for hours. Yet all wore expressions of utter helplessness. The lead medical ninja had a fine sheen of cold sweat on his forehead, his fingertips trembling slightly, his face filled with bewilderment. Strange. His bodily functions are completely normal. His meridians are undamaged, his chakra shows no signs of disorder or exhaustion. His internal organs, bones and flesh, all are intact. Physiologically he has no injuries at all. He drew a deep breath, trying to steady his mind, but his tone was tinged with frustration. Yet the patient remains in a deep coma, his consciousness utterly dormant, impossible to rouse. This is too bizarre. It resembles neither physical trauma chakra backlash, nor the aftermath of a tailed beast rampage. It's more like his spirit has been completely sealed, trapped within an endless illusion. At these words, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Asuma, standing guard outside the ward, all darkened their expressions. His body intact, but his spirit asleep. The only one in Konoha proficient in illusion and spiritual probing was Kurenai Yuhi. Should we let Kurenai take a look? Kakashi said in a low voice. Before long, Kurenai arrived, and without delay formed hand seals, her eyes focusing intently as she attempted to penetrate Naruto's mental barrier and probe his internal state. But the next moment, the moment her chakra touched Naruto's body, it was repelled by an invisible force. Kurenai's face turned pale, and she shook her head repeatedly, her expression grave. No good. She bit her lower lip, her voice carrying a rare tremor. His spiritual world is completely sealed off. It's not an ordinary illusion, nor a ninjutsu confinement. He himself doesn't want to wake up. He has sealed off his own spirit, much like a sealing technique. I can't penetrate it all. I can't detect any mental imagery. There's absolutely no way to proceed. Everyone fell into instant silence. No physical injury, no chakra disorder, the tailed beast seal seemingly stable. Yet he simply wouldn't wake, his spirit completely trapped. Asuma frowned deeply, the cigarette between his fingers already crushed out of shape. He murmured, according to Konohamaru, the only outsider Naruto contacted before collapsing was that ordinary villager Samuyuya. At these words, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Impossible. I saw him with my own eyes. There wasn't a trace of chakra fluctuation on him. He's a pure, ordinary person. No ninjutsu, no secret techniques, no foundation in illusions. At worst he's just sharp-tongued and ill-tempered. Kakashi nodded slightly, his gaze deep. I examined the residual aura at the scene up close. There was no trace of ninjutsu. A civilian with no ninja skills couldn't possibly create such an illusionary. The group deliberated repeatedly, reconstructing the events. From start to finish, Samuyuya had done nothing but curse, reason, and verbally overwhelm. He hadn't used any ninjutsu. As for physical violence, that wasn't the issue. Yet it was right after his confrontation with Naruto that the seal loosened, the boy went berserk, fell into a coma, and his spirit remained asleep. The entire matter was eerily bizarre. Regardless, he's the prime suspect. Call him in for questioning. Asuma made the final decision, dispatching someone to summon Samuyuya from the residential district. Before long, Samuyuya was brought to the entrance of the medical ward. He stood with his hands in his pockets, a lazy expression on his face, showing no sign of tension from being summoned. For the past 3 days he had been wandering the village, cursing anyone he found displeasing. He scolded not only ninja, but also civilians. Naturally, while roaming, Miki Yūya himself was bullied, called a homeless good-for-nothing, a street punk. But Miki Yūya didn't care. This was the reality of Konoha's common folk. No matter your status, if someone disliked you, they would ruthlessly bully you. Arriving outside the ward, Miki Yūya glanced at Mike Guy standing by the door, and immediately remarked without restraint, "Are there no other jonin left in Konoha? They sent a pervert in a green spandex bodysuit with a bowl-cut hairstyle to stand guard here." Mike Guy's lips twitched instantly. His entire green suit seemed to tighten, with fury, his passionate pose frozen in place, veins bulging on his forehead, as he choked back his anger, forgetting even to retort. The words were blunt and vicious. Asuma's face chilled, suppressing his anger as he said, "Kid, watch your language. This is Konoha's medical district." Miki Yūya shot him a glance, and sneered, refusing to indulge him. "Respect? You, a member of the Sarutobi clan, dare to speak to me of respect? The third Hokage committed suicide out of guilt. Your Sarutobi clan has no ability against outsiders, but you're experts at oppressing the weak. Bullying civilians is your specialty, isn't it? A fish rots from the head down. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree." These words struck the Sarutobi clan's sore spot. Asuma's face turned ashen, his chest heaving violently, raging with fury. His fingers gripping the cigarette turned white at the knuckles. He wanted to lash out, but found the words so piercing that he couldn't muster a single rebuttal, for the third Hokage had indeed been officially declared a suicide. Among the lower-ranked ninja of Konoha, many were also condemning the third Hokage. As for the higher-ups, it was an unspoken understanding. Just as the atmosphere was about to explode, a cold hand silently landed on Miki Yūya's shoulder. It was Kakashi. His Sharingan had quietly opened, the three-tomo slowly rotating, his gaze piercingly sharp. Through physical contact, he intended to thoroughly examine Miki Yūya's body to confirm whether he was hiding any ninjutsu or harboring special chakra. The moment his hand touched Miki Yūya, Kakashi's pupils contracted slightly, his face full of disbelief. Empty. Completely clean, a blank slate. From head to toe, not a trace of chakra. This was truly an utterly ordinary villager. Yet the more this was the case, the more it sent chills down the spine. Before Kakashi could withdraw his hand, Miki Yūya had grown impatient. He shook off his arms, swept his gaze across the room, and sneered as he launched a full-scale verbal, "What are you staring at? Did you find anything after all that probing? A bunch of well-paid, privileged, high-ranking Konoha jonin. The village's destroyed civilians are left homeless and dead, and you still have the nerve to gather here. You're getting more and more skilled at bullying the powerless villagers, aren't you? And that brat a few days ago, he openly attacked me, a Konoha villager, for speaking the truth. Is speaking the truth a crime now? The grandson of a sinner is a sinner. With a grandfather like that, he might as well have been an orphan." Miki Yūya's words came rapid-fire, each sentence stabbing deep, crushing everyone present. "You? My grandfather is not a sinner." Konohamaru, his body wrapped in bandages, gritted his teeth and spoke. "I will prove it. Grandpa is not a sinner." Ding. Conqueror's Haki 2. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 4. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 1. System notifications flooded the screen. Strands of domineering aura continuously settled within Miki Yūya's body. Though faint at first, they accumulated, growing ever more profound. Prove it. Miki Yūya couldn't care less about any proof. He had simply come here to unleash verbal attacks and farm his Haki value. Before the entire ward, a group of jonin were left speechless, their faces alternating between pale and green, unable to utter a single retort. They had lost on every front: logic, momentum, and moral ground. Miki Yūya couldn't be bothered to waste more time with these hypocritical ninja. He cast a final glance at Konohamaru lying motionless on the hospital bed wrapped in thick bandages and curled his lips into a faint mocking smirk. The grandson of a sinner lying down after a beating. With such poor mental fortitude, you still want to defend so-called honor. Ridiculous. To defend it, you'd need to have some in the first place. With that, he didn't wait for anyone to react. He turned and walked away, leaving behind a group of disgraced Konoha higher-ups. His steps were leisurely, and he never looked back as he strode off. From start to finish, arrogant, crushing, invincible. He left behind a room full of ashen-faced, humiliated Konoha jonin, standing dumbfounded, utterly helpless. They had called him over only to be verbally battered themselves. In the real world, the hospital room remained helpless, while Naruto's inner world was a quiet, hazy gray mist. Empty and silent all around, devoid of explosions, arguments, or any human figures. Only Naruto stood alone, frozen in place. He didn't want to wake up. The words of Miki Yūya, which had exposed his selfishness and hypocrisy, kept echoing in his mind, filling him with deep inferiority and unbearable pain. Juxune's soft voice gently echoed through this space, exceptionally tender. "Our child is about to be born." Shuemon's voice was gentle and affectionate, softly echoing hers. "I wonder what kind of person he will become in the future." Juxinai chuckled softly, her tone filled with a mother's simplest expectations. As long as he is kind, pure, and happy for his entire life, that's enough. The two faint figures huddled together, their gentle words echoing softly again and again in Naruto's inner world. Naruto could hear the voices of Juxinai and Shuomin, but could not see his parents' faces clearly. During this time, his parents' voices reverberated through his mental space, simple and pure. Only the most unadulterated, simplest wish of his parents. They only hoped that Naruto would be happy, kind, and carefree for his entire life. Standing in the mist, Naruto suddenly broke down, tears streaming from his eyes. In the next instant, he opened his eyes. Before him was total darkness with the sound of water echoing in the blackness. A massive cage restrained the nine-tailed fox inside, and Naruto lay outside the prison, eyes open, but not glancing at the fox. Overwhelming grievance and self-reproach completely crushed his spirit. He crouched there, clutching his knees tightly, weeping silently. He didn't want to go out. He dared not go out. His parents' expectations for him were so simple, yet he had become such a selfish person. Perhaps this was all he deserved. Yui leisurely strolled out of the medical building. Just as he turned the corner, a hurried figure caught up with him. It was Chunai. Her face was full of anger, her brows tightly furrowed. She had been holding back her fury all the way, and when they reached the outside, she stood directly in front of Yui, blocking his path. Earlier in the ward, everyone had been rendered speechless and had to swallow their grievances, but Sakura couldn't contain her anger. In her eyes, Naruto was already pitiful. After the Wave Country mission, Sakura no longer disliked Naruto as much. He had no parents, was alone, and was ostracized by the entire village. Now he had been unconscious for 3 days, all because of this man before her. Yet this malicious villager refused to apologize at all. Chunai Ying's eyes reddened, her tone filled with strong accusation and dissatisfaction as she stared at Yui and demanded, Naruto has no parents. He has already suffered enough. You are also alone with no one to rely on. Why do you have to target him so much? Can't you show even a little sympathy? As her words fell, Yui paused, turned his head slowly, his gaze indifferent and disdainful, as he swept over the indignant Sakura, then mercilessly lashed out with his venomous tongue. Where did this stupid pig come from, running out and barking? Ding. Bawangsbaki too. The system prompt rang out crisply, and a trace of domineering aura settled within him. Sakura froze instantly, her face flushed bright red, torn between shame and rage. The anger in her chest exploded. She had never in all her life been insulted so directly and harshly. And she hadn't even done anything wrong. Why was he treating her like this? Who are you calling a stupid pig? You are also an orphan. You have no family either. Suffering the same fate, why do you target Naruto? Doesn't your conscience trouble you? Sakura clenched her teeth, her voice trembling with rage, putting on a righteous, indignant front for Naruto. Seeing her hypocritical, sanctimonious face, Yui found it utterly ridiculous. He sneered coldly. Suffering the same fate. Am not sick, and do I even have a conscience? Don't flatter me. I am an orphan, yes, but I never used my background to gain sympathy, nor did I ever pick on Naruto because of his identity or deliberately target him. On the other hand, as I recall, you are that fox demon's companion, aren't you? Yui's eyes turned icy, each word striking her sore spot. I remember you and the team. Who was it that kept calling him a monster, a fox demon, secretly despising him, isolating him, and mocking him for being an orphan? It was you all along. Everything you just said, you have done it yourself? A woman like you, relying on your complete family and stable home, looking down on the lonely Naruto from a high ground, constantly trampling on his self-esteem because of his background. When you bullied Naruto and despised him, why didn't you think to sympathize with him? Why didn't you think he had no parents and was pitiful? Now that I, an outsider, tell a few truths, you jump out acting like a good person, a saint. You bully your teammate every day, stand by and watch others fall, and I do nothing. Then you come out barking and meddling. The Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs are more sensible than you. At least they don't confuse right and wrong, and are not so hypocritical. This barrage of words hit hard, every sentence true, tearing Sakura's hypocritical mask to shreds on the spot. Yui was a troublemaker from Konoha. He would not be polite to Sakura just because she was a girl. In his eyes, factors like strength, gender, and family background simply did not exist. Ding. Bawangsbaki 5. Ding. Bawangsbaki 8. The surrounding civilians and idle youths all stopped hearing clearly and burst into uproarious laughter. Haha, I remember her. That big forehead also mocked the fox demon, and now she doesn't allow others to speak the truth. Exactly. This kind of person used to mock the fox demon when she wasn't his companion, and now that she's his companion, she suddenly becomes righteous. A mischievous young villager went even further, bending down to pick up a dry bone from the ground and throwing it with a smack at Sakura's feet. So besides the fox demon Naruto, Konoha also has a dog demon, Sakura. This bone is for you. Boom. The jeers around grew even louder, with pointing fingers and mocking voices all falling on Sakura. The moment he saw the bone, Yui himself was stunned. Damn, this is Konoha. These troublemakers are really fierce, even throwing bones. The mocking faces and piercing laughter made Sakura's face burn with embarrassment unbearable to the extreme. The pride of being a top student since childhood was now shattered into pieces. Extreme rage and shame overwhelmed her reason. You deserve to die. Sakura's eyes turned bloodshot, completely maddened. Chakra gathered in her fist, her arm tense, and with a roar, she swung a punch at Samuyuya's face. Her speed was extremely fast, and the wind from her fist rushed toward him. But just as her fist was a mere inch from the tip of his nose, Samuyu didn't even blink, neither dodging nor avoiding. He met the furious Sakura's gaze, his tone icy, and pressing. You dare to hit. As a registered ninja of Konoha attacking an innocent villager openly. Those simple words instantly shattered all of Sakura's courage. Indeed, she was a ninja. Samuyui was an ordinary civilian. For a ninja to attack a civilian without cause was a serious crime in Konoha. Her fury was doused by a bucket of cold water, and all her impulses froze. Sakura's body stiffened, her clenched fist frozen in midair, so close, yet unable to move forward even a fraction. Trapped in a dilemma, her eyes reddened instantly, and her whole body trembled with rage. Seeing her pathetic, blustering cowardice, Samuyui spoke again, his sarcasm at full blast. Why don't you hit? Weren't you pretty arrogant just now? Truly a spoiled civilian young lady, shouting to the heavens, but without an ounce of real courage. If you're wrong, go home and cry to your parents. What's the point of playing the righteous one out here? He deliberately dragged out his tone, mocking her publicly. Oh, by the way, during the chaos in Konoha, Miss Sakura must have been fighting valiantly, right? I wonder if your little hands hurt after all that fighting. The surrounding young villagers immediately chimed in, teasing and laughing. Huh, big forehead, do your hands hurt? Useless against ninjas, yet you have the nerve to meddle in other people's business. A ninja with parents, yet so ill-mannered, and still dares to act like a good person. The waves of mocking laughter pierced Sakura's heart like needles. She could no longer bear the overwhelming humiliation and ridicule. Her face was completely ruined, tears welling up in her eyes, but she dared not cry in public. Finally, Sakura bit her lip hard, covered her face, and fled in a stumbling, pathetic run. The entire street was left with nothing but joyous laughter and the villagers' amused chatter. Samuyui watched her fleeing back, hands in his pockets. Hypocrite, you deserve to be publicly shamed. She was so eager when she insulted Naruto, but when he just hit Naruto a few times and cursed him a bit, people like her came running to bark. And she dared to call him a troublemaker. She should take a moment to look in the mirror and see what kind of person she was. Ding. Bawang's Baki 6. Ding. Bawang's Baki 5. Easily, he harvested another wave of power. In this Konoha, whoever displeased him he crushed. Seeing the villagers still laughing, Samuyuya's face turned cold. What are you laughing at? A bunch of uncivilized ruffians throwing things around. Tisk. Ding. Bawang's Baki 1. Damn it, you worthless orphan, who are you talking about? Yes, Samuyui, you're an orphan. Do you even deserve to talk about us? Ding. Jangwen say Baki 1. This was Konoha's rabble. No matter who you were, they would bully you. Seeing the system's numerical prompts, Samuyui felt a secret thrill. So pure, this is Konoha. Days passed in the blink of an eye. After the turmoil of the Konoha collapse, the entire village gradually settled down. To quell public outrage and suppress the relentless demands for accountability from these unruly citizens, the Konoha High Command gritted their teeth and released the village's public reserve funds, compensating every civilian whose home was destroyed or who suffered injuries during the war. Once the funds were in place, most of the resentment dissipated. Rubble began to be cleared, streets gradually regained their bustle, and Konoha finally shed its blood-stained chaos, returning to its former tranquility. As for Samuyui, his little life was actually becoming more and more comfortable. As the most fearless, sharp-tongued, and ruthless troublemaker in Konoha, he wandered the village alleys every day with nothing to do, specifically targeting the bullies. Boys, girls, old men, and old women, for protection money. What? You say he's picking too many targets? In Konoha's environment, as long as someone is alive, who isn't a bullying troublemaker? None of the troublemakers in all of Konoha could beat Samuyui. That afternoon in a shady, narrow alley, a few dull thuds echoed. Kawada, Sato, and Yamamoto, 3 local Konoha thugs, crouched on the ground, clutching their stomachs, their faces full of grievance, their bodies aching all over. Among their peers, the 3 had always been domineering. But when they encountered Samuyui, they didn't even have a chance to fight back. Outnumbered 3-1, they were unilaterally crushed and beaten. Kawada, holding his lower abdomen, gritted his teeth and blurted out a threat. Samuyui, don't go too far. We just don't want to stoop to your level. You're just one person. Just wait, next time we'll make you regret it. Sato and Yamamoto also put up a tough front, their mouths shouting fiercely, but their bodies honestly pulled out pocket money and handed it over obediently. Such was the rule among Konoha's underclass: if you can't beat someone, you pay up. Tough talk aside, money still had to be handed over. Samuyui casually took the change, stuffed it into his pocket, and with a lazy expression was about to turn and leave to continue strolling and grinding his attributes. But just as he stepped out of the alley entrance, the corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of something not far away. Two extraordinarily conspicuous figures stood silently in the shade of the street trees. Black robes embroidered with red cloud patterns, an aura of cold and lethal killing intent, exuding a deathly stillness that kept strangers at bay. The man on the left had a handsome face, pale skin, and a pair of Sharingan eyes that were indifferent and icy with an expression of aloofness. It was Uchiha Itachi. Beside him, the towering figure with deep blue skin carrying the massive Samehada sword, and looking like a humanoid shark, Hoshigaki Kisame, was enough to make one's scalp tingle at a single glance. Just standing there casually, a murderous aura that had slaughtered thousands spread silently, pressing down on the surrounding air until it almost stagnated. Such was the might of a humanoid-tailed beast. Sanmu Yuya's Kinbunchika Haki instantly maxed out its warning, and his heart jolted. Holy crap! The Akatsuki! How did these two Grim Reapers get here? He wasn't crazy. For an ordinary person to provoke the Akatsuki was pure suicide. Not to mention his current level of Haki. Even if it were 10 times stronger, he couldn't withstand a casual blow from these two ruthless individuals. But if he retreated just because he encountered a strong opponent, would he still be a true Konoha troublemaker? His will of dominance would never allow him to back down in a situation. The next second, Sanmu Yuya's feet moved swiftly, and he instantly retreated deep into the alley, his movements crisp, and under the bewildered gazes of Kawada and the other two, he directly pulled out all the money he had just collected, stuffed it all back into Kawada's hand, and even added a few no protection money today. Full refund, and he'll even throw in a little extra. Sanmu Yuya's tone was unusually crisp without a trace of arrogance. Kawada and the others were completely stunned. The arrogant and domineering Sanmu Yuya, who never gave anything back, was actually returning money. And even after a brief daze, the three instantly swelled with arrogance and immediately put on the most overbearing expressions. Kawada, clutching the money in his hand, wore a sneer of mockery and looked up to Tanhaha. I knew you were just bluffing, you useless piece of trash. Scared, aren't you? You beat us up pretty hard just now, but now you've gone soft. An orphaned waste daring to collect protection money from us. Don't you know who's in charge of this alley? Sato sneered endlessly. He must have seen our numbers and got scared. A coward. The more arrogant he usually acts, the more pathetic he is now. Yamamoto even stepped forward, looking at Sanmu Yuya with contempt. Looking at the three reckless, ignorant, and arrogant brats, Sanmu Yuya couldn't be bothered to argue with them, only casually reminding him, not afraid of you three wastes. I just went out and saw something extremely terrifying. 100 times more frightening than those Inuzuka ninjas who work with dogs. Outside there's a guy who looks like a shark, really scary. Kawada and the others were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Shark? Ha ha ha, you must be crazy. Aren't sharks sea creatures? In an inland village like Konoha, where would a shark come from? Making up stories, making excuses to chicken out. Shameful. Sanmu Yuya raised an eyebrow. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. Fine, we'll go see. Let's see what crap you've made up. Kawada and the others, full of disdain, puffed out their chests and swaggered out of the alley following Sanmu Yuya. But the moment the four stepped out of the alley and saw the two figures by the street, the smiles on Kawada, Sato, and Yamamoto's faces instantly froze completely. It was as if all the blood in their bodies had frozen instantly, their pupils dilated wildly, and they stood there completely dumbfounded. Under the shade of the street, the towering, deep blue-skinned monster with exposed fangs and a ferocious face, carrying a giant sword on his back, exuded a murderous aura that filled the sky. Truly identical to a man-eating shark that had come ashore. There really was a shark man. Their minds went blank, completely stunned. After a long moment, Kawada stammered, really a shark? What kind of monster is this? A summoning beast. Sato swallowed his saliva, but his courage wasn't completely shattered. At this moment, the underlying logic of Konoha's troublemakers fully awakened. When alone they might not dare to speak like this, but now there were four of them. Sato immediately started mocking. This summoning beast is way too ugly. Black and blue, looking like a fish that hasn't. Yamamoto was even more reckless, sweeping his gaze over to the silently standing Uchiha Itachi and sneering, and that one beside him. A face like a corpse. What's with that cold attitude? Look at him, looks like his mother died. Always with a long face, pretending to. The three, like fearless calves, completely failed to see the overwhelming killing intent on the two men, only taking them for two oddly shaped freaks. Haha, I think it's not just his mother. Probably both parents are dead, pretending to be something. They think they're so cool showing off with a shark on a leash. Sanmu Yuya immediately blended in. Yes, that's how we Konoha troublemakers are. Exactly what's so great about these ninja having summoning beasts. A bunch of trash. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 10. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 11. They seemed ignorant, but equally fearless. They were also truly seeking death. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, who had been silent and indifferent, let a frigid, piercing glint flash in their dark eyes, and a terrifying killing intent spread out. But would Sanmu Yuya be afraid? He directly picked up a small stone from the ground. The stone, wrapped in the sound of wind, flew straight and fiercely toward Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Kawada, Sato, and Yamamoto, not to be outdone, also picked up stones and threw them at Kisame and Itachi. A gentle breeze blew the red cloud black robes, swaying slightly. Itachi and Kisame dodged. Kisame's mouth curled into a grin revealing sharp teeth, and he let out a low growl. You're asking for death. Uchiha Itachi's eyes darkened slightly, remaining indifferent with little emotional fluctuation throughout as he had experienced such matters long ago. However, the Hoshigaki Kisame beside him could no longer hold back. His heart was already seething with rage. The Kirigakure village had no such bullying culture. It was all about direct battle royale, a survival free-for-all. Verbal bullying was something Kisame was experiencing for the first time. A bunch of worthless ants from Konoha. How dare they point fingers and insult me? Calling me ugly and deformed is one thing. But they dare to insult Mr. Itachi, dare to mock his background. Utterly ignorant and arrogant beyond measure. Kisame's deep blue skin bulged with veins, and the overwhelming murderous aura that had been lurking within him exploded outward. His fish-like eyes fixed on the four reckless youths ahead with killing intent boiling to the extreme. Kisame's deep blue skin bulged with veins, and the overwhelming murderous aura that had been lurking within him exploded outward. His fish-like eyes fixed on the four reckless youths ahead with killing intent boiling to the extreme. Of course, what was more important was that the insults aimed at him were too filthy. What did they mean by calling him Itachi's summoning beast? Looking for death. A low, furious roar exploded. Kisame showed no mercy at all. With one hand, he quickly formed hand seals, and water vapor instantly gathered furiously in his palm. Vast and immense water-style chakra instantly swept through the entire street. Water-style water shark bullet technique. Boom. The surging, deep blue water waves condensed into a ferocious water shark form, carrying a terrifying impact that could tear everything apart, roaring and charging toward Miki Yūya, and the other three crushing down on them. This was a powerful jutsu capable of instantly killing an ordinary chunin. An attack that no ordinary human body could withstand. Just as the raging water shark was about to devour the four, a silver flash suddenly broke through the air. Earth-style earth flow wall. A thick earth wall instantly rose from the ground, steadily blocking the four. The raging water shark slammed into the earth wall, sending a huge shockwave exploding outward, water splashing everywhere, and the ground trembling violently. Amidst the smoke and mist, Kakashi stood quietly ahead holding a kunai. His silver hair was slightly ruffled by the airflow, and his expression was extremely grim. His eyes locked onto the two figures in red clouds, pupils shrinking sharply, his voice low and heavy. Uchiha Itachi. Why are you back in Konoha? The moment he recognized this top-ranked rogue ninja, Kakashi's heart sank, and every nerve in his body was stretched to the limit. He had no time to spare for the four behind him, including Miki Yūya, and immediately shouted harshly, "You four. Leave here immediately. This is not a place for you. Go." But Kakashi's warning fell on deaf ears as far as the four were concerned. They only caught four words throughout. Uchiha Itachi. Kawada and the other two's eyes instantly lit up, their basic instincts kicking in. Not only were they not afraid, but they became even more arrogant, their death-seeking aura maxed out. Miki Yūya and Kawada were the first to speak. Uchiha Itachi. That guy from the Uchiha clan. So you really— No wonder you always wear a deadpan face. When both parents are dead, anyone would be like that. Without parents, you must be psychologically twisted. No wonder you became a rogue ninja. Come to think of it, it seems he killed his own parents. To look cool, he actually went that far. Ha. Sato pointed at Itachi, laughing wildly with utmost mockery. That's all an orphan without parents can amount to. Just hiding in the shadows, acting mysterious. And you're wandering around outside the village with a shark summon, making a fool of yourself? You don't even dare to enter the village. Yamamoto then took the opportunity to blast the Konoha high-ups and Kakashi, who was present. How ridiculous. First, it's a rogue ninja like Orochimaru returning to the village openly to cause trouble. Now even someone like this can just waltz in. What are the Konoha ninjas even doing? Can't even defend the village. Miki Yūya, standing by, seamlessly joined in, hands in his pockets, face full of disdain, unleashing a barrage of verbal attacks. A bunch of useless ninjas bullying civilians at home. And letting rogue ninjas come and go as they please outside. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 12. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 9. System notifications were flooding the screen. The Hoshigaki Kisame opposite was completely dumbfounded. He had seen arrogant, reckless, and fearless people. But he had never seen such outrageous troublemakers who not only cursed the enemy, but also completely trashed their own village and its ninjas. The four had no sense of friend or foe, no awareness of danger, no respect for the strong. As long as they were displeased, as long as they could spew venom, they would attack anyone. Kisame was so angry that his chakra was surging uncontrollably, his killing intent nearly solidifying into reality. Before Kakashi could speak again to stop him, Kisame formed hand seals again, without any hesitation. A massive amount of water vapor gathered instantly. Water-style great water flow. A violent torrent of water surged out. This time Kakashi's earth flow wall had just blocked the previous attack, and he had no time to form another seal for defense. The roaring flood instantly engulfed the four. Thump 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 thump. Four dull sounds rang out in succession. The three thugs, Kawada Sato and Yamamoto, bore the brunt of the attack, were knocked over by the violent water, their heads lolling, and they passed out on the spot, lying motionless on the flooded ground. Miki Yūya was also knocked flying by the immense force, slammed hard onto the ground, but hey, it didn't hurt. In an instant, all four unruly Konoha troublemakers were down. Kakashi had no intention of sparing a glance at the four fallen men. By now Kakashi was already fighting Itachi. The two exchanged a few probing moves, and just as Kakashi was about to unleash lightning cutter Uchiha, Itachi finally got serious. His crimson Sharingan suddenly emitted an eerie light, his pitch-black eyes showing no ripple, only bone-chilling coldness. Without needing hand seals or charging a top-tier genjutsu, was instantly activated. Tsukuyami. A silent, illusory space instantly enveloped Kakashi. The next second, Kakashi's entire body stiffened, his pupils suddenly dilated, and he trembled violently. In less than a second, Kakashi Hatake, known as the copy ninja of Konoha, could not withstand the mental pressure of Tsukuyami. His vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground, completely losing combat capability. One-shot kill. The entire street fell into dead silence. Just as Itachi and Kisame were about to finish him off, two figures appeared again. It was Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai. Asuma's eyes narrowed sharply, and the chakra blade in his hand instantly burst into light, slashing horizontally to drive back Itachi and Kisame. Yuhi Kurenai simultaneously formed hand seals, guarding by Kakashi's side. With one attacking and one defending, their coordinated effort forced back the Akatsuki duo, who wanted to continue their assault. Uchiha Itachi gave a deep look at the fallen Kakashi, not wanting to prolong the fight, and glanced faintly at Kisame. The two retracted their chakra, and seeing the Konoha reinforcements arriving, their red cloud figures flickered, ceased to engage, and instantly vanished from the battlefield. The crisis was temporarily resolved. Their gazes fell on Miki Yūya, who had just stood up. Miki Yūya was soaking wet, and as he rose he met the scrutinizing eyes of the two jonin. Without a shred of guilt or fear, Miki Yūya immediately bristled and started cursing, his tone arrogant and aggressive. "What are you looking at? What are you staring at me for? You don't think I did this, do you? Last time you said that fox demon was knocked out by me, and now you're blaming me again. Two idiots. Damn." Asuma and Kurenai were furious. Just a glance, and they hadn't said anything yet they got ding. Conqueror's Haki 2 ding. Conqueror's Haki 3. Miki Yūya couldn't care less about these two. If they had the guts, they could kill him in the village. Watching Miki Yūya walk away, Asuma and Kurenai gritted their teeth, composed themselves, and turned to look at Kakashi. "Kakashi, are you alright?" Over here, Samuyui was staggering nonchalantly and recklessly toward the Konoha hospital. He had been blasted several meters away by Kisame's massive water release, but his robust physique was completely unharmed. But why not make a fuss? Why not take advantage? What if he had internal bleeding? Moreover, as a villager of Konoha, he had been caught in the crossfire and washed away by ninjutsu today, with no ninja protecting him at all. Ultimately, it was Kakashi's dereliction of duty, the negligence of Konoha's shinobi. Since no one would give him justice, he would stir up a storm himself, and at the same time rack up some Haki points to make up for the indignity of being drenched. He knew the way while swaggering into Konoha Hospital with more ease and freedom than returning to his own home. Samuyui stood in the center of the lobby, raised his voice, and yelled boisterously, "Is anyone there? Get over here and check me out. Something's wrong with me." Several medical ninjas looked up thinking it was an injured patient and hurriedly set down their work to attend to him. But the next second, Samuyui added with a serious, utterly earnest expression, "I was attacked by a shark outside the village." The air froze instantly. The entire hospital lobby fell into dead silence. Several medical ninjas halted mid-motion, their serious expressions fading bit by bit until they collectively wore exasperated black lines. The leading middle-aged medical jonin's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he patiently asked, "Kid, what did you say?" Samuyui puffed out his chest and repeated with unwavering seriousness, "I said I was attacked by a shark. I feel terrible all over. Give me a full body check, internal and external injuries, everything." Several young medical ninjas couldn't hold it in anymore, their faces full of disbelief. "A shark? Where would a shark come from in Konoha? Did you just wake up with a foggy brain? Or did you hit your head while walking? We can see you're bouncing around, all limbs intact, not even a scratch. Your hair's wet, maybe you just got rained on. Where's the attack?" Everyone was exasperated, waving him off repeatedly. "Get out of here, don't waste medical resources." An ordinary person rebuffed by so many would have already backed down in shame. But in Konoha there were only shinobi and stubborn civilians. He stood there utterly self-righteous, glaring at the medical ninjas, his tone deadly serious. "You don't understand? Not a sea shark. It's a shark monster. Water-release shark. Kisame Hashigaki." The middle-aged medical ninja before him paused for a moment. "This Kisame and this shark you mentioned, what do they look like?" "Huge. Dark blue and black. Full of fangs. Charged right at me." Super fast. Incredible impact. It sent me flying. I nearly died on the spot. Can't you see? The medical ninja's eyelids twitched wildly, their faces screaming one phrase, I don't understand. Samuyui immediately lost his temper. It was a shark. It looked exactly like a shark. Human head, shark body, tall and muscular with a big sword on its back. If that's not a shark, what is it? Are you ninjas this narrow-minded? The middle-aged medical ninja gave up, explaining entirely, looking utterly defeated. I get it. But we can only check normal physical issues. Brain problems, with our current medical technology, are too risky. Ding. Observation Haki 1. Samuyui bristled on the spot. Bullying me, huh? Saying I'm crazy, huh? He shouted in the middle of the lobby. What do you mean? What do you mean no injuries? I was violently attacked. Kakashi as a jonin failed to protect a villager, allowing the shark monster Kisame Hoshigaki to assault a civilian inside the village. And you hospital staff are useless. Just a bunch of quacks collecting paychecks, right? Worthless. Ding. Conquerors. Ding. Conquerors Haki 4. You punk, don't go too far. Don't think we medical ninjas are pushovers. Kid, who are you calling worthless? Just as the two sides were at a breaking point, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. My guy rushed in ahead, carrying one person on each shoulder, while Asuma and Kurenai escorted Kakashi. Kawada and Kakashi, both caught in Kisame's jutsu, were brought in. Kakashi, his spirit ravaged by Tsukuyami, was pale as paper, in the worst possible state. The entire Konoha hospital instantly tensed up, all staff on high alert. Quick check if they're okay. They were attacked. The hospital's medical ninjas looked at Kawada and the others, stunned. Holy crap, there really is a shark in Konoha. The leading middle-aged medical ninja suppressed his irritation, changed his demeanor, and stepped forward. Villager, let me— that's more like it. The middle-aged ninja's chakra began to probe Samuyui's body. After a long moment he frowned and explained, Villager, we've just performed a thorough full-body examination. Your bones, meridians, internal organs, and flesh have no damage whatsoever. Not even a minor abrasion or concussion. You are completely healthy with no injuries. Hearing this, Samuyui exploded. No injuries. I was smashed several meters by a massive water current. Soaked through, slammed hard to the ground. Typical ninja elitism, looking down on the rest. A bunch of quacks. Why is Kakashi injured, but I'm not? Typical ninja elitism, looking down on the rest. A bunch of quacks. Why is Kakashi injured, but I'm not? That proves you're quacks. You look down on me, a villager, don't you? Samuyui spat out words, each one grating and harsh, his tone utterly domineering. Ding. Conquerors Haki 4. Ding. Conquerors Haki 6. System prompts popped up one after another. The medical ninjas were thoroughly enraged. They had been diligently saving lives, never enduring such humiliation. Our examination is infallible. You clearly have no injuries. Unreasonable. Deliberately causing trouble in the hospital. This is too much. Kakashi-senpai is critically injured, and you are here making a scene. Utterly uncivilized. The two sides argued fiercely in the hospital corridor, voices escalating. Just as the hallway descended into chaos, a slender figure burst out from deep within the ward. It was Uchiha Sasuke. He had come to visit after hearing that Kakashi-sensei was seriously injured, but then he learned shocking news. Uchiha Itachi was back in Konoha. Kakashi had been wounded by Uchiha Itachi. That single sentence made Sasuke's blood run cold instantly. The nightmare of his clan's massacre, the greatest shadow of his life, the deepest hatred buried in his heart, all erupted at once. He could think of nothing else. Pale-faced, eyes wild, ignoring the chaotic hospital crowd, he charged out of the hospital gates and ran madly toward the village outside. His steps were swift, as if fleeing for his life. Samuyui glanced at Sasuke's retreating figure and casually remarked, he sure runs fast. A young medical nurse nearby heard him, and the ingrained code of bullying the Uchiha clan kicked in. She instinctively replied with a hint of sarcasm, that's Uchiha Sasuke after all. The only survivor of the Uchiha clan. If he didn't run fast, he'd be dead long ago. I wonder if he's going for a sports scholarship. He probably gets extra points for being an ethnic minority, right? That was a normal sarcastic remark. But the next second Samuyui spoke calmly, and his words detonated the whole scene, striking everyone's sore spot precise. Oh, the fourth Hokage, known as the Yellow Flash and the fastest man in the ninja world, also ran fast. Didn't he die all the same? Whoosh. The entire corridor fell into deathly silence. All the medical ninjas, attending staff, and passing patients froze in place, staring at Samuyui in disbelief. Every word cut deep. The fourth Hokage, Konoha's hero, the supreme being who sacrificed himself to protect the village. The fourth's death was nothing like the third's. Now the third was labeled a suicide by shame, and Orochimaru was his own disciple, so his reputation was already ruined. But the fourth Hokage was different. And now with this flippant, mocking, indifferent tone, Samuyui used the fourth's death as an example to joke about. It was downright treasonous. The nurse turned crimson, with fury trembling all over. What nonsense are you spouting? The fourth was a hero who sacrificed himself to protect Konoha and its villagers. How dare you desecrate a hero like this? Another medical jonin burning with rage barked, "Presumptuous. A mere civilian dares to slander a fallen Hokage hero. You're beyond law and order." The argument, which had barely settled, erupted again, fiercer and more intense than before. The entire Konoha hospital corridor was thrown into a fresh uproar because of Samu Yuya's words. And the instigator Samu Yui looked bewildered. I didn't say he wasn't a hero, I just said he died. Damn, these ninjas are idiots, right? What are you yelling for? Yelling so, a bunch of fragile-hearted wastes. When did I defame a hero? I never said Minato wasn't a hero. I'm just stating facts. He was the fastest, the strongest, and he died in Konoha. Is that wrong? Samu Yuya's eyes were defiant, sweeping over the furious crowd with utter disdain, his verbal assault fully loaded. A bunch of fragile-hearted wastes. When did I defame a hero? I never said Minato wasn't a hero. I'm just stating facts. He was the fastest, the strongest. Are you ninjas only capable of moral blackmail? He mocked loudly in public, his voice echoing through the corridor. Listen up. So far Konoha has had only 4 Hokage. The third and the fourth. 2 Hokage both died in the village. 4 dead too. A 50% mortality rate within the village. This sentence slammed down, turning every ninja's face pale, pupils trembling, all struck speechless. Damn, that's actually true. Samu Yui grew more intense, each word cutting deep, trampling the last shred of Konoha's pride. Half of the Hokage died directly in the village they personally protected under the watch of all you ninjas. And you call me worthless? Huh. Conqueror's Haki 10, Conqueror's Haki 8. Feeling the power from dominating everyone, it was amazing, so satisfying. This was the feeling. It seemed Samu Yui already had the aura of a Yonko. His Conqueror's Haki talent was too strong. That so-called strongest Conqueror's Haki, Shanks. That red-haired Shanks. If he dared to come to Konoha, he'd be bullied as a member of the Uzumaki clan on the first day. The Will of Domination. It's all about the ninja world. And you still have the nerve to scold me. Aren't you ashamed? A bunch of worthless guys who can't even protect their own Hokage. Noobs who can't even guard the village gates. You get spun around like tops, and still Samu Yui pointed at the silenced medical staff, mocking them to the fullest. The entire corridor was dead quiet. All the medical ninjas were trembling with rage, blood surging, faces alternating between blue and white, but they couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. Every word was true, every fact accurate. The 50% mortality rate of Hokage within the village was a shame etched into Konoha's bones. They wanted to rage, to fight, to argue. But faced with Samu Yuya's brutally honest facts, they could only choke back internal injuries. It seems my words have deeply touched your souls. Seeing the crowd like this, Samu Yui was quite satisfied. Wait. At that moment, a Genin stepped forward. You're wrong. A young ninja in standard Konoha Genin uniform burst out from the crowd, fists clenched back straight, staring at Samu Yui with unwavering defiance. This interruption shattered the silence. The medical ninjas, onlookers, and everyone in Konoha's camp, their eyes instantly lit up. Those who had been dejected, pale-faced, and suffocated with frustration all raised their heads, eyes fixed on the young Genin. In every pair of eyes a glimmer of hope was reignited. Everyone thought the same. Finally someone has stepped up. Finally someone dares to refute this unruly civilian. Go. Counter him. Prove Konoha's worth. Tell this arrogant brat that Konoha's shinobi have never been negligent. We've always given our all to protect the village. All the medical ninjas held their breath, their gazes fervent and expectant, fixed on the Genin. The humiliation of having their dignity trampled, being called worthless, and having centuries of shame dragged out by Samu Yui. All of it was now pinned on this young Genin. They had been rendered speechless, bowed under the weight of truth, but they never accepted it in their hearts. They had worked diligently, fought, desperately bled, and sacrificed. They had never been slack. They really had given everything. The atmosphere in the corridor tightened to the extreme, all eyes on him, the anticipation overwhelming. The young Genin clenched his fists, his cheeks flushed red, facing Samu Yuya's arrogant, disdainful gaze that looked down on everyone. He took a deep breath, his eyes rock solid. The third Hokage committed suicide. That doesn't count as our ninja incompetence. So the real mortality rate is 25%. Hearing this Genin's argument, everyone was stunned, including Samu Yui. Holy shit. Awesome. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence for 3 seconds. Everyone stared at the straightforward Genin who had forcibly twisted the shameful 50 mortality rate into a mere 25, their collective minds grinding to a halt. The medical ninjas' mouths twitched uncontrollably, onlookers wore dazed expressions, and even the air itself seemed unnaturally still. They had expected the fellow to elaborate on some grand theory, but instead he had dropped a steaming pile of nonsense. They could have barely endured the earlier embarrassment, but now it was a complete loss of face. The Genin, however, wore a look of earnest conviction, firmly believing he had flawlessly refuted Samu Yui, his face radiating righteous indignation. The awkwardness reached its peak. After much ado, the medical ninjas had been thoroughly exhausted by Samu Yui, their tempers worn thin, and they could no longer muster the energy to argue. The leading middle-aged medical jonin, utterly weary, let out a long sigh and completely gave up. Enough, stop arguing. He looked at Samu Yui, his head throbbing. I admit my medical ninjutsu is not proficient enough. With our skill level we cannot detect any injury in you. Samu Yui immediately glared. If you can't find it, it's because you're trash. Quack doctors. Ding. Conqueror's Haki won. The medical jonin felt a constriction in his chest from the retort, barely suppressing his anger, as he continued. The third Hokage has just committed suicide in shame, leaving the village without a Hokage and the high-ranking officials in turmoil. One of the 3 legendary ninja, Lady Tsunade, is currently wandering outside, lodging in a nearby town. The Konoha high-ranking has decided to have her assume the position of Hokage. She is the greatest medical ninja in the ninja world, far surpassing us in medical ninjutsu. You have been severely struck by ninjutsu, feeling unwell with hidden injuries and lingering problems. Then go see Lady Tsunade for a personal examination. Having said that, he turned and produced a sealed letter inscribed with the high-ranking official's exclusive encryption. The writing was dense, the symbols bizarre, utterly indecipherable to an ordinary person. This was the internal Konoha cipher, used exclusively for high-level communication, medical reporting, and special personnel records. To a layman, it was pure gibberish. Samu Yui glanced at it, his eyes glazing over. He couldn't understand a single symbol. He thought to himself, quite professional. This looks like a legitimate diagnostic letter. The handwriting was just like the doctors had seen before his time travel, clearly letters, yet utterly incomprehensible. Konoha really was Konoha. Even ordinary medical ninjas were no slouches. But he didn't know what was inside the letter. Patient Samu Yui. Affected by a water-release ninjutsu, suffered impact, no external injuries, no meridian damage, no internal organ damage, no physical trauma. Suspected severe mental abnormality, brain damage. Symptoms: extreme emotional instability, volatile temper, irrational behavior, picking quarrels, and provoking trouble. Highly aggressive language, malicious defamation of the village, blasphemy against heroic predecessors, severely distorted worldview. Low moral character, extreme rebelliousness, hostility toward the ninja system, inciting public sentiment. The letter did indeed list symptoms, but the part about low moral character and such was likely unrelated to the illness, yet the medical ninja had written it down anyway. After finishing the letter, the medical jonin handed it to Samu Yui. Take this and go get a re-examination from Lady Tsunade. You were indeed caught in a rogue ninja's jutsu, which falls under the village's security negligence. With the village in turmoil, the previous compensation rules still apply. As long as Lady Tsunade issues a diagnostic certificate confirming you have hidden injuries, internal damage, or mental trauma, all your medical and examination fees can be fully reimbursed by Konoha Hospital, and you can apply for village compensation. At these words, Samu Yui's eyes lit up instantly. Free medical care, plus compensation. A huge gain. He didn't suspect a thing, secretly thinking Tsunade, that legendary gambling addict, constantly in debt, wandering outside, carefree, greedy for money, losing every bet, eyes wide open for cash. Now that the third was dead, the village was a mess with no one to rein her in. If I go to her with this letter, she'll jump at the chance to pin all sorts of problems on me and fleece the chaotic Konoha for a fortune. Then shed profit, ID profit. A win-win. Perfect. Samu Yui happily took the confidential letter, tucked it into his chest, and waved his hand. Alright, I'll go find Tsunade. You quacks are useless. I need to see the level of the 3 legendary ninja. Look at Orochimaru, he can even resurrect the dead. Truly, each generation is worse than the last. Damn. Being berated by a junior like Samu Yui, the medical ninjas gritted their teeth. After a journey, Samu Yui followed the directions given by the ninja and headed straight for the nearby town. The situation was extremely delicate. The third Hokage had just died in battle, Konoha was leaderless, a power vacuum existed, and Tsunade had not yet been recalled, let alone taken office, as the 5th Hokage. She was simply a wandering, detritus, gambling-addicted, retired top-tier ninja, without position or responsibility, utterly carefree, and brazenly bold. In a small-town tavern, a woman with long yellow hair, a voluptuous figure, and a lazy, yet domineering aura, Tsunade, was slumped over a table surrounded by worthless betting slips, her expression dark. She had just lost everything in a gambling round. Her pockets were empty, not a single coin left, and she was in a furious state of desperate need for cash, seeing everyone as an ATM. Shizen beside her side, rubbing her forehead, unable to persuade her at all. Just as Tsunade was about to flip the table and run away from her debts, a figure flickered at the entrance, and Samu Yui swaggered in. Are you the legendary Tsunade of the 3? Tsunade lifted her eyes, too lazy to even sit up, raising an eyebrow slightly, her head resting on the cushion on the table, her tone casual and indifferent. Kid, what do you want? I don't recall owing you money. Samu Yui didn't waste words, directly pulling out the letter and handing it over. Konoha Hospital sent me for a re-examination. I was attacked by a water-release ninja, and they couldn't find the hidden injuries in my body. This is the hospital's letter. Tsunade took the envelope. It was a low-level Konoha cipher that ordinary ninja could read. Line by line, the text quickly entered her eyes. The more she read, the more subtle her expression became. No physical injuries. Suspected mental disorder brain abnormality. Foul-mouthed, rebellious, defaming predecessors inciting sentiments unreasonable. This is just plain bad character, not an illness. Tsunade looked up and examined the youth before her again. Ruddy complexion, upright posture, arrogant eyes, swaggering gait, full of energy. In an instant Tsunade understood everything. Sick or not, who cares? Then a shrewd gleam exploded in her eyes. Opportunity. A golden opportunity. This was a case Konoha had voluntarily sent her, and they promised reimbursement. This wasn't extortion, it was reasonable medical fees. A heaven-sent fool. A heaven-sent gambling fund. Tsunade instantly shed all mockery, her face darkening, as she sat upright, switching into the solemn demeanor of the world's greatest medical ninja. Her expression was serious, brows furrowed, voice deep and weighty. She stared hard at Samui and slowly spoke. Kid, after reading your case, your problem is very serious. Thanks for the compliment, Lady Tsunade. Yours is also very big. The night passed in the blink of an eye. In the inn of the small town, Tsunade, who had been worrying about having no money for gambling the day before, spent today indulging in gambling and drinking, squandering her last bit of savings with a carefree heart. Samui remained there as well. Under the pretext of waiting for a final in-depth consultation and observation of lingering injuries, Tsunade was essentially making him stay longer with all the extra time billed into the medical expenses. Since no Konoha shinobi would come to check, Tsunade planned to fabricate a series of stories about the difficult problems she had handled during this period. Just make up a few tricky issues to fool those medical ninjas. Both of them had their own ulterior motives, milking Konoha's resources from both sides and living a life of utmost comfort. Until noon the next day, two cold and sinister figures appeared silently at the entrance. Exuding an eerie and uncanny aura, the air instantly dropped several degrees in temperature. They were Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. At this moment, Orochimaru was in terrible condition. During the Konoha Crush operation, the Third Hokage had used the dead demon consuming seal, completely sealing and severing the soul of one of his arms. Though his physical body appeared intact, the soul-level damage was incurable. That arm had lost all sensation, could not channel chakra, and was as useless as a withered limb. Orochimaru's icy face bore an indescribable weariness and gloom. Kabuto followed behind him, his gaze cautiously scanning the surroundings. Orochimaru's eyes swept over coldly, and the first person he saw was Samui. He paused slightly. There was something familiar about him. He vaguely remembered that during the Konoha Crush, when the village was in chaos, there was a fearless villager who had thrown stones at him for fun. It was this very fellow. But that was all. A mere bottom-tier villager of Konoha, an ant-like existence. Orochimaru couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention. Deigning even to acknowledge him felt like a waste of energy. His gaze bypassed Samui and landed on Tsunade, his voice hoarse and cold. Tsunade. Tsunade looked up, her expression calm with no ripples in her eyes. The bond of the former legendary three remained, but everything had changed. She no longer wished to involve herself in the conflicts of the shinobi world or the grudges of Konoha. What brings you here? Orochimaru walked closer, slowly glancing down at his lifeless left arm, and spoke bluntly. The aftermath of the dead demon consuming seal. The soul of my arm is sealed. The whole hand is useless, it can't gather chakra. Kabuto added at the right moment. Sunadesima, at present only your unique medical sage art has the capability to repair soul-level damage. Tsunade was silent for a long time. Out of their old friendship, she eventually asked two routine questions. Orochimaru, does your arm hurt? Is there any sensation left? The atmosphere was filled with the formality of a consultation. But Samui, listening from the side, could no longer hold back. Even though this wasn't Konoha and no one was protecting him, he really couldn't stand it anymore. What sensation? What not hurting? Sunadesima, isn't that just a broken arm? Let's keep it simple for common folks. Don't use such high-sounding terms. Samui gritted his teeth. He was afraid Orochimaru would kill him on the spot, but if he didn't speak out, he would be suffocated inside. It was all the system's fault. The system controlled him. Wasn't Orochimaru now the perfect template for a powerhouse? He could even switch careers to become a professional top laner in the shinobi world. Single-hand operation, a god descending to the mortal world. 1 against 5. Top laner developing technologies. Come to think of it, Orochimaru really was a researcher. Ega, how could this be? It's all the system's fault. Samuyu's heart was tormented. But the moment he spoke, Kabuto's mouth twitched violently. A pitch-black, piercing gloom flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 1 ding. Conqueror's Haki 2. Samui didn't even see Orochimaru's expression and continued his reckless talk. Back during the Konoha Crush, Orochimaru, you had both the first and second Hokage summoned by impure world reincarnation. 2 Hokage in hand. A trident. Now you're just a broken hand retiree, your career finished. What a pity. And you're still trying to treat it. Don't you know that? Impure world reincarnation. Just reincarnate yourself and become a zombie. The whole place fell into dead silence. Kabuto was dumbfounded. He never imagined anyone would dare mock Orochimaru to his face like this. Orochimaru's icy murderous aura exploded instantly, killing intent surging in his eyes as he glared at the mere civilian Samui. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 5. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 6. The constant system prompts finally soothed Samui's mind. And Orochimaru finally understood. This mere civilian dared to mock and taunt him so brazenly. Just then, Orochimaru. Tsunade shouted coldly, rising instantly, with her full aura directly shielding Samui. She stared at Orochimaru, her tone firm and unyielding. Orochimaru, he is my patient. In my presence you will not lay a finger on him. Old friendship aside, you come for treatment. Want to kill someone under her watch? No way. Orochimaru stared gloomily at Samui, suppressing his surging killing intent, and sneered coldly. Tsunade, you've become more protective than ever. However, I wouldn't stoop to argue with a civilian. Why would I lay hands on a villager? Orochimaru spoke the truth. Among the ninja of Naruto, he was the purest. His only grudge was with the Third Hokage. He didn't have many emotions, even being mocked didn't bother him. He had experienced many wars and witnessed the fragility of life, but he never hated anyone. He only sought to pursue ninjutsu and the limits of life. A villager like Samui had no research value to Orochimaru at all, but Samui paid no heed to that. A broken hand is a broken hand. And you say you won't lay a finger on me? Huh. Orochimaru's aura turned utterly dark and extreme. He couldn't be bothered to waste a single word on this brainless peasant because he really wanted to strike. Fuck. Who could stand this? Even if this guy had no research value whatsoever, he wanted to kill him right then and there. But in the end, Orochimaru restrained himself. He turned back to Tsunade, suppressing his killing intent, and spoke gravely. Tsunade, I know your greatest obsession in life. This was the biggest, not in her heart, the greatest regret of her life. Orochimaru stated calmly, laying out the most tempting bargaining chip. They'll give you a week to think. This was the biggest, not in her heart, the greatest regret of her life. Orochimaru stated calmly, laying out the most tempting bargaining chip. They'll give you a week to think. They'll come back for you in a week. With that, Orochimaru clenched his fist, cast a deep, resentful glance at the annoying Samui, and without lingering turned and left with Kabuto, their figures gradually disappearing at the end of the town. The surroundings fell silent. Only Samui, who let out a sigh of relief, and Tsunade, whose mind was in complete turmoil, remained. Samui stroked his chin, clicking his tongue in amazement. Revive her lover. Who does Orochimaru think he is? He's lost one hand, and dares to act like a vegetable. Watch out, that vegetable Tang San might just hit you with a blue-silver entanglement. Samui looked at Tsunade, whose expression was terrible. Tsunadesima, you don't actually believe that, do you? If not, we can head back to Konoha tomorrow and get your head checked. There's a saying, big chest, no brains. I think. Bam. Before Samui could finish his sentence, he was sent flying backward. That punch knocked the life right out of him, his entire life flashing before his eyes. His observation Haki had foreseen it, and his armament Haki defense had responded, but his body couldn't react in time. The armament Haki was too weak, causing his physical capabilities to be insufficient to dodge. Bang! Samuyu's entire body flew into the distant wall, shattering it completely. In the days since Orochimaru and Kabuto left, the small town regained its former tranquility. Tsunade still gambled and squandered money daily, living freely on the embezzled medical funds from Konoha, but her heart was churned into turmoil by the prospect of reviving her loved ones that Orochimaru had dangled before her, leaving her restless day and night. Meanwhile, Samui, with his head wrapped in bandages, obediently nursed his injuries. That day, Tsunade's furious punch had been terrifyingly powerful. Even though he activated his observation Haki to predict and mobilized his immature armament Haki to withstand it, he was still struck so hard that his entire skeleton went numb, and he was embedded directly into the wall, cracking it like a spiderweb, unable to get up for half a day. It was precisely because of this punch that Samui finally stayed quiet for a few days. There was no help for it. Tsunade was equivalent to Garp in one piece, and no matter how strong Samuyu's Haki was, he couldn't withstand the hero of the Marines. Until one afternoon a few days later, two familiar figures stepped into the town. The languid, carefree, white-haired Jiraiya, and beside him a thin, silent little... It was Uzumaki Naruto. The current Naruto was a completely different person from the loud, energetic, and hopeless failure he used to be. His eyes were hollow, his expression blank, his back slightly hunched with not a trace of a smile on his face, and an aura of deathly desolation enveloped him. It was as if his body was still alive, but the soul within had long since died. After being subjected to Samuyu's verbal assault, Naruto's mentality collapsed. If it weren't for the part of chakra that Minato left behind in Naruto's body, along with the spiritual strength of Minato that eventually pulled Naruto out of the spiritual space, Naruto would have become a vegetable. Jiraiya's face was somber at this moment, his brows filled with exhaustion and worry. He didn't know what was wrong with Naruto. Tsunade, I need your help. She raised her eyes, glanced at the strange state of Naruto. Unlike Samui, Naruto's condition was clearly abnormal. Tsunade frowned slightly. What's wrong? After the Battle of Konoha's collapse, the child was unconscious for several days. When he finally woke, he had completely changed. Jiraiya's tone was heavy, every word tinged with helplessness. Naruto's body has no injuries, his meridians are fine, and his chakra flows normally. All the medical ninjas in Konoha have examined him in turn, but they can't find any physical problem. But his mental strength has indeed gone wrong. He doesn't quarrel, doesn't make noise, doesn't laugh, doesn't act up, and is indifferent to everything around him. He looks alive, but on a spiritual level he's like dead. Only at certain times does he come back to life. Tsunade raised her hand and a wisp of gentle pale green medical chakra slowly probed into Naruto's body, carefully traveling through his meridians to examine his condition. After a moment she withdrew her chakra and blurted out a speechless complaint. This is really strange. What's wrong with Konoha recently? Civilians have twisted minds, and now even the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has a mental aberration. Is Konoha now mass-producing people with abnormal brains? Jiraiya looked bewildered, completely unable to understand her words. What people with abnormal brains? Konoha hasn't had anyone like Naruto recently. Tsunade couldn't be bothered to explain about Samayuri, who caused trouble every day, was diagnosed with mental abnormality by the hospital, and was finally knocked into obedience by her punch. She waved her hand dismissively to skip the topic. Let me check again. Naruto's chakra contains the Nine-Tails chakra, but this influence isn't deliberately caused by the Nine-Tails, rather it seems Naruto himself has a problem. Jiraiya took a deep breath. With Tsunade here, indeed some things had been detected. Then Jiraiya brought up the second purpose of his visit, which was also the most important. Tsunade, I came to see you this time, not only for Naruto. The old man passed away, and Konoha is without a leader. The higher-ups are in complete chaos. The entire village, all the higher-ups have unanimously decided to invite you to return to Konoha and take over as the 5th Hokage. As these words fell, the tavern instantly fell silent. Tsunade's probing of Naruto abruptly stopped, and a complex weary look flashed in her eyes. After a few seconds of silence, she softly asked, Old man, was he killed by Orochimaru? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's face darkened. He hesitated for a long time, then slowly nodded, and shook his head. His tone was extremely bitter. The one who struck was indeed Orochimaru, but the old man made his own choice. He sacrificed his life to perform the dead demon-consuming seal. At this point, Jiraiya's voice grew even weaker. His feelings toward the 3rd Hokage Orochimaru and the village were complex. Even if no one in the village said that the 3rd Hokage committed suicide out of guilt in the original story, people didn't think Orochimaru was that bad. It was all the 3rd Hokage's choice. After all, as disciples of the 3rd Hokage, Jiraiya and Tsunade had never hated Orochimaru, and by the time of Boruto, Orochimaru had returned to the village, and Konohamaru held no hatred for him either. So when Samayuri opened his mouth and said that the 3rd Hokage had committed suicide, the villagers and ninjas of Konoha immediately accepted that explanation. Whether it was suicide out of guilt or not, no one knew, but suicide was already a foregone conclusion. Now rumors are rife in the village. Everyone says the old man committed suicide out of guilt. Back then he allowed Orochimaru to defect, allowed the Uchiha's resentment to build, leading to the Uchiha clan's extermination. Many old accounts have been dug up, and the higher-ups are powerless to defend themselves. The village is in chaos now. After hearing this, Tsunade was silent for a long time. Her former teacher had ended up like this, serving as Hokage for half his life, only to be burdened with a bad reputation. It stirred mixed feelings in her heart, but to be honest, it was just complicated emotions. After a long while, she slowly shook her head, her tone firm. I can help treat Naruto, but I won't go back to be Hokage. She had wandered the ninja world for many years, and was already tired of Konoha's conflicts, and even more unwilling to take over this mess. Jiraiya certainly understood Tsunade's choice. At that moment, Naruto, who had been dull and silent like a puppet, suddenly slowly raised his head. His eyes were hollow, his voice hoarse and childish, filled with the purest confusion of a child as he softly asked, Lady Tsunade, Master Jiraiya, is Grandpa Third really deserving of death? This one sentence instantly choked off all their words. Jiraiya's Adam's apple bobbed his face, full of bitterness, unable to answer. Tsunade looked at the child's pure yet bewildered gaze, her heart full of complexity. Her lips moved slightly, but in the end she could only fall into silence. Right and wrong, merits and faults, truth and falsehood. All had been stirred into a muddy mess by the rumors and chaos of Konoha. No one dared to give a standard answer. The entire tavern fell into dead silence, and a heavy atmosphere spread. At that moment, a dragging sound of footsteps came from the tavern entrance. Samayuri, with his head wrapped in thick bandages, and half his face still bruised, slowly walked in. He happened to hear Naruto's question, and also saw the two people's unspeakable silence. He let out a scornful laugh, his voice harsh and blunt, instantly tearing apart the false warmth. The 3rd Hokage doesn't deserve to die. Samayuri, hands in pockets, his face full of mockery, spoke without restraint. If the 3rd Hokage doesn't deserve to die, then do the civilians who died in the war, the clan members slaughtered by rogue ninjas, and the low-level ninjas sacrificed by the higher-ups deserve to die. He guarded Konoha his whole life, only to end up with a reputation of suicide out of guilt. He has faults and merits one thing at a time. No one owes him, he owes Konoha. These blunt cold truths made both Jiraiya and Tsunade's faces darken, but neither rushed to refute him. Since the two didn't refute, Sanmu Yuya's gaze fell on the stunned Naruto, his tone becoming even more irritating as he casually teased, "Oh. Isn't this Konoha's famous demon fox, orphan Uzumaki Naruto? I get it now. If others said such things I wouldn't understand, but coming from you it's normal. If you sympathize with the third Hokage this much, then your parents are indeed more deserving of death than he is, huh?" Shwa. The air instantly froze. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly turned sharp, his aura becoming cold and heavy, his gaze fixed firmly on Sanmu Yuya, full of hostility and anger. Tsunade's brow furrowed tightly, and a flash of anger passed through her eyes. These words were no longer just foul-mouthed taunts, they were pure, venomous cruelty. Naruto, who had been numb and dead to the outside world, suddenly trembled instinctively. It was as if the softest, most hidden scar in his heart had been brutally torn open and trampled on in public. His hollow pupils suddenly contracted. A trace of dark malice quietly grew in the depths of his eyes, then subsided again. His spirit had completely awakened. "It's you." Naruto looked at Sanmu Yuya. He could not refute Sanmu Yuya's words. But there was one point that Naruto felt Sanmu Yuya was wrong about. Grandpa Third is already dead. Even if he really committed suicide out of guilt, can't you let him go? Do you know what Konohamaru is going through in the village now? Naruto bit his lower lip, listing one by one the grievances Konohamaru had suffered these days, each word filled with pain. Konohamaru has done nothing wrong. He's just a child and has nothing to do with this matter. But whenever the villagers see him, they point fingers and call him the grandson of a sinner. When he buys things at the market, the vendors deliberately raise the prices or even refuse to sell to him. When he plays on the road, groups of children his age surround him, push him, throw stones, and corner him in alleys to bully him. Everyone says his grandfather brought disaster to Konoha, so he doesn't deserve the village's privileges, and they won't even let him into the training ground. At this point, Naruto's voice suddenly rose, and the pent-up anger in his heart burst out completely. Why should an innocent child bear the grudges and right and wrong of adults? Tsunade heard this, and her tightly furrowed brow relaxed for a moment. A trace of sympathy rose in her heart. She had seen countless battles and schemes in the ninja world, but she couldn't bear to see innocent children caught up in rumors and unjustly bullied. Jiraiya let out a long sigh and softly agreed. Indeed, Konoha has become like this now. Tsunade, this is the most twisted aspect of the village. Jiraiya's attention was not on Sanmu Yuya, but rather on Tsunade. After hearing this, Sanmu Yuya showed not a shred of guilt, but instead let out a scornful laugh, thinking these people were mentally ill. What do you mean by Konoha has become like this? And also, Naruto, you keep saying that Konohamaru is innocent, and that the villagers shouldn't treat him like this. What about you? As the demon fox, aren't you innocent? You were ostracized by the village, neglected since childhood, hated and targeted in every way. Aren't you? Who do you think you are? Uzumaki Naruto. Sanmu Yuya walked up to Naruto and looked down at him from above. I have never looked down on you because you're the demon fox, nor hated you because you're an orphan. But you shouldn't have appeared in front of Konohamaru back then, and you shouldn't have stood in my way. If you think Konohamaru is innocent, then what about you? What did you do wrong? How dare you call that old waste the third Hokage, Grandpa Third? I really wonder if your parents knew that you who are innocent have suffered so much injustice, what would they think? What? You think Konohamaru is suffering, and you feel sorry for him? Then think about why the Grandpa Third you speak of never felt sorry for you. If you think that this so-called Grandpa Third hasn't wronged you, then everything Konohamaru is going through now is exactly what that waste of a third Hokage wanted. Everything you went through the third Hokage thought was reasonable, so why can't Konohamaru experience everything you did? You Uzumaki Naruto have the nerve to say such things here. Do you think you have the right to forgive the village on behalf of your parents? These words, like the sharpest icy blade, ruthlessly tore open the veil of willful avoidance and feigned warmth that everyone in Konoha had maintained. In an instant, they pierced through all of Naruto's grievances and self-pity. Naruto froze in place, his entire body suddenly ice-cold, his face as pale as paper. His mouth was open, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. These words, like the sharpest icy blade, ruthlessly tore open the veil of willful avoidance and feigned warmth that everyone in Konoha had maintained. In an instant, they pierced through. Yes. What had Uzumaki Naruto done wrong? What had his parents done wrong? He could choose to be kind to others, but did he have the right to forgive others on behalf of it? Did he have the right to persuade others to forgive the third Hokage? Beside him, all the anger and hostility on Jiraiya's face completely vanished. He stood rooted to the spot, his expression stiff with endless complexity, guilt, and speechlessness churning in his eyes. He had originally thought that Sanmu Yuya was simply too full of resentment, hostile to Konoha, and venting personal grievances at everyone. But after hearing this entire speech, his heart trembled violently, and in an instant, he understood countless truths that had been deliberately concealed by Konoha's higher-ups and everyone else. That's right. No one has the right to forgive on behalf of the dead. Minato gave his life for Konoha, Kushina died for Konoha. What did the village they risked their lives to protect ultimately give in return? It gave their only child a life of bullying, loneliness, and neglect in his own homeland. What Konohamaru experienced was nothing more than what Naruto had experienced. No one could replace Minato and Kushina in forgiving the third Hokage. Beside them, Tsunade's anger also completely dissipated. Her tightly furrowed brow slowly relaxed, and her originally warning cold and sharp eyes became completely soft. Tsunade was silent for a long time, looking at the young man full of resentment and sharp words, and for the first time, she truly felt in her heart. This was the grievance and pain that Yūya, a villager of Konoha, had accumulated for over a decade, unseen and uncared for by anyone. Only those who truly suffered could speak such hurtful words so thoroughly. Tsunade's eyes became misty. The village that her grandfather had established had turned out like this by her teacher's generation, and she only felt guilt. Yui. Tsunade stood up and looked at Yui. Yūya's heart tightened. Damn, I vented happily, but I'm going to get beaten. I lost my temper again. Tsunade came in front of Yui. Yui instinctively raised his hand to cover his face, assuming a defensive posture. But in the next moment his hand pressed against his face was suddenly enveloped in a softness. Tsunade's eyes were filled with tears, her voice warm and gentle. You've worked hard all these years. You must have been very wronged, and very pained, all alone. No, not wronged at all, not pained at all. So big, so soft, so. Wait, I think my nose is bleeding, my head is spinning. Before the nosebleed could even flow, he fell straight forward, instantly unconscious. When he opened his eyes again, he didn't know how much time had passed. The room was still. Before the nosebleed could even flow, he fell straight forward, instantly unconscious. When he opened his eyes again, he didn't know how much time had passed. The room was still and quiet, with no sign of Tsunade, Jiraiya, or Naruto. Only Shizune was there, holding the little pink pig Tauntaun, sitting by the table and looking at him helplessly. Seeing Miki awake, Shizune softly explained, "You're awake." Lady Tsunade wanted to go herself and have a clear talk with Orochimaru. Lord Jiraiya was worried that Orochimaru might set a trap, so he went to help as well, leaving me here to look after you. Miki rubbed his throbbing head, still carrying the memory of that overwhelming shock. His ears burned slightly, and he was still somewhat dazed. They all left. Yes. Shizune nodded, packed a simple bag, and said, "Lady Tsunade instructed me to take you back to Konoha as soon as you woke up. No need to stay here for further treatment." Miki yawned and waved his hand dismissively. Fine, leave. He had long grown tired of this shabby town full of nothing but gamblers and scoundrels. Going back to milk Konoha's compensation was far more appealing. All right, let's go quickly. The two packed up simply and walked out of the tavern together with the little pig Tauntaun. But the moment they stepped out the door, a crowd of figures suddenly surrounded them. A mob of over a dozen people, all with fierce faces and armed with clubs, led by the town's casino boss. A man with a face full of fleshy features and a sinister gaze fixed on the two. "Stop right there." The casino boss stepped forward, blocking the way, and snarled, "That woman Tsunade still owes me gam. Think you can just slip away?" Miki was stunned for a moment, a look of utter confusion on his face. "Shizune'll go ahead. You stay here as their hostage." With that, Miki tried to leave, but the casino boss waved his hand, and a group of thugs directly blocked his path. "Kid, I'm talking to you. That woman can go, but you. With your delicate skin so young and handsome. Hey, you stay?" "What?" Miki stared at the casino boss' fleshy face, utterly bewildered. What did he mean by letting the woman go? Damn, are you sick? Even if it kills me, I will never yield. After only a second of thought, Miki threw a punch straight into the casino boss' left eye. Infused with Conqueror's Haki, the blow sent the boss flying. "Get lost. Damn, I never thought the ninja world could be so vast, yet have someone like you. I'm telling you, I'm straight. I don't like men. Even if it kills me, I won't submit. Disgusting." I spit. "Disgusting." The moment the casino boss was sent flying, his dozen or so thugs had already moved to catch him. But when they heard Miki's words, their fierce expressions twisted in what their boss was. No wonder he always looked at them with a weird gleam in his eyes. Thinking that, and seeing the flying casino boss, the group scattered, not daring to touch a single unlucky spot. A dull thud echoed as he hit the ground. The casino boss crashed painfully, one eye instantly swollen and purple, his head ringing. He struggled to push himself up from the ground, looking utterly pathetic. When he lifted his head, he saw his dozen thugs, all staring at him with fear and strange expressions, instinctively stepping back half a pace, their gazes filled with subtlety, wariness, and avoidance. That look was exactly like they were staring at some perverted freak. The casino boss' blood pressure skyrocketed, his fury surging, nearly exploding from the sheer insult of his men's stares. "What the hell are you looking at? What are you backing away for? When did I ever like men?" His fat quivered with rage as he pointed at himself, gritting his teeth and roaring in indignation. "I'm a diehard fan of make-out tactics. I've read about countless beauties. I only like women. You little brat, twisting my words, slandering my reputation. This black pot of liking men. He would never carry it in this life. Yuya Miki, who had been brimming with confidence after that punch, now glared with fury, almost jumping in place, and retorted with righteous indignation. Slander. Twisting your words. Hey. Who was it that called me delicatessen young and handsome, told Shizen to leave, and insisted on keeping me alone? If you don't like men, why did you compliment my looks? Why did you stare at me? Why did you insist on keeping just me? Nothing good comes from sudden kindness. If you're not a pervert, what are you? Yuya Miki spoke with righteous conviction, full of that phrase, "you stay," had sent chills down his spine, a lifetime of trauma nearly surfacing. At these words, the dozen thugs' expressions shifted dramatically. They all took another large step back, exchanging furtive glances, their eyes almost overflowing with gossip and wariness. The boss was still making excuses. He had specifically kept the handsome young man alone. How could that not be suspicious? The casino boss, seeing his men's increasingly suspicious looks, completely lost his composure. He gasped for breath, pointed at the bandage-wrapped Yuya Miki, and shouted in earnest with a tone of utter absurdity. What's wrong with me saying you have delicate skin? You do have delicate skin? Your skin is better than most girls in town. That's the truth. What's wrong with me saying you're handsome? Look at yourself. Even with bandages on your head and bruises on your face. But your sharp brows, angular face, and unique rebellious aura. Even while injured, you can't hide your handsome bearing. You're a top-notch handsome guy. I'm just telling the truth about your looks. Is that a crime? The entire scene fell into dead silence. The wind stopped, voices vanished, and all the thugs' movements froze. A dozen fierce, battle-hardened casino thugs turned in unison, carefully and thoroughly examining the Yuya Miki before them. The bandages couldn't hide his bone structure, the bruises couldn't mask his aura. His sharp profile, upright posture, and cold, arrogant gaze. Even battered and wounded, he stood out far more than any young man in town. The thugs all nodded in unison, their expressions utterly sincere. The boss was absolutely right. He was indeed handsome, indeed delicate-skinned. The next second, the thugs, who had just been filled with fear and backing away from their boss, instantly reset their mentality. They all gripped their wooden clubs, iron bars, and kunai eyes fierce, and closed in again, surrounding Yuya Miki in the center. Not a single inch of escape. Yuya Miki, damn, I can't even argue with this guy. And the system didn't give any observation Haki prompts, so these guys really aren't. Nevertheless, Yuya Miki still refused to stay. He raised his hand. Is it a crime to be handsome? What does Tsunade's debt have to do with me? The casino boss sneered, unabashed. What do you mean it has nothing to do with you? You're her exclusive patient for follow-up treatment. Your meals, accommodation, checkups, follow-ups, and recovery over the past few days have all been charged to her medical account. She hasn't settled the bill, so your medical expenses are still unpaid. Today, either you pay her debt, or no one leaves. At this, Yuya Miki was so angry he laughed. This was utterly ridiculous. Why should he, a passerby, pay for Tsunade's gambling debts? Yuya Miki's eyes beneath the bandages turned cold. He shoved his hands in his pockets, his arrogance fully restored. I think you town trash have lived too long. A bunch of country bumpkins who can't even step through Konoha's gates, and you dare come to me for money. The casino crowd's faces changed. Yuya Miki stood tall, spouting arrogant words, showing no restraint. Do you know what kind of standing I have in Konoha? Konohamaru. The third Hokage's own grandson. He's no match for me. And you country civilians dare to provoke me. Civilians are civilians, villagers are villagers. Do you understand the difference between mortals and the divine? A day in heaven is a year on earth. How can ordinary people's vision comprehend the affairs of a villager? Ding. Conqueror's Haki 3 ding. Conqueror's Haki 4. With that, Yuya Miki threw another punch, this time into the casino boss right eye, sending him flying again. Ding. Armament Haki 0. 5. The boss on the ground, his face alternating between pale and red, was furious and humiliated. A villager, huh? We don't dare to mess with Tsunade of the Sannin, but we can't handle a bandaged patient. As he spoke, 5 genin and 2 or 3 chunin leaped out from the crowd. All hired by the casino to guard the place and collect debts. They certainly wouldn't dare to confront Tsunade, but dealing with a Konoha villager was a piece of cake, right? Killing intent instantly locked onto Yuya Miki. Shizen tensed up, instinctively stepping in front. But unexpectedly, Yuya Miki, instead of dodging or retreating, stepped forward and thrust his heavily bandaged forehead right at them. He tilted his head with a completely defiant, arrogant expression. Come on, hit me here. If you've got the guts, split my head open. I'm Tsunade's exclusive patient. I'm under the protection of Tsunade, one of the Sannin. Even Orochimaru didn't dare to lay a finger on me earlier. You third-rate country ninja, go ahead and kill me. The group of chunin and genin froze in place, their raised hands neither falling nor striking. Strike. If they really killed Tsunade's patient, the Sannin would come after them, and they wouldn't even know how they died. Not strike. Being publicly humiliated by a patient was a complete loss of face. The group was infuriated, shouting curses, but too afraid to act. The casino boss trembled with rage, gritting his teeth and snarling, Fine, fine. You're not afraid of death, are you? Seize them. Take them all. Let's see if Tsunade will watch her patient attendant and pet be held hostage just to avoid paying her debts. At his command, over a dozen thugs rushed and giving no chance to resist. Shizun's strength was limited, and she was quickly subdued. The little pig taunted squealed as it was picked up by someone. Yuya Miki didn't stay still. He immediately released his conqueror's Haki, startling everyone. The next moment, the 5 Genin and 3 Chunin attacked together. Yuya Miki barely struck a pose before he was caught. The group was marched in a noisy procession to an open space outside the town. The wind howled, and the atmosphere was grim. In the distance, 3 figures could already be seen in confrontation. Tsunade Jiraiya and Naruto, facing off against Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. At that moment, Jiraiya's face was deathly pale, his breathing erratic, his body covered in faint toxins. He was clearly poisoned, completely incapacitated, and could barely stand to watch. Just as Yuya Miki and his group arrived at the edge of the battlefield, a sudden change occurred in the center. Kabuto's eyes turned sinister, and he slashed with a blade. A large gash opened in his palm, and bright red blood gushed out. Blood sprayed through the wind directly toward Tsunade. Tsunade's pupils contracted. Her tightly wound momentum instantly shattered. The aura of a supreme powerhouse vanished without a trace. Her entire body stiffened, her legs went weak, her face turned pale, as she was terrified by the splash of red, frozen, and powerless. Kabuto seized the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A precise kick landed on Tsunade's abdomen. Bam! Tsunade groaned in pain, staggering back several steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Everyone held captive outside the field was stunned. Shizun shouted in panic, "Oh no! Lady Tsunade has severe hemophobia. The sight of blood makes her body stiff and unable to fight." And Yuya Miki, held by the crowd, twitched his mouth and burst out cursing, his voice echoing across the wilderness. "I can't believe this. Senju Tsunade, you're a terrible doctor. You're a medical ninja, and you're afraid of blood. No wonder you've been treating me for so long and haven't cured me. A half-baked medical ninja who's afraid of blood. Terrible medical skills, terrible character, even worse, gambling. Owing money and not paying, skipping out on debts. Cheating Konoha and cheating me. I'm just an innocent passerby dragged into this mess, forced to be charged, and now tied up here." The casino boss and his men also exploded with furious shout. Great. So she was planning to skip out on the debt. Pretending to be weak just to avoid paying, huh? Same Sannin can't even beat a one-armed man. Tsunade of the Sannin. Princess of the Senju. I think she's just a deadbeat who won't pay her debts. No professional. Her own poor medical skills turned a perfectly good Konoha villager into a low-quality, immoral beast. Her patient's character is rotten, and she's a gambling deadbeat. Today, even if Orochimaru takes you away, you must pay up. Otherwise, we'll plaster posters all over Konoha's gate. Let the entire ninja world know the name of Senju Tsunade. Conqueror's Haki 9 Ding. Conqueror's Haki 13. The system in Yuya Miki's mind kept chiming as a group of rude villagers, ignited by his words, all attacked Tsunade with pressure. At that moment, Tsunade, who was being beaten, felt her fury ignite. Not only was she being hit, but she was also under pressure from a crowd. Her mentality completely shattered. A torrent of harsh words came crashing down on Gangsho. She stumbled back 2 steps, her abdomen burning from the kick, her face turning completely dark. Having lived this long, she had fought wars, been scolded, and taken the blame. What kind of awful situation hadn't she encountered? But today was truly the ultimate frustration. Losing to Da Shi-wan was a disgrace. Her juniors witnessed her humiliation. A group of town thugs surrounded her to mock. And the most infuriating was Sanmu Yu-yi, the one she had personally healed. Gangsho's mind instantly exploded. What does your bad character have to do with me? I'm a healer, not a moral guardian. That brat is naturally foul-mouthed and black-heart, ill-mannered. What does that have to do? Gangsho's mind instantly exploded. What does your bad character have to do with me? I'm a healer, not a moral guardian. That brat is naturally foul-mouthed and black-heart, ill-mannered. What does that have to do with my medical skills? Which doctor treats that? Meanwhile, Yi had been poisoned by snake venom, his body limp, unable to stand, coughing until his face was pale, completely incapacitated in battle. Watching the scene grow more absurd, he could only force himself to step in and mediate, hoping to survive this tough battle. Stop arguing, stop arguing. Jingyin Yu-yi and you friends from the casino, come quickly and help Gangsho block Da Shi-wan and Do. If you help, I personally guarantee that Gangsho's gambling debts will be cleared immediately. All of you, yes, treatment and medical expenses will be waived. Yes thought was simple: stabilize these people first, join forces to get through this, and everything could be discussed later. Instead of calming the situation, these words directly provoked Sanmu Yu-yes malice. He was completely unreasonable, with a domineering and punchable look spouting pure personal attacks. Sanmu Yu was already angry at being dragged in, and now you wanted him to fight. You call yourself one of the 3 ninja. Ming Ren is a proper ninja. It's his duty to fight and risk his life. But I'm just an ordinary villager of Mai. I have no obligation to die for the grudges of you 3 ninja. You got a tiny bit of poison and turned into a pile of mud. You're purely kidney deficient, weak, and your body is drained. If you're old and useless, don't force it. Every day you peep at women bathing with filthy thoughts and excessive indulgence. Now you're so weak you can't even stand. And you still brag about being the toad sage of Meow Moo Mountain. I think you should rename yourself the kidney-deficient sage. Sanmu-Yu's voice was loud and harsh, pure malice without a hint of teasing or restraint. Zilai's face instantly turned green. This brat. How could my have such a low-quality villager? Not only that, but how could he curse so dirty? In his life he had endured countless taunts from opponents, all of which he didn't care about. But everyone at least had some sense of morality and reason. Who was like Sanmu-Yu with nothing but pure personal attacks. The group of casino thugs nearby who were already holding back anger immediately joined the tirade, growing bolder. The three ninja are a bunch of useless losers, huh? One owes money and defaults, one fakes illness, one has a broken hand. For being the three ninja you can't even protect your comrades, and on top of that you're kidney deficient. What kind of man is that? Is this what the three ninja are? One kidney deficient, and faking illness, one bloodphobic quack, one with a broken hand. I could do better. What? You're also kidney deficient. No wonder you never go to the bathhouse. Hey, don't spread rumors. These people normally never had contact with Mui's high-ranking officials, so they had no reverence for them. Even if they did, they'd probably be the obstinate type. Jingyin beside them was extremely anxious and quickly explained, "Stop cursing randomly." Seeing Jingyin step forward, Zilai and Gang Shou felt a sigh of relief. At least someone was speaking up for them. Lord Zilai is not kidney deficient. The liver is the organ that metabolizes snake venom. Lord Zilai has a bad liver, not bad kidneys. The kidneys are for detoxification, not metabolism. At this moment the entire place fell into an eerie silence. Zilai's face turned even greener. He looked at Gang Shou, whose face was even redder. Is this the time for that? Jingyin, this guy, doesn't she see the occasion? The medical knowledge I taught her. Is it meant for this kind of situation? Is that the point? Was I wrong? Jingyin looked at everyone. How could Sanmu-Yu know if it was right or wrong? He only knew that his Haki was rising. So that means his liver is useless, his kidneys are useless, his whole body is useless. Just as expected, the third Hokage's useless disciples. One old useless teaching three useless ones indulging in gambling, women, and poison. An old man teaching three cripples, one kidney deficient, one bloodphobic, one with a broken hand. What three ninja? I think you and the third Hokage together could form a trident, and the third is the handle. And this old thing Zilai low quality as it is peeping at all sorts of things every day, and intimate paradise is always delayed. Bath. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 5 ding. Conqueror's Haki 11 ding. Conqueror's Haki 16. Using the three ninja to farm Conqueror's Haki, even in such a small crowd it directly reached double digits. Awesome. Sanmu-Yu was thrilled. Jing-In was dumbfounded. She had never seen such a person and had no idea what to do. The casino boss, upon hearing about the delay of intimate paradise, became furious. What? Delaying again? Betraying your comrades is one thing, but daring to betray us. Beat him. The casino boss waved his hand, and a group of civilian thugs charged with sticks, ignoring the battle, venting their anger by beating Zilai first. Don't hit. Don't hit the face. Zilai's face was redder than anything. Mingren, lying on the ground severely injured, squinted, his eyes stunned. Before the enemy was finished, their own side was already in chaos. Deshiwan watched the entire farce coldly from the opposite side, amused. As a pure ninja, who only sought power and the limits of life, he was the one least affected by pressure. Deshiwan watched the entire farce coldly from the opposite side, amused. As a pure ninja, who only— Now even ordinary people can trample on your dignity at will. You're getting worse every year. Deshiwan raised his foot and kicked Gang Shou in the face, sending her flying. However, Deshiwan's words became the final straw that shattered Gang Shou's last shred of sanity. The fear of blood, the weakness of her body, the sorrow of the past. All were crushed by overwhelming rage. At this moment, only pure fury remained in her heart. Deshiwan charged again, aiming a fierce kick at Gang Shou's face, intending to finish her. But the next second, whoom. The 100 healings mark on Gang Shou's forehead instantly lit up. Emerald green chakra flooded her entire body. The previously limp and stiff body erupted with terrifying monstrous strength. She raised her hand and tightly grabbed Deshiwan's ankle. With a crisp crack, Deshiwan's entire foot was locked, unable to move. Gang Shou looked up, her eyes filled with rage. A beast-like aura erupted from her, pure, uncontrolled fury. Get lost! Gang Shou roared, her brute force exploding, and she punched directly at Deshiwan. Boom. The ground shook violently, cracks erupted wildly, and dust shot into the sky. Deshiwan was slammed into the earth, dizzy and nauseous, completely unable to process what had happened. Before he could recover, Gang Shou grabbed him by the collar with one hand and lifted him out of the pit like a chick. All her anger, all the humiliation from Sanmu-Yu's curses, the thug's insults, and the whole crowd's mockery. Having no other outlet, she took it all out on Gang Shou's eyes were bloodshot, and she growled through gritted teeth. Sanmu-Yu, you remember this. I'm not done with you today. I will never let you off. As she spoke, Gangsho's fist shot toward Dashiwan again. The air around the punch rippled visibly. Dashiwan's pupils dilated. In the next instant, he felt his entire jaw crack, the immense force deforming his face. His body was torn from Gangsho's grip and sent flying. Dashiwan, being pummeled midair, was dumbfounded. It wasn't me who cursed. That villager started it. The thugs were the ones cheering. I just made a few casual taunts. Why am I the only one being beaten into the ground? Do's scalp tingled. He was about to step forward to save, but the wind around him stung his face. Gangsho tore through the air and appeared before Do. One kick. Do raised his arms to block, but the terrifying kick directly shattered his arm bones, and he was sent flying. The dust slowly settled. Dashiwan and Do, having been brutally beaten, were in excruciating pain, their bones cracked, lying on the ground, unable to recover for a long time. The two forced themselves up despite the tearing pain, clenching their teeth, muscles twitching, and tensing, ready to form hand seals and defend against Gangsho's next wave of attacks. But the next second, a scene that completely dumbfounded them appeared. The furious, uncontrollable Gangsho, with overwhelming malice, didn't even bother to glance at them. She turned around, stepped on the scattered rubble, and strode menacingly towards Sanmuyu and the casino crowd. Dashiwan's pupils contracted sharply, his scalp tingling. All his previous arrogance vanished, replaced by pure survival instinct. Gangsho had lost control. Do, run. The target is not us. Evacuate the battlefield immediately. Do, already having his arm bone broken by that kick, was drenched in cold sweat from pain. Upon hearing this, he didn't hesitate, enduring the agony to support Dashiwan. The two scrambled away without looking back, quickly retreating from the battlefield and disappearing in a flash. On the battlefield, Gangsho locked her killing intent on the crowd. As she approached rapidly, she cursed through gritted teeth, her fury reaching the skies. Sanmuyu, you disrespectful, ill-mannered brat. Since no one taught you manners today, I'll discipline you in place of your parents. She then turned and glared at the casino boss, her pent-up rage exploding. And you, a mere commoner. Just a minor gambling debt dispute, and you dare to gather a crowd to humiliate and threaten me? Do you think I show Gangsho am a pushover that anyone can bully? Everyone in the whole place instantly fell silent, leaving only the roar of the enraged murderer like Gangsho echoing in the open space. The ninjas who had been holding Sanmuyu, seeing Gangsho's state, quickly released him and ran. A bunch of cowards can't even face the three ninja. Such third-rate ninjas will never amount to anything. Sanmuyu showed no panic at all. Instead, he puffed out his chest, looking fearless and arrogant, and retorted directly, "Don't pull the seniority card. Who are you trying to scare? We're all orphans. Who's nobler than who? Who's afraid? Bring it on." Upon hearing this, the casino boss, with two black eyes and a disheveled face, instantly got fired up, became tough, and was no longer afraid. As a civilian of the ninja world, he had awakened an absurd will of the commoner's domination. The stronger the elite, the more I want to bully them. The more noble the status, the less I fear. The casino boss clenched his fists, assumed a professional offensive stance, and roared with overwhelming confidence, "Old woman, who do you think you are? You're my villagers. Bully me, that's one thing. But you, a three ninja, a princess of the Qianshu clan, dare to look down on me. Don't think that just because you're a princess, I'm not a pushover either. I once learned the true inheritance of a legendary warrior named Ma. I am proficient in the ultimate taijutsu, Hunyuan Ishing. Today I'll use this warrior's taijutsu masterpiece to properly cross paths with the legendary three ninjas ninjutsu." The casino boss had barely finished speaking, not even completing his starting stance. Bam! A black shadow flashed at extreme speed. Gangsho couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. She raised her hand and delivered a clean, crisp punch. The terrifying monster's strength smashed directly into the casino boss' face. Before he could even scream, the casino boss' eyes rolled back, his body instantly curled into a shrimp, and he fainted on the spot, falling straight to the ground, completely unconscious. Entire process over in 1 second. The so-called peerless taijutsu never had a chance to be used. Sanmuyu watched clearly from the side, full of disdain. Just as expected, another useless one. A civilian is a civilian, a villager is a villager. There's a world of difference between them. A civilian's will of domination dares to compare with my villager's dominance. And Hunyuan Ishing, with that level, the one who taught you is definitely not a master Ma. It's absolutely that Ma Jiechi, who only knows how to pose. Just a flashy show, looks good, but useless. Watch me. After his rant, Sanmuyu was not to be outdone. His aura surged wildly, his eyes sharp as he roared. The third Hokage is mediocre and incompetent. The three ninja are all useless too. All you old school strong ninjas are just namesakes. But I'm different. I Sanmuyu. I will not yield to power, nor retreat from fear. I possess the posture of an emperor. I will surely become the strongest. You remnants of the old era, it's time to step down. An extreme conqueror's Haki aura exploded, its almost tangible pressure sweeping across the entire battlefield. At this moment, even the completely berserk, furious Gangsho visibly paused. She clearly felt an extremely powerful mental suppression enveloping her. Her spiritual strength was briefly shaken and slightly dulled by San Yūya's terrifying aura. But Gangsho in her rage was already completely reckless. What Haki pressure? What aura? I'm hitting you anyway. Die. Gangsho roared, her body bursting forward, carrying explosive power, and punched directly at San Yūya's face. The fist wind tore through the air, its momentum terrifying. In the critical moment, San Yūya's observation Haki burst to its peak. This time he predicted the trajectory of the punch several seconds in advance, twisting his body to the extreme. Swish! Gangsho's Shurikyo punch grazed past San Yūya's cheek, causing the air behind him to explode in layers. Dodge! Dodged! San Yūya, having evaded the fatal blow, did not hesitate. He instantly gathered the weakest, most superficial armament Haki within his body. Although it wasn't enough to darken his skin or harden his whole body, it was a genuine armament Haki coating. He clenched his fist and swung a counterpunch, accurately hitting Gangsho's cheek. Thud! A dull sound erupted. The special armor-breaking power of armament Haki took effect. Even the weakest basic armament Haki far surpassed ordinary taijutsu, actually injuring Gangsho's flesh and causing her to feel a sharp sting. Ding! Armament Haki 11, old woman, time to bow out. San Yūya was ecstatic inside. But Gangsho, having activated the 100 healings mark, had terrifying self-healing abilities. This minor flesh wound healed instantly, completely negligible. Gangsho, feeling the pain, grew even more vicious. Her eyes bloodshot, she glared, "Brat. You're very arrogant." Before the words faded, she instantly closed and moving at extreme speed, and before San Yūya could attack again, she locked his body with force. The powerful grip locked San Yūya's body, followed by a clean, violent body slam. Boom! San Yūya was slammed heavily onto the ground, his brain instantly shaken, his vision spinning. On the verge of unconsciousness, only one last absurd thought surfaced in his mind, like a flashback. The third Hokage was no good, and he himself as an emperor was no good either. What about the 5th level? Could it be that only the true sealing, the uncrowned king, the 5th level, the Imu who stands above the emperors, can defeat the 3 ninja? The next second, San Yūya's vision went black. San Yūya, with his full emperor posture, completely closed his eyes and passed out. After dealing with the biggest enemy, Gangsho's anger was still not fully vented. She suddenly turned her head, glaring at the trembling, injured, poisoned, and weak Yi in the distance. The Yi who had also been beaten by the casino thugs. All the pent-up frustration, humiliation, and anger were transferred to this old comrade, who had been lying flat, faking illness, and being called kidney deficient and a procrastinator. Never mind whether it was true or not. From what San Yūya had just cursed, Gangsho thought it was most likely true. That guy Yi was definitely faking the poison. Gangsho strode forward, raised her hand, and started beating him while roaring. Yi, you dare to fake illness? What snake venom paralysis? Pretending to be dead, huh? I'm not. Gangsho, let me explain. Thump, 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 thump. A series of dull thuds rang out continuously. Yi, already weak from poison and unable to fight back, was pinned down and savagely pummeled by the furious Gangsho. His already pale face was beaten black and blue. In a short time he was turned into a pig's head, swollen beyond recognition. Mingren, severely injured, lay completely still, not daring to move, afraid he would be next. So scary. Don't be caught in the crossfire. Gangsho's anger had mostly subsided, and she could no longer be bothered with this messy, trivial affair. The next day Gangsho led the group. Jingyin, the little pig, Tunten Zilai, whose face was beaten into a pig's head, a still shaken Mingren, and San Yūya, who had just awakened from a coma with a dazed look, as they slowly made their way back. The journey was eerily quiet. Zilai was battered black and blue, his face swollen like a steamed bun, his body still weak from residual snake venom. Yet he still seized the opportunity to train Mingren along the way, determined to fully teach him the spiral sphere during the journey. This time, due to psychological issues, Mingren was learning the technique too slowly and still hadn't mastered it. On a forest path, Zilai endured the excruciating pain on his face and earnestly raised his hand to demonstrate. Watch closely, Mingren. The core of the spiral sphere is no hand seals, pure chakra control. Compress the chakra in your palm, make it spin at high speed, achieving perfect balance and maximum explosive force. He demonstrated the movements and explained the details over and over, his actions precise and explanations thorough, his patience boundless. But Mingren crouched on the spot, his hands clumsily rubbing together, chakra scattering wildly in his palms. After a long while he couldn't even form a faint spherical outline. The more he practiced, the more flustered he became, drenched in sweat, growing worse with each attempt. After dozens of repeated attempts, the results were still a mess. In the end, he could only resort to practicing with a water balloon, but still had no clue what to do. Zilai, however, remained unhurried, offering guidance and occasional pointers. San Yūya, who was leaning nearby and forced to listen to the lesson, watched with a look of disdain and couldn't help but lash out. I really can't stand you. Mingren, did you even bring your brain out? This simple thing I've taught you over and over for so long, and you still don't understand a thing. A top-tier teacher of the ninja world is personally teaching you hand in hand. Anyone else would have learned by analogy and mastered it thoroughly. I just listened on the side and watched the demonstration a couple of times, and I completely understood it. No wonder Anban had to give you a cheat. Everyone here has cheats, but you useless loser can't even figure out your own cheat. Ding. Overlord's Haki 3 Samu Yuya's voice was loud and self-righteous. He himself had a system, but what about Mingren? He had the Nine Tails inside him, was the reincarnation of Axilo, and had Zillai as his top-tier teacher. In a fantasy novel wouldn't that make him the cheating protagonist? Even with the same cheats, Mingren couldn't figure out how to use them. Samu Yuya's words made Mingren's face flush red instantly, leaving him embarrassed at a loss and somewhat bewildered. Who is Anban? Isn't it teacher Zillai teaching me? Never mind that. With such a great teacher like Zillai, if you can't learn, it's your problem. Do you have pig brains between your ears? Zillai, who had been feeling frustrated, was instantly amused. With his pig-like face, he burst into laughter and turned to tease Mingren. Mingren, look at Samu Yui. He doesn't even have chakra, yet he understood it just by listening and watching. Mingren immediately became indignant. How is that possible? Samu Yui doesn't even have chakra. How can he learn the spiral sphere without chakra? That's completely unrealistic. As soon as he said that, Samu Yui retorted with full confidence. Not having chakra doesn't stop me from understanding the principle. You're just bad. If you're bad, practice more. Don't make excuses. Ding. Overlord's Haki 3, just as Mingren was being silenced, his face full of grievance, Gangsho, who was walking slowly nearby, said with utter disdain, "Enough, Yui. Don't get too cocky. In this entire group, you're the only one who can't even refine the most basic chakra. The most useless one here is you, kid." Anyone else would have cowered under Gang's house words. But Samu Yui was not flustered at all. He puffed out his chest and retorted with righteous indignation. What am I pretending? The principle of the spiral sphere is ridiculously simple. The only requirement for this technique is pure fine chakra control. And the spiral sphere doesn't need hand seals. The core pursuit of a sealless technique is instant activation, no preparation, and point-blank burst. The principle is extremely straightforward. Forcefully compress and organize the originally chaotic scattered chakra, making the irregularly flowing chakra form a stable rotating balance. Once stable, just slam it into the opponent with a close-range physical strike. It eliminates all the pre-casting of hand seals specifically designed for melee surprise attacks and instant counter techniques. Samu Yui spoke without hesitation, his words clear and logically structured, each sentence hitting the core. He explained the essence, design concept, and practical use of the spiral sphere with crystal clarity. Zillai, standing still, was instantly stunned. His smile froze on his face as he looked at Samu Yui with shock in his eyes. He was truly astonished. He had been teaching Mingren for half a day, going over the same basic operations repeatedly, but Mingren could only memorize mechanically and fumble with chakra. Yet here was an ordinary villager with no chakra and no ninja training who had seen through the core design logic of the spiral sphere. Although Samu Yuya's character was inferior, completely unlike Shuemin, this talent made Zillai see a shadow of Shuemin in Samu Yui. This kid. He's a natural-born ninjutsu genius. He has completely seen through the essence of the spiral. Samu Yui felt pleased, raised his hand, and patted Zillai on the shoulder, praising him with a straight face. Of course, but credit also goes to you, the kidney-deficient sage, for teaching so well. After all, Zillai, you are the top-notch teacher in the ninja world. Your explanations are thorough, and your logic is clear. It's just that the student is too much of a drag. The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter, leaving Mingren beside them, so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole with his toes. After laughing, Zillai's eyes sparkled as he looked at Samu Yui and proposed earnestly, "Yui, you have such great talent. How about becoming a ninja? He'll personally train you. Your future would be absolutely limitless." As soon as he said that, the smile on Samu Yuya's face instantly vanished. He changed his expression and launched into a vehement tirade. "Don't you dare drag me into this, okay? I just praised you for being a good teacher, and now you want to set me up, eh? A ninja? Whoever wants to be one can be one. I want. Why should I risk my life for my and sacrifice for the village? If I become a ninja, I'll have to go on missions every day fighting to the death, and still be pointed at and blamed by villagers like me. And I might have to team up with a deadweight like Mingren and a bunch of mentally unstable weirdos in the village. I'd have to be insane to become a ninja. I'll just stay a humble villager of mine, enjoy a good life without risking my neck or taking responsibility. Whoever wants to grind can go ahead." Mingren, unwilling to accept this, quickly retorted, "But if you become a ninja and get stronger, Yui, you can protect yourself. And you won't be beaten up by Lady Gangsho anymore." As soon as he said that, Gangsho raised her hand and gave Mingren a knock on the head with a moderate force. Bam! Mingren clutched his head, whimpering in pain. Gangsho said coldly, "I hit him purely because this kid has low character and a foul mouth. It has nothing to do with whether he needs protection." Samu Yui immediately chimed in with perfect logic and righteous indignation. "Why should I protect myself? I'm a legitimate villager of might. If I get into trouble, get hurt, or encounter danger within my territory, it only proves that you my ninjas are useless. Then changing his tone, Samu Yui continued, besides, if I really became a ninja, I'd follow Zuozu's example. I'd be the first to turn around and run away. Zuozu is not like that. Mingren retorted. Oh, so when the Yuzhibo clan was slaughtered, Zuozu didn't run away. Zuozu is so amazing, so strong. Ding. Overlord's Haki 5 ding. Overlord's Haki 6. Samu Yuya's sarcastic tone was unbearable for anyone. Zilai looked at Gangsho. It seemed that the urgent matter for Samu Yui was not becoming a ninja, but improving his personal moral character. Although Samu Yui wasn't a bad person, that mouth of his was really something. 2 days later, the group leisurely arrived at the entrance of my village. The 2 gatekeeping ninjas on duty recognized their figures from afar and promptly straightened their postures to salute. Lady Gangsho, Lord Zilai. We have been waiting for you. Gangsho casually nodded in acknowledgement, murmured a response, and strode into the gates of Mai, with Zilai listlessly trailing behind, and Jingyin holding Tunten. Samu Yui and Mingrun lingered at the rear. Just as Gangsho set foot inside the village, a sharp whoosh sounded. A rough-edged stone flew through the air and struck her squarely on the forehead. A soft thud echoed. Gangsho halted abruptly, raising a hand to her aching forehead. Rage surged within her, and she turned a livid face toward the direction from which the stone had come. In the next instant, a small figure leaped out from the bushes. It was an enraged Mai Wan. He planted his hands on his hips, his face flushed crimson, and glared at Gangsho, his voice sharp and furious. Gangsho, get out of my... A gambling addict, lazy, and undisciplined woman like you is utterly unworthy of being Hokage. You don't deserve to inherit the glory of the Hokage that my grandfather left behind. Gangsho had been in a foul mood for days, especially after encountering that troublemaker Samu Yui. Her moral standards had plummeted to an all-time low. Though Samu Yui had a foul mouth at times, he stood his ground with reason and logic. Yet even he had been struck by Gangsho, and now Mai Wan had jumped out. Far worse. Gangsho let out a cold, furious laugh. She looked down at Mai Wan with icy disdain. You're just a brat still wet behind the ears. What right do you have to meddle in adult affairs? Besides, the old man is dead. What's wrong with me coming back to be Hokage? Normally Mai Wan would only mutter a few complaints, but today he was utterly incensed. He refused to reason with Gangsho. You're nothing but a useless old hag. You're not fit to be Hokage. Get out of here now. The words, old hag, smashed every last one of Gang's house back. Damn it, these people in my have such low standards. It seems the village has only decayed under the old man's rule. Samu Yuya's lack of civility isn't just his own problem. A murderous gleam flashed in Gang's house eyes, and the oppressive aura around her dropped to a chilling low. She was about to step forward and teach this unruly brat a harsh lesson. But just as she moved half a step forward, she suddenly reconsidered, forcefully halted, and stepped back, leaving the space in front of her wide open. Seeing Gangsho retreat, Mai Wan's eyes lit up, thinking she had cowered and feared him. His arrogance swelled, and he puffed out his chest, ready to continue his tirade. But as his gaze shifted, from behind Gangsho emerged the village's most unreasonable, crudest, foulest mouth, and most vicious demon king, Samu Yui. Mai Wan's entire body stiffened, and cold sweat broke out on his back. In all of Samu Yui was to Mai Wan an invincible bully, a pure madman. But in Samu Yuya's eyes, Mai Wan at this moment was nothing but a mobile ATM for armament and conqueror's Haki. Can't beat ninjas. Beat Mai Wan. Safe, legal, and rewards guaranteed. A perfect, system-exclusive baseline benefit. Samu Yui broke into a delighted grin, so young and already so rude. It seems the Sarutobi clan has truly fallen, leaving trash like this, and the one who should get out of Mai is the grandson of that sinner. The third Hokage spent his entire reign leaving behind a mess, ruining the village and the next generation. Others strut around because of their ancestors' achievements. But your grandfather left behind only sins, and the remnants haven't even been cleansed. Yet you dare to block the way, relying on guilt. Others strut around because of their ancestors' achievements. But your grandfather left behind only sins, and the remnants haven't even been cleansed. Before the words even faded, Samu Yui dashed forward and delivered a vicious straight kick. Bang! It landed squarely on Mai Wan's little belly. Ding! Armament Haki 5. Mai Wan flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Pain racked his insides, tears brimming in his eyes and streaming down his face. It hurt so much, but he didn't dare to cry or stop. The enemy was Samu Yui, the mad king of demons. Mai Wan scrambled to his feet, hands and feet flailing, tears and snot flying everywhere. He turned and bolted like a madman, wailing and sobbing as he ran. Wah wah wah. Samu Yui, now thoroughly into it, chased after him with long strides, shouting curses that echoed through the village street. What are you running for? Is the grandson of the third Hokage only good for running? The two of you, grandpa and grandson, are cut from the same cloth. Nothing but posturing wastes. A useless old man and a useless brat plaguing Mai for a lifetime. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 5 ding. Those words shattered Mai Wan's last shred of restraint. He revered his grandfather above all else, and would never allow anyone to insult the third Hokage. Maiwan midrun suddenly slammed on the brakes, shaking all over. He gritted his teeth, turned back, and with red eyes prepared to fight Samu Yui to the death. Don't you dare insult my grandfather. But he had barely stopped and hadn't even steadied himself. Samu Yui caught up and delivered a precise kick to the face. He broke down in an instant. All his backbone and fury were shattered by the pain. He no longer dared to resist, He broke down in an instant. All his backbone and fury were shattered by the pain. He no longer dared to resist, couldn't even cry, coherently turned around, clutched his head, and fled for his life, not daring to look back. The villagers who witnessed the scene were dumbfounded, standing frozen in place. Hey, hitting a kid like that. That's way too harsh. That kid is the third Hokage's grandson, and he told Lady Gangsho to get out of my forbidding anyone from inheriting the Hokage position. What? Damn, who does he think he is? Is the Hokage the monopoly of the Sarutobi clan? That sinner's grandson should be driven out of my... Chase him out. Beat him to death. The villagers on the road all joined the chase, refusing to let Maiwan go. They hurled stones, eggs, rotten vegetables, clothes, and shoes at him. Hey, my shoe, don't throw that. My pants, no. Who stole my pants? Maiwan ran ahead with a mob of villagers chasing behind. Seeing the ruffians chasing Maiwan, the ninjas in the village dared not intervene, fearing they might get beaten themselves. Anyone who came close would be dragged into the fight. Samu Yui watched the armament Haki on his system interface steadily rise. Another bountiful day. Mai was truly the best place. For farming Haki, Maiwan was the one. No more words. From now on, every morning, he would go find Maiwan to farm. In the following period, Samu Yui finally fully unlocked his exclusive daily routine. His daily schedule was simple and monotonous, but the gains were extremely high. During the day, he roamed the village collecting protection fees. Whenever he spotted a shop that looked easy or a villager he could push around, he would go up and demand a few coins to make ends meet. The rest of his time was spent hunting down Mu Yi Wan throughout the village, chasing the third Hokage's grandson around the streets and giving him a good beating whenever caught had become Samu Yui's daily check-in task. Through day after day of physical suppression and verbal sparring, his armament Haki conquerors Haki and observation Haki skyrocketed. Why did observation Haki also increase? Because Samu Yui was an orphan and he was often bullied himself. To put it bluntly, as an orphan, if he lingered too long in front of someone else's shop, he would be cursed for bringing bad luck. Only in front of the shops of some ninja clans would no one dare to scold him. After all, ninjas and common thugs were different. Meanwhile, his physical fitness skyrocketed in sync with his armament Haki, and with it came a terrifying increase in appetite. The stronger his body, the greater his energy consumption, and his appetite became like a bottomless pit. No matter how much he ate, he never felt full. That noon, on the Konoha Commercial Street, the Chodao clan's famous barbecue restaurant billowed with smoke and tantalizing aromas. Samu Yui had just devoured a whole table full of barbecue with empty plates piled high, his stomach slightly bloated, yet he was still only half full. But he reached into his pocket and found it completely empty. Not a single coin could be pulled out. He was out of money. As much as he wanted to eat more, he had to stop there. Samu Yui walked out of the barbecue restaurant with a look of deep frustration, muttering resentfully under his breath. Nobody ever said that becoming stronger through cheats would still leave you starving. How ridiculous. He never thought that a powerhouse like him would have no money for food. Just as he stepped out of the shop, he ran into the three members of the Ino Shikacho formation who were strolling together. Ding Ci was walking in the middle with a big head and floppy ears, his cheeks round and plump. He clutched a skewer of tricolored dango tightly in his hand, smacking his lips as he walked, constantly stuffing sweets into his mouth. Samu Yui, already hungry and full of pent-up anger, immediately flared up. Staring at Ding Ci's bloated figure, he opened his mouth and launched into a merciless tirade. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you know. You fat bastard, you're already as round as a ball, your eyes are squeezed shut by fat, and you're still shoving food in. Can't you have some self-awareness, you fat fool? The streets of Konoha are already narrow and your pile of fat takes up half the road, blocking traffic and an eyesore. Get out of my way. Don't block my path. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 3. The sudden outburst left Ding Ci completely stunned. He had been quietly eating his own dango, not bothering anyone, and yet he had been subjected to a vicious verbal assault for no. Ding Ci had a gentle nature, his eyes reddened with grievance. He clutched his dango, without moving, then silently shuffled aside, obediently, giving way. However, the nearby Shanzhong, Jingye, couldn't stand it. She frowned deeply, stepped forward, and directly blocked Ding Ci, speaking with a defiant look. What's wrong with you, you lunatic? Ding Ci is eating his own food. Did he eat your rice, or spend your money? He can eat as much as he wants, so what business is it of yours? What right do you have to insult people? Fuck. Why do I insult people? I'm a rude thug. You ask me why I insult people. Because I'm rude. If I had any decency, would I be insulting people? As soon as Jingye finished speaking, Samu Yui turned his head and locked onto her. None of my business. You, the young masters and ladies born into ninja clans with never a worry about food or clothing, will never understand the suffering of ordinary commoners. Do you know how many civilians in the ninja world still can't afford a meal or go hungry? Countless people in the ninja world can't get a single hot meal, yet you in your high positions overeat and waste food without an ounce of guilt. So many people are starving, and you, the privileged ninja clan brats, don't bear any fault at all. This righteous yet twisted tirade left Luan Jingya and Ding Xiai completely dumbfounded. The three looked at each other, their minds buzzing. They had lived this way since childhood. Eating well, dressing warmly, living normally. None of them had ever thought this was wrong. But Sanmu Yui spoke with such righteous certainty. Were they really in the wrong? Yet they had absolutely no idea where they had erred. Sanmu Yui looked at their bewildered, clueless expressions and grew even more disdainful, continuing his sarcastic mockery. You can't even figure out where you went wrong, and with such stupidity, you dare to argue with me. No wonder you're the pig in the Ino Shikacho. Your brain is as dull as a pig's. If you can't manage asking CI for a weight gain recipe, at least your body size might match your IQ. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 4 Ding. Conqueror's Haki 5. Jingya's face flushed red with anger, both furious and speechless, as she was choked by Sanmu Yuya's twisted logic and unable to refute a single word. Beside her, Naoyang Luan's eyes had turned cold. Everyone in the village knew Sanmu Yui was a bully, but no one expected him to be so unreasonable and casually humiliate others. Without further ado, a glint flashed in Luan's eyes and his hands quietly formed seals, shadow imitation technique. A dark shadow rapidly spread along the ground, silently snaking towards Sanmu Yuya's ankle, intending to trip him up and teach this foul-mouthed thug a good lesson. But just as the shadow was about to touch the hem of his clothes, buzz! A nearly tangible, terrifying mental pressure exploded outward. Sanmu Yui merely swept a cold glance. The ultimate conqueror's Haki erupted instantly. An invisible mental shockwave engulfed the three. Luan's entire body stiffened, his mind went blank, his hand seals faltered, and the extending shadow technique shattered and dissipated on the spot. A wave of extreme terror shot from his feet to his head. At that moment, the Sanmu Yui in his eyes was no ordinary villager at all. That glance of disdain was like a peerless lion lurking in the mountains, coldly staring at a provoking ant. A bone-chilling cold swept through his body, every hair stood on end, his limbs trembled uncontrollably, and even breathing became difficult. Ding Xiai and Jingya, also affected by the conqueror's Haki, shuddered and involuntarily looked at Sanmu Yui, their eyes filled with shock. With just a single glance of pressure, he had utterly crushed the Ino Shikacho trio. Sanmu Yui gave a light snort and spoke contemptuously, Ino Shikacho. Just 3 pigs. 1 fat pig, 1 stupid pig, 1 lazy pig. 3 fools gathered in one nest, and you still have the nerve. Ridiculous. With that, he couldn't be bothered to waste more time on 3 kids, and strode away. No matter how strong his Haki, no matter how tough his body, hunger was real hunger. The most important thing now, make money. Food, daily necessities, meat, and rice. That was the real deal. Before long, Sanmu Yui, familiar with the way, turned into a narrow alley in the back streets of Konoha. This remote, sparsely populated area was his exclusive territory for collecting protection fees. At the depths of the alley, 3 idle villagers, Chuan Tian, Zhuatung, and Shan Bin, were cornered by Sanmu Yui. Their faces darkened instantly. This bully again. Sanmu Yui, what do you want now, eh? We've already paid this month's protection fee. Don't push your luck. Don't think you're something just because you're an orphan. I tell you, my parents will die sooner or later too, and you won't be arrogant for long. The 3 burst out, cursing, their tone defiant and unyielding. Sanmu Yui didn't waste words. When money was short, reasoning was the most useless thing. He stepped forward directly, and in a few swift moves. With a series of dull thuds, the 3 didn't even have a chance to resist. They were beaten black and blue, collapsed on the ground, wailing and begging for mercy. Stop, stop. We'll pay. We'll pay. Thoroughly beaten into submission, the 3 obediently pulled out all the pocket money they had and handed it over. After collecting the money, Sanmu Yui also gained a little armament Haki. Then he casually reached into their pockets and pulled out 3 brand new movie tickets. The tickets were printed with The Adventure of the Wind and Cloud Princess. He immediately showed a look of disdain again, continuing to mock. You 3 illiterate losers can barely read a few characters. Do you even understand a movie? As he spoke, he casually took one of the tickets and tucked it into his own pocket. He tossed the remaining 2 back into the trio's arms. The 3 were on the verge of tears. 3 perfectly good movie tickets, and 1 was forcibly taken away, leaving only 2 for 3 people. They couldn't even watch together. The 3 looked at each other, utterly frustrated, but dared not resist in the slightest. After Sanmu Yui left, the 3 rubbed their bruises, clutched the 2 tickets, and trudged dejectedly to the cinema. As soon as they arrived at the cinema entrance, their eyes swept around, and happened to spot Mu Yi-won alone, holding a movie ticket, about to enter. Recently, Mu Yi-won had stopped going to the Hokage building to cause trouble for Gangsho, because every time he went, Gangsho would call Sanmu Yui over, and then Mu Yi-won would get beaten up, and after the beating, Gangsho would heal him. Then the next day he would go again and get beaten again. After several rounds of this, Mu Yi-won stopped going. That old woman never did the beating herself, She always made Samu Yui do it. Now that Mu Yi-won had finally settled down and wanted to watch a movie to relax, he happened to catch the eyes of the three villagers, Chuan Tian and his crew, who had just been humiliated. To them he was the perfect punching bag. Their eyes lit up instantly, and they immediately surrounded him, malicious expressions on their faces. Yo, isn't this the grandson of the sinner? You think you deserve to— The third Hokage committed a pile of wrongs, and your Yuanfei clan's debt to the village hasn't been paid off yet. The descendants of a sinner should keep their heads down and behave. How dare you seek entertainment? Get lost. This is no place for you. With that, the three directly laid hands on the weak Mu Yi-won, pushing and beating him. Mu Yi-won had little strength to begin with, and was soon beaten to the ground, his movie ticket snatched away. Chuan Tian and the other two grabbed the ticket and instantly felt a sense of balance. They couldn't do anything about being bullied by Samu Yui, but bullying Mu Yi-won. That was easy. The three took the stolen ticket, chuckled happily, and strutted into the cinema. Only Mu Yi-won was left lying at the cinema entrance, staring blankly at the movie poster of the Wind and Snow Princess. If only he could become a hero like the Wind and Snow Princess, then he would surely gain everyone's recognition instead of being treated like this. As the grandson of a sinner. The cinema was dimly lit with flickering light from the screen. Samu Yui lounged with his legs crossed, holding a bucket of popcorn he had snagged from beside him, thoroughly absorbed in the movie. As he watched, he silently ridiculed the absurd technological tree of the ninja world. They could create such stunning visual effects and dynamic cinematic images, and were masters of illusion techniques, yet civilian technology was abysmally poor. Water and electricity infrastructure a mess, and extreme imbalance in development. As for this Princess Storm and Snow adventure, the special effects were passable, the plot cliché bland and straightforward, a generic hero script. Samu Yui internally gave it a score of 7.5, deducting 2.5 points for the middle segment. It was purely because the script was too lackluster. He gave it a courtesy score. As the movie reached its final climax, the Wind and Snow Princess turned the tide and staged a desperate counterattack, the atmosphere perfectly built. Just when the entire audience was holding their breath in silent focus, a piercing high-pitched voice suddenly blasted through the entire theater. The Wind and Snow Princess is so awesome. So cool. I will definitely become a superhero like her, who saves everyone. It was Mingren. The entire audience froze, then all turned their heads in unison. On the ceiling, three figures were hanging upside down watching the movie. Mingren was full of fiery excitement, Xiaoying looked mortified with embarrassment, and Zhuizhu wore a cold, disgusted expression. The three of them had been hanging upside down the whole time to sneak in for free. Samu Yui's good mood shattered instantly. He exploded in rage, unleashing a torrent of foul-mouthed abuse. He absolutely hated ill-mannered kids like— Damn it, Mingren, are you sick? What are you yelling for during the movie? An orphan without any upbringing. Huh. Sorry, Yui. Mingren apologized quickly after being scolded. I hate apologies after the fact the most. Damn it. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 3. Samu Yui grabbed a large bucket of popcorn left by a nearby patron and hurled it fiercely toward the ceiling. Crash. Popcorn exploded in the air, plastering Mingren's face. The annoyed audience finally lost their patience. Fruit peels, drink, canned snack bags flew everywhere, all aimed at the three on the ceiling. Have you no decency? They must be kids sneaking in. Are all ninjas this unruly? Samu Yui cursed the loudest and most viciously, each word hitting home. No need to guess. It's definitely Yuzebo Zhuizhu leading the charge. Number 1 escape artist among the orphans. Only a shameless scumbag like you, an evil Uchiha, would do. Ding. Conqueror's Haki for the entire audience was instantly swayed, all their anger directed at Zhuizhu. Evil Uchiha no good. Indeed, the whole clan is rotten to the core. Inherently evil Uchiha. Zhuizhu's black eyes turned icy cold to the bone, his whole demeanor darkened. Mingren was on the verge of tears. Xiaoying wished she could sink into the ground out of sheer embarrassment. The three were relentlessly roasted by the audience, unable to stay, and were roughly thrown out by the cinema staff. Outside the cinema, just after being kicked out, Xiaoying's pent-up rage exploded, and she started scolding Mingren endlessly. It's all your fault, Mingren. Shouting like that. You got us thrown out. So embarrassing. Mingren hung his head, pitiful and submissive, not daring to retort. Zhuizhu glanced sideways at Mingren with an extremely disdainful look, too lazy to say a word, exuding pure humiliation. Just then Samu Yui and the other audience members who had watched the entire movie strolled out of the cinema. Seeing Xiaoying scolding Mingren, Samu Yui frowned. What does Xiaoying have the right to scold Mingren? Sure enough, not a single my ninja has any manners. You three sneak and make a racket, disturb the public, and then turn on each other and hate your comrades. Good thing I'm not a ninja. I'd rather starve than be associated with you mentally abnormal freaks. Xiaoying's hair instantly stood on end. What right do you have to criticize me? You were just scolding Mingren too. It's okay for you to scold him, but not for me. Your double standard is outrageous. Samu Yui wasn't about to indulge Xiaoying. Double standard. I scolded Mingren because he was rude, shouting in public and sneaking in for free. I was speaking reason for all the audience, correcting bad habits. You scolded Mingren because you were embarrassed, didn't get your way, couldn't watch a free movie, and felt, my scolding is for justice. Your scolding is just dogs biting each other. Can they be the same, eh? Biting your own comrade like a mad dog. What kind of behavior? Fuck. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 5. The surrounding commoners heard every word clearly and instantly felt sympathy. They all pointed at Xiaoying, expressions full of disgust. So that's how my ninjas are. Rude, petty, never satisfied with freebies, can't stand losses. No wonder the village is getting more chaotic lately. Xiaoying, under the pointing and whispering, flushed bright red, trembling with rage, her fists clenched so tightly that chakra was about to explode. Seeing Xiaoying on the verge of attacking, Yui was not afraid, but became even more provocative. He stepped forward and thrust his head out. What? You're in the wrong, and want to start a fight. Come on, elite female ninja of mine. If you dare hit this ordinary villager. Coward if you don't. All eyes focused, everyone waiting for the next scene. But just as Yui was at his most arrogant and triumphant, bang! The heavy wooden door of the cinema was violently smashed open. The deafening sound made everyone's ears ring. A tall horse burst out at an incredible speed. Yuya's observation Haki hadn't even fully triggered because the horse wasn't aimed at him, and his reaction was far too slow. Thud! He was slammed into the mud by the warhorse, face first, eating dirt. He struggled to get up, but behind him a group of riders galloped out. Fenghua Xiaoxue in a stunning kimono, cold and ethereal, followed by over a dozen fully armed elite guards on horseback. More than a dozen horses trampled over his back, waist, and legs. Thud, 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 thud. Continuous heavy hoofbeats. Yui was completely pressed into the mud, flattened to the ground, unable to move an inch. The entire scene was dead silent. Mingren, Xiaoying, and Zhuozhu were all dumbfounded. After the team galloped away and disappeared completely. Yui, covered in mud, hair disheveled, aching and numb from the trampling, struggled to raise his middle finger high in the direction they had fled, using all his strength. Damn it! They came to trick me and ambush me. Outsiders have no manners at all. So rude. What are you all staring at? A villager of Mai is being bullied and you three ninjas just watch. Truly useless. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 2. After cursing Fenghua Xiaoxue and her group, Yui turned to Mingren, Xiaoying, and Zhuozhu and cursed them loudly. Xiaoying and Zhuozhu gritted their teeth, unable to hold back their anger. Such a beast, truly a beast. But they had no choice but to chase after them to seek justice for Yui. Scolded as worthless by Yui, Sakura and Sasuke's faces were livid, their chests seething with blazing fury. To be fair, anyone would find it unbearable to be called a useless ninja by a mere villager pointed at directly. Yet the foreign horsemen had just recklessly charged through the village, ignoring Konoha's rules, trampling villagers in plain sight. The evidence was irrefutable. No matter how furious they were, they had to swallow their pride and accept it, unable to argue back. Unable to retort Yui, they could only seek justice from the real culprits. Let's go. Chase. Sasuke's cold voice cut through the air, his eyes radiating a chilling, intent, chakra stirring restlessly around him. Sakura followed. In a flash, the two sped off, following the trail of dust kicked up by the horses. They reached top speed and caught up with Kazahana Koyuki and her group within mere tens of seconds. A dozen or so mounted guards ahead were galloping recklessly, completely disregarding the rules of Konoha Village, charging straight through everything. Halt now! Sakura shouted, leaping into the air and slamming her fists with formidable force onto a bodyguard. With a loud crash, the man was thrown off his horse. Dust flew. The guards' faces turned pale in panic as they hastily reined in their horses, thinking they could overwhelm Sakura with numbers. But the next moment saw a cold gleam flashed as a knife hand strike sliced through the air, so fast it left only afterimages. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull impacts. Over a dozen fully armed elite guards didn't even have a chance to strike. They were all taken down in an instant, thrown to the ground in a chaotic heap, writhing in pain and utterly disarmed. Sasuke and Sakura finished the battle cleanly and overwhelmingly in just a short while. Just then, two figures hurried. They were the out-of-breath manager Santefu and Kakashi, standing beside him. Seeing his own guards sprawled on the ground, Santefu's face changed drastically. He rushed forward and demanded, "Hey Kakashi, you Konoha ninja. What is the meaning of this? Why are you attacking our people without reason?" Sasuke's expression remained cold and impassive, his voice flat but firm. "Your people galloped wildly through Konoha Village, recklessly charging and trampling our civilians. They violated the rules first, so stopping them is only right." Sakura nodded, immediately righteous and stern. "We didn't know who you were beforehand. But your people were clearly in the wrong, riding horses and hitting people in the village, utterly lawless." Hearing this, Kakashi's lazy eyes sharpened, his brow furrowing deeply. He turned to look at the embarrassed Santefu, and the atmosphere grew tense. "Have the injured villagers been sent to the hospital?" Sasuke and Sakura exchanged a glance, falling silent. "No." Santefu immediately realized that Kazahana Koyuki must have caused this trouble again. He quickly apologized with a flattering smile. "It was our oversight. Our fault. We will take full responsibility for all medical expenses and compensation for the injured villagers. Every single penny. Sakura instinctively added. Actually, it shouldn't be too serious. That Samu Yui is tough as nails. Even if a dozen horses trampled him, he'd only get a few scratches. Not a severe injury. Slap. The moment he heard that name, Kakaxi's face instantly turned ashen. His usual lazy demeanor vanished, replaced by extreme gravity headache, and even a hint of despair. Santeifu, completely unaware of who Samu Yui was, knew nothing of the terror he represented. Hearing that the injury was light, he let out a long sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Even if there's no injury, we mustn't neglect courtesy. We'll pay compensation anyway. Let's make a big deal small, and a small deal nothing. As soon as he finished, Kakashi spoke in a weary, resigned tone. Sanfusen. If it were an ordinary villager, money would indeed settle things. But the person you hit is Samu Yui. This matter cannot be easily resolved. Santeifu stood there dumbfounded, utterly confused. What? Just an ordinary villager. How hard can it be? Isn't money enough? Sakura's mouth twitched uncontrollably, her face full of speechlessness. Sasuke spoke coldly, precisely explaining the weight of the village's #1 menace, ordinary villager. In all of Konoha, no ordinary villager can match his stubbornness. He doesn't even put the current Hokage Lady Gonsho in his eyes. He chased the third Hokage's grandson Yuyan all over the village and beat him up. Sakura added appropriately, from the lowest genin to the chunin, and even the high-ranking ninja in the village, no one wants to provoke him. That guy is incredibly petty and holds grudges. Once he takes a dislike to you, he will never stop retaliating. After hearing this, the ease on Santeifu's face completely vanished, turning pale as cold sweat broke out. He panicked. Oh no. Then Miss Koyuki. Yuki, could she be in danger? Kakashi rubbed his temples, deeply weary, and comforted him. Don't worry, Mingren has already gone after Kazahana Koyuki. Nothing will happen for now. Santeifu let out a huge sigh of relief and repeatedly exclaimed, thank goodness for the Konoha ninja's protection. I never thought the villagers here would be so troublesome. But the next moment Kakashi delivered a stinging blow. Don't be too relieved. Mingren can't protect her. Samu Yui seems to dislike Mingren too. In the end, it's likely that both Mingren and Kazahana Koyuki will get beaten, but Mingren will probably get hit first, so we still Kakashi felt helpless too. Samu Yui was the kind of person who would strike even at Orochimaru, someone who avenged every grievance. Sakura nodded vigorously, shooting a disdainful glance at Santeifu. Our villagers may be tough, but we don't go around charging horses and trampling people or ambushing passersby for no reason. The fault was yours from the start. Sasuke watched coldly, his expression icy, clearly displeased with Santeifu's remark about troublesome villagers. Mingren ran all the way, chasing along the riverbank for several miles, finally catching up to Kazahana Koyuki, who was riding alone ahead. The setting sun fell upon her exquisite kimono, creating a breathtaking scene of ethereal beauty. Mingren was instantly dumbfounded. So the exalted world-saving princess of wind and cloud from the movies was actually a real person. He was so excited that he didn't know what to do with his hands and feet, his face full of fervent admiration. After stammering for a long time, he finally managed to blurt out, Princess of Wind and Cloud. I am a huge fan of yours. I've watched your movies so many times. You're amazing. One day I will become a great hero who saves everyone just like you. After his excitement, he remembered the matter at hand, scratching his head awkwardly. Just now you rode your horse and hit, and stepped on my friend. Could you apologize to him? Kazahana Koyuki reined in her horse, looking down at the naive, adoring boy before her. There was no trace of emotion in her eyes, only deep numbness and another foolish brat who mistakes the screen character for reality and blindly idolizes. She couldn't be bothered to waste words. With a faint disdainful snort, she ignored him completely, turned her horse around, and galloped off again. Before Mingren could react, the horse's hoof brushed past his calf and tripped him hard. Thud! Mingren was knocked to the ground, and the horse's hooves stepped heavily on his foot twice. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Mingren grimaced in pain, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. By the time he scrambled to his feet, Kazahana Koyuki had already ridden far. Mingren refused to give up. He gritted his teeth and chased her, running from dusk until nightfall, finally catching up to her at a secluded little bar where she was drinking alone. Inside the bar, the lights were dim and the aroma of sake filled the air. Kazahana Koyuki sat alone at the counter, already half drunk, her cheeks flushed and eyes glazed, holding a bottle in her hand, exuding a lazy yet melancholic aura. Miss, are you drunk? Kazahana Koyuki saw Mingren catching up, and a flicker of sarcasm passed through her eyes. Hey brat, I've seen plenty of your kind. They come up with all sorts of excuses to ask for autographs, or they're obsessed with the characters I play, acting like idiots. People like you. You're complete fools. Mingren cautiously approached, about to speak. Creak. The old wooden door of the bar was violently kicked open with one foot. A loud crash resounded throughout the place. The bar owner's eyes widened, and he was about to grab the folding chair hidden under the counter, until he saw the figure at the door. He silently crouched down. At the entrance, a figure covered in dust, clothes stained with mud, and hair disheveled stepped in with a fierce grin on his face. It was none other than the persistent and furious Sanmu Yui, who had finally arrived. His eyes locked onto the drunken Kazahana Koyuki at the counter, and he bared his teeth in a grin. Ha ha ha, finally found you. I've seen plenty of your kind too. You get a little fame, act in a couple of lousy movies, and think you're someone special. But strip away the facade and you're nothing but a useless waste inside and out. I've already taken down 56 pretentious, brooding, attention-seeking actors like you in my life. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 6 Mingren stood there completely dumbfounded, his mind going blank. Taken down 56. Before Mingren could recover, Sanmu Yui strode past him, pushing him aside, and stepped forward. Under the dim light, he grinned maliciously, reached out, and snatched the bottle from Kazahana Koyuki's hand. Now, it was time to settle the full account with this princess of snow and wind for today's trampling by horse hooves. At this moment, Kazahana Koyuki, with her drunken, hazy eyes, looked at the audacious young man. Instead of getting angry, she let out a light laugh, a hint of playful mockery in her voice. Oh, interesting. This is a first for me, a pickup line like this. He'll give you face then, young man. She thought he was trying to flirt and get her attention, but the next second, bang, a thunderous crack. The bottle swung with force, smashing directly into the center of Kazahana Koyuki's forehead. The bottle shattered instantly, liquor splashing and glass shards flying everywhere. Kazahana Koyuki's pupils contracted sharply, her mind going blank. Within 2 seconds, her vision went dark and her body slumped limply, falling unconscious on the spot. Mingren, standing behind, stood frozen, his mouth agape wide enough to hold an egg, completely dumbfounded. Sanmu Yui brushed the glass shards off his hands and looked down at the unconscious Kazahana Koyuki. Posing. Keep posing. With your kind, you dare to act all tragic and melancholic in a bar. Do you really think you're red-haired Zyankasi drinking alone with a broken arm for style? Posing my ass. And give you face. Ding. Armament Haki 3. The crisp shattering of the glass bottle echoed through the bar for a long time. Feng Hua Xiaoxue collapsed straight onto the bar counter, unconscious. Mingren stood frozen, his body rigid, his mind completely blank, unable to utter a single word for a long time. The bar owner cowered under the counter, not daring to breathe, fully aware that this notorious bully of Mu Yi could not be provoked or touched. In the entire Mu Yi, only Sanmu Yui would dare to knock out a famous star in a bustling district. It was said that he even often fought with the Hokage, although he always got beaten. At that moment, before the situation could ease, the wooden door of the bar was pushed open again. Kakashi's with Zhu Xiaoying and Santai Fu hurriedly arrived. As soon as they stepped inside, their eyes swept over the floor, and instantly everyone froze. The floor was strewn with broken glass, liquor spilled everywhere. The stunningly beautiful celebrity Fujiyama Snowy Feng Hua Xiaoxue lay on her back, a vivid red patch on her forehead, completely unconscious. Santai Fu's pupils constricted, his eyes instantly turning red. Seeing the liquor bottle in Sanmu Yui's hand, the anxiety and fear that had accumulated along the way erupted completely, and he flew into a rage. You dare to lay a hand on Miss Xiaoxue. He'll fight you to the death. He completely disregarded the rules of Mu Yi or any sense of propriety. With red eyes, he roared and charged straight at Sanmu Yui, his fists clenched tightly, as if he wanted to tear the man apart on the spot. Sanmu Yui didn't even bother to lift his eyelids as he watched Santai Fu charging at him. Before the other's fist could get close, he raised his foot and delivered a precise heavy kick. Bang! A dull thud rang out as Santai Fu was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a pile of tables and chairs. Santai Fu was stunned. How could this man dare to fight back? Before he could struggle to his feet, Sanmu Yui strode forward, towering over him, and rained down a storm of punches. Old man, you're throwing your weight around, aren't you? You're the one who taught these people to ride horses and knock people down, right? Bang bang bang. Each punch was full of force, targeting places that would cause extreme pain, but not serious injury. Fight to the death. You're not worthy. Like actor, like useless manager. Your client is arrogant, rides horses into people, ambushes passers-by, has no manners at all, and you don't even bother to manage them. Fight to the death. You're not worthy. Like actor, like useless manager. Your client is arrogant, rides horses into people, ambushes passers-by, has no ding. Armament Haki 3 Santai Fu was beaten all over, his face bruised and swollen, his bones feeling like they were falling apart, pain racking his body, and he couldn't take it anymore. He lay on the ground in a sorry state, desperately raising his hand to beg for mercy. Stop hitting. I was wrong. I admit my mistake. I apologize. Please stop. Apologize. Sanmu Yui withdrew his fist and stood still, a sneer on his face, his tone cold and taunting. If apologies worked, what would be the need for rules and laws in the ninja world? Santai Fu was completely cornered, panicking, and roared, "I'll pay compensation. He'll pay a huge sum. Whatever amount." The moment those words fell, Sanmu Yui, who had been full of rage and murderous intent, just a second ago underwent a complete 180-degree transformation. All the violence faded away and his face instantly beamed with a kind and simple smile, his demeanor as gentle as an honest, ordinary villager. He released Santai Fu, stood up, straightened his hair, and said with warmth and sincerity, "How embarrassing. How much?" The entire place fell into dead silence. Kaka's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Zhuju's face was expressionless, but his eyes were full of speechlessness, and Xiaoying was completely dumbfounded. This speed of changing faces was faster than the body flicker technique. Alas, these people don't know the value of money, since they don't have to run a household. A night passed in an instant. The next day, daytime. The sea breeze brushed against the face, and the waves glittered. A large merchant ship cut through the waves, already far from the coast of Mu Yi, speeding toward the distant Shuejigua. Fenghua Xiaoxue slowly opened her eyes, and a sharp splitting pain in her head, a thick bandage on her forehead. She felt groggy and weak. She was still hung over, her memory a blur, and she couldn't recall the scene of being hit on the head with a bottle in the bar. She only vaguely remembered getting drunk and assumed she had lost her balance and hit her forehead. Supporting herself, she walked out of the cabin. The dazzling sunlight fell on her. Looking around, she realized she was already on a large ship in the middle of the ocean. "Miss, you're awake. Are you all right?" Santai Fu's voice came at the right moment. Fenghua Xiaoxue turned to look and froze instantly. The once neat and respectable manager was now black and blue with dark circles under his eyes, his face covered in bruises, as if he had been severely beaten. "What happened to your face? What's going on?" A flicker of humiliation and helplessness passed through Santai Fu's eyes, but he forced a smile and lied. "It's nothing. Last night it was dark and the road was slippery. I accidentally fell. It's no big deal." Fenghua Xiaoxue was full of doubts, but didn't press further. She was about to look at the sea view to relax when her gaze swept, and her pupils suddenly changed dramatically. In the center of the deck, Senmu Yui was lazily leaning against the railing, enjoying the sea breeze, looking utterly carefree. All the memories of yesterday instantly exploded back into her mind. The bar, the mockery, the shattering bottle, the sneer of the young man before her. Fenghua Xiaoxue's body stiffened, her face instantly turning pale. Shocked and angry, she cried, That guy? This guy? How come you're here?" Senmu Yui turned his head to glance at her, speaking with utter justification. "Why can't I be here?" After a pause, he continued, calmly silencing her completely. "I forgot to tell you, I, like Ming Run and the others, accepted a formal commission from Mu Yi to escort the film crew to Shuejigua to finish the final scenes. A person who's about to lose their job isn't qualified to manage me. An actor who can't even control their own destiny and has to rely on the film crew for a living dares to order around a Mu Yi villager. I'm a legitimate villager of Mu Yi. I can go wherever I want. What right do you have to stop me?" Fenghua Xiaoxue was left speechless, filled with grievance and melancholy. Her eyes dimmed, and she murmured softly, "You don't understand anything. 10 years of wandering, fleeing her homeland, living under someone else's roof, the seemingly glamorous star was nothing but a princess, without a home, her only support being the old retainer Santai Fu. Others saw her glamour, but only she knew the bitterness of being unable to control her own fate. How could someone like her take charge of her own destiny?" But this pitiful appearance only seemed melodramatic to Senmu Yui. He complained inwardly, "Don't understand. What's there to think? Fate is unfair, and you have no choice. Why didn't you just become a helpless orphan back then? Living by clinging to Santai Fu, relying on the old retainer's protection, yet pretending to be full of grievances and helplessness. It's pure hypocrisy. I'm an orphan from Mu Yi. Why should I understand you? And you're complaining to me. If we're talking about suffering, everyone here except Xiaoying has suffered more than you." In the following days, the ship sailed on, and the film crew shot the remaining scenes on board. Senmu Yui spent his days slacking off on the job, enjoying the sea breeze and sunshine, living a life of utter comfort. Finally, the ship docked, and everyone stepped onto the icy land of Shuejigua. White snow covered everything, icebergs towered, and the biting wind chilled to the bone. The entire film crew arrived at the designated giant iceberg shooting location, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the mission was finally complete. Senmu Yui stretched lazily, looking completely satisfied. Finally, the business trip was over. Wonderful. Mission accomplished. But in the next second, boom, a violent explosion suddenly erupted from around the iceberg. Snow and ice flew, dust filled the air. 3 figures wearing standard snow ninja headbands and coal-colored battle armor appeared before everyone. A chilling, killing intent instantly enveloped everyone. The 3 figures stared fixedly at Fenghua Xiaoxue. "Long time no see, Princess Xiaoxue. Lord Fenghua Nuteo has been waiting for you for a long time." As the words fell, Ming Ren, Xiaoying, and Zhuju were all shocked, immediately realizing the truth. The famous star Fujiyama Snowy, who had swept the ninja world, was no ordinary person. Her true identity was the daughter of the former ruler of Shuejigua, the legitimate princess of Shuejigua, Fenghua Xiaoxue. The 3 snow ninjas wasted no more words. They immediately formed hand seals and unleashed ice release ninjutsu, cold air surging straight toward Fenghua Hua Xiaoxua, intending to kidnap her by force. The three immediately assumed combat stances ready to strike. Xiaoying, you and Yui go protect Princess Xiaoxua. She must not be taken away. The three immediately assumed combat stances ready to strike. Xiaoying, you and Yui go protect Princess Xiaoxua. She must not be taken away. As soon as he finished speaking, Sanmu Yui directly refused. I won't do it. The entire place fell silent. Everyone stared at him in shock. Sanmu Yui straightened up, his reasoning clear, and his twisted logic flawless, confronting Kakashi openly. The mission to escort the film crew ends when we land in Shuejigua. The Muyi mission regulations clearly state that if an unforeseen change occurs during the mission can be terminated unconditionally. For example, now that you accepted a mission to escort film shooting, not to meddle in the internal affairs of another country or participate in a coup. Sanmu Yui had a sense of justice, but he had a brain. He wasn't some mindless fool. Kakashi is indeed a top-ranked jonin of Muyi. During the mission in the Land of Waves, he forcibly took his students on a high-risk adventure and meddled in other people's affairs. Now it's the same old story, endlessly dragging Muyi into trouble. At this point, Sanmu Yui's tone turned icy cold, each word piercing. I want to ask one thing. When Orochimaru invaded Muyi and destroyed the village, what did you, a top jonin, do for the ordinary villagers of Muyi? You ninjas, you risk your lives and give your all for outsiders, for civilians of other countries. But for the suffering villagers of your own village, you stand by and watch indifferently. You ignore your own people and fawn over outsiders. A person like you doesn't deserve to be a jonin of Muyi. It wouldn't be unjust to call you a traitor to the village. No wonder you're destined to be an orphan for life. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 10 harsh, extremely harsh. Sanmu Yui was directly launching a personal attack on Kakashi. Kakashi trembled all over, his pupils shaking violently, his mind going blank. At that moment, he even thought back to the Third Great Ninja War, when he became a jonin and gained the right to lead a team. Lin and Obito both died because of his incompetence. Now he was still the same, leading people into danger. The three snow ninjas who were about to start fighting were completely. The expected team battle of Mu Ye Strong didn't happen. Instead, a massive internal conflict erupted within the Mu Yi team. This is a coup. 10 years ago, Feng Hua Nuteo killed his brother and usurped the throne, murdered the former ruler, and stole the government. Are the ninjas of Mu Yi just going to watch as the legitimate Mu Yi should not interfere? Beside them, Santai Fu was sweating profusely, rushing forward to explain with a roar, it's a rebellion. This is a coup. 10 years ago, Feng Hua Nuteo killed his brother and usurped the throne, murdered the former ruler, and stole the government. Are the ninjas of Mu Yi just going to watch as the legitimate princess is taken away? Ming Ren was stunned. His sense of justice made him clench his fists. I don't know what's going on, but I absolutely will not allow it. If someone needs help, I will never turn a blind eye. Whether it's a stranger or Yui, I will lend a hand. That is my ninja way. Xiaoying nodded firmly, her eyes resolute. Turning a blind eye to such things is not the reason I became a ninja. Zuozhu was silent for 2 seconds, then said flatly, in with Ming Ren. The three looked at Kakashi, waiting for but Kakashi remained silent. Sanmu Yui, however, did not. He was no longer a child. He saw things more clearly. Ming Ren, you three are truly boundless in your love. Then let me ask you. He stared intently at Ming Ren, and Xiaoying finally fixing his gaze on Zuozhu, his words bone-chilling. When the Uchiha clan was wiped out, who stepped forward to help Zuozhu seek revenge? Some time ago, Itachi came to Muyi with a shark and beat me up. Nobody said they would go after Itachi, did they? Also, I remember that the Land of Whirlpools, as Muyi's staunch ally, was completely annihilated, and Muyi pretended it didn't happen. Not a word was said. Your own ally was truly destroyed, and you didn't help your ally restore their country. Now you're willing to listen to strangers and think about upholding justice. Your justice is truly cheap and hypocritical. These words were like a blade piercing through Zuozhu's most fragile defenses. Despair erupted instantly. Yes, the entire village ignored the Uchiha's grievances. No one spoke for him, no one sought revenge for him. Why should they risk their lives for a group of strangers? Feng Hua Nuteo of Shuejigua killed his own brother to seize power, but what about Itachi? Itachi killed the entire Uchiha clan, but no ninja was willing to help him. Why be cold to your own people and kind to outsiders? Zuozhu's eyes instantly surged with dark malice, his mentality completely shattered. The fighting spirit that had just ignited vanished without a trace. The hot-headed Ming Ren stood frozen, unable to respond. Xiaoying's face turned pale. She looked at Zuozhu, her beliefs crumbling. Santai Fu was utterly broken, his body ice-cold, his eyes full of despair. He finally understood that the Sanmu Yui before him was truly going to watch Xiaoxua be taken away, deliberately sabotaging everything. The three snow ninjas, seeing this, immediately abandoned all hesitation and moved forward to grab the dazed Feng Hua Xiaoxua. No one stopped them. Kakashi stood frozen, not intending to act. Ming Ren and Xiaoying lost all will to fight, and Zuozhu completely gave up. They watched as the snow ninjas took Feng Hua Xiaoxua and turned away, disappearing into the depths of the iceberg. Thank you everyone from Muyi. The three snow ninjas even expressed gratitude as they left. Everything was settled. San Taifu was utterly drained, his eyes red as he stared at San Muyi with hatred. Why? I never offended you. Why are you targeting us and destroying? San Muyi, not one to indulge him, retorted bluntly, targeting you. It's purely because you're a useless, greedy hypocrite who feels wronged when you don't get your way. You have no ability to restore the country or protect your master, yet you try to morally blackmail Muyi's ninjas into fighting for free. And you have the nerve to feel wronged, eh? San Muyi's tone was cold. The land of whirlpools was a long-standing ally of Muyi, and when the entire country was destroyed, Muyi turned a blind eye and never mentioned it. They didn't even lift a finger for the destruction of their own ally. Why should they help you restore Shuejigua for free? And don't use legitimate bloodline to blackmail anyone. Fenghua Nuteo was the younger brother of the previous ruler and had a legitimate right to inherit. You, a foreign old retainer, keep talking about restoring the legitimate line. In truth, you just want to use the princess name to seize power and satisfy your own ambition. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 5. These words directly exposed all of San Taifu's selfish motives and pretenses. San Taifu's face was as pale as paper, completely unable to argue, and he collapsed in the swirling snow. All members of Muyi were silent, looking at San Taifu with unfriendly eyes. This matter was an internal affair of Shuejigua, and they as Muyi could not enter. The wind howled and snow swirled across the icy peaks, the cold biting to the bone. San Taifu sat slumped in the snow, his body frozen and his heart ashen. 10 years of endurance, 10 years of wandering, 10 years of plotting for restoration, all shattered in an instant by Samuyu's few words. He lifted his head, gazing blankly at the vast frozen plain, then glanced at the Konoha party, who had remained silent throughout with no one intervening. Finally, he let out a bitter laugh, and all light faded from his eyes. No need to say more. He understood. Konoha would not interfere. No one would help Princess Xiaoxue reclaim her kingdom. All his obsessions, all his persistence had become a joke. San Taifu slowly pushed himself up from the snow, disheveled and defeated, no longer arguing, begging, or resenting anyone. He merely took one last deep look at the Konoha group, then silently turned around alone and stumbled toward the direction where the snow ninja had departed. Lonely, his silhouette, both tragic and absurd. Throughout, Kakashi, Mingren, Xiaoying, and Zhuozhu watched coldly. The entire vast iceberg was dead silent, only the howling wind and drifting snow striking everyone. Mingren clenched his fist, his heart filled with frustration, pain, and mixed emotions, yet he could no longer utter a word of "I will uphold justice." Xiaoying lowered her eyes, her once firm ninja creed now wavering. Zhuozhu's eyes were cold and indifferent, a surge of malice boiling beneath, having completely seen through Konoha's so-called justice and warmth. In that suffocating silence, Kakashi stepped forward, slowly removed the forehead protector that covered half his face, and pulled a translucent hexagonal crystal from his ninja tool pouch. The crystal was clear and bright, shimmering with a faint purple glow in the reflection of the white snow. He walked up to Samuyui and extended the hexagonal crystal. You take this. This is the true core of Shuejigua, the secret treasure passed down through the Fenghua family for generations. It is also what all the political struggles and power clashes in Shuejigua over the past 10 years have truly revolved around. Instantly, Mingren, Xiaoying, and Zhuozhu raised their heads in unison, their faces full of shock. The three fixed their gazes on the crystal, then looked at Kakashi, whose expression was solemn, utterly perplexed. Mingren couldn't help but speak first. Kakashi-sensei. What is this? How do you have this thing? Kakashi gazed into the vast snowy plain, a hint of unreadable complexity in his eyes. 10 years ago, I was still serving in the Umbu. I came to Shuejigua once. Those three snow ninja, I fought them 10 years ago. His words sent a shockwave through the scene. Mingren's pupils contracted, his mouth slightly open, utterly stunned. Xiaoying was incredulous, never imagining that her teacher had such a connection with Shuejigua. Zhuozhu's eyes flickered, staring coldly at Kakashi, waiting for the rest. Kakashi continued calmly, his tone flat, but each word heavy. 10 years ago, Fenghua Nuteo staged a coup, killing his brother to seize power, assassinating the then ruler of Shuejigua, Fenghua Xiaoxue. The situation was chaotic. My mission was to take the young Fenghua Xiaoxue and escort her out of Shuejigua. After hearing the truth, Xiaoying's heart softened, and she couldn't help but whisper with pity then. Princess Xiaoxue is so pitiful. Her homeland destroyed, and her family lost since childhood, forced into exile for 10 years. Kakashi shook his head slightly, his eyes deep. That's just the surface. Political struggles are never black and white. Many things are far more complicated than they appear. Outsiders cannot judge right from wrong. With that, Kakashi turned to Samuyui beside him and placed the hexagonal crystal firmly into his palm. This crystal I leave for you to decide. You are right. We are ninja. Our perspective can never truly understand the struggles and suffering of the grassroots. Only someone like you, rooted at the bottom, can see the real cruelty of this world. These words instantly infuriated Samuyui. Huh. He turned black-faced, his brow furrowed, and launched into a fierce verbal assault. Kakashi, what do you mean? Who's a grassroots villager? Can't you talk? You a lazy, slacking, third-rate ninja who spends all day reading porn novels and ogling make-out paradise. And you call me grassroots? You're putting me down, aren't you? Just because you have a Sharingan doesn't mean you can look down on people like the Uchiha clan. Kakashi's mouth twitched sharply, his temple pulsing. Zuozu's face darkened as well. Damn, that insolent commoner. This Samui was truly of the lowest quality, unable to take a compliment. Even praise would earn a rebuke. Mingren and Xiaoying, already accustomed to this, were relieved they hadn't been caught in the crossfire. Mingren scratched his head, breaking the silence, and looked earnestly at Samui. So, what should we do now? Samui held the cold hexagonal crystal, sneering. What else? Return it to its rightful owner. Whoever wants it can come and take it. He glanced at the three of them, his gaze turning deep. The light from above cast shadows on his face, making him appear more somber. At that moment, a mournful, distant flute melody began to play around them, as if telling of Samuyu's past pain. Hey, uncle, if you're going to light me, can you not just add live background music? Santefu had left, but the rest of the film crew were still there. Santefu was merely Fenghua Xiox's manager, the director was not Santefu. At this point the director stood up, waved his hand to stop the music, and said apologetically, sorry Yui, but your aura was just too good just now. I couldn't help it. Forget it, I won't argue with a commoner like you. Actually, my handsomeness is just one of my many virtues. You people are still too shallow. Damn, just a moment ago, he was saying ninja look down on villagers, and now he's looking down on commoners. And does this guy even have any virtues? His only virtue is being handsome. Kakashi, Mingren, Zuoju, and Xiaoying could only frown, wondering why Samui had to be here. What a torment. But Samui oblivious criticized them. Can't you see my inner self? Is that something to look at? After he said that, several cameras from the crew were set up waiting for him to strip. After a moment, Samui returned to his original spot and resumed his solemn pose. Kakashi was right earlier. You ninja can never see the essence of things. But I'm different. I'm no longer a child who just shouts about passion and justice. He looked up at the snowstorm-swept sky of Shui Jigua, having already dissected the bizarre plot of the entire Snow Princess ninja art in his mind. He was frantically reviewing the whole story in his heart. The entire movie was riddled with strangeness from start to finish. The first most absurd point, Fenghua Nuteo was clearly a usurper who seized power by treachery, initially portrayed as a downright enemy. Since he was an enemy, casualties were normal in a fight. But when he captured Mingren, what did he do? He did nothing. Knowing Mingren had massive chakra reserves, he installed a chakra absorption device on him and threw him into a cell. He didn't dare kill Mingren. If you said Mingren had value, that could explain it, but to Fenghua Nuteo, Mingren was completely useless. Maybe he feared Konoha. The second point was even more absurd. Later, Fenghua Xiaoxue held a blade and personally assassinated her own uncle Fenghua Nuteo. Regicide, kinslaying, rebellion. In any country or any political coup, that is a grave crime. Look at Konoha. They said the Uchiha clan was planning a rebellion, but the Uchiha never actually attacked Konoha. Yet without any concrete evidence or real harm to Konoha, the Uchiha clan was wiped out. But what about Fenghua Nuteo? He only raged and grabbed Fenghua Xiaoxue, a powerful ninja who didn't even harm her a single finger. He had the power of life and death, and she had drawn a blade on him, yet he still spared his niece. What kind of villain is that? That's a soft-hearted, family-loving person. If he were a true cold-blooded tyrant, he would have eradicated all threats and left no trouble for 10 years. And the third most bizarre point, for 10 years Fenghua Nuteo ruled Shui Jigua, yet he had no children at all. The entire Fenghua family over the decade had only Fenghua Xiaoxue as the legitimate heir. All the inconsistencies together made the truth plain. Fenghua Nuteo never intended to usurp power. He was merely guarding Shui Jigua for the Fenghua family, or perhaps he didn't want to keep it for himself. He was holding a mess, keeping a path for his niece. And who was the most hypocritical, scheming, and pitiful pretender? Santefu. Samuyu's mind flashed to the final scene of the movie, feeling nothing but irony. Later in the plot, Santefu led a group of samurai charging directly at the armored train. That's right, they were carrying swords to attack a train. They didn't even reach the train before they all died on the snowy ground. From Fenghua Xiox's perspective, it seemed tragically poignant. But from a third-person view, you'd only think they were idiots. And among them, only Santefu survived by sheer luck. Finally, Fenghua Xiaoxue was crowned the new ruler of Shui Jigua. And Santefu, he rose to prominence, becoming a high-ranking minister with immense power. All the sacrifices were made by others, and all the benefits went to Santefu. Throughout the entire movie, the only tragic, enduring, and burdened character was the so-called villain, Fenghua Nuteo. In the snow country within the fortress of Fuka Nuteo, the warm hall was sealed off from the bone-chilling cold outside. The blazing hearth fire heated the entire chamber like spring, making it a world apart from the frozen expanse of snowfields. Fuka Xiaoxue was escorted back by two snow ninjas with utmost respect, and she settled onto a soft cushion, her brows still carrying the unspent anger and grievance. Beneath the high seat, a middle-aged man in a long robe stood silently, his posture upright. He was the ruler who had governed the snow country for a decade, Fuka. His face was stern and cold, his brows hiding the weariness and forbearance of years of governance. No trace of a tyrant's brutality, only deep vicissitude and fatigue. At that moment the snow ninja leader Lang Yashuabing spoke. Lord Nuteo, the young princess Xiaoxua, has been safely brought back. Fuka Nuteo nodded slightly, his gaze calm. Good work, Langya. Was everything smooth on the way? Did those leaf ninja not intervene? At the mention of this, a flicker of surprise crossed Lang Yazubang's eyes before he reported truthfully. At first Kakashi intended to block us from taking the princess. But then an ordinary villager from Konoha stepped forward and publicly berated the leaf ninja for overstepping. That man said the escort mission was already complete, and meddling in the snow country's internal affairs was a violation of Konoha's rules and a betrayal of the village. Kakashi and his team were left speechless and remained silent throughout, so they did not intervene. A villager. Fuka Nuteo was taken aback. What the hell? He had been prepared to face Leaf Ninja, but now a mere villager from Konoha had verbally abused Kakashi and his team, and they simply backed off. Then Nuteo chuckled softly, a laugh tinged with surprise, emotion, and confusion. Interesting. For years the great ninja villages have been overbearing, with ninjas using their power to interfere in the affairs of small nations. It's become the norm. I never expected Konoha to have an ordinary villager who fears no ninja authority, who understands the rules and respect. He closed his eyes slowly, his thoughts drifting, and murmured with emotion. I had heard earlier that the incident in the Wave Country was also meddled with by Konoha. Dazuna hired leaf ninjas at a pitifully low reward, while concealing the presence of rogue ninjas and criminal gangs in the Wave Country. I heard that fellows squandered the commoners' life-saving money on drink, unable even to afford the basic task payment. But Kakashi and his team still made an exception and eliminated Gato, who had entrenched himself in the Wave Country. Konoha's action was far too overstepping. Fuka Nuteo opened his eyes, a cold glint passing through them. This time Santai Fu brought Leaf Ninja into the Snow Country, intending to replicate the Wave Country scheme. He was confident that the Leaf Ninja would act as they did in the Wave Country. Once he lured them, and they would help him forcibly intervene in the Snow Country's coup. Too bad that Santai Fu is utterly useless. He calculated everything except that there would be a villager from Konoha to spoil his plans. That villager, named Samuyui, ruined Santai Fu's scheme, making him a rare good person among the great nations. Seated nearby, Fuka Xiaoxua clearly heard her uncle's words. At that moment rage surged within her, her chest heaved violently, and her face was full of sarcasm and defiance. Samuyui is no good person at all. He is a low-quality, unreasonable ruffian from Konoha. That man has a notorious reputation in the village. No one wants to provoke him. He constantly bullies others, and even the third Hokage's grandson Konohamaru has been chased and beaten by him all over the village. He is full of bad habits, arrogant, and utterly lacking in discipline. And you praise him. It seems you and he are the same kind of person, just as vile. Seeing his niece's arrogant, biased, and willful appearance, Fuka Nuteo only shook his head helplessly, not arguing. He stepped forward, picked up the kettle, and poured a cup of hot water for Fuka Xiaoxua. The boiling water filled the cup, wisps of steam rising, blurring the girl's beautiful, yet hostile face. When the steam had dissipated, Fuka Nuteo looked at his niece, whom he had not seen for years, and spoke gently, like an ordinary elder catching up. 10 years have passed, Xiaoxua. You have indeed grown up. He paused, his gaze falling on the wound on her forehead, his eyes narrowing. That wound on your forehead. That villager from Konoha gave it to you, didn't he? Fuka Xiaoxua stiffened, her pupils contracting. The image of being knocked unconscious by Samuyui in the bar flooded her mind. How did her uncle know about this? Could it be that every move, every word, and even the minor embarrassments of her drunkenness over the past decade had been monitored by her uncle's people? She remained silent, tacitly acknowledging everything. Seeing this, Fuka Nuteo began to speak softly, as if to himself, of the words he had held back for 10 years. Back then I inherited the Snow Country from Ōtsutsuki. At that time the Fuka family had no assets left. He intended to tell his niece that he had taken over a completely bankrupt, near-collapsed nation, and how difficult the 10-year struggle had been. But Fuka Xiaoxua, whose temperament had been twisted by a decade of wandering, acting, and drifting, could not perceive her uncle's underlying meaning. She only latched onto one phrase: inheriting the Snow Country from her father. To her ears those words were grating and utterly hypocritical. The grievances, hatred, and bitterness of a decade of wandering suddenly erupted. Bullshit. Fuka Xiaoxua's eyes turned red. She abruptly raised her hand and swept it fiercely across the table. Crash. The cup crashed down, striking the ground before Fuka Nuteo. Glass shards exploded and boiling water splashed out, drenching the front of his robe. Soaked and disheveled, Fuka Xiaoxua stood up trembling and shrieked. You are the murderer who killed my father to usurp the throne. You are a traitor who killed your brother for power. You did not inherit the country from my father. You killed my father with your own hands. The hall fell into dead silence. Hot water trickled down the wrinkles of Nurio's face. He stood still, his clothes soaked, but offered no defense. He only gazed deeply at his hysterical niece, his eyes brimming with endless weariness and sorrow. After a moment he suppressed the bitterness in his heart, and said calmly, "Had enough of your tantrum. Hand over the Fuka family's hexagonal crystal. That is the Fuka family treasure. Unlocking the Snow Country's treasure will grant military power surpassing the 5 great nations. Hand over the Fuka family's hexagonal crystal. That is the Fuka family treasure. Unlocking the Snow Country's treasure, hand over the Fuka family's hexagonal crystal. That is the Fuka family treasure. Unlocking the Snow Country's treasure will grant military. Fuka Nuteo caught the crystal, his expression flat, and ordered in a low voice toward the door. Take the princess to rest. Do not let her out of your sight. 2 snow ninjas bowed, and entered leading the agitated Fuka Xiaoxue out of the hall. Only when the great doors were fully closed, shutting out all outsiders, did the calm, forbearing, gentle demeanor of Fuka Nuteo instantly vanish. His fingers suddenly clenched. Crack! The clear, transparent, hexagonal crystal shattered into pieces in his bare hand. Fine shards fell to the ground with no trace of the energy fluctuations expected from a secret treasure. Silent and unremarkable throughout, Lang Yushuebing standing by was shocked, and quickly stepped forward. Lord Nuteo. What is going on? This crystal is a fake. Fuka Nuruo's gaze was icy, his tone certain. Lang Yuzubeng's pupils contracted as he immediately understood. It's Kakashi. Kakashi came to the Snow Country 10 years ago. This time he handled it. He must have known the importance of this item. Kakashi must have swapped the real crystal. I will pursue them immediately with my men and retrieve the real crystal. Hold on, Langya. Fuka Nuteo raised his hand to stop him, his eyes deep. I will pursue them immediately with my men and retrieve the real crystal. Hold on, Langya. Fuka Nuteo raised his. That's how the 5 great nations operate. They never allow a small nation to surpass them in power. He turned and gave the order. Lang Yushuebing go with He Ichueshua and Dong Xiongdongyu. Investigate the Leaf Ninja's background and locate the real crystal key. But remember the bottom line. Avoid direct confrontation with Leaf Ninja, if possible. Understood. The 3 snow ninjas acknowledged, turned quickly, and the vast warm hall fell into silence again. Fuka Nuteo stood with closed eyes, his heart full of helplessness and gravity. The misery of the wave country, the helplessness of small nations, the hegemony of the 5 great nations. He saw it all more clearly than anyone. Only when the Snow Country's military strength matched that of the 5 great nations could it finally escape the fate of being at others' mercy. But as he pondered what to do next, tap tap tap. In the empty hall a soft, steady footstep sounded. The pace was unhurried, approaching step by step, breaking the stillness. Fuka Nuteo abruptly opened his eyes, frowning. Thinking it was Lang Yushuebing returning, he said, Langya, is there something else? Before he finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly closed in for a surprise attack. The speed was ghostly, leaving no time to react. Buzz. A chakra absorption device was precisely and firmly attached to the center of Fuka Nuteo's back. Instantly, alert Nuteo erupted with chakra and threw a powerful punch. Bang! The attacker was sent flying, crashing heavily into a pillar and spitting blood. But it was already too late. Sizzle! A deafening crackle of electricity erupted. The chakra absorption device activated instantly, sending violent currents surging through Fuka Nuteo's and the chakra armor beneath his robes immediately malfunctioned uncontrollably. The chakra within his body was also locked down and drained frantically by the device. His meridians were paralyzed and his strength was completely drained. Thud! The ruler of the Snow Country, who had endured 10 years of slander and quietly guarded his home, collapsed heavily to his knees, unable to rise. Overwhelmed by paralysis and weakness, he struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with fury and disbelief. The hall door slowly opened. A familiar figure stepped into the light. It was Santai Fu. Now Santai Fu no longer wore the humble, subservient demeanor he had before. He was clad in a neat warrior outfit, his posture straight, his aura sharp. A sharp katana hung at his waist, and on it was an eye-shaped pendant exclusive to the Fuka family. That was the symbol of the Snow Country's legitimate rule, the Fuka family. A token that only the Fuka family could wear. Fuka Nuteo gritted his teeth, propping up his broken body, his eyes blazing with fury, each word dripping with blood. Santai Fu. You want to usurp the throne? Santai Fu walked slowly to stand before him, looking down with cold, merciless eyes devoid of any respect or humility. He gazed at the powerless Nuteo, his tone indifferent, each word a dagger to the heart. The Leaf Ninja refused to enter the game, so I have to carry out the restoration myself. The Snow Country has never been the private property of your Fuka family. Santai Fu turned slightly to look out the window at the snowstorm, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I raised that girl Xiaoxue for 10 years. These 10 years of wandering luxury, stubbornness, and foolish arrogance. She has been thoroughly spoiled, a mere princess in name, lacking any common sense or wisdom. A woman so arrogant, ignorant, and naive. She is just perfect as a puppet ruler under my control. And you, Nuteo? You rebuilt the snow country when the Fuka family had nothing. All these years you never took off your armor. You are too clever, too cautious. You must die. Hand over the hexagonal crystal that Xiaoxua gave you, and it'll grant you a quick death. Upon hearing Sandaya's wolfish ambition, Fuka Dota burst into thunderous laughter. His laughter was rough and wild, brimming with endless mockery and disdain echoing through the warm and empty hall. Ha! Ridiculous. What an utter joke. Sandai, you fool, you are nothing but short-sighted. Fuka Dota clenched his teeth, though his body was utterly drained. His gaze remained as sharp as frost. You want the hexagonal crystal, the treasure of the Fuka clan. Unfortunately, I already entrusted that crystal to Ruga Setsuzan to take away. Sandaya's face darkened instantly, murderous intent surging in his eyes. Fuka Dota showed no fear, continuing coldly, Sandai, I have long seen you secretly trained private soldiers, gathered old forces, and hoarded warriors. I knew it all from the beginning. I simply never regarded you as a threat. A warrior is but a warrior. Without chakra, without the ability to use ninjutsu, they cannot stir even a ripple before a true ninja. Having said this, Fuka Dota glanced at the ninjas surrounding Sandai. You let out a scornful laugh, and with self-mockery and regret added, but I was too proud. I thought your years of scheming would only involve warriors causing chaos. I never expected your true trump card was never those sacrificial warriors. They were merely a diversion. You have ties with these ninjas? You deceived everyone, including me. Bang! A heavy stomp suddenly echoed. Sandai lifted his foot and viciously stamped on Fuka Dota's cheek, grinding his face against the cold floor with a force that was both savage and bone-crushing. His once gentle and restrained gaze now held only the utmost malevolence. A diversion. You overestimate. The decade-long disguise I crafted was never meant to guard against you. I pretended to be weak and competent, and only capable of using the princess to win Konoha's sympathy, all to escape the scrutiny of the 5 great nations. Only by making everyone believe that the civil strife in the Land of Snow was merely a dying struggle of old warriors, a trivial farce, would the great shinobi nations deem it unworthy of their interference and attention. Sandai leaned down, whispering coldly into Fuka Dota's ear, but even warriors are not necessarily weaker than ninjas. The technology of the Land of Snow, the chakra armor you wear, they were always a means for warriors to counterbalance ninjas. For 10 years you have labored tirelessly over military equipment, perfected the armor system, and strengthened chakra sealing techniques. You diligently paved the way for the Land of Snow's strength, only to find it all served as my wedding garments. I must thank you, Lord Monarch. With chakra armor, warriors gain the power to oppose ninjas. So for me there is no need to cultivate chakra or learn ninjutsu. Such things would only draw the ninja's attention. His words finished, Sandai increased the pressure under his foot, threatening harshly. Now order Ruga Setsuzan and his 2 companions. Tell them to return immediately and bring back the real hexagonal crystal. Obey and I will grant you a clean death. Fuka Dota, crushed underfoot and utterly humiliated, showed no trace of fear. Instead he grinned wildly, his eyes filled with resolve and certainty. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In these 10 years I have trusted only Ruga Setsuzan, Tsuruba Fubuki, and Fuyaguma too. They are utterly loyal. Even if I die they will never betray me. Fuka Dota's eyes were wide with fury, his voice hoarse. You want the crystal? Dream on. If you have the guts, kill me now. After I die, my 3 loyal subordinates will avenge me at any cost. The hexagonal crystal in their hands is a bargaining chip to shake the ninja world. Once they put out a bounty for your head, shinobi from the 5 great nations will come to assassinate you endlessly. Sandai, you kill me. You won't live long. You will be my grave companion, haha. These words of Fuka Dota struck Sandai's deadliest nerve. His face twisted in fury, rage burning. He ground his foot savagely and growled through clenched teeth. You're asking for death. Do you think I have no other way? Since they are so loyal, they'll use you as bait. As long as you are alive, they will never go far, never abandon you. Let's see just how loyal they truly are, whether your life or the crystal matters more to them. The next morning dawned. At the frozen harbor, a biting wind howled, waves lashed against the hull, and the splashing water instantly turned to ice upon landing. The Konoha team and the entire film crew boarded the ship, unfurled the sails, and prepared to leave the Land of Snow for good. After all, with the lead actor gone, how could the crew shoot a finale without him? It would be more profitable to sell Miki Yūya's photo collection instead. Kakashi stood with hands in pockets, his mask revealing a lazy expression. Naruto and Sakura had packed up. Sasuke leaned against the railing, his demeanor aloof. Everyone was ready for the return journey. Only Miki Yūya, with the real hexagonal crystal in his pocket, sported a leisurely, carefree grin. His paid business trip was ending, and he savored the thought. If someone came to claim the crystal, he could extort a storage fee. But just as the ship was about to leave the shore, whoosh, an intensely cold chakra swept across the entire sea surface. The seawater visibly froze and crack, crack, crack. Thick layers of ice stacked up, instantly locking the ship's bottom and hull, anchoring the massive vessel immovably on the sea. 3 figures clad in icy battle armor stood on the vast frozen sea, their auras biting. They were none other than the snow ninjas Ruga Setsuzan, Tsuruba Fubuki, and Fuyaguma too. Ruga Setsuzan stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the Konoha group, especially Kakashi, his tone restrained, yet laced with reluctance and firmness. Esteemed ninjas of Konoha, Lord Dodo has no intention of opposing the 5 great nations or causing conflict. We have come for only one thing. The hexagonal crystal, the Fuka clan's heirloom, has fallen into your hands. It concerns the fate of the land of snow. We hope you will return it. All eyes turned to Kakashi. Kakashi shrugged lightly and said frankly, sorry, but the crystal is not with me. I have already given it to Yuyu. As for what to do with it, that's up to him. The moment Kakashi finished, everyone's gaze converged on Miyabi Yuyu. Miyabi Yuyu raised an eyebrow and stepped forward, hands in pockets, thinking, haha, speak of the devil. Here comes my chance to extort some money. The item is indeed with me. Seeing that Miyabi Yuyu was an ordinary villager without chakra or ninja abilities, a flicker of contempt passed through Ruga Setsuzan's eyes, and his tone turned into undisguised threat. Since it's with you, hand it over now. We respect Konoha and do not wish to harm you, but you are just a common villager. No strength, no background. Do not rely on Konoha's protection to hoard our land of snow's treasure, or I will not be lenient. Ding. Observation Haki. 3 These words left Miyabi Yuyu dumbfounded. Damn, observation Haki. That only pops up when I face verbal bullying. Then a surge of inexplicable fury shot straight to his head. Damn it. Again. These ninjas always look down on people. A foreign country bumpkin ninja dares to look down on him, a Konoha villager. Extreme rebelliousness exploded instantly. Miyabi Yuyu immediately unleashed his foul-mouthed mode, pointing at the 3 and cursing loudly, his voice resounding across the frozen sea. Oh wow, you're so tough. All dressed up in broken armor, what are you pretending to be? I may not have ninja skills, but am a genuine true blue Konoha villager. Where do you 3 scum come from? Your accents scream third-rate rural ninjas, who've never seen the world. A bunch of out-of-town village ninjas dare to throw your weight around and look down on a Konoha villager. You're not even worthy. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 6 Ding. Conqueror's Haki 5. Ruga Setsuzan and his companions' faces turned a livid, almost black hue. They finally understood yesterday's assessment of Miyabi Yuyu by Fuka Koyuki, and that assessment was far too gentle and restrained. This was no mere insolent rogue. This was a bottomless pit of depravity. What in the world is this thing doing in Konoha? Is he insane? Tsuruba Fubuki clenched his fists, tightly suppressing his anger. Are you truly determined not to return the crystal? Miyabi Yuyu paused, then waved a hand. I never said I wouldn't give it back. This thing doesn't belong to me. I didn't covet it or steal it. But just because 3 third-rate ninjas threaten me, I'm supposed to hand it over meekly. Dream on. He crossed his arms and declared arrogantly, if you want the crystal, fine. Have Fuka Koyuki come and ask for it herself. She must appear in person and take it with her own hands. Then I'll return it immediately. What happens to it after she gets it is none of my business. In short, Miyabi Yuyu was purely annoying these 3 disdainful snow ninjas. He was specifically curing their condescending attitude toward Konoha villagers. Damn snow ninjas, they've been living too comfortably. Time to put some pressure on them. Let them experience the unruly will of a Konoha plebeian. Ruga Setsuzan and his companions exchanged glances, their faces full of frustration and anxiety. Impossible. Princess Koyuki is under strict watch by Lord Dotu and forbidden to leave. She cannot come in person. We can compromise. Return with us to the snow fortress and hand the crystal to the princess face to face. Will that do? Miyabi Yuyu raised an eyebrow, pushing his advantage. How do you think you are ordering me around? I can go back. But you just insulted me, humiliated me. I feel that my dignity, my youth, my character, and my soul have all been traumatized. You want me to cooperate? Apologize first. The 3 of them turned pale and green, caught in a dilemma. Damn, we did insult you, but your dignity and soul got traumatized. You lunatic, do you even have those things? But their mission was paramount. The crystal must be retrieved. They had no choice. Ruga Setsuzan gritted his teeth and bowed his head, humiliated. I'm sorry, not enough. Miyabi Yuyu was not easily satisfied. Only Konoha ninjas knew how troublesome Miyabi Yuyu could be. Say it loudly, you 3 are third-rate rural ninjas. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 7. The 3 stiffened, their shame reaching its peak, itching to start a fight. But remembering their mission, they swallowed all humiliation, nodded reluctantly, and shouted loudly, I am a third-rate rural ninja. I am a third-rate rural ninja. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 8. Miyabi Yuyu felt ecstatic and fine. Being a rogue in Konoha was too satisfying. He could manipulate Konoha ninjas, and he could manipulate foreign ones too. No matter where the ninja came from, he'd bully them all equally. He clapped his hands, looking pleased. Alright, not a bad attitude. Since you're so sincere, I'll grudgingly accompany you country folk for a trip. As a Konoha villager, I haven't mingled with the common people in a while. Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke all wore black faces covering their heads in silent resignation. They were used to Miki Yūya's arrogant, uncompromising, and unreasonable rogue demeanor. The group disembarked again and trudged back. After a long while, the group finally returned to the foot of the imposing fortress of the snow country. The biting wind howled, and the massive fortress walls blotted out the sky, exuding an aura of grim oppression. Langia Shuebing stopped and turned to speak gravely to Haichueshue and Dongxiong Dongyu. I will enter the castle first to report to Lord Nuteo. With that, Langia Shuebing flickered and disappeared into the fortress with a few leaps. Haichueshue and Dongxiong Dongyu stood quietly outside, their expressions relaxed, silently watching the crowd. Mingren shivered from the cold. Xiaoying kept rubbing her hands. Zhuaju leaned against the wall with his eyes closed in aloofness, while Kakashi remained vigilant. After all, this was the enemy's stronghold, and he did not want his comrades to fall into danger. The film crew members chatted in small groups, occasionally taking photos. Samuyui was also bored out of his mind. Listlessly, he raised his right hand and stared at. Ever since he had been trash-talking and provoking hatred to farm attributes, his Baki Haki had been forcibly piled up by the system to the point of qualitative change. In the past, his Wuzhuan Sub-Baki armament Haki was extremely subtle, completely invisible to the naked eye, at most making his body a little harder, a purely low-key enhancement. But now it was different. With a slight surge of energy, the nail and skin of his entire middle finger were instantly covered in a deep pitch-black luster. Jet black and gleaming, concentrated and undispersed. It was genuine, clearly visible Wuzhuan Sub-Baki. Samuyui's eyes lit up, and he was thrilled to no end. Whoa, it really changed color. In the past, when he confronted or bullied others, he could only resort to trash-talking or shoving. Low-level humiliation, completely lacking in style. Now it's different. I have a Wuzhuan Sub-Baki middle finger. A jet-black, imposing middle finger to shove in people's faces. This is refined bullying. This is rising above vulgarity. Samuyui grew more and more obsessed, flipping off the air repeatedly, imagining future scenes of humiliating all kinds of ninja and powerhouses, grinning with a lecherous, arrogant look. Just as he was immersed in the joy of refined humiliation, boom. A earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted from the top of the fortress. Flames shot into the sky, rubble rolled, and the entire fortress shook violently. Countless boulders and debris from the walls crashed down toward the base. A millstone-sized boulder hurtled straight toward Samuyui's head. Startled, he ducked, rolling and scrambling sideways to dodge, and was showered with ice chips. He had just steadied himself, his mouth already full of curses ready to spew. But then from the blast hole high above, a figure shot down at incredible speed. Other ninja also emerged from the fortress and fled in different directions. The one descending towards Samuyui was none other than Langia Shuebing, who had just entered the castle. Langia Shuebing landed unsteadily, his armor cracked, his breathing ragged, his face deathly pale. He opened his mouth and roared, "Something terrible has happened. Lord Nuteo has been kidnapped and taken away." The moment he said that, Samuyui, who had been ready to curse, instantly changed his expression. In a split second, he switched sides, stood beside Langia Shuebing, seamlessly shifted the blame, pointed at Kakashi, and declared loudly with righteous indignation, "It must be Kakashi's doing. Leaf Ninja always love these sneaky tricks. This has nothing to do with me." At that moment, Haichueshue and Dongxiong Dongju's eyes sharpened, locking onto Kakashi. The events of the Land of Waves were still fresh in their minds. Leaf's unauthorized interference in other countries' internal affairs was already a well-known dark history. Kakashi's mouth twitched wildly. Oh no, he was really being framed. He raised his hands and explained innocently, "Everyone, don't jump to conclusions. I haven't done anything wrong. I've been here in my original body the whole time. There must be a misunderstanding. It really wasn't me." Samuyui wouldn't let Kakashi off so easily. He was convinced it was Kakashi and pressed on with his tirade. "If not you, then who? You gave me the crystal neither earlier nor later, but exactly at the critical moment." To be honest, Samuyui himself couldn't figure out why Kakashi had handed him that hexagonal crystal. But now everything made sense. This was using him to create an alibi to prove that Leaf Ninja had no interest in Snow Country's internal affairs. Samuyui was not about to be a scapegoat. At that moment, Langia Shuebing took a deep breath and spoke again, forcefully interrupting his performance. "It's not Kakashi. It's Santeifu, who allied with the rebellious Snow Ninja inside the castle. He launched a coup and kidnapped Lord Nuteo." With those words, the entire place fell into dead silence. Mingren was stunned, Xiaoying dumbfounded, Zuozu's eyelids twitched, and Kakashi was completely frozen. No one had expected that the mastermind was Santeifu, who had been pretending to be a loyal retainer all along. As for Samuyui, having been interrupted twice while trying to show off and curse, he was mentally shattered. But he reacted quickly, immediately moving from beside Langia Shuebing to stand next to Kakashi. "Who cares about the coup? Laughing my ass off. This trash Fenghua Nuteo is too pathetic. Ruled Snow Country for 10 years and got his home stolen by a useless old man. Is this his level? Can't even handle an old man like Santeifu." Let me tell you the truth. If it were me, an ordinary leaf villager, I could beat Santeifu until he howls and begs for mercy. His face full of disdain, he mocked wildly, his verbal barrage at full power, just as expected from a backwater country. Their ninja are third-rate rural ninja. The ruler is a third-rate trash ruler. And they even dare to frame us ninja of the fire country, ha. These words completely shattered the last shred of the three snow ninjas' patience. Damn, it wasn't it you who first jumped out and said Kakashi did it. What the hell does it have to do with us? They tolerated being humiliated, bullied, and forced to admit fault. But now publicly insulting the ruler they had served for 10 years. That was absolutely intolerable. Langya Zubang's eyes turned bloodshot and Haichueshua, and Dongxiong Danji's killing intent surged. The three instantly formed hand seals, their armor roaring, and charged furiously at Samuyui, ready to teach him a lesson. Everyone. At the critical moment, Kakashi, Mingren, and Zhuozhu rushed forward, raising their hands to form seals blocking the three snow ninja. Xiaoying sidestepped and directly shielded Samuyui in front of her, preventing him from being ambushed or escaping. The scene instantly became tense. Surrounded by everyone, Samuyui stared at Xiaoying dumbfounded. Damn it, his earlier words were right. These ninja all had black hearts. Kakashi with a grave expression spoke solemnly, enough, no more infighting. The priority is to rescue Fenghua Nuteo immediately. We never intended to meddle in Snow Country's internal affairs, but our Leaf team is now in Snow Country. If the ruler dies and the coup succeeds, all the blame and suspicion will fall on Leaf. Let's go rescue Fenghua Nuteo first. Hearing Kakashi's words, the three snow ninja forcibly suppressed their anger and nodded. Without hesitation, Kakashi led Mingren, Xiaoying, Zhuozhu, and the three furious snow ninja rushing at full speed toward the battlefield. Everyone left except Samuyui, who stood still, unmoving. Are you kidding? He was just an ordinary Leaf villager. Ninja fights national coups, power struggles. None of his damn business. But the film crew who had been watching the whole drama looked at Samuyui and felt that he was quite an eyesore. Tisk tisk, all that big talk earlier, but now that something's happened, you're a chicken. A Leaf villager. I think you're just a local thug riding on the hype. When did Leaf ever have such a cold-blooded, selfish villager? Leaf has always been nosy, right? You said you could easily beat Santeifu, but now you only hide. Typical keyboard warrior. You think visiting Leaf makes you one of them superior? At the end of the day, you're just a powerless, backgroundless, low-class commoner. One sarcastic remark after another, one contemptuous comment after another poured into Samuyui's ears. Samuyui was so enraged that his anger shot straight to his skull. Ridiculous. It was one thing for ninja to bully him. But a bunch of ordinary film crew civilians dared to bully a Leaf troublemaker. Did they think he only talked trash and wouldn't fight? Samuyui looked up, his eyes ferocious. Without saying a word, he directly flipped off the entire crew who had mocked him, his middle finger shining with black Wuzwansabaki. A bunch of ignorant extras daring to point fingers at me. What? Got mad. Weren't you just saying you could beat Santeifu? You. Come on, if you've got the guts, hit me. A young man carrying a camera stepped forward, looking down at Samuyui with disdain. So what if he was handsome? Wasn't he just a useless guy who only talked and never acted? With that weak frame, he probably couldn't even lift his camera. But the next moment. Bang. A clean, solid punch. The camera guy fell to the ground. Who's next? Samuyui looked at the crowd. His fist was a cure for stubborn mouths. He couldn't beat Tsunade, but he could definitely beat them. Meanwhile, on the frozen battlefield of the Snow Country treasure, this was the core of the Snow Country's hereditary treasure, though it hadn't been passed down for long. The biting wind, piercing cold and open terrain, made it a perfect battlefield. At the center of the battlefield, atop a towering ice platform, Fenghua Nuteo's hands were bound by thick iron chains. His legs were pierced through, forcing him to kneel, nailed firmly to the platform. The blood holes were gruesome, with frozen crimson ice shards. At this moment, Fenghua Nuteo was battered and wounded, but his eyes remained unyielding. Santeifu, clad in chakra armor and wearing the Fenghua family pendant, stood arrogantly before the platform, smirking with sinister triumph. Watching the hastily arrived Langya Shuebing trio and the entire Team 7, Santeifu laughed loudly. You three ninja finally here. Want to save Fenghua Nuteo? Simple. Hand over the hexagonal crystal, and it'll let him live. Langya Shuebing gritted his teeth and roared, Santeifu, you're dreaming. The crystal was not in the hands of the three, but no one revealed that. Mingren, Xiaoying, and Zhuozhu stepped forward together, their anger blazing. Mingren clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles. Santeifu, you're too despicable. This whole thing was your scheme. Using us, manipulating us. Xiaoying's eyes were icy. Stop your coup immediately, and release Fenghua Nuteo. Zhuozhu's eyes churned with malice, staring coldly at Santeifu, his killing intent hidden. Kakashi spoke gravely, his tone stern. Santeifu, you used Leaf Ninja in your attempt to seize power. This matter won't be easy to resolve. If the ruler of Snow Country dies here today, even if it's internal affairs, Leaf will never let you off. Facing the pressure from everyone, Santeifu not only showed no fear, but laughed even more crazily and recklessly. Huh. Let me off. What right does Leaf have to meddle? This is Snow Country's internal affairs. What business is it of the 5 great nations? Santefus' eyes were venomous, and he spoke viciously. Kakashi, if you insist on interfering today, then die on this snowfield. Then I can claim to the outside world that Fenghua Nuteo and the rebel Snow Ninja killed Leaf Ninja. And I, by eliminating the traitors and quelling the rebellion, will avenge the Leaf Ninja. After all, you'll be dead, without witnesses. Who in the ninja world will know the truth? If you're smart, get out of Snow Country now. Otherwise, you'll all be buried here. Santefu was afraid of Leaf and didn't want them to interfere. If Kakashi and the others left now, he could complete the coup and then install Fenghua Xiaoxue on the throne, and Leaf would have no way to deal with him. But the next second, Mingren completely exploded and roared, I don't care about the truth. I will never let you succeed. You're a villain who plays schemes, and you— Xiaoying nodded firmly, we must stop him. Zuizhu directly pulled out his windmill shuriken and said, enough nonsense, let's— Santefu completely lost it, his mind shattered. He had already given them an out. Damn it, are you Leaf Ninja insane? In the land of waves, Daizuna cheated you out of your hard-earned money and mission 100 times more wicked than me. And you endured it. Just a few days ago I begged you to intervene, and you all refused. Now I launch a coup myself, which is Snow Country's own affair, and you insist on butting in. Do you have any sense of reason? Completely losing his composure, Santefus' eyes blazed with ferocity. Since you insist on seeking death, don't blame me for being ruthless. With his shout, a booming sound echoed. The cold air surged from all directions. Densely packed, fully armed hundreds of rebel snow ninja emerged from the snow, appearing on the battlefield. Following them, hundreds of samurai clad in chakra armor also appeared on the battlefield. The chakra armor perfectly compensated for the samurai's lack of chakra, raising the combat power of ordinary samurai to that of a regular genin. A sea of dark figures occupied the entire battlefield. Kakashi. Lang Yishuebing looked at Kakashi. 10 years ago they were enemies, 10 years later they could fight side by side. Go! Kakashi shouted. The 3 snow ninja and the entire team 7 charged into the battlefield. The great battle was about to erupt. On the frozen battlefield, flames of war were instantly ignited. Without any hesitation, Kakashi's figure abruptly burst forward, a sharp azure lightning crackling in his hand, the piercing screech of thunder echoing across the snowfield. Lightning chakra coiled around his palm, interweaving with cold flashes of thunder. He charged ahead, plunging straight into the dense ranks of the rebel army. Lightning cutter. As the lightning flashed, several armored warriors nearby were sent flying by the thunderous light, ice shards and armor fragments scattering everywhere. At almost the same moment, the rogue Fong avalanche beside him completed his hand seals, unleashing a chilling wave of ice that swept across the entire field. Ice release rogue Fong avalanche. With a deafening roar, over a dozen colossal snow wolves materialized from the ice, their fangs bared and claws gleaming with bone-chilling cold. They rammed with brutal force into the mass of rebel snow ninja and armored warriors, accompanied by howling wind and snow. Crane Wing Blizzard and Winter Bear Freezing Rain followed closely behind their hands, swiftly forming a series of hand seals. Layer upon layer of ice release ninjutsu spread out, freezing the enemy's path ahead and sealing off all avenues of retreat. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura synchronized their movements, Team 7 unleashing their full power. Naruto leaped into the air, blue chakra swirling around him, raising Gan. Sasuke moved with swift wind-like agility, continuously firing shurikens that precisely picked off scattered enemies, his eyes cold and sharp. Sakura clenched her fists, following behind Sasuke, hurling various kunai and explosive tags. Though the enemies seemed overwhelmingly numerous, their combat strength was laughably weak. The rebel snow ninja could only use crude low-level ice release techniques, all of which were easily dodged by the group, who countered with lethal strikes. The hundreds of armored warriors looked intimidating, using chakra armor to barely compensate for their lack of chakra, but they were at best on par with ordinary genin. Because none of these people could use ninjutsu, only using chakra to enhance their bodies. Yet under the combined assault of elite Jounin genius genin and the 3 top elite ninja of the Snow Country, they were utterly defenseless. Not all genin possessed the strength of Konoha genin. The enemy ranks crumbled and retreated in droves as the group swept through, drawing closer to the high platform where Fubuki Dodo was pinned. Amidst the biting cold wind on the high platform, Fubuki Dodo slowly regained consciousness from blood, lost the sounds of the fierce battle all around him. He was covered in white frost, his eyelashes frozen into tiny ice crystals. The bitter cold wind harshly filled his throat and chest, and a piercing pain spread from his impaled thigh throughout his entire body. In his ears were the sounds of exploding tags, clashing weapons, shouting and fighting, and the ceaseless howling of the wind. His blurred vision struggled to focus, and he clearly saw the desperate charge of the rogue Fong Avalanche trio, as well as the united Team 7 of Konoha. His trusted confidant of 10 years, his only loyal subordinate, was fighting to the death for him. And the Konoha ninja, who could have stayed out of it, had also followed him. An overwhelming sense of despair and bitterness filled his chest. Fubuki Dodo clenched his teeth using the last of his strength to let out a hoarse, desperate roar. Don't come. Rogue Fong. Konoha Ninja. Get out of here. Leave this place now. Don't save me. His voice was broken and hoarse, torn apart by the wind, yet filled with a desperate resolve. He would rather die here, would rather the snow country be destroyed than handed over to Santofu, or allow his niece Fubuki Koiki to become a puppet. The Rogue Fong avalanche trio below, hearing his roar, had their eyes instantly turning bloodshot, their hearts wrenched as if twisted by a knife. Lord, their eyes red, they fought with a berserk fury, unleashing ninjutsu, without restraint, charging recklessly toward the high platform. Kakashi's expression suddenly hardened, instantly perceiving the hidden danger in the field, and shouted a warning. Sasuke. Naruto. Watch for the timing. The two understood instantly, their coordination perfect. Kakashi's lightning cutter blazed a path forward, forcefully breaking through all the rebels blocking their way, carving a route straight to the high platform. Sasuke grabbed Naruto's wrist, gathered his strength, and hurled him with all his might. Now, with a swoosh, Naruto was launched like a cannonball, soaring through the air straight toward the icy high platform. Midair, Naruto rapidly formed hand seals, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Countless shadow clones appeared, instantly stacking layer upon layer to form aerial stepping stones, carrying the real body swiftly toward Fubuki Dodo. So close, only a hair's breadth away from cutting the chains and saving the feudal lord. Just as everyone thought rescue was imminent, swish. A huge net glowing with faint blue chakra shot out of nowhere from the shadows of the high platform. Naruto had no time to react, his body colliding directly with the huge net. In the next instant, a strange suppression force erupted. The surging chakra within his body instantly froze, locked, and dried up. There was no intense pain, only an all-encompassing weakness and exhaustion sweeping through him. Ninjutsu failed, chakra reduced to zero, his entire body limp and powerless. What a... Naruto's pupils contracted sharply, his consciousness momentarily dazed, and the sudden weakness made him lose all support, slamming his head heavily onto the icy surface of the high platform. He tumbled straight down the steep ice wall, a black veil falling over his eyes as he fell unconscious on the spot. Before anyone could recover from the shock from all directions, dozens of identical chakra-capturing nets descended from the sky. This special tool, though not as efficient as the highest-level chakra suppression device, could instantly seal and suppress all ninja chakra. This instant of suppression was enough to change the course of the battle. On the battlefield, there was nowhere to hide. Swish, swish, swish. The icy nets covered the sky. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, and the Rogue Fong avalanche trio, all were tightly bound and trapped within the nets. Chakra was completely sealed, and everyone fell into a weakened state. The surrounding enemies seized the opportunity to tie them all up. In an instant, they were completely annihilated. On the high platform, Santofu slowly straightened up, looking down at everyone caught in the net, and burst into a wild, unrestrained laugh. He had long known that the Konoha ninja were powerful, but the Snow Country also had its own weapons. Haha. Save him. Go ahead and save him. He looked down from above, his eyes filled with extreme mockery and contempt, trampling on everyone's dignity. Fubuki Dodo, you worked hard and managed your domain all your life. You studied military equipment, perfected the armor, and defended the country for 10 years. And what did it come to? You've become my prisoner. All your hard work has only served me. You're a complete waste. After mocking Fubuki Dodo, his gaze swept over the Konoha ninja, trapped in the net, unable to move, his smile twisting even more. And you, the lofty Konoha ninja. The ninja villages of the 5 great nations look down on small countries, despise us. You think the Snow Country can never match the great nations, that small country ninja are inferior, that samurai are mere ants. With those words, Santofu, clad in chakra armor, leaped from the high platform over 10 meters high and landed steadily. He strode over to the immobilized Kakashi, raised his foot, and stomped hard on Kakashi's face. 1 stomp, 2 stomps, 3 stomps. He ground Kakashi's face into the snow, humiliating him to the extreme. Huh, why aren't you arrogant now? Where's the pride of Konoha? The superiority of a great nation's ninja? Without chakra, what difference is there between you ninja and useless ants? What gives you the right to be so high and mighty? What gives you the right to look down on me, Santofu, and humiliate me? Just because I'm an ordinary person, because I seem weak and submissive, you despise me. And you made me pay for medical expenses, and not satisfied with that, you even forced me to pay protection fees, claiming you could protect me all the way to the Snow Country. Kakashi clenched his teeth, letting the hard sole of the shoe grind against his face, filled with frustration and helplessness. He asked himself, all those arrogant, domineering, and contemptuous moves that looked down on village ninja, from start to finish, they were all done by that guy Miki Yūya? The medical expenses were also paid to Miki Yūya, and the protection fees were extorted by him. The ninja were just taking on a mission. Why should he bear all the blame? And after humiliating Kakashi enough, Santofu finally moved his foot, turning to look at the equally trapped Rogue Fong Avalanche trio, his tone filled with Rogue Fong Avalanche. This is your last chance. Hand over the hexagonal crystal. Hand over the key to the Fubuki family treasure, and I'll release all of you immediately. Once I open the Snow Country treasure and possess the top-tier military equipment, even the 5 great nations will never be able to push the Snow Country around again. This is your last chance, and the only way to save Fubuki Dodo. Rogue Fong Avalanche, bound by the net and tied up, unable to use any chakra, still raised his head and laughed loudly, his laughter open and resolute. Haha, Santofu, you're dreaming. The hexagonal crystal is no longer with us. Before we set out, we already handed the hexagonal crystal to that Konoha villager, Yūya. Your coup from the moment you kidnapped Lord Dodo and set this trap has already failed. Even if all of us die here. With the secret treasure in his hand, Yūya is safe outside, and Konoha will never let this go. You will pay a bloody price for what you have done today. Sakura, suppressing her humiliation, gritted her teeth and spoke out angrily. You treacherous and scrupulous, despicable little man. You think you've won it? Compared to Yūya, you're far too green. That guy is a true scum without any bottom line. You're done. That bastard Yūya will never— Sasuke kept his handsome face cold, his dark pupils filled with indifferent chill, adding a cutting remark. Yūya holds grudges like no other. He doesn't care about fellow villagers, prestigious Konoha families, or even the Hokage. If anyone provokes him, he bites back. Santofu, the affairs of the Snow Country have already involved him. As long as he returns to Konoha alive, you're as good as dead. Heh. Hearing these words, and remembering Yūya's crazy, lawless, scoundrel-like demeanor, Santofu, who had just been arrogant and domineering, felt a chill run down his spine. He knew exactly how outrageous that Konoha villager was. He had publicly beaten Konohamaru, stepped on the faces of Konoha ninja, knocked out Fubuki Koike with a sake bottle, and made Santofu himself flee in a mess with his bare hands. He was violent, shameless, vengeful, unrestrained, and had no bottom line. Offending a ninja could still be negotiated, but offending that crazy villager would only lead to endless, boundaryless, relentless retaliation. The shadow of death loomed over Santofu for the first time, and he knew he was in deep trouble. Yet at the moment when the atmosphere was dead and oppressive to the extreme, a young man's voice, insolent, arrogant, and dripping with contempt, came drifting lazily from the high snowy mountain at the edge of the battlefield. TSK Tisk, that's hilarious. The elite Jounin of Konoha leading Team 7. And you got wiped out by a bunch of village rebel ninja and third-rate samurai. Kakashi, you really made Konoha ninja lose face. With a teacher this lame, no wonder your students are all useless. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 5 ding. Conqueror's Haki 3. And Uchiha Sasuke. The village brags about you being a genius, the best at running away, even escaping the night of the clan massacre. If you can't manage, you might as well go sunbathe in the Cloud Village, get yourself tanned, and then find a wife. That way you'll be the #1 escape artist of Konoha. Haha. Sasuke didn't understand the rest, but he understood the mockery about escaping the clan massacre. Damn it, this guy, this— Sasuke clenched his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 5 ding. Conqueror's Haki 3. At that moment, everyone on the field turned their heads, staring at the source of the voice. On the snowy highland, Yūya stood at the front. Behind him, the film crew members who had mocked him earlier, now with bruised faces, blackened eyes, and disheveled. Needed no explanation. In just a short moment, this top-tier Konoha troublemaker had violently suppressed and thoroughly subdued all the stubborn passers-by. Kakashi and the Rogue Fong Avalanche group below, upon seeing Yūya, all felt a sinking feeling in their hearts, falling into utter despair. It's over. Why did this guy come here? He had the hexagonal crystal and should have run away. And Santofu, recognizing the newcomer, froze for a moment, then bared his teeth and burst into wild laughter, his killing intent surging. Damn it, that bastard who ruined his plans had actually come back. Yūya, you still dare to come back? Everyone else is captured, and you, a useless ordinary villager without chakra or ninjutsu, dare to set foot on this battlefield. Are you insane? He stared hard at Yūya on the highland, shouting fiercely, Yūya, is the hexagonal crystal on you? Hand it over now? They'll spare you an intact corpse. On the snowy highland, Yūya, hearing Santofu's words, was amused. Why was he here? Looking at the people behind him, they claimed he couldn't beat Santofu. How could he not? Defeating someone like that was easy for him. The crystal? It's really with me. With that, Yūya slowly raised his right hand. Under everyone's gaze, he leisurely, steadily raised his middle finger. Against the backdrop of the white snow, the nail of the middle finger was pitch black. Santofu's smile froze. He stood still, squinting his eyes to look carefully. After a long while, Santofu spoke. Why are you showing me your nail art? Hurry up and hand over the hexagonal crystal. Damn it, I was wondering why no system prompt appeared. I raise my middle finger at you, and you say I'm showing you nail art. Screw— Old waste, beat me first before talking. Samu Yuya, exasperated, wanted to leap down, but he saw it was a bit high. He turned around and slid down a nearby slope at a trot. Waste of the snow country. Come on, let me show you what I Samu Yuya am made of. I'm not like those useless Konoha ninja. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 10 ding. Conqueror's Haki 11. With one sentence he insulted everyone present. The samurai and ninja, who hadn't fallen on the battlefield, were all enraged, surging forward together. Kill him. Courting death, just a civilian. Even a samurai is better than this waste. How dare he challenge us? Charge. All together. The entire battlefield erupted in battle again, a group of people charging at Samu Yuya. But in the next moment, Samu Yuya's Conqueror's Haki burst forth, completely. The snow beneath his feet cracked slightly from the impact of the Haki. An invisible pressure spread, a coercive force descended, and nearly half of the charging ninja and samurai fell to the ground in a scattered manner. The ninja in the front didn't fall, but their attacks were slow, too slow. Compared to Tsunade, they were too weak. Die! The ninja in front thrust a kunai at him, which Samu Yuya easily dodged by ducking low. In the next instant his fist had already reached the ninja's face. With a bang, the punch shook the surrounding air, snowflakes scattering. That man spat blood and flew backward. Weak. Too weak. Even with chakra, what difference is there between you ninja and useless ants? No flashy hand seals, no chakra flow. Just the pure explosive power of flesh and muscle. Bang! He delivered a powerful right hook that slammed heavily into the chest of an armored samurai on the far left. Accompanied by a gut-wrenching sound of twisting metal, the samurai, not even having time to scream, flew sideways like a torn sack, crashing heavily into a snowdrift, his fate unknown. Bang! 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 Fists whistled through the air, leaving afterimages. Samu Yuya was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, rampaging through the dense enemy ranks. His movements lacked the grace of a ninja, but carried a brutal aesthetic of fist-to-flesh, smashing everything in its path. It should be noted that Samu Yuya's full power strike could even injure Tsunade. Samu Yuya chased after Konohamaru every day in the village, not because Konohamaru was holding back, but because even a genius like Konohamaru, no matter how hard he trained, could never beat Samu Yuya. Too slow. Too weak. Samu Yuya laughed wildly, his hands turning into a blur of fists. He didn't even need to look. The terrifying perception of observation Haki accurately detected every enemy's weakness. What kind of monster is this? He has no chakra, so why does he have such terrifying power? Run. Run for your lives. Samu Yuya stood in the center of the battlefield, surrounded by the fallen bodies of 50 or 60 enemies who had lost their combat ability. The remaining 7 or 8, unable to fight, simply fled the battlefield. Now, Samu Yuya shook the blood off his fists, a ferocious grin of extreme arrogance curling at the corners of his mouth. He raised his head, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching every corner of the dead silent battlefield. It's your turn, old waste. At the center of the battlefield, Santeifu was tense, gripping the icy gleam of his katana with white-knuckled ferocity. The heavy chakra armor encasing his body, meant to be indestructible, trembled uncontrollably. His grip on the hilt made his fingers pale and his palm numb. A crisp, steady crunch of footsteps crushed the frozen snow and ice beneath each step, sending tremors through the frozen ground. Samu Yuya advanced slowly, deliberately, toward Santeifu. The overwhelming Conqueror's Haki erupted, fully suffocating the entire battlefield like a collapsing mountain. In that moment, Santeifu no longer saw victory or strategy in his eyes. From his perspective, the approaching Samu Yuya was not merely a villager from Konoha, but a dormant lion of the snowfields, a peerless beast overlooking the masses. Arrogant, domineering, unbridled, showing no regard for him. Not just Santeifu, but every ninja samurai and snow ninja on this battlefield was utterly insignificant in Samu Yuya's eyes. Extreme fear consumed Santeifu, his legs weakening, retreating uncontrollably. In his panic, his heel struck a warm... It was Naruto Uzumaki, who had been struck unconscious against the ice wall by the chakra net. Naruto still lay face down in the snow, eyes closed, unconscious. Normally Naruto wouldn't faint so easily, but at the moment of impact his chakra was restricted, plunging him into a weakened state. Thus he remained unconscious until now. In a flash, a malicious glint burst in Santeifu's eyes. A dead end. He had found the only break in the deadlock. He lunged down, grabbing the boy by the scruff of his neck, yanking the weakened, unconscious Naruto upright, holding him as a shield before himself. A human meat shield. A twisted, manic grin spread across his face. Santeifu roared in a hoarse voice, "Samu Yuya, stop right there. Let me leave this place, leave the land of snow. Naruto Uzumaki's life is in my hands. If you don't let me go, I'll kill him. Let him be my burial sacrifice." Yet as he spoke, Samu Yuya's steps did not falter. He continued to advance steadily. Meanwhile, Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke, who were bound on the ground, all changed expression drastically, their faces growing grim. Are you kidding me? You are trying moral blackmail on someone who has morals. Since when is Naruto Samu Yuya's comrade? This guy is always calling Naruto a fox demon, mocking him the most. No, it wasn't just Naruto. In the critical moment, Kakashi hastily tried to intervene, his voice filled with anxiety and helplessness. Samu enough. Santeifu is at the end of his rope, no longer a threat. Stop now. Samu didn't care if Naruto lived or died, but Kakashi was different. Sakura, lying sideways in the snow, followed suit. Samu, if you let Naruto get hurt, I will report everything to Lady Tsunade today. Let you be punished thoroughly in Konoha. Samu paid no heed to Kakashi or Sakura. Interesting. Two useless ninjas tied up by the enemy, reduced to captives, dare to boss me around a legitimate Konoha villager. Remember the rule. Konoha villagers are never obligated to pay for the safety of useless ninjas. As elite ninjas, you can't even protect your comrades or your village. Instead, you let the enemy capture you to threaten ordinary villagers. What use are you alive? Samuyu's words were not wrong. It's one thing to threaten ninjas with villagers, but who the hell threatens villagers with ninjas? As he spoke, Samu kept walking, passing right by Sakura. Bang. Without mercy, he kicked her squarely in the chest. Ding. Armament Haki 4. You dare threaten me? Let me tell you, even if Tsunade the old hag were here, I wouldn't be afraid. The intense pain exploded instantly. Sakura grunted, rolling twice in the snow from the kick. Her chest ached unbearably, her breath caught, and her eyes reddened. But Samu didn't bother to finish her off. He just glanced at her with disdain. Ninjas threatening villagers. Since when did Konoha's rules become so absurd? Sasuke, standing nearby, had a cold expression, murderous intent swirling in his dark eyes. He gritted his teeth and spoke coldly, each word deliberate. If Naruto dies, I, Sasuke Uchiha, will never forgive you, Samu. The moment Sasuke finished, the next second, the vast conqueror's Haki suddenly contracted, concentrated, locking onto the bound Sasuke. An overwhelming, ocean-like pressure crashed down. Samu stopped, looking down at the stiff, immobile Sasuke Uchiha, with a mocking, sharp sneer echoing through the snow. You don't dare to take revenge on your true enemy Itachi Uchiha, but you throw harsh words at an innocent villager. Sasuke Uchiha, do you have any trace of a strong man's spirit? On the night of the massacre, you witnessed your parents and clan die. When Itachi swung his blade at you, weren't you crying, kneeling, begging for mercy, groveling, just to save your dog's life? Huh. A coward as timid as a mouse, and you dare talk about revenge. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 6. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 6. Every word was a dagger. Each sentence pierced the deepest, darkest scar buried in Sasuke's heart. The three snow ninjas nearby were stunned. Are Konoha villagers this terrifying? And Sasuke? At that moment, Sasuke was completely frozen. The bloody images of the massacre flooded his mind, the screams of the clan, the pool of blood from his parents, Itachi's cold eyes, his own pathetic weeping and begging as he ran. Sasuke's body trembled violently, his teeth clenched, blood seeping from his lips again. His spirit was shattered, his eyes filled with confusion, humiliation, and utter helplessness. He wanted revenge, but he didn't even have the courage to face Itachi. Samuyu's words cruelly tore away all his pretentious genius pride, leaving only the essence of a coward. At this moment, Samu was already within a few steps of Santeifu. Santeifu, looking at the restrained, peace-seeking Konoha ninjas, and then at the relentless, inhuman Samu, was crushed by extreme fear, breaking his last shred of reason. He was wrong, completely wrong. How could such a madman be threatened by him? Tears mixed with cold sweat streamed down. This schemer, who had plotted for 10 years and ruled the land of snow, had gone completely insane. He screamed hysterically like a madman. You forced me. Samu, you wouldn't let me go? Since I can't live, then let your Konoha people be buried with me. As the words fell, a flash of cold light. Slash. The sharp katana plunged deep into Naruto's abdomen. Warm blood gushed out, staining the white snow red. The piercing pain instantly shot through the unconscious Naruto. He jerked awake, his pupils wildly shaking. He stared at the blade, piercing his stomach, his mind. In Naruto's ears, Santeifu's frenzied roar echoed, damn, you Samu. Damn Konoha villager. You forced me. You'll make Naruto my burial sacrifice. Be buried with me. Naruto, enduring the pain, had a million question marks in his mind. Wait, what? What happened? No one. Why curse Samu as the one to blame, but stab me? You're the one who forced him. If you have the guts, stab him. Why stab me? In that instant, the nine-tails chakra in Naruto's abdomen began to gather, surging out in massive amounts. But just then, the air tore apart. The nine-tails chakra that had just surged around Naruto's body was forcibly compressed into a vacuum by an invisible force. The torn air had already reached Naruto. Crack! The nine-tails chakra that had just emerged from his stomach seemed to be suppressed, torn, and squeezed. An unprecedented shadow of death enveloped him. Naruto seemed to see his parents, his future, and himself becoming Hokage. Is this a life flashing before my eyes? It's so bright. The next moment, with his scalp tingling and survival instinct maxed, Naruto stomped the frozen ground, using all his remaining strength to spin around. He forced the maddened Santeifu behind him to the front. Boom. The air exploded. The snowstorm raged violently. There was no ninjutsu light, no chakra flow, only pure, overwhelming brute strength. Samuyu's long-prepared fist came crashing down. Bang! It struck the chakra armor on Santeifu's back. The specially crafted armor tough enough to withstand Jonin-level jutsu, shattered like paper. The terrifying impact layered upon itself. The entire lumbar spine of Santeifu in front was shattered instantly, the sound of bones breaking piercingly loud. He spat a huge amount of blood flying backward like a broken kite, collapsing onto the snow, convulsing with more breath out than in on the verge of death. And Naruto behind Santeifu was also sent flying by the overflow of terrifying force, crashing heavily into the cold hard ice wall of the platform. His forehead hit, and bled blood trickling down his cheek. Naruto clutched his aching abdomen and swollen internal organs, murmuring weakly, "I am alive." Tears shimmered in Naruto's eyes. He was alive. He had dodged that attack. Master Jiraiya. I'm alive. How did Master Jiraiya endure that kind of absurd force from Granny Tsunade and survive? Naruto was truly shaken. As for the stab wound, see that shattered chakra armor. Getting stabbed once doesn't even count as an injury. On the other side, Sanmu Yui stepped forward, casually grabbing the dying, blood-spitting, barely alive Santeifu from the snow. Santeifu, with only one last breath, eyes glazed, stared at the boy before him, using his last ounce of strength to mutter intermittently, "WH. What? Why?" Sanmu Yui had no interest in playing nostalgia with Santeifu. Idiot. He was too lazy to waste words on a dying man. He spat out 2 words, then tossed Santeifu aside like trash into the cold snow. Trying to manipulate me with moral blackmail. Huh. I'm the one who manipulates others with moral blackmail. How could a country bumpkin like you manipulate me? Having dealt with Santeifu, Naruto, supporting his aching body and clutching his bleeding abdomen, walked to the bound Kakashi and the others. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hand and untied their ropes. Freed Sakura and Sasuke immediately looked at Naruto, their eyes full of worry, repeatedly asking about his injuries. Naruto shook his head, forcing a smile, saying it was just a flesh wound and nothing serious. The reason he was slow was entirely because of the aftershock from Sanmu Yui. On the other side, the freed Langyushuabing trio rushed to the high platform. They cut the chains, rescued the severely injured Fong, Juan Nuteo, and frantically treated his stab wounds and frostbite. Meanwhile, the film crew, who had been beaten black and blue by Sanmu Yui, crowded around him, flattering him endlessly. You're awesome. Killing Santeifu with your bare hands. That's real power. Indeed, it's us ordinary civilians who are the strongest. Those Konoha ninjas and Snow Country Jonin are all flashy weaklings. The group viciously belittled the ninjas and praised Sanmu Yui as if they had won the entire battle. The film director, full of guilt, quickly took out a treasured liquor bottle and handed it to Sanmu Yui, bowing repeatedly. "Yui, I'm sorry. We spoke too harshly before." Sanmu Yui took the bottle, his expression calm. "Good that you know. Honesty is just the least of my countless virtues." "Oh, director, you're older, so it's understandable that you're not steady. You'll understand when you reach my age." But just as everyone was cleaning up the mess, a sudden angry female voice came from the edge of the battlefield. Feng Hua Xiaoxua looked at the chaotic battlefield, saw Santeifu lying in the snow barely alive, and widened her eyes, demanding angrily, "What did you do to Santeifu? Why did you strike so ruthlessly?" The entire scene fell into dead silence. The film crew, who had been crowding around Sanmu Yui, scattered like birds, stepping back, pushing Sanmu Yui to the front. Team 7 and the 3 snow ninjas also looked at Sanmu Yui. Damn these bastards. When the country is in danger, they think of good generals. When a fool comes, they push me forward. When there's no fool, they treat me like one. Of course, Sanmu Yui, seeing Feng Hua Xiaoxua about to interrogate everyone, immediately saw red. Where did this stupid woman come from? Before the words finished, Sanmu Yui charged at Feng Hua Xiaoxua, holding the liquor bottle he had just received. Bang! The bottle shattered. It smashed heavily on Feng Hua Xiaoxua's forehead. Glass shattered, liquor splattered. Feng Hua Xiaoxua's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed straight into the snow unconscious without even a scream. Ding. Armament Haki 0. 5. Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke all had indifferent expressions, even letting out a sigh of relief. The Langyushuabing trio collectively exhaled, long relieved. Good, trouble solved. If Sanmu Yui weren't here, this would have been quite troublesome. Good thing there's a completely immoral person here. Good thing there's a completely immoral person here. Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke all had indifferent expressions, even letting out a sigh of relief. The Langyushuabing trio collectively exhaled, long relieved. Good, trouble solved. If Sanmu Yui weren't here, this would have been quite troublesome. Good thing there's a completely immoral person here. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The turmoil in the snow country had completely subsided, the rebellion of Santeifu had come to an end, and the dust had settled. During these days, Feng Hua Xiaoxua finally pieced together the full picture of the entire affair from the words of others and the accounts of the guards. She finally realized that from beginning to end, she had merely been a pawn in Santeifu's bid to usurp power. She had always been reluctant to return to the snow country, yet Santeifu had manipulated her into coming back. If he were truly a loyal subject, then Santeifu's control over her over the past decade would have been far too excessive. Yet even knowing the truth, she still could not let go of her feelings. The hatred for Feng Huanuteo who killed her father could not be dissolved in just a few days. Although Feng Huanuteo had committed no wrongs after becoming the ruler of the Snow Country in her eyes, he was still the sinner who murdered her father and stole her homeland. Today the group once again returned to the basin where the treasure lay frozen. Feng Huanuteo sat in a specially made wheelchair, his legs wrapped in thick bandages, the penetrating wounds still unhealed, making him look haggard and aged. Langia Shuebing Hai Chueshue and Dongxiong Dongyu stood, with solemn expressions, carefully pushing the wheelchair, bringing Feng Huanuteo to the keyhole at the center of the basin. All eyes were focused. This was the ultimate secret treasure site of the Feng Hua clan, a hidden realm built by Feng Hua Zhaoxue, at the cost of the family's entire fortune, the most mysterious treasure land of the Snow Country, legendary for 10 years. Feng Huanuteo took a deep breath, tremblingly extended his hand, and held up the hexagonal crystal that had been retrieved after many twists and turns. His fingers trembling slightly, he firmly inserted the crystal into the groove in the stone wall. Click! A crisp unlocking sound echoed. Buzz! A vast and gentle energy instantly swept across the entire basin. A low-frequency rumbling tremor came from deep underground, and the entire hidden realm shook violently. Around the basin, the towering flat snow-covered stone walls saw their surface ice crack, fall, and melt layer by layer. The white snow and ice fell in flurries, and a mist of ice rose everywhere, obscuring the view. In Feng Huanuteo's eyes burned extreme fervor and anticipation. His heart pounded wildly. 10 years of forbearance, 10 years of suspicion, 10 years of obsession. He had spent half his life investigating the contingency plans left by his elder brother, guessing the hidden cards his brother had concealed. Was it ultimate military equipment capable of overthrowing the ninja world? Was it boundless wealth rivaling a nation? Was it a heaven-defying technology that could make the Snow Country rise completely and stand alongside the 5 great nations? Whatever it was, he would accept it. His elder brother had poured all the assets of the Feng Hua family and exhausted half a lifetime's efforts to build this place. It must be a supreme treasure capable of changing a nation's fate. But as the ice melted completely and the mist slowly dissipated, everyone widened their eyes, staring blankly at the base of the stone wall within the basin. The snow and ice receded, revealing a patch of lush, soft green land. Other than that, there was nothing. Fresh green shoots broke through the soil, scattered wildflowers bloomed freely, and a gentle breeze carried a warm, moist warmth that had never appeared in the Snow Country before. The eternal ice of the entire basin was completely melted by a massive geothermal device hidden underground. The white snowfield vanished, and a vibrant spring-like hidden realm unfolded quietly before everyone's eyes. Then everyone waited a while longer. In the end, nothing happened. It was over just like that. The energy dissipated, the mechanism stopped, and everything fell silent. The whole scene was dead silent. Feng Huanuteo stiffened in his wheelchair, his pupils completely vacant, utterly stunned. The ultimate treasure that had drained the family fortune, exhausted the nation's power, been hidden for 10 years, and affected the fate of the entire Snow Country. Where was it? At that moment, Feng Huaxiaoxue, who had been standing silently nearby, suddenly trembled violently. The shattered memories sealed for 10 years flooded into her mind like a tidal wave. The snowstorms of childhood, a gentle smile, her father's low tender voice, his soft caress, all resurfaced. Tears instantly filled her eyes and streamed down her cheeks. I remember everything. Feng Huaxiaoxue, choked out, her voice trembling and soft, filled with years of suppressed bitterness and emotion. The Snow Country is covered in ice and snow all year round. There has never been a spring. I grew up in the wind and snow, never seeing flowers bloom, never seeing. He would always ask me to close my eyes and describe the spring breeze, green grass flowers, and warm sun bit by bit. But I had never truly seen it. She raised her reddened eyes, looking at this unique spring basin before her, and her tears completely broke free. So, father exhausted all the Feng Hua family's savings and spent years of effort. He built a giant geothermal formation underground and created this hidden realm. This is not military equipment nor treasure. This is father. A spring made just for me alone. It is the unique gift he prepared for me. As her words fell, a gentle yet regretful emotion instantly enveloped the entire. Xiao Ying's eyes were red, and she lowered her gaze, whispering softly, so. This is the ultimate treasure of the Snow Country. Not military equipment nor wealth. Just a father giving everything only to give his daughter a gift of seeing spring once. Mingren stood nearby, dazed, watching the crying Feng Huaxiaoxue, his heart inexplicably aching. If his own parents were still alive, would they also love him with all their might, without reservation? Would he also be able to possess such a unique, regretless, gentle favor? Sorrow, envy, regret. All kinds of emotions intertwined in his heart. Zhuozhu silently lowered his eyes, a trace of obscurity flashing in his dark pupils. He understood too well the feeling of losing a loved one and having one's obsession come to nothing. Loss is eternal. No matter how much regret, it can never be made up. On the wheelchair, Feng Huanuteo stared blankly at the spring scene before him and at the tearful Feng Huaxiaoxue. His initial expectations, obsessions, resentment, and suspicions all turned into extreme absurdity and fury. His eyes were red, tears also wet his aged eyes. Not moved, but shattered. Deranged. The next second, Feng Huanuteo abruptly threw back his head and let out a mad, frenzied laugh. Ha! Ha ha! The laughter was shrill, twisted, and desperate, echoing throughout the entire spring basin. He trembled violently, struggled fiercely, and rolled off the wheelchair onto the soft grass, ignoring the excruciating pain from his severely wounded legs. His face twisted in a grimace, he stared fixedly at Feng Huaxiaoxue. Xiaoxue, what did you say? Is what you said true? Xiaoxue exhausted all the Feng Hua family's savings just to build this. He roared hoarsely, each word bleeding with extreme absurdity and fury. 10 years. A full 10 years. He had shouldered the mess, struggling to support the nation, working hard and advancing step by step with difficulty. He cleaned up the mess left by his elder brother, filled the treasury deficit, and reorganized the military. He had resented for 10 years, hated for 10 years, and hoped for 10 years. He thought his elder brother had hidden a contingency plan, a hidden card, a treasure that could revitalize the nation. In the end, everything. It was merely a father out of doting on his daughter, emptying the entire clan and the entire country in exchange for a childish romantic gesture. Feng Huaxiaoxue was frightened by his ferocious and mad appearance, her eyes tearful, but she still stubbornly said, "So what if it is? My father just wanted me to. He just loved me. What did he do wrong? What did he do wrong?" Feng Huanuteo laughed in extreme anger, his laughter causing excruciating pain in his organs, and he was on the verge of madness. The atmosphere instantly shifted from tender emotion to absurd and suffocating. Kakashi looked at the completely twisted and broken Feng Huanuteo and the equally shocked trio of snow ninja and said softly, "All right, this farce should end. Mingren Zhuazhu Xiaoying, let's go." Samu Yui, who had been watching the drama and holding back his laughter until his body trembled, finally couldn't help it. He waved his hand full of disdain and complained crazily, "Go, go, go. Hurry up and leave. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid I'll be assimilated by this weird family and become as brainless and stupid as Feng Huaxiaoxue." Xiaoying frowned, confused, and couldn't help asking, "Samu Yui, how can you say that? Xiaoxue is not wrong. Her father loves her so much, this familial affection is clearly touching." Mingren also nodded repeatedly, looking simple. "Yeah, Yui. Xiaoxue and her father really didn't do anything wrong, right?" Samu Yui gave a sneer full of sarcasm. "Who can stand this shit? Good thing the Hokage of Mai is elected, who otherwise letting these idiots become Hokage would have doomed Mai long ago. Yes, they didn't do anything wrong. Zyoksu's father is truly the greatest good person in the world. He emptied the family's century-old foundation, spent all the nation's accumulated resource, ignoring the empty treasury, ignoring the survival of the nation, just to satisfy his daughter's small regret, just to give his daughter a romantic surprise." He turned to look at Mingren, a malicious smile on his lips full of deliberate sarcasm. "Mingren, aren't you always shouting that you want to become Hokage and protect the village? Then let me teach you a new rule. After you become Hokage, directly empty the public funds of Mai. Spend all the village's budget, military funds, orphan subsidies, and civilian resources. Don't care about the homeless orphans, don't care about the starving villagers, don't care about the village's safety. Use it all to create romance, surprises, and buy gifts for your future daughter." In an instant, Mingren's face turned bright red. Shame, embarrassment, mortification. He instantly understood In an instant, Mingren's face turned bright red. Shame, embarrassment, mortification. He instantly understood Samu Yui's meaning, jumped up and shouted, "I wouldn't. As Hokage, I would never sacrifice the entire village or others' interests for my own selfishness. This kind of selfish favoritism is not love at all. It is extreme stupidity and selfishness." Xiaoying also suddenly realized, her cheeks burning, unable to say another word of emotion. Yes, the romance was moving, but at what cost? What had she been saying just now? Zhuazhu, standing aside, silently turned away, keeping his mouth shut, feeling extremely fortunate in his heart. Good thing he had been silent and hadn't chimed in with his own sentiments. Otherwise, with Samu Yui's foul mouth, he Uchiha Zhuazhu would have been publicly mocked as an idiot. Keeping quiet does make one seem smarter. Not far away, Feng Huaxiaoxue, who had heard all the words and Mingren's remarks, suddenly stiffened. Looking at her mad, broken uncle whose life was ruined at the desolate and empty country, and recalling her father's extreme, yet selfish favoritism. 10 years of obsession, 10 years of grievance, 10 years of emotion. All collapsed. So, the fatherly love she had always praised, the father who had loved her, was actually such a person. Her own happiness, her father's love for her, had been bought at the cost of the entire snow country's suffering. So the gift she had treasured all her life was this kind of thing, this dirty thing. Feng Huaxiaoxue felt cold all over, completely broken and speechless, standing still in a daze, tears silently falling. A few days later, on the ship returning to Mai, the sea breeze blew, gently waves surged. The members of Team 7 stood in different corners of the deck, the atmosphere unusually silent. This farce in the snow country with its moving, absurd, pitiful, and ridiculous aspects left them with mixed feelings. Mingren stood behind Samu Yui hesitating for a long time, but finally gathered his courage and walked over to Samu Yui, who was leaning against the railing enjoying the breeze. He scratched his head, his tone serious and sincere. Yui, back on the battlefield, San Taifu threatened you with me. At that time, were you really not afraid at all that something would happen to me? What were you really thinking then? Mingren was straightforward, but sensitive. He could sense that Samu Yui was foul-mouthed, annoying, uncouth, and insulted everyone. But this guy was never a pure evil person, he just looked down on everyone equally. In short, Mingren could distinguish between being low quality and being evil. Samu Yui was purely low quality, but why wasn't he an evil person? Because he wouldn't use people like San Taifu, wouldn't take everyone's life-saving money to drink like Dazina, and wouldn't kill people while making excuses for himself like Dato and Tuanzang. That is the difference between low quality and evil. Upon hearing Mingren's question, Samu Yui answered casually, without any fluctuation, what could I think? If he kills you, I'll kill him to avenge you, so don't worry, I won't let you die in vain. But since you're an orphan, I'll have to collect your death compensation for you. That's how simple it is. No twists and turns, no complicated thoughts, no false courtesy. A life for a life. That's all. Simple and blunt. Mingren was stunned for a moment, then grinned widely, his eyes bright, instantly relieved. I knew it. You're not a bad person at all. On the other side of the deck, Uchiha Zhuozhu, who was resting with his eyes closed, moved his ears slightly, and took in this simple, straightforward. He slightly opened his dark eyes, a deep shock and relief flickering in them. Yes. Many things were originally that simple. Why so much self-emotional exhaustion, self-torture, and indecisive twists and turns? At this moment, the shackles of obsession that had bound Zhuozhu for years loosened slightly. He didn't need to consider how his brother had treated him in the past, because you had killed the clan members. That was a fact. Since that was the case, he would just abandon all past emotions and avenge the clan. Several days later, the group finally returned to Mai. The absurd farce of Shueijigua also lingered in everyone's hearts. Kakashi set aside his usual carefree laziness. Mingren, Zhuozhu, and Xiaoying, whose mindsets had undergone several transformations, headed straight for the Huiying Delu, ready to fully hand over all intelligence and follow-up matters regarding the Shueijigua mission. The entire Dicky band's mindsets had quietly changed. Mingren had shed some of his naivety and recklessness, at least no longer seeing things so one-sidedly, and had learned to think from other perspectives. Zhuozhu had cut off some of his self-consuming obsessions, leaving only a pure obsession with revenge in his heart, becoming more rational rather than cold-blooded. Xiaoying, on the other hand, felt that Zhuozhu was becoming more mature, more profound, and more manly, and she liked him even more. Well, yes, Xiaoying was the only one who hadn't made any progress. After all, even Samu Yui, that bastard, had increased his armament Haki a bit in Shueijigua. Moreover, in this battle of Shueijigua, he had stepped in to suppress the rebellion, and in the war, making a great contribution. Fenghua Nuteo, to thank Samu Yui, even gave him an extra sum of money. With a bulging wad of banknotes, Samu Yui was in high spirits and turned to wander into the bustling streets of Mai. Now that he had money, he could finally feast. Along the street, smoke and steam rose from numerous stalls. Samu Yui swept his gaze and stopped directly in front of the familiar three-colored dumpling shop. The shopkeeper was wiping the tables and chairs, and when he looked up and saw it was Samu Yui, his face instantly darkened. Disgust, contempt, and harshness piled up on his face, and he immediately launched into a torrent of abuse. Yo, isn't this the village's idle, good, for-nothing orphan? What? Here to freeload again. If you don't have money, get the hell out. Don't stand in front of my shop blocking business. All day you do nothing but collect protection money in the village, wasting your life. A waste like you, the Huiying-sama, not kicking you out of the village is already a mercy. How dare you stand at my door? The harsh, scathing words were unabashed, drawing the attention of passing villagers. This guy again. I thought he was dead. He's been away from the village for so long, who knows where he went. Probably couldn't make it outside, and came crawling back. Damn, when someone starts a group attack, others follow. Samu Yui was speechless. Damn, when someone starts a group attack, others follow. Samu Yui was speechless. If it were usual times, he really couldn't handle so many people at once. But today, with a huge sum of money in hand, he felt fully confident, and couldn't be bothered to fight, finding it utterly ridiculous. He let out a sneer, raised his hand, and directly flung a thick stack of banknotes, slapping them onto the shop counter with a loud smack. 200,000 taels of banknotes, brand new and substantial, glaring and eye-catching. You snobbish dogs. Open your dog eyes wide, and take a good look. What is this? 200,000 taels. Have you ever seen so much money in your lives? Spending your whole lives cooped up in my, day after day guarding a few skewers of crappy dumplings, barely scraping by in your little shop. What is this? 200,000 taels. Have you ever seen so much money in your lives? Spending your whole lives cooped up in my, day after day guarding a few Go sign up for a class at the Chuanzhong family, and learn to bark like a dog. From now on, when you're in front of me, remember to speak in dog language, got it? Samuyui raged on his aura, arrogant and domineering, leaving the surrounding cowards' faces alternating between pale and flushed. Samuyui raged on his aura, arrogant and domineering, leaving the surrounding cowards' faces alternating between pale and flushed. Damn it. You bastard, what are you being so arrogant about? An orphan without parents daring to come here. The people around humiliated publicly, and losing face flew into a rage. The shopkeeper, furious, grabbed a heavy wooden cutting board from the counter and hurled it fiercely at Samuyui. A sharp wind whistled as the cutting board flew through the air. But this attack, in the eyes of Samuyui, who was proficient in observation Haki and armament Haki, was as slow as a snail crawling. He slightly sidestepped, easily dodging. The heavy wooden board crashed to the ground with a loud clang, cracking into several fine lines. Get out! Get out! A person like this should be expelled from my directly. Samuyui watched the people around him furious and hopping mad and laughed with unrestrained mockery. Hilarious. Frogs at the bottom of a well hove never seen. You can only act tough on this street. Want me to leave? Are you worthy? I want leave. I'll walk slowly just to piss you off. A bunch of paupers, huh? With that he lingered no more, tucked the banknotes away, hands in pockets, and swaggered off, leaving behind the furious, impotently raging dumpling shop owner and the other villagers. Strolling leisurely along Yui's main street, feeling the familiar village breeze, Samuyui was planning to go have a top-grade barbecue later. Arriving at a quiet intersection, a low, cold voice reached his ears precisely. Pa. What a piece of trash. An orphan without parents went out with my ninja for a while, earned some money, and now thinks he's invincible. Do you really think you can climb up to the ninja and be superior? You can't even refine chakra, never attended the ninja academy, have no real skills. In the end, you're just a worthless piece of trash. The words were sharp and harsh, full of contempt and disdain. Samuyui suddenly stopped in his tracks. He raised an eyebrow and sneered. Indeed, as expected of my, full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Everywhere a bunch of troublesome commoners. Usually they all seem honest and law-abiding, but behind the scenes their tongues are sharper than anyone's. In this village, who isn't a troublemaker with a built-in taunt buff? A person like you dares to compete with me. Then bring it on. He turned his head to look at the middle-aged man standing against the wall by the roadside. The other was dressed in plain clothes with an ordinary appearance and a harsh expression, looking like the most typical my villager. In the past, Samuyui would have first launched a barrage of creative insults to humiliate the other completely. But at this moment he felt that something was off. Samuyui's observation Haki unconsciously spread out, but it couldn't catch anything wrong about the other. The other's malice was pure. As a troublemaker himself, Samuyui was all too familiar with this kind of malice. No complicated feelings, just pure dislike. I want to bully you ruthlessly. If the other's malice was fine, then what about the body? Breath was fine, posture was fine, center of gravity was fine. This person looked like an ordinary villager. However, at this moment my Wan's heart was extremely nervous. He knew his transformation technique was flawless, but now he was facing Samuyui, and he had already developed a psychological shadow from Samuyui. Even if he was confident in his ninjutsu, he still felt intimidated. Even when insulting Samuyui, he only dared to mutter like this, not daring to curse face to face. He won't find me, he definitely won't find me. Find this damn system, it must be malfunctioning. Since that's the case, rather than wasting words on sarcasm, Samuyui now just wanted to act directly. Although it was impolite and uncouth, well, he was a troublemaker after all. And it must be the system's fault. The system had influenced him. Without any further words, Samuyui's eyes sharpened, and his form suddenly burst forward. Dust exploded under his feet, pure physical power concentrated in his legs. His speed was tremendous, and his fist, carrying a whistling wind, slammed heavily into the middle-aged man's face. Bang! The heavy punch landed, air exploded. The middle-aged man had no time to react, his whole body was sent flying backward by the punch. But in midair the body suddenly burst into a cloud of white smoke. As the smoke dissipated, the disguise completely vanished. That was no harsh middle-aged villager. It was clearly Yuanfei Maiwan, who had been secretly following and deliberately seeking revenge. Samuyui flew into a rage on the spot, his eyebrows and eyes filled with fierce anger, and he gritted his teeth and growled. I knew something was off. A mere transformation technique wants to block my dominance. You little beast. You're getting bolder and bolder. The grandson of a sinner should just tuck his tail and behave. How dare you appear before me? Don't you know how much harm your grandfather brought to the village? The opposite Maiwan was completely stunned, standing there with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief. His prideful transformation technique perfectly replicated an adult's appearance, breath, and demeanor. Even an ordinary jounin would find it hard to see through instantly, and even the Hoying Darren had been fooled by his technique. How was that possible? He had been instantly seen through by an ordinary villager, without chakra, not a ninja. Samuyui, and his disguise was broken by a single punch. Absurd. Ridiculous. Completely unreasonable. Before Maiwan could recover from his shock, the furious Samuyui had already charged again. It's you again, you little scumbag, causing trouble. As the grandson of that old waste, the third generation, you loaf around all day. You don't train, don't make any contribution to the village to atone for your grandfather's sins, and only know how to pull these sneaky tricks in the gutters. And you dare to badmouth me behind my back. Who gave you the nerve? Samu Yui roared, and his foot accurately kicked my Wan in the stomach. Excruciating pain instantly swept through his body. My Wan's small form was once again sent flying through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. The pain made tears burst from his eyes, and his internal organs felt as if they had shifted, aching and agonizing. He lay on the ground, clutching his stomach, tears streaming down. He was completely beaten into submission. As soon as he landed, my Wan scrambled to jump back, awkwardly turned around, and ran crying out for mercy. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. I won't talk nonsense anymore. Please don't hit me. It hurts so much. My Wan ran and begged for mercy, not daring to stop. At the Horiang de Lu Gang's Ho was listening to Kakaxi's report. When she heard my Wan's crying voice from downstairs, she covered her face, not needing to think to know what had happened. Tsunade sat behind the Hokage's desk, her fingertips tapping lightly on the surface. After listening to Kakashi's meticulous and comprehensive report on the Snow Country mission, her eyes grew dark and pensive. After a moment, she lifted her gaze to Kakashi and asked in a flat tone, Kakashi, what do you think of the recent upheaval in the Snow Country and the man named Fukanade? Kakashi lowered his eyes and pondered for a few seconds before speaking in an objective and measured tone. Fukanade is a capable ruler. Judging solely by his ability, he is certainly qualified. After saying this, Kakashi hesitated for a moment before adding further. Lady Tsunade Konoha has just experienced the fall of the Third Hokage. During his tenure, conflicts within the village festered, factions seethed beneath the surface, and the overall strength of the village has been declining, with its external reputation gradually waning as well. At present, the safest course is to actively extend goodwill and ease diplomatic relations. Establishing long-term cooperation with the Snow Country, while simultaneously re-engaging with Tsunade to solidify the alliance, can stabilize Konoha's external situation to the greatest extent. Tsunade nodded slightly, acknowledging Kakashi's judgment. She had asked him precisely to address this issue. Tsunade possessed little political acumen or talent, but she had one redeeming quality: she truly did not care whether she was the Hokage or not. Thus she could freely utilize the people of Konoha. Kakashi could offer her advice, and so could Narashikaku. You're right. Tsunade acknowledged Kakashi's point, but then her tone shifted abruptly. Her expression grew solemn, and her voice carried a note of helplessness and regret. Beyond that, there is another matter. Rock Lee's condition is extremely grim. Even with my treatment, there is no guarantee of a full recovery. Kakashi's expression darkened instantly, a deep helplessness and bitterness welling up in his eyes. He knew all too well the obsession of Might Guy and the dedication of Rock Lee, which everyone had witnessed. Unable to use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, relying solely on fervent passion and relentless training day and night, he had managed to reach this level through pure time. The sweat shed day and night, the unyielding perseverance, the all-consuming obsession. Everyone had seen it. Lady Tsunade, is there truly no way at all? Kakashi asked in a low voice. Tsunade shook her head gently, her tone heavy. There is only a 50% chance of a cure. But if the surgery fails and his condition deteriorates completely, Rock Lee will die instantly. I know this outcome is too cruel, and both Guy and Lee will find it hard to accept. But you must remember that life is not limited to the path of a ninja. Not being able to become a ninja does not mean life is over. Living as a carefree, ordinary villager, spending peaceful days, that can be a form of happiness in itself. At this point, Tsunade casually offered an example like Samu Yui. That guy unrestrained, living as he pleases, not bad at all. Clack. Kakashi's composed demeanor shattered instantly. His mouth twitched fiercely and his face turned bitter. Happy. True, Samu Yui was happy to the heavens. But no one who had ever interacted with him could be happy. From start to finish, everyone suffered, everyone was stifled, everyone had heart attacks. He sighed silently and nodded reluctantly. We'll pass this on to Guy. The next day, Samu Yui was summoned to the top-floor Hokage's office. Inside the office, Tsunade sat at the desk looking at the young man before her. Without any superfluous words, she pushed across a stack of crisp banknotes and a sealed official document. Yui, this is the village's special compensation for you. You were innocently caught up in the earlier Orochimaru's Konoha Crush Plan and the subsequent infiltration of Itachi and Kisame, suffering severe injuries. The village is compensating you for that. From today onward, you will receive a fixed monthly subsidy of 10,000 Ryo from the Konoha Finance Department. A monthly subsidy of 10,000 Ryo. Free money for life. Samu Yuya's eyes lit up instantly, sheer joy written all over his face. He mentally cheered. Jackpot. Awesome. Konoha finally did something decent. Lady Hokage, you're the best, unlike that old bastard Third Hokage. He grabbed the thick stack of banknotes from the table and stuffed them into his pocket. Then, pointing at the sealed document, he asked curiously, Lady Hokage, what's that? The document was densely covered in the specialized handwriting of medical ninjas, curving and obscure, and Samui could not make out a single word. Tsunade couldn't be bothered to explain further and brushed him off casually. A subsidy receipt. Keep it safe, you'll need it to collect your money later. Samui, suspecting nothing, stuffed it into his pocket, feeling immensely pleased. But what he didn't know was, this was not a receipt at all. It was the one and only official certification in the entire ninja world. Konoha Medical Headquarters, Special Mental Diagnosis Report. The diagnosis clearly recorded subject Samui. Caused repeated exposure to battles involving elite missing nin and cage-level combatants, resulting in irreversible mental trauma. Confirmed symptoms: aggressive hyperactivity, derailed speech patterns, habitual sarcasm and provocation, intermittent incoherent rambling, lack of awareness of social norms, emotional detachment from conventional constraints accompanied by mild cognitive distortion. Rating: first case of mixed mental abnormality with asymptomatic onset in the ninja world. Purpose: inclusion in Konoha's long-term special medical research project. In short, the entire Konoha officially recognized only Samui as a genuine madman. And Tsunade's scheme was cleverly calculated. She gave Samui a monthly allowance of 10,000 ryo, which seemed like a loss for the village. In reality, under the pretext of researching the first case of special mental illness in the ninja world, she applied for a monthly research grant of 50,000 ryo from the Konoha Finance Department. The 50,000 ryo went straight into Tsunade's own pocket, used to pay off debts, gamble, and squander. The key point was that the diagnosis had been signed and approved by all Konoha high-ranking officials and medical ninjas. The entire village recognized Samui was mentally ill, the project was legitimate, and the funding was reasonable and compliant. Samui remained blissfully unaware, simply enjoying the windfall, his heart bursting with joy. Being a troublemaker sure was comfortable. Just as he was about to turn and slip away to enjoy himself, Tsunade spoke again, her tone serious. One more thing. Rock Lee is bedridden with severe injuries, and it's likely he will never be able to become a ninja again. I want you to go to the hospital and counsel him, help him pull himself together and not give up on himself. Even becoming a villager is fine. When Tsunade said this, Samui was taken aback. She wanted him to talk Lee into accepting life as a villager. How could that be? A mere Konoha Jinin dared to think of becoming a troublemaker. Counsel him. He'll counsel him nothing. Good thing back, then Jiraiya pestered me to become a ninja, and I flatly refused. See, this is what happens to ninjas. Working yourself to death, training like crazy, betting everything, and ending up with severe injuries and a ruined future. Rock Lee was always a failure. No ninjutsu, no jinjutsu, utterly useless. He just had to force his way into the ninja circle, and now he's crashed, hasn't he? Serves him right. He sneered in disdain, waved his hand, and refused outright. If you want to counsel him, do it yourself. I'm not going. Samui wasn't about to do such a thing. In the end, Lady Tsunade, you're just a quack too. Back then Orochimaru lost an arm, and you couldn't heal it. Now Lee is badly injured, and you still can't fix him. Two failures, a crippled ninja and a useless doctor. Perfect together, they can commiserate. You go counsel Lee and he'll definitely accept it right away. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 8 ding. Conqueror's Tsunade's previously calm expression instantly turned livid. Damn it, he was calling her Lady Hokage when she gave him money, and now he was directly calling her by name and calling her a quack. Quack my ass. Boom. A surge of fury rushed to her head. She slammed both hands hard on the desk. The entire office shook violently, and stationery bounced off the desk. Her chest heaved violently, rage blazing. Samui, get the hell out of here. Don't force me to lay a hand on you. Calm down, must stay calm. Samui is an ill-mannered orphan, no need to get angry with such a brat. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Tsunade kept consoling herself. But Samui didn't care about any of that. Seeing the system prompt, he knew Tsunade was rattled. He had hit a nerve. You're rattled. You're rattled. Hit a sore spot, can't face it, huh? The quack has broken down. Old hag, you can't even cure Lee, so you're too scared to go, huh? Unrestrained, utterly irreverent. And daring to humiliate her like this. Damn it. At that moment, Tsunade could no longer suppress the volcanic rage with seal. Release. Her chakra erupted instantly, the air around her bursting with force. She bent down, grabbed the heavy solid wood Hokage desk with one hand, and heaved with all her might. Boom. The 1,000-pound desk was lifted off the ground. She hurled it forward with all her strength. Crack. Boom. The sturdy wall of the Hokage building shattered and exploded. Huge chunks of stone and brick flew everywhere, blasting a massive hole through the entire wall. Sunlight and wind rushed into the office. In the instant the desk flew, Tsunade's body moved her extreme speed, catching up to Samui, who had dodged the earth. No one saw her movement. Only an explosive crack of the air was heard. Thud. A strike infused with cage-level power landed precisely on Samui. Samui was sent flying. Midair, his eyes rolled back instantly, his face twisted in pain, his entire body stiff. Blood spurted from his nose and mouth. Like a broken meteor, he was blasted out of the Hokage building through the gap in the wall. Whoosh. Boom. His body slammed hard onto the street, and even after landing he couldn't stop. he tumbled and bounced across the hard ground. 10 meters. 20 meters. Stones flew, dust exploded, until he finally lay motionless in the middle of the street, completely unconscious. On the top floor of the Hokage building, Tsunade looked at the gaping hole in the wall, then at Samuyui lying on the street far away. The white smoke slowly dissipated from her palm. She panted heavily for a moment, her anger gradually subsiding. Ah, that felt good. When you're in a bad mood, you need to let it out. She gazed in the direction Samuyui had been, flung a trace of regret and admiration flickering. He has never refined a single bit of chakra, never set foot in the ninja academy, and can't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu. Yet relying solely on raw talent, he has honed his taijutsu to this level. Sigh. Those who want to become ninjas lack talent and can only rely on effort, while those who don't want to become ninjas happen to possess such terrifying talent. Tsunade truly knew how strong Samuyui was. In terms of taijutsu alone, he could already rival some weak jonin. But ironically, Samuyui was not a ninja, while Rock Lee, who so desperately wanted to be one, lacked Samuyui's talent. After a moment, Samuyui slowly regained consciousness, his entire body feeling as if every bone had been dislocated, aching and exploding with pain. The bloodstains around his mouth and nose were still not wiped clean, and his face was bruised purple and blue, utterly wretched. No, didn't my strength become stronger? At that moment, a middle-aged medical ninja entered the ward carrying bandages and ointment, skillfully approaching to clean and dress his wounds. Samuyui leaned against the headboard in a daze. His strength had clearly increased, yet in front of Gansho his taijutsu still held no advantage whatsoever. Unable to figure it out, Samuyui stopped pondering. If it didn't work this time, it would work next time. Tisk, as expected, ordinary medical ninjas are reliable. Their techniques are meticulous, steady, and solid. 100 times better than Gansho, that quack who only knows how to smash buildings and rely on brute force. What else can that old hag do besides fight, gamble, and swindle funds? She can't heal injuries, can't save people, yet she still became the 5th Hokage. I think any medical ninja in Mai could be Hokage and would do a better job than that old hag. The middle-aged medical ninja's hands paused, his eyes instantly lighting up as if he had found a kindred spirit. He immediately opened up, his face filled with emotion and nostalgia. Brother, you've spoken to my heart. To be honest, I've had a dream of becoming Hokage since I was a child. It's just that my medical ninjutsu talent is too great, my medical skills too exquisite. If my medical ninjutsu were as poor as Gengshisama's, I would have become Hokage by now. Being too outstanding is truly an unsolvable worry. Samuyui immediately felt a resonance, sighing deeply with a look of profound loneliness, striking a pose of one who stands at the top. Exactly. I am the same. Too outstanding, too handsome, too all around. Being invincible is truly lonely. As he spoke, his gaze swept across Shaoli, who lay motionless on the adjacent bed. Look at this ordinary person. No talent, no brains, no strength, yet he insists on stubbornly walking the path of it. Sometimes I really envy those who lack talent and aren't outstanding. They can still experience the process of effort. For people like us who are so excellent we can't even try to work hard. How troubling. Speaking of which, Gangsho said this guy can't be cured and will become a vegetable, right? Ding. Bawang's Baki 7. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Li, who had been silently despairing on the adjacent bed, suddenly stiffened all over. What? He can't be cured. He's going to become a vegetable. The accumulated grievances, unwillingness, and dejection were instantly ignited by anger. How could this be? How is it possible? If he became a vegetable, what about all his efforts all along? What about the expectations Kai Laoshi had for him? Xiao Li clenched his teeth fiercely, his eyes wide with rage. Enduring the intense pain throughout his body, he forced himself to sit up from the bed. His gaze was stubborn, his eyes filled with scalding hot tears, his voice hoarse, but extremely firm. I am not a vegetable. So what if I have no talent, and am not outstanding? I can work hard. I can give it my all. My injuries will definitely heal. I will never let Kai Laoshi down. I will definitely become the most outstanding ninja. I will prove it to everyone. The ward instantly fell into dead silence. Xiao Li was boiling with passion, full of conviction, staring intently at Sam. But the next moment, Samuyui burst into laughter, bending over and shaking his wounds, aching from the laughter, his face filled with extreme mockery and derision. You idiot. Who cares if you work hard or become a ninja? Who wants to see you prove yourself? Ask the people here who cares about your damn dream. He turned to look at the stunned middle-aged medical ninja. The middle-aged medical ninja was startled and quickly spoke. Hey, don't look at me. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it at all. To be honest, the most annoying people in my village are that master and disciple pair. Wearing green tight outfits, sporting weird watermelon head hairstyles like perverts. After speaking, he added seriously, we don't talk to people with abnormal brains like him. You might easily get infected. Having said that, the middle-aged medical ninja packed up his tools and left the ward directly. You should have said sooner that you have a brain problem. No wonder you like Xiaoying. It's idiots attracting each other, both with abnormal brain development. Xiao Li's face flushed red, both ashamed and angry. He clenched his fists tightly and retorted stubbornly through gritted teeth. What's wrong with me liking Xiaoying? Even if you are better looking than me, and also like Xiaoying, I will never give up. Ding. Jangwen Sei Baki 3. Samu Yui was stunned on the spot. Damn, the system's Jangwen Sei Baki judgment had appeared. Hell, he actually dared to use Xiaoying to insult me. Xiaoli, who do you think you are? Samu Yui really hadn't expected this watermelon head to have such a bizarre way of thinking. Bah? What do I care if you don't give up? Do you think I could fancy that kind of idiot? And besides, if you want to humiliate someone, you should go after Uchiha Sasuke. But a useless piece of trash like you is no match for Sasuke either. No wonder Xiaoying doesn't like you. The Uchiha are a prestigious clan, good looking. And look at you. Never mind, you look at your bunch of rotten teammates. Tian, a useless ninja, who can't even contract a summoning beast. Hyuga clan's branch house. Ningxi, no matter how talented, is treated worse than a dog in the eyes of the main house. The entire team is a bunch of trash. How can they compare to Sasuke? The only thing you have in common with Sasuke is being an orphan. Apart from that, you have nothing. And yet you still want to win Xiaoying's heart. Ha ha. Ding. Bawang's Baki 5. Ding. Bawang's Baki 5. Oh. Saying it out loud feels so much. He really couldn't stand even a little grievance. How dare he use Xiaoying to humiliate him? He was a normal person. How could he like someone like Xiaoying? Sure enough, Xiao Li's brain wasn't normal. At this moment, Xiao Li's eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving violently, furious to the extreme. Samu Yui humiliating him was one thing, but Tian indeed hadn't contracted a summoning beast and Ningxi's status. Forget it anyway, he couldn't let his comrades be insulted. Xiao Li opened his mouth to retort. Just then, bang! The war door was flung open. Two figures strode in, their faces full of anger. They were Hyuga Ningxi and Tian, who had come to visit Xiao Li. Ningxi's eyes glinted with a sharp, cold light, fixed firmly on Samu Yui lying on the bed. His chakra was faintly stirring. He had heard everything Samu Yui said from outside. A mere civilian. How dare you insult the Hyuga clan? Apologize immediately. Otherwise, even if you are an ordinary villager, I will never let you off. Facing the enraged Ningxi, Samu Yui was stunned for a moment. Bro, seriously. You're not like this when facing the main house. Your father was dragged out to commit suicide for the main house, and you didn't even dare to show your teeth. I just said a few casual words, and you're baring your fangs at me. It's not like I killed your father. Sorry, I didn't insult the Hyuga clan. Samu Yui stood up and spoke seriously. I was only targeting the branch house. Since when did the branch house of the Hyuga clan have the audacity to bare their fangs at villagers? If you dare to make noise again, I'll go to the Cloud Village right now and call people to deal with you. Boom. These words struck the deepest pain in Ningxi's life. The fate of the branch house, the curse of the caged bird, the humiliation of being inferior for life, and the incident where the Cloud Village threatened the Hyuga clan, forcing his father to die in place of the main house head. All of it. All the negative emotions surged into his heart in an instant. Ningxi's pupils contracted, his killing intent skyrocketing. Ningxi, don't act rashly. Tian, quick as lightning, desperately held back the furious Ningxi, while urgently signaling with her eyes for him to look at the report beside Samu Yui's hand. That was the only mental evaluation report in the ninja world that Gang's-ho had given him. Ningxi suppressed his anger and subconsciously glanced sideways. When he clearly saw the line at the top of the document, official my mental abnormality certification, and the text clearly stating that Samu Yui had mental problems and was a bit intellectually disabled. Hyuga Ningxi and Tian both had their pupils quake, their minds going blank. Holy crap. So this guy was an officially certified mental patient. Had he been getting angry at an idiot all this time? The two instantly understood. No wonder this person was so lawless, and at the same time Samu Yui, following their gaze, instantly realized they had seen the report. Little fools, this document states how many times rogue ninjas have targeted and attacked me. Do you dare to lay a hand on a suffering villager? Do you have the guts? Instead of hiding it, he grabbed the evaluation report and shoved it directly into the faces of Ningxi, Tian, and Xiao Li, arrogant and reckless, utterly unbridled. See clearly. This is personally certified by the Hokage. Go ahead, hit me if you have the guts. The ones who dare to lay hands on me before were all rogue ninjas like Dashuan Yu and Guijiao. If you so much as touch a single hair on my head today, I'll go straight to the Hokage's office and file a complaint. I'll accuse you of deliberately attacking my civilians and imitating rogue ninjas and causing chaos. Who dares? Come on, kill me. His arrogant words echoed through the entire ward. Ningxi stood rigid, his fury suppressed in his chest with nowhere to vent. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly dug into his flesh, yet he dared not make a move. Tian too was full of frustration, completely deflated. Getting into a physical fight with an officially certified mentally disabled idiot. If this ever got out, the consequences would be huge. Tian was okay, but Ningxi understood that as a member of the branch house, causing such a scandal would bring serious trouble. Meanwhile, Xiao Li, who had been furious, indignant, and aggrieved, now fell completely silent. He stared blankly at Samu Yui, who was arrogantly lazy and unabashedly taunting. All the anger and unwillingness in his heart instantly dissipated like smoke. So this person who was foul-mouthed, reckless, and sharp-tongued really had mental and intellectual problems. Despite being dealt an unfair fate with an abnormal intellect, he still tenaciously lived in my carefree and fearless. In contrast himself, he had only suffered a serious injury and faced an uncertain future, yet he had been wallowing in self-pity and internal exhaustion, disheartened, because he might not be able to become a ninja. But even if he couldn't become a ninja, so what? He looked at Samuyui. Even an idiot could have a springtime. In an instant, a firm flame of determination reignited in Xiao Li's eyes. He couldn't give up. Why should he abandon himself? Samuyui gazed at the three before him, their faces twisted with impotent rage, and felt a profound sense of relief. Indeed, nothing brought more joy than being a defiant troublemaker. Too weary to waste further words on these immature, deluded youths, he casually slipped the appraisal report into his pocket, turned, and swaggered out of the hospital room. The room finally fell into utter silence. Tiantian, noticing Xiao Li's still pale complexion and bandaged form, sighed softly, and spoke in a gentle, soothing tone. Xiao Li, don't take his words to heart. You mustn't believe a thing that man said. Tsunadesima's medical ninjutsu is renowned throughout the ninja world. Since she agreed to perform your surgery, there is hope. Your injuries will surely heal. Ningxi also suppressed the surging resentment within him, sheathed the coldness in his eyes, and offered a calm echo, yes. Everyone has witnessed your efforts. After the recent farce, Xiao Li's earlier dejection and self-doubt had been swept away. If even Samuyui, a man with a fractured mind and an unjust fate, could live so freely and unapologetically, why should he surrender to mere injuries? He nodded emphatically, his eyes rekindled with a nascent flame, his voice resolute. I know. I will never give up. No matter how hard it gets, I will recover and never let you all down. After offering their comfort, Tian and Ningxi bid Xiao Li farewell and walked out of Konoha Hospital side by side. As they walked, Tiantian's expression gradually relaxed, but beside her Hyuga Ningxi's aura grew oppressive, chillingly dark. Every caustic, piercing word Samuyui had spoken was not a fabrication. Each syllable precisely stabbed into the deepest, most unwilling scar in Ningxi's heart. The Hyuga branch family, in the eyes of the main family, was less than dogs. His father was nothing more than a disposable pawn. He himself would never escape the fate of a caged bird. The resentment, indignation, fury, and despair he had forcibly buried deep within erupted because of Samuyui's words, shattering the self-deception he had maintained for years. All his past endurance, compromise, and self-consolation crumbled in an instant. In his mind, the tragedy that had changed everything years ago surfaced. A ninja from the Hidden Cloud village covertly infiltrated Konoha, aiming to kidnap the main family's eldest daughter, Hinata Hyuga, and steal the Byakugan bloodline of the Hyuga clan. The intruder instigated trouble, trespassed, and plotted maliciously, and was ultimately slain by the clan head Hayashi Hyuga. From beginning to end, the fault lay with the Hidden Cloud. Konoha bore no blame. The Hyuga clan had no fault, and his father was entirely innocent. Yet what was the outcome? With a single arrogant threat of war from the Hidden Cloud, the cowardly and incompetent Third Hokage immediately capitulated. Konoha's leadership, unable to confront external enemies, only knew how to oppress their own. For the sake of so-called village peace and diplomatic face, the Hyuga clan was forced to apologize to the Hidden Cloud. And the Hyuga clan itself was utterly cold. Both were of Hyuga blood, yet Hayashi Hyuga of the main family remained but his father Hisashi Hyuga of the branch family was thrust forward as a scapegoat, forced to take his own life to atone to the Hidden Cloud. No, his father was not a scapegoat. A scapegoat at least bears a false accusation. But his father was innocent. He had done nothing wrong from start to finish. Simply because he was born into the branch family inherently inferior, and because the main family needed an expendable sacrifice. For years he had hypnotized and numbed himself, telling himself that fate was immutable, that this was the clan's rule. Though he hated it, he accepted the reality, never daring to openly rebel. But Samuyui's words shattered all his self-deception. It was simply injustice. It was the Third Hokage's cowardice, the main family's cold-blooded selfishness. The Third has already committed suicide in atonement. Why? Why is someone like Hayashi Hyuga still alive? Why? Why was the branch family born to be the appendages, tools, and sacrifices of the main family? Why was his father's life so cheap that it could be casually tossed away to appease an external enemy? Hatred and despair tightly entwined Ningxi's heart, leaving him frozen and seething. He loathed the Third's weakness and cowardice, his groveling before outsiders and oppression of his own. He hated the main family's callousness, hated Hayashi Hyuga for watching his father march to death with indifference. Just as his heart was brimming with malice, a small, timid figure crossed the intersection. It was Konohamaru Sarutobi. Seeing that face, the disgust and coldness in Ningxi's eyes surged instantly. The cowardly and incompetent Sarutobi Hiruzen had destroyed his family, destroyed his life. Yet the perpetrator had already committed suicide in atonement, while his grandson still lived a bright, carefree life in the village, unburdened and happy. The villagers remembered him as the grandson of a criminal, but the village's ninjas acted as if nothing had ever happened. Why? Why could the descendant of a criminal stay safely in the village while the Hyuga branch family bore endless suffering? Ningx's eyes were now only piercing cold. He suddenly kicked off the ground with force, sending a roadside stone flying. Whoosh! The stone shot through the air and struck Konohamaru's knee with a heavy thud. Ow! Konohamaru, caught off guard, felt a sharp pain. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees. The burning sting in his knee panicked him, and he instinctively covered his head and curled up. In that moment, only one shadow loomed in his mind. It was Samayui, that bastard who never reasoned and never held back. He clutched his head, body tense, trembling, waiting for the impending barrage of kicks and punches. But the expected pain never came. A voice, icy and devoid of warmth, sounded above him. Does the grandson of a criminal deserve to stay in Konoha? People like you should go die with your grandfather. The cold tone carried boundless malice and contempt. Konohamaru froze, slowly lowered his hands, and looked up in confusion. What met his eyes was not Samayui, but Hyuga Ningxi, his face dark and his gaze ice cold. Those pale Byakugan held no warmth, only naked disgust, hatred, and disdain. Konohamaru was utterly bewildered, unable to understand why Ningxi was suddenly so hostile. Terrified and flustered, he hurriedly lowered his head and stammered an apology. I'm sorry, Ningxini, I don't know what I did to upset you. Just then a gentle, yet anxious female voice suddenly rang out. Ningxi, what are you doing? Hinata Hyuga rushed over, shielding the frightened Konohamaru behind her fair face, filled with confusion and anger. Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame followed closely behind. The three had just happened to pass by and witnessed Ningxi's unprovoked bullying of Konohamaru. Frowning, Hinata gathered her courage and confronted Ningxi, whose expression was twisted with rage. Ningxi, why? Why are you bullying Konohamaru? He hasn't done anything wrong. Seeing the main family's eldest daughter blocking his way, the hatred and resentment Ningxi had suppressed for years shattered all restraint of reason. His pale eyes churned with wild malice as he stared at Hinata and roared coldly, "What business is it of yours? What? Is the main family's young lady using her noble status to command this lowly branch member?" Hinata froze, her face turning deathly pale. She waved her hands frantically, trying to explain, No. Ningxini, I didn't mean that. No. Ningxi burst into manic laughter, sharp and hysterical, filled with utter despair and mockery. How could you not? In the eyes of you main family, we branch members are born lowly servants. Disposable, expendable objects. We are dogs of the main family. Isn't that right? Hasn't it always been like this? The grievances and hatred Ningxi had suppressed for years finally erupted completely. Hinata had never seen Ningxi so frenzied and paranoid. Terrified by his ferocious appearance, she trembled all over, her eyes reddening as hot tears streamed down her cheeks. Kiba, unable to watch any longer, stepped forward and firmly shielded the tearful Hinata behind him, glaring at Ningxi with indignation. Ningxi, you've gone too far. Hinata did nothing wrong. She didn't mean anything like that. How dare you say that to her? He looked at the enraged, deranged Ningxi, his voice resolute and honest. And, what's this about dogs, eh? Even if it's a dog, so what? Akamaru is a ninja dog, but he is my most trusted and beloved partner. A family member with whom we entrust our lives never to abandon. I have never treated him as a disposable tool. Woof, woof. Akamaru, perched on Kiba's head, understood his master's words, wagged his head vigorously, and echoed with two loyal, enthusiastic barks. Kiba's confidence grew. He looked straight at Ningxi. See, Akamaru says I'm his family and partner too. He would never abandon me or treat me as a tool to— even if it's a dog, so what? Right, Akamaru? Kiba took Akamaru down, and the dog happily wagged its tail at him. Woof, woof, woof. The man and his dog displayed their bond right in front of Ningxi. Boom. These words struck Ningxi's mind like a thunderbolt. He stood frozen, his blood almost congealing, his mind completely blank. Yes, that's right. The Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs are merely summoning beasts, mere animals. Yet they could be treated with sincerity, cherished for life, never abandoned or forsaken, just like true family. But what about his father? The lives of the Hyuga branch family, his father's life, were worth less than a ninja dog. The ultimate absurdity, the ultimate sorrow, the ultimate irony tore Ningxi's sanity to shreds. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Ningxi threw his head back and burst into a wild, shrill, desperate laugh. The laughter was hoarse and broken, carrying infinite desolation. Everyone stared at his breakdown in shock. Ningxi. Ningxini. Hinata wanted to comfort Ningxi, but he simply turned and walked away without another glance, disappearing at the end of the street. The four left behind watched Ningxi retreat. Shino Aburame looked at Ningxi, then back at Kiba, then at Ningxi again, then back at Kiba and Akamaru. He felt that the comfort they had just offered had not been particularly effective. In the dim and silent courtyard of the Hyuga branch family, lifeless and devoid of any warmth, Hyuga Niji sat alone in the empty room. The scenes and taunts from the street moments ago replayed endlessly in his mind. The bond between Kiba and Akamaru was like a razor-sharp blade repeatedly slicing through his heart. Hatred. An overwhelming tide of hatred. Yet he was powerless, utterly helpless. Though Niji was a genius of the Hyuga clan, a genius who had not yet matured. Even if he were not a genius, his strength was insufficient. Given his current time, how could he take revenge or escape the shackles of the Branch family? It was all wishful thinking. Crushing frustration and resentment had completely overwhelmed him. If he had the Sharingan, Niji might have awakened the Mangekyo by now. Who could endure a status lower than that of a dog? In the end, a maddening thought festered deep within Niji's heart. Power. He needed ultimate power. He cared not where the power came from, he only needed to be strong enough to have endless strength to help him exact revenge and escape his current predicament. As long as he could personally slay his enemy, he would pay any price. Under this madness, a figure suddenly emerged in Niji's mind, Orochimaru. One of the legendary Sannin master of countless forbidden and secret techniques, Orochimaru. Even the Third Hokage's death was linked to Orochimaru. In that sense, Orochimaru had even done him a favor. Moreover, in the entire ninja world, only Orochimaru likely possessed the ability to break the caged bird seal and grant him power. Niji lifted his gaze, all calmness stripped from his eyes, leaving only boundless obsession and madness. Hyuga Hayashi, even the old Third Hokage, knew to commit suicide out of guilt. Why are you still alive? Niji murmured to himself. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Konoha was calm, everything seemed to return to normal. Rock Lee had also undergone Tsunade surgery during this time. But at that moment, four figures slipped into Konoha unnoticed. They were the Sound Four, Kidamaru, Tayuya, Jirobo, and Sakan and Yukon. Acting on Orochimaru's orders, the four infiltrated Konoha with a single core objective, to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke and complete Orochimaru's reincarnation vessel plan. Yet the moment they set foot in Konoha, the suppressed fury in Kidamaru and Tayuya surged forth. Some things Orochimaru might overlook, but that did not mean this re-entry into Konoha was the perfect chance to settle old and new scores. In a dark alley, the four quickly conferred in low voices. Kidamaru's eyes were menacing as he coldly said, "Sasuke is for Jirobo and Sakanikan. Kidamaru and I will find that Konoha commoner who insulted Lord Orochimaru. Today we must avenge Lord make that arrogant fool pay a heavy price." Tayuya gripped her summoning flute, brimming with malice. "I've wanted to deal with that bastard for a long time. A mere civilian daring to defile Lord Orochimaru's dignity. He's asking for death. So you two go find that guy, and contact Sasuke." Jirobo and Sakanyukan said. With the division of tasks settled, the four immediately split up. Jirobo and Sakanyukan concealed their forms and headed straight for the Uchiha district to search for Sasuke. Kidamaru and Tayuya, using transformation jutsu to appear as ordinary civilians, wove through Konoha seeking traces of Samuyui. But after scouring most of the village, they found nothing, no sign of Samuyui. Finally, they crouched in a secluded, deserted alley corner, venting their frustration in low, furious complaints, their faces twisted with resentment. "Damn it, where the hell is that bastard hiding? We've searched the whole village and can't find him. Maybe he's dead." A nobody with no strength or background dying is normal. Their fury burned unabated, bitter, and frustrated. They had wanted to personally deal with Samuyui, but the man was gone. Just then a curious voice suddenly sounded from behind them. "Hey!" Two outsiders skulking in an alley mumbling about what? "What nobody? Let me hear it." Samuyui, his head still wrapped in bandages as he recovered from injuries, happened to pass by. "I'm a Konoha local expert. There's no one or thing in the village I can't find or don't know." "Who are you looking for? Give me a name, and I'll help you find them." Kidamaru and Tayuya were startled, then their eyes lit up. They didn't mind that Samuyui had just called them outsiders. Being strangers in a strange land, blind searching was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Asking a local villager was the fastest way. Tayuya suppressed her malice and spoke as gently as possible. "We're looking for a Konoha villager. We don't know his name. But that guy is probably the most annoying, low-class, reckless, arrogant, and despicable person in the village. Do you know him?" They didn't know his name, only his traits. Samuyui frowned, then something clicked. He puffed out his chest with utter confidence. "Oh, I know him well. I know him too well. I can't say for sure about others, but I definitely know the most despicable person in Konoha." He rolled his eyes and rattled on. "I know an absolute scumbag. Someone who, despite his teacher dedicating his life to protecting the village and his gentle, kind wife treating him well, became twisted and sought revenge on the whole world just because the woman he secretly loved died. He personally killed his teacher, drove his teacher's wife to suicide, and then massacred his entire clan, slaughtering all his relatives. Now isn't that a ruthless, ungrateful beast vile enough? Beastly enough?" Tayuya and Kidamaru were stunned, utterly shocked. What the hell? Konoha actually had such a top-tier scumbag. This wasn't just low class, it was pure inhumanity. They had never seen such a pure scumbag in the ninja world. They shook their heads repeatedly. "That's too brutal. Too twisted. Too beastly. Is that guy even human?" "But that's the person we're looking for isn't that beastly. Just plain foul-mouthed, arrogant, and low-class. Try another. Samu Yui raised an eyebrow, silently cursing the outsiders for being picky. How many scumbags were there in Konoha? Fine, if Obito wasn't the one, then let's switch. He spoke again, then he'll tell you about a slightly less beastly one. A big shot in Konoha's leadership, shining on the surface, but scheming in the shadows. Secretly assassinating comrades, persecuting war heroes, purging ninja clans within the village. Anyone who obstructs him or displeases him. He uses threats, bribery, or covert assassination, stopping at nothing. He stops at nothing for power, his hands forever stained with blood, utterly filthy, sparing neither adult, nor child, male, nor female, animal, nor plant. He even has a particular interest in studying plant people. Hashirama. Is this the guy you're looking for? Taiya frowned in thought for a moment, then shook her head. No. We've seen plenty of such scheming villains. The one we're after isn't an ambitious plotter, nor a pervert interested in We're looking for a villager. That guy isn't a twisted monster. He doesn't like killing. He's just plain low class. Rejected twice in a row, Samu Yui grew furious. Not this, not that. Are you two outsiders from the sticks deliberately messing with me? There are hundreds if not thousands of low-class villagers in Konoha. Just saying low class. How the hell am I supposed to know which one you mean? If you don't believe me, go take a walk. Which of our Konoha villagers has any class? Seeing Samu Yuya's fury, Kodomaru suddenly had a flash of insight. He gritted his teeth and said, I remember now. I remember. That guy, though a scumbag, is very handsome. The top good-looking face among Konoha villagers. At these words, Samu Yui, the next second, he understood instantly. There was no one in Konoha more handsome than himself. Then pointing at his own nose in disbelief. The most handsome villager in Konoha. Wait, are you looking for me? Don't tell me you two country bumpkins are blind. Besides me, Samu Yui, who else in Konoha deserves the title of most handsome? As he spoke, he raised his hand and ripped off all the bandages wrapped around his head. The faint scars left on his face did not mar his appearance. Instead, they accentuated his sharp, fierce brows and eyes, his handsome and striking features, and his untamed aura, adding a touch of battlefield steel to his handsomeness. Now Samu Yuya's looks were fully revealed. The moment they saw that face, Taiya and Kodomaru shuddered, their pupils constricted, and they instantly leaped back several meters. Yes, that's the face. That's the punchable demeanor. They immediately shed their disguises, their chakra erupting, their auras surging. Found you, you scumbag. Taiya's eyes flashed with murderous intent as she shouted, you mere Konoha villager. How dare you publicly insult and defile Lord Orochimaru? Outrageous. Today, on behalf of Lord Orochimaru, we'll teach you a lesson and shut that reckless mouth of yours. Ding. Observation. Haki 6, facing the killing intent of Kodomaru, and Taiya, Samu Yui was not flustered at all. Ridiculous. Insult Orochimaru. Do I need to specifically insult a cripple? A one-handed invalid who survives by stealing others' bodies all his life, a genderless, freakish old snake demon. Just looking at such a piece of trash brings me bad luck. Why would I bother insulting him? Or is Orochimaru here too? Are there any snake demons around? That guy is so annoying. Damn, before he was calling Orochimaru a one-handed cripple, now he's directly calling him a disabled snake demon. Every word slapping Kodomaru and Taiya in the face. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 7. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 8. Who are you calling annoying? The snake demon is annoying, so what? He's not annoying. Annoying. Aya. Damn it, you bastard. Shut up. Completely enraged, Taiya could no longer hold back her body, shooting forward straight at Samu Yuya's face. But in Samu Yuya's observation, Haki, her speed was laughably slow. The moment she closed in, bang, a muffled explosive roar sounded. Samu Yui wasted no time, his right leg covered in a faint armament. Haki swept horizontally. With pinpoint accuracy, he kicked Taiya square in the abdomen. Crack. A faint sound of bone fracturing was heard. Taiya was sent flying like she had been hit by a boulder, not even having time to scream before she spat blood, her body arcing backward and crashing heavily to the ground, rolling several meters before gaping in shock. One move. He had directly injured Taiya. Kodomaru, standing nearby, was stunned, his pupils shaking. The next second, Samu Yuya's Conqueror's Haki, the invisible Conqueror's Haki, swept through the entire alley, its overwhelming pressure momentarily stalling the chakra flow in both Kodomaru and Taiya, as if their heads had been struck heavily. Both of them activated their cursed seals simultaneously. Samu Yui clenched his fist, looking down at them with an overbearing aura. Two country, sound ninjas dare to cause me trouble. Do you really think I'm as weak as that crippled waste Orochimaru? The Sannin are still the Sannin, but how can they compare to me, who possesses the bearing of a Yonko? Tell Orochimaru to dye his hair red, and then come find me. Damn it, don't underestimate us. Taiya and Kodomaru attacked Samu Yui again. Kodomaru's long-range attacks and Taiya's Jinjutsu were not weak, but it was useless. Observation. Haki had no blind spots, and Samu Yuya's powerful Conqueror's Haki directly rendered him immune to Taiya's Jinjutsu. Third-rate ninjas are third-rate ninjas. Die. Samuyui, enduring Tia's Jinjutsu, dodged Kadamaru's attack and charged at them. The moment he leaped before Kadamaru and clenched his fist, the air around him exploded with a crack. Descending from above like a ferocious beast, Samuyui was awe-inspiring. Boom. The air burst, bones shattered, everything around spun and flipped. Kadamaru flew backward, and in that instant only one thought filled his mind. Run. He had to run. The opponent had omnidirectional perception and was immune to Jinjutsu, completely countering them. Midair, Kadamaru shot out a dense web of spider silk, sealing off the entire alley. Tayuya, run. Kadamaru, flee. Tuya's voice came from behind Kadamaru. The moment Kadamaru was sent flying, Tayuya had already fled. The opponent was completely immune to Jinjutsu, so how could she fight? Hearing Tuya, Kadamaru swung on his web and bolted. Behind him, Samuyui had just broken through the spider silk barrier and emerged. What the hell? Where did that Peter Parker come from? Don't run. If I don't give you a proper beating, I'll change my surname to yours. You Parker bastard. Gue Tongwan and Duo Yuyi sprinted madly, and only when they reached the outskirts of the village did they finally encounter Cai Lang Fong and Zhuijin and Eugene, who had been waiting for them for a long time. The two were about to recount their encounter to Gue Tongwan and Duo Yuyi, but they saw Gue Tongwan and Duo Yuyi fleeing with terrified faces like stray dogs dashing past them. Cai Lang Fong quickly asked in a deep voice, "What happened? Did you take care of that arrogant villager?" Before he could finish, Gue Tongwan and Duo Yuyi too panicked to explain with pale faces, shouted while running, "Run. Stop talking nonsense. Run now. Otherwise we won't be the ones taking care of that guy. He'll be the one taking care of us." This simple sentence instantly sent chills down the spines of Cai Lang Fong and Zhuijin and Eugene. Without time to think, the crisis instinct honed from years of fighting instantly kicked in, and they turned to follow their teammates fleeing at full speed without looking back. They didn't bother asking. At this moment, the one who ran slowest would be the meat shield, for figures vanished into the depths of the dense forest in an instant. By the time Samuyui chased to the village entrance, the area was already empty. He had been tricked by a clone, causing him to take a detour. Samuyui stood at the village entrance, trembling with rage. Damn it. So you think being able to use ninjutsu makes you something, eh? You even dared to fool me with a clone. With nowhere to vent his fury, Samuyui suddenly turned his head, his gaze piercing through the buildings of Maita Lock onto the majestic Huang Yin atop the mountain. The statues of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Hokage overlooked the entire Mai. Samuyui's gaze fell upon the statue of Yuan Fei Rizhan, and he exploded with rage. "Third Hokage, you old waste. Dying by suicide to atone for your crimes is one thing, but being unable to deal with the Shi Wan is another, and you still leave a crappy statue taking up space. I've seen it all today. With a waste like you governing Mai, what's the difference between this village and a public toilet? Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can just come in and take a dump. Do you think we villagers are dung beetles?" The more he thought, the angrier he got. The more he looked, the more irritated he became. Samuyui turned and made his way back into the village, casually swiping a sledgehammer and a crowbar from a construction site, then rushed all the way to the top of the towering Huang Yin. "Since you couldn't protect your statue doesn't deserve to stand here." Clang. The sledgehammer struck fiercely. Stones and debris flew everywhere. The dull thud of the strikes echoed across the entire mountain. In no time, the originally majestic and solemn statue of the 3rd Hokage was battered into a pitted, disfigured mess. The next morning at the Mai Hokage mansion, Gangsho arrived early at the office. As soon as she pushed open the door, the atmosphere in the entire Hokage office was extremely oppressive. Tuanzong sat with a grim expression, leaning on his cane. The two elders, Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shui Hu Min Yin, wore solemn expressions and had been waiting for a long time, clearly there to confront her. Before Gangsho could sit down, Tuanzong spoke. First, his voice cold and hoarse accusingly. "Hokage-sama, last night the 4 rogue ninjas from the Inin village infiltrated Mai without authorization, causing quite a disturbance. The village's barrier is as good as useless. Before Shiwan could come and go freely, and now the 4 ninjas under him appear in the village again. The villagers are panicking." Zhuanqin Xiaochun followed immediately after Tuanzong, her tone icy. "Gangsho, as the 5th Hokage, you are in charge of the entire village. The village being infiltrated by foreign enemies is your dereliction of duty." Shui Hu Min Yin spoke indifferently. "Gangsho, foreign enemies infiltrated and caused chaos. The villagers are furious, and your teacher, the 3rd Hokage statue, has been maliciously destroyed. This is a disgrace to the Hokage." The 3 of them spoke in turns, applying pressure layer by layer. Only then did Gangsho sit down and look at the 3. "Do you 3 elders mean that it's all my fault?" Tuanzong looked at Gangsho. Of course he wanted to say it was her fault, but he couldn't say it directly. "Since you sit in the seat of Hokage, all faults and all blame should naturally be borne by you alone. If I were Hokage, these faults would naturally be mine to bear. That is the responsibility of the Hokage." Upon hearing Tuanzang's words, Gangsho's anger flared instantly. "Are the barrier of the gate guard and the patrol defense all managed by me?" Who is really responsible for the enemy infiltration? You all know in your hearts. Why should it all be blamed on me? Why I? Tuanzong sneered. Precisely because you are the Hokage gang show. If you don't want to admit this is your dereliction, then let this old man take the burden for you. If you don't even want to take responsibility, what kind of Hokage are you? Tuanzong firmly pressed Gang Shou on the issue of her dereliction, clearly intending to use this incident to force her to yield reclaimed power and put her under the control of the Elder Council. Just as the atmosphere in the office was tense and on the verge of explosion, suddenly from downstairs came a dense rising chorus of protest shouts. The sound grew louder, merging into a wave. It was the villagers of Mai. Countless villagers gathered downstairs of the Hokage office, their voices clamorous and their emotions furious. Hearing the earth-shaking protest from downstairs, a smug, sinister smile crept onto Tuanzang's lips. As expected, the villagers had been secretly incited. Having experienced Da Shiwan's Konoha Crush Plan before, now Da Shiwan's forces had entered Mai again, causing massive panic. Gang Shou, the new Hokage, had already lost the people's support, and her prestige had collapsed as soon as she took office. She simply couldn't hold on to the position of the 5th Hokage. In the end, it would still be the old high-ranking officials like them who controlled the overall situation of Mai, and this was also the moment when he had the best chance to become Hokage. Tuanzong pretended to be calm, suppressing his inner glee. Did you hear that? The villagers' anger. Hokage-sama, the villagers need an explanation and account. Zhuanxin Xiaochun and Shui Hu Min Yin both looked at Gang Shou, waiting for her to admit her mistake. Gang Shou's face was ashen, her heart filled with grievance and anger. She knew that this was a carefully orchestrated trap by the high-ranking officials deliberately targeting her. But as the Hokage, she could not avoid it, as she needed to give an explanation to all the villagers. With no other choice, Gang Shou strode forward and pushed open the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the Hokage office, facing the dense crowd of villagers downstairs. A gust of wind howled into the office. But the moment the window opened, whoosh, a piece of gravel shot through the air at extreme speed. Fast and fierce. Holy shit. Gang Shou reacted quickly, instantly sidestepping to dodge. The stone grazed her shoulder, and behind her Tuanzong also shouted holy shit, and hurriedly dodged. Immediately after, smack, the stone hit Shui Hu Min Yin square on the forehead. Blood burst forth instantly. He grunted, bleeding from his head, and instantly felt dizzy and staggered backward, utterly disgraced. The entire crowd fell silent for a moment. The next second, an extremely arrogant, viciously angry curse exploded from the front of the crowd, piercing through the whole scene. Waste of a Hokage. A bunch of useless high-ranking officials. Miki Yūya stood at the very front of the crowd, head held high, staring directly at the four behind the floor-to-ceiling window, his curses shaking the heavens. When the 3rd Hokage, that old waste, was in charge, Mai was like a public toilet. Ninjas from Yunin Village could come, ninjas from Cheyenne Village could come, rogue ninjas like Da Shiwan could come and go as they pleased, and even Yuzhibo Yu, who killed his own family. He even brought a shark into the village. Now it's your turn, you old woman, Gang Shou, to take the stage, and there's not a single improvement. The doors are still wide open. If you have no ability, then get the hell off the stage and go back to your casino. These words immediately ignited the pent-up dissatisfaction of the villagers. Rotten vegetables, stones, and all sorts of things were crazily thrown at the second-floor windows of the Hokage building. Exactly. Completely useless. Unworthy of being Hokage. The ninja high-ranking officials are all good for nothings. Good thing there's no statue of Gang Shou. Otherwise we'd smash it too. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 10 ding. Conqueror's Haki 13. Shouts of abuse, accusations, and scorn rose and fell. Behind the floor-to-ceiling window, Gang Shou's face was ashen and utterly humiliated. These unruly villagers didn't even give her a chance to explain. Seeing this, a smug smile spread across Tuanzang's face. He stepped forward, ready to pacify the people, reap prestige, and seize power. Dear villagers, please calm down. Before he could finish, Miki Yūya downstairs locked onto this one-eyed old schemer, instantly shifting his anger and unleashing full firepower. Fuck your mother, Tuanzong, you old dog. You are the biggest traitor. A one-eyed bastard, half-blind, and you still dare to sit in a high position. Can't even guard the village gate. You're the one who let all the enemies in, aren't you? Hanging out with that old waste 3rd Hokage, you're cut from the same cloth, bird. A blind waste doesn't deserve to hold power. The 3rd Hokage committed suicide to atone for his crimes. Why don't you, old thing, just kill yourself to apologize? Even your one eye is just for show. You can't even keep watch at the gate of Mai. Boom. The villagers' anger instantly shifted entirely. Damn it, the Hokage doesn't dare to step up, but you old waste dare to show your face. Tuanzong stepped down. The entire Elder Council, kill yourselves to atone. Truly blind. How did Mui's guard dog end up with such an old thing? If your eyesight is bad, don't come out barking. Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve to step up? Ding. Conqueror's Haki 11 ding. Conqueror's Haki 12. The torrent of abuse was directed at Tuanzong, Zhuanxin Xiaochun, and Shui Hu Min Yin. The expressions of the three instantly changed from smug to ashen, then to black and ugly. Especially Tuanzong. He had meticulously instigated the civil unrest aiming to bring down Gangsho. But he ended up playing with fire and getting burned. Damn it, why are these people so resentful? Can't I even show my face? He wanted to speak to explain, but the shouts downstairs were thunderous and no one listened to his excuses. Everyone was cursing him. At this moment, behind the floor-to-ceiling window, the four of them, Gangsho Tuanzong Shui, Hu Min Yin, and Zhuan Xin Xiao Chun, were all publicly besieged and cursed by the villagers downstairs. No one was spared. Not a single high-ranking official could remain untouched. The villagers' anger was completely out of control. Countless villagers roared, my high-ranking officials are rotten to the core. Ninjas in power will only bring disaster to the village. Drive all ninjas out of the village. Expel them all from my doesn't need ninjas. Drive them all out. Wow. Sanmu Yi, who was in the crowd, was stunned. Wait, drive all ninjas out of my. Can you really say that? Fine, awesome. Then I'll join in too. Sanmu Yi also started shouting loudly in the crowd. Downstairs of the Hokage office, the situation was completely out of control. The major clans and influential families in the village, along with their key members, also rushed over upon hearing the news. Seeing the chaotic situation, they all stepped forward to apply pressure. They demanded that Gangsho Tuanzong Shui, Hu Min Yin, and Zhuan Xin Xiao Chun come out and apologize immediately. Tuanzang's hand gripped his cane tightly, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He had overplayed his hand. He had intended to use the villagers to overthrow Gangsho and regain power. But the fury of these unruly villagers was so great that they directly dragged all the high-ranking officials into the water. If they didn't apologize now, it would only completely shake the foundation of Mai. With no other choice, the fifth Hokage Gangsho, the two elders of the Elder Council, and the leader of Root, Tuanzong, the four highest rulers of Mai, could only stand in a row before the floor-to-ceiling window, facing the tens of thousands of furious villagers below. They bowed publicly. They offered a solemn apology. Of course, they were still pelted with various objects by the enraged villagers. It was only after the villagers had almost vented all their anger that the incident finally came to an end. And in this incident, everyone placed the blame on the Mai high-ranking officials. By the afternoon, Gangsho was still fuming in her office. Tuanzong, that old bastard. Oh, anyone with discerning eyes could tell that Root must have had a hand in this. But on Tuanzang's side, he also felt something was wrong. The villagers of Mai getting out of control meant that the ninja clans of Mai must have made their move. Until late at night, Tuanzong was still pondering which ninja clan had incited the villagers. Just then, an intelligence ninja from Root appeared before him. Tuanzang-sama, the entire Yūzibo clan has defected. The word Yūzibo awakened Tuanzong. He immediately stood up. Today's incident must have been the work of the Yūzibo clan. The inherently evil Yūzibo. How they deserve to die. Wait. The entire Yūzibo clan defected. Isn't the Yūzibo clan just left with Suoju? Tuanzong looked at the Root ninja who had brought the intelligence, somewhat bewildered. That's right, Tuanzang-sama. Yūzibo's Suoju defected, so that means the entire Yūzibo clan defected. Time rewinded to a few hours earlier. During the day, the villagers had rioted, and the high-ranking officials had publicly apologized, stirring up the entire village, though the turmoil eventually subsided. That evening at Ichiraku Ramen, the last customers slowly took their leave. Naruto patted his round belly, a look of contentment on his face, as he walked beside Sakura, the two of them strolling side by side down the empty moonlit streets. Naruto was as carefree as ever, seemingly unaffected by the day's commotion in the village. Yet he could still detect the gloom hidden deep within Sakura's eyes. Speaking of which, Sakura, I just thought of a weird question. Why does Ichiraku Ramen have to be called Ichiraku? Wouldn't it be more fun to call it Lele Ramen instead? Naruto blinked with a serious, curious expression, trying to find a topic to cheer Sakura up. Hearing Naruto's words, Sakura forced down the unease in her heart, managed a faint smile, and replied softly. It's probably because of Master Ikaraku's name, it's always been called that. Sakura's forced smile did not make her look any happier. The entire day, Konoha had been in chaos. Villagers rioting, an eerie atmosphere hanging heavily over the village. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 10 ding. Conqueror's Haki 11. With one sentence, a vague, indescribable premonition gnawed at her heart. Hollow panicked, as if something incredibly precious was about to slip away from her forever. Naruto had no way to make Sakura feel better. She chuckled lightly, and said, Sakura, want me to walk you home? No need, Naruto. Let's part ways here. It'll be okay. Naruto didn't press further, nor did he ask what was wrong. Sakura gave a slight nod. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. They waved goodbye at the intersection. In an instant, the entire street was left with only Sakura standing alone. But at that moment, Sakura had no intention of going home. Somehow she felt that something was bound to happen tonight. After hesitating for a moment, Sakura bit her lip and, following her instinct, turned and hurried toward the village gate. The village gate was eerily silent, truly empty, with not a single ninja on guard. Sakura stood quietly in the shadow of the trees at the entrance, waiting, her gaze fixed on the road outside, her heart pounding with anxiety. She stood there for an unknown length of time. Then a figure slowly appeared at the gate. It was Sasuke. He wore his signature dark blue clan attire, a backpack slung over his shoulder. His demeanor was cold and indifferent, radiating nothing but bone-deep detachment and resolve. Sasuke walked straight out of the village. Ever since returning from the land of snow, he had made up his mind to leave the village and seek the power to grow stronger. And yesterday, Orochimaru's subordinates had come offering him a choice. Now he was going to join Orochimaru to gain power as quickly as possible, to take revenge with his own hands, to kill Itachi. Sasuke didn't even glance at Sakura as he walked past her. Sasuke. Sakura's voice trembled. Sasuke's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Uchiha Sasuke's back stiffened slightly as he stood frozen at the village boundary, refusing to turn around. After a long silence, he finally spoke, but his voice was so distant it felt foreign. It's already late. Sakura, go home. This road is the only way out of the village. Sakura's voice trembled as if she was using every ounce of strength. Sasuke-kun, you're planning to leave Konoha, aren't you? What? Why won't you tell me anything on your mind? No matter what happens, you always keep everything bottled up inside. Sasuke frowned, interrupting her harshly. Why should I have to tell you about my affairs? Who do you think you are? Don't flatter yourself. Do I really know you that well? Sasuke paused, his gaze sweeping over Sakura's reddening eyes, but his voice grew even. Sakura, stop meddling. Don't involve yourself in my matters anymore. Hearing these words, Sakura's tears finally fell. She choked, her voice laden with shattered despair. So, you've always hated me, haven't you? She lifted her head, her gaze seeming to pierce through time, sinking into memory. Do you remember? The day we became genin, when Team 7 was first formed. Right here where we were alone together for the first time. The scene replayed before her eyes. She had casually remarked on his freedom as a loner, and had even said things about Naruto being an orphan. Haven't you realized that everyone hates you? Sasuke said bluntly. At that moment, only the conviction of revenge remained in his heart. He would not allow any emotion to hinder his. A brainless, foolish woman who never cares about others' feelings, never understands others' pain, and only gets lost in her own world. Haven't you realized that everyone hates you? Sasuke said bluntly. At that moment, only the conviction of revenge remained in his heart. He would not allow any emotion to hinder his quest for vengeance. Sakura's feelings for him. So what? Hadn't his own brother felt affection for him? Hadn't he felt affection for his family? Setting aside personal feelings, Sakura had always been an annoying person. Hearing Sasuke's words, Sakura froze completely. She took a deep breath, forcing back her tears, and spoke with a pleading tone, but from that day on, you mean Naruto and Kakashi Sensei. The four of us went on missions together. Though it was hard, I was really happy. I thought we would always be like this. Sakura. You're always like this. You only care about yourself, never about others. Yes, you had a great time, but what about us? What about others? Sasuke's expression remained icy. I'm different from you. Naruto, and you have comrades, but I chose the path of revenge long ago. I know exactly who my enemy is, who I must take revenge on. I can't stay in Konoha. Sakura's pupils contracted sharply, and she lunged forward. It's Yūya, isn't it? Is it him? Sasuke-kun, Yūya, that cold-blooded guy? In the land of snow, he didn't even care about Naruto's life. But you're different. You have comrades, you have us. You care about us. You're not a cold-blooded person who only seeks revenge. Sasuke-kun, you're not a scumbag like Yūya. You could never become that kind of person. Please stay. The last words were spoken through tears. But the moment she finished, Sasuke was right in front of her, looking down at her coldly. Sakura gazed up at him, her eyes glistening with tears. The next instant, a sharp slap landed on her face, a clear, unrestrained blow. Sakura was sent flying, stunned and bewildered. WWHY. 4. Yūya, that guy who always humiliated Naruto and humiliated you, Sasuke-kun. For a mere villager. Sakura couldn't believe it. But as she spoke, the disgust in Sasuke's eyes only deepened. What do you know? Your parents are still alive. You have a happy, complete family. What do you know? Yeah. He is indeed a terrible, terrible person. Someone I feel sick just looking at. But do you understand how much pain he has endured? Do you understand our pain and loneliness? That guy. He's also an orphan. Just like me, just like Kakashi Sensei, just like Naruto. But he's different from us. He's different from me. At least I know who my enemy is, who I need to take revenge on. That guy. His hatred, his pain, his loneliness. You have no idea. Naruto once said that his ninjutsu talent amazed even Jiraiya, one of the 3 Sannin. And despite having no training, no chakra, he slaughtered so many people in the land of snow. That guy possesses such powerful, enviable talent, yet he ultimately chose not to become a ninja. Because he had no idea where to use his strength. No family, no comrades, not even an enemy. He doesn't know who killed his parents, why his family sacrificed themselves. He doesn't even know who to seek revenge against. That guy can only hate. Everyone hate this world. Even living is a torment for him. You have no idea. Sasuke's eyes were bloodshot. Yūya might have been born into suffering, but Sasuke felt he was far better off. At least he knew who his enemy was. This feeling, this pain. How could Sakura ever understand? This foolish woman before him was nothing but an irredeemably selfish person. After hearing Sasuke's words, Sakura understood. She understood completely. I see. If I lost my family too, lost my parents just like you, then Sasuke-kun, would you take me with you? Would we be able to be happy together? As soon as Sakura finished speaking, Sasuke tossed his kunai at her feet. Is that so? Then go home, kill your parents, and come back to be happy with me. If you want to be an orphan, work for it yourself. With that, Sasuke turned and walked away. Sakura stared at the kunai at her feet, then at Sasuke's retreating figure. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to pick it up. In truth, her words were exaggerated emotions, while the orphan identity of Sasuke, Naruto, Kakashi, and Miki Yūya was a stark reality. Watching Sasuke disappear into the night, Sakura collapsed to the ground. The next morning, news of the entire Uchiha clan's defection shocked the whole of Konoha. Every major ninja clan was stirred. At the Hyuga compound, when Hiashi Hyuga heard the news, he thought he was still dreaming. What? The entire Uchiha clan has defected. The Uchiha clan. Wait, isn't Sasuke the only one left? Other clans, what? What's going on? The Uchiha clan head is dissatisfied with Konoha and defected. Wait, who is the current Uchiha clan head? Oh, Uchiha Sasuke. Then that damn well means only Sasuke defected. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade stared blankly at the intelligence report titled Uchiha clan's mass defection from Konoha. Who the hell wrote this report? Kakashi, go ahead and carry out your mission. This matter. They'll send someone else to handle it. Tsunade handed Kakashi and Shrank mission. Almost all of Konoha's jonin were already out on assignments. As for retrieving Sasuke, I'll just send a few random people. Early in the morning, Miki Yūya with a shovel and pickaxe in hand swaggered with Kawada Sato and Yamamoto to occupy the most conspicuous open space at the entrance of Konoha. The four rolled up their sleeves and worked hard digging and excavating the foundation with great enthusiasm. They were building a public toilet. The three were sweating profusely, growing more puzzled as they dug until they finally stopped. Kawada wiped the dirt off his face and spoke with confusion. Yeah, something's off. The village itself is the biggest public toilet in the ninja world. Anyone can come and take a dump. Everyone comes to Konoha to crap, yet we're building a toilet outside the village instead of inside. Kawada's words made the other two lackeys nod repeatedly in confusion. Miki Yūya thrust his shovel into the ground with a loud clang, sending dust flying. He turned and glared at the three, his face full of disappointment. Are your heads stuck up your asses? You bunch of brainless idiots. The whole Konoha is already a stinking public toilet. The whole village reeks of crap, and you want to build private stalls inside the toilet. For whom? Of course we build it outside the toilet. This is called an independent restroom. Do you even understand style? The three suddenly realized, their eyes lit up, and they nodded frantically. Oh, so that's it. Yūya, your style is truly grand. But speaking of which, aren't we building 4 toilets to correspond to the Hokage rock? What are the toilets for? Isn't that quite fitting? Look at what Konoha has become. 4 stalls correspond to the 4th Hokage. That's true, after all, they're all toilets. The 4 chatted while digging, and the toilet foundation became more and more orderly. Just then several sharp sounds of breaking wind suddenly rang out. Swish, swish, swish. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Inuzuka, Kiba, Akamaru, and another figure rushed out of the village. They had received orders from Tsunade to bring Sasuke back. After a moment, another figure rushed out. It was Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto panicked and anxious sprinted all the way. As soon as he rushed out of the village, he saw Miki Yūya and the other 3 squatting on the ground digging and building a toilet. He abruptly stopped, stunned on the spot. Yeah, what are you doing? Building a toilet, what's up? Naruto was frozen for 2 seconds. Men's or women's? For a moment, both sides were silent. After a while, Naruto remembered why he had left the village. Yūya? Something's wrong. Big trouble. Big trouble. Then why tell me? Next time come to me with good news. Get lost, don't disturb my toilet building. No, it's not a bad thing either. Naruto took a deep breath, suppressing his panic, and spoke solemnly. It's Sasuke. Sasuke left Konoha without a word. Last night he followed the 4-sound ninja who infiltrated the village. Boom. The laziness on Miki Yūya's face vanished instantly. He stood up abruptly, his eyes sharpening. Yes. The sound for who infiltrated the village before. Naruto nodded heavily. Miki Yūya's eyes flashed with fury, and he gritted his teeth and cursed. I knew it. It must be those 2 bastards, Kidamaru and Taiyuya. They got away before and even fooled us. You think I can't catch you? He rolled up his sleeves full of anger. Naruto, lead the way. With that, Miki Yūya dashed ahead. Naruto looked at the furious Miki Yūya, paused briefly, then asked, Yeah, are you also going after Sasuke? Sasuke? Why would I chase him? Am I close to him? Besides, he's the only athlete in Konoha. How could I ever catch up? Hearing that, Miki Yūya was taken aback. At this point in time, Naruto seemed to be going to bring Sasuke back, and then there would be a big battle at the Valley of the End. Wait, you're not planning to use me as a muscle to bring Sasuke back, are you? No, it's not like that. Naruto shook his head, his expression turning serious. If it were the old me, I would definitely persuade him to come back. Even if I had to break his legs with my own hands, I would bring him back. But I don't think that way anymore. The old me would have dragged Sasuke back to the village at all costs. But after experiencing so much recently, the villages of Naruto looked up at the distant forest, his eyes much more mature than before, less stubborn, and more clear and resigned. The old me would have dragged Sasuke back to the village at all costs. But after experiencing so much recently, the village's affairs, the land of snow, I've come to understand a lot. Naruto's tone was calm and firm. Sasuke bears the hatred of his clan's annihilation. The power he seeks, the revenge he wants. Konoha can't give him that. That's his own destiny, a path he must walk alone. No one can stop him, nor should they. Even I the same. Naruto had truly grown. He no longer insisted on keeping Sasuke by his side, just like in the later Boruto series. Although Sasuke was often away from the village, he was still a member of the village. Naruto would no longer force Sasuke to stay. Miyoshi Yūya raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised that Naruto had finally seen the light. In fact, Miyoshi Yūya didn't know what Naruto had been through. Previously, Naruto's mental defenses were shattered by Miyoshi Yuya's attack, directly causing the seal to loosen, and then he fell into self-destruction. If not for the residual chakra of Minato and Kushina within the seal inside his body, which revived Naruto, he would have died directly. Simply put, it wasn't that he had seen the light. He had died once and let go. Then why are you still chasing after him? To watch the fun? Miyoshi Yūya asked. Naruto shook his head, his eyes becoming serious. Because he left without saying goodbye. Sasuke will always be my friend. Even if he has to leave, he should at least say a proper farewell. Sasuke is leaving to seek revenge. That's something only he can do. We can't interfere, nor do we have the right to. What if he dies? Miyoshi Yūya asked again. Then I, Uzumaki Naruto, will definitely avenge my friend. Blood for blood. With that, he turned to look seriously at Miyoshi Yūya. Just like Yūya? If you die, I will definitely avenge you too. Such a simple sentence, yet full of sincerity. Miyoshi Yūya was stunned, a warmth inexplicably rising in his heart. No wonder he's the protagonist. Look at Naruto's magnanimity. That's what a protagonist should be like. Miyoshi Yūya was genuinely moved. He vowed never to curse at Naruto again. Fuck it, it's all because of the nine tails inside Naruto's body, turning him into an idiot fox demon. Otherwise, how could he be so abnormal? Damn that fox demon. So beastly. What? Nothing, Naruto. That's enough, brother. But I've offended quite a few people. Maybe not 10,000, but at least 8,000. If I ever die, when you take revenge, go all out. Don't bother distinguishing or verifying. Better to kill 1,000 innocents than let one enemy escape. If you kill the wrong person, it's on me. If you kill the right one, it's on you. Hearing this, Naruto was dumbfounded. Bro, I was just being polite, and you take it seriously. Is this how you take revenge? How selfish can you be? Naruto thought to himself that he had to die before Miyoshi Yūya. That seemed like the best solution. Without further ado, the two dashed at full speed towards the forest. After running for who knows how long, figures finally appeared in the clearing ahead. But the scene before them made Naruto and Miyoshi Yuya's pupils contract instantly. Shikamaru was sitting on the ground, panting heavily with a cut on his arm, bleeding, and a pale, weak face. Ino was clutching her shoulder wound, shivering in pain. Choji was lying face down on the ground, still unconscious. Inuzuka Kiba was tied up on the ground, crying loudly, his mentality completely shattered. All four were severely injured and collapsed, completely incapacitated. And the most outrageous thing was in midair. Akamaru was tightly bound by dense white spider silk hanging from the top of a towering tree. All of its fur was shaved clean, not a single hair left bald. On Akamaru's bare belly, someone had neatly written two large black characters in paint. Justice. Miyoshi Yuya's pupils dilated in shock, and he blurted out, "Holy shit. Where did this Marine Admiral come from?" Shikamaru, who was barely conscious, saw Naruto and Miyoshi Yūya arriving, and immediately used his last strength to shout a warning. "Naruto, watch out. Neji. Hyuga Neji has defected. He just suddenly ambushed all of us. We couldn't stop him. He left with those sound ninja." Kiba was lying on the ground, crying heartbreakingly, his eyes blurred with tears, sobbing loud. "Naruto, you must avenge me and Akamaru. It's all that guy Kadamura's doing. He was with Neji, saying it was justice and getting back at Neji. Why shave my Akamaru's fur and write justice? That's too cruel to a dog." Naruto was about to grit his teeth and agree, but Miyoshi Yūya beside him had already nodded, his anger fully ignited. "Got it, it's that bastard Spider-Man Kadamaru again. Kiba, don't worry. He'll handle this. He'll definitely get justice for your red dog Akamaru, and teach those two bastards a lesson." Kiba's crying paused, confused, and he looked up blankly. "No, not red dog, it's Akamaru. My Akamaru." Miyoshi Yūya didn't bother to correct him. Whether Akamaru or red dog, it was still that Peter Parker Kadamura's doing. He would settle the old and new scores together. You're asking for it. He stomped his foot and chased in the direction Kadamaru and Neji had fled. Naruto, seeing this, followed closely behind. At this moment, the three at the front, Neji, Kadamaru, and Tayuya, hadn't had time to rejoice before Neji, using his Byakugan, spotted Miyoshi Yūya and "Someone is chasing us." "How many?" "Two. Just two people." Kadamaru was about to stop, but Neji quickly spoke. "It's Miyoshi Yūya and Naruto. Strange, how can that villager be so fast?" Hearing the name Miyoshi Yūya Kadamaru, and Taiyuya were stunned. Damn, how can he hold such a grudge? Just 2 days ago it was the two of them who got beaten, and now he's still chasing them. Run fast. Don't stop. That guy. The two had previously fought against Sanmuyui, so they dared not show the slightest underestimation, not even the thought of turning back to confront him. Is that guy really strong? Ning Xiai didn't quite understand. Although he seemed not weak, he was just an ordinary villager, without even chakra. Gui Tongwan gritted his teeth and growled, explaining to Ning Xiai in rapid speech. Ning Xiai, you don't understand the terror of that monster. Sanmuyui's taijutsu is completely off the charts. His strength, speed, and evasion can overwhelmingly crush most ninja. A couple of days ago the two of us teamed up. Just one punch from him broke several of our ribs. If we hadn't run fast we would have died right there in the village. If he landed 4 or 5 punches we would be absolutely dead. Duo Yui still shaken quickly added. Not just taijutsu, that guy also has an extremely terrifying and abnormal mental pressure. That pure intimidation can even cause a person's mental power to become chaotic. Earlier just one shock from his intimidation made our chakra go out of control, and we were forced to activate the cursed seal mode just to stabilize. Ordinary summoned beasts and ninja with weak mental strength upon encountering that pressure would probably faint without even a chance to resist. Moreover, that power is related to mental strength, so that guy's mental power is probably very strong. My Jinjutsu is completely ineffective against him. Hearing this, Ning Xiai found it hard to believe. Mental pressure immunity to Jinjutsu taijutsu, overwhelming ordinary ninja. An ordinary villager without even chakra, how could that be possible? In a flash, Ning Xiai suddenly recalled the report sheet written in ninja secret code that he had seen when he visited Xiao Li at the Konoha hospital. That was a mental evaluation report personally stamped by Tsunade, the only one of its kind in the ninja world. Asymptomatic psychosis. No visible physical issues, but actually mentally ill. Thinking of this, Ning Sis' mind suddenly became clear. So that ill-mannered guy, because he became a mental patient, was immune to Jinjutsu. Can being a mental patient actually make one's mental power stronger? Ning Sis' mouth twitched wildly, his worldview almost shattered, but this was the only explanation, and he had to believe it. But as a ninja of the ninja world, even when encountering something he couldn't understand at first, Ning Xiai could accept it, and he was no longer a Konoha ninja. From the moment he defected, Ning Xiai had already prepared to die. Whether Orochimaru could help him remove the caged bird seal or not, it didn't matter. Even if he died, he would have his corpse delivered to Orochimaru. Even if he became Orochimaru's puppet, even if he was eventually reanimated by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, as long as he could take revenge, it was all worth it. That place, that village, that clan. He no longer wanted to return. When Gui Tongwan vented his anger by shaving off all of Akamaru's fur and riding on Akamaru's body, Kiba was weeping on the side. Kiba truly regarded Akamaru as his most important partner. And when his father died, what about those of the branch family? Ning Xiai turned to look at Gui Tongwan, who had already activated the cursed seal and turned into a half-spider form, and asked, Gui Tongwan, what is your maximum attack range? Gui Tongwan pondered for a moment. Maximum attack range, he hadn't tested that yet. If I fully activate the cursed seal's power and use spider silk and chakra arrows, the maximum range is about 1 kilometer. But my vision is limited. I can't lock onto a target 1 kilometer away with my naked eye, so I can't strike precisely. That's enough. Ning Xiai activated his Byakugan, veins bulging, and his vision instantly pierced through layers of dense forest. The Hyuga Byakugan has a detection range of 10 kilometers. Within 10 kilometers, I will be your eyes. The division of labor between the two was immediately clear. This 3-person team of Ning Xiai, Gui Tongwan, and Duo Yui had almost no weaknesses in their coordination. Ning Sis' long-range detection, Gui Tongwan's long-range attack, Duo Yui's Jinjutsu, and puppet techniques. Whether close combat, ranged combat, or Jinjutsu, this 3-person team covered it all. On the pursuit path behind, Sanmuyui was sprinting at full speed with Mingren, the wind cracking under their feet, the distance between them rapidly closing. Mingren asked, while, Yui, can you sense them? At first I couldn't, but now I can fully sense them. The moment Ning Sis' gaze locked onto Sanmuyui's observation Haki activated. The malicious lock directly allowed Sanmuyui to determine the direction and approximate distance. Run? Keep running. You guys ganged up and ran away the other night messing with me. Today you still try to run. If I don't break that Spider-Man's legs today, he'll change my surname to Born of a Dog. The two lowered their heads and chased hard, the distance shrinking bit by bit. Just as the distance barely entered the 1 kilometer maximum range, swoosh. Above the high-altitude forest clouds, an arrow condensed with white chakra pierced the sky. The tail of the arrow was tightly bound with a ring of explosive. This arrow was entirely remotely locked and precision-guided by Ning Sis Byakugan. The advantage of long attack range was beyond imagination. The moment the arrow approached overhead, Sanmuyui's observation Haki instantly blared with full alert. His scalp tingled, a sense of crisis descending from the sky. Holy shit! Where did the spider sense come from? At the critical moment, Sanmu Yui quickly stopped, twisted his body, and sharply dodged sideways. Clang! The arrow landed on a tree in front of Sanmu Yui, embedding itself. The next second, boom! A violent explosion erupted, flames colliding, and the tree shattered directly. In an instant, the entire forest was filled with dust and smoke. The shockwave sent Mingren flying. Mingren quickly scrambled to his feet. Sanmu Yui also stared at the pockmarked ground and the broken trees before him, completely dumbfounded. He hadn't even seen anyone. The arrow had come straight down from the sky, and it was carrying explosive tags. What the hell? Cheating, huh? Cheaters, may your parents ascend to heaven on the spot. Can't you play fair? Sniping from long range without even seeing the person. Locking on and bombing from a kilometer away. You bunch of cheating bastards in the ninja world. Besides sneaking attacks using X-ray vision and exploiting range, do you even know how to fight hidden? Sanmu Yui was furious and Mingren was bewildered. Yui, where are the enemies? In the sky. The opponent is using ultra-long range sniping to hinder us. Continue the pursuit, watch the sky. If we encounter an attack, use shadow clone to block it in advance. Hearing Sanmu Yui's words, Mingren nodded and immediately formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. A dense mass of smoke appeared. In an instant, nearly 100 Mingren shadow clones appeared around them. Although Sanmu Yui didn't know ninjutsu, Jiraiya's evaluation of Sanmu Yui was absolutely correct. His ninjutsu talent and intelligence were incredibly strong. In just an instant, Sanmu Yui found a solution. The moment Mingren's shadow clones appeared, Ning Ci ahead immediately changed his expression. Such a quick reaction was absolutely not something Mingren could achieve. Wasn't that guy diagnosed as a retard? Ding. Observation Haki 1. Holy shit, I'm pissed. Sanmu Yui, chasing behind, was enraged. His mother's daring to verbally bully me from a kilometer away. Ning Ci gazed at the indistinguishable shadow clones in his sight, his Baiyan trembling violently, as his vision was completely filled with dense figures, making it impossible to pick out the real body. Under such interference, and without large-scale attack methods, the situation was unsolvable. He withdrew his gaze, and said with a grave expression, "No. Their shadow clones are too many. Our tactics have failed. Continuing long-range sniping is pointless." Ning Ci said in a low voice, turned decisively. "Let's go, keep retreating, run as far as we can, and buy time for your companions." Kidamaru was startled, wondering how the other party could react so quickly. Ning Ci's tone was icy, and he urged again, without hesitation. That person's reaction speed and tactical mind are beyond ordinary. If we keep wasting time, none of the three of us will escape. As Ning Ci's words fell, Kidamaru and Taiya exchanged a glance. They had long been prepared to sacrifice themselves. Moreover, with their current injured state, if they ran together, they would be caught sooner or later, and would only become a burden to the team. Kidamaru took a deep breath, his half-spider deformed limbs slightly tensed, and said through gritted teeth, "Ning Ci, you go. Taiya and I are injured and can't run. We'll stay to hold off those two." Taiya gripped her summoned transverse flute, her face utterly serious. "I don't know what you're carrying, nor why you defected. But you are a genius of the Riang clan, possessing the bloodline of the Riang clan. To the Shiwan, your value far exceeds ours. If you want revenge, go to Lord Da Shiwan, he will surely be able to help you. You shouldn't die here. Go." Kidamaru said in a deep voice. "Accomplish what you want to do." Kidamaru and Taiya were not sentimental. Mainly, these two had no emotional bond with Ning Ci, and they were not good at using emotions to manipulate him. Ning Ci looked at the two who were covering his retreat. The years of pent-up depression, resentment, and grievance in his heart all dissolved at this moment. The cage bird that had bound him for half his life, the injustice of the branch family's fate, the coldness of Muye's rules. All were cast aside. In Muye, the main family of the Riang clan only treated him as a disposable item, yet they spoke of it so sanctimoniously. But among these ninja of the Inin village, he saw a purity and candor he had never experienced before. Since they were treated as tools, they were straightforward about it. Why did they have to package it that way? When they were already tools, why use clan, bloodline, family, affection, friendship? The will of fire as decoration. But now he didn't need to bear anyone's expectations, nor conform to anyone's rules. Freedom, it was so easy after all. The cage bird could never lock him down, never. "Aren't you afraid I will betray to Shiwan?" Ning Ci looked at Kidamaru and Taiya, and spoke. "That's your business. If we become enemies again, we won't go easy on you." Hearing Kidamaru and Taiya's reply, Ning Ci didn't say a word more. He turned, leaped, and fled into the depths of the forest without looking back. Watching Ning Ci disappear, Kidamaru and Taiya cast aside all distractions, their chakra surging wildly, curse mark patterns crawling over their skin as they entered a battle stance. The two were tense, hardly daring to breathe. Against a monster like Sanmu Yui, who disregarded logic, dominated in taijutsu, possessed spiritual intimidation, and was immune to jinjutsu, conventional ninjutsu was useless. Only large-scale AoE ninjutsu or direct taijutsu domination were the only way to break the situation, but neither of them was skilled in those. They could only brace themselves for a desperate fight. The two prepared for a moment, and soon both sensed something. He's here. The two whispered in alert. The air in the forest suddenly tore apart. A piercing sound of breaking air came from the woods. An extremely fast black shadow burst through the leaves and rushed straight toward them. You two damned outsiders. Last time you ran faster than rabbits, and now you dare to come to Mu Yes' doorstep to pick a fight. You're asking for death. San Mu Yes' angry shout came, and his figure instantly arrived at the battlefield. Kadamura's mind tensed. He dared not hold back and frantically pulled threads with his hands. Dense white spider silk instantly crisscrossed, covering the entire forest, forming an airtight giant web cage, infused with powerful chakra, tightly sealing all of San Mu Yes' movement space. You Mu Yi ruffian a waste without even chakra, go play with your stones. Let me show you the power of a ninja. The next instant countless poisoned kunai shot out due to the elastic force generated by the chakra titan spider silk. These kunai shot from the gaps in the web, covering the entire area and sealing all possible dodge angles. Secret technique spider nest killing array. Kadamaru roared. Even if San Mu Yi could avoid vital points under such a blanket attack, he would surely be injured. Damn you despicable Mu Yi villager, don't underestimate the power of us ninja. The next moment dense kunai all pierced through San Mu Yi's body. Kadamaru and Taiyuya both were stunned. San Mu Yi hadn't dodged at all, his body was completely pierced. However, puff! A burst of white smoke exploded. The San Mu Yi before them transformed, revealing it was actually Ming Ren's shadow clone. Ming Ren's clone then went bang and exploded into a cloud of white smoke, dissipating in the spider web formation. Kadamura's pupils contracted sharply and his heart instantly turned cold. Damn! At that moment, a terrifying spiritual pressure that made one's scalp tingle and heart tremble suddenly descended from above, enveloping the entire. A shadow instantly enveloped Kadamura's figure. The feeling that made one's hair stand on end appeared. The familiar sense of oppression struck again. You son of a bitch. I knew you bastards would play dirty. San Mu Yi's furious roar came from above. Kadamaru hurriedly looked up, crossed his arms tightly above his head, poured all his chakra into defense, and tried his best to block. But the next moment, a violent whip leg crashed down. Bang! The explosive sound shook leaves flying everywhere. The terrifying wind pressure swept across Kadamura's entire face, his skin stung by the fierce wind, and the bones of his hands groaned under the strain. Crack! The giant tree branch under Kadamura's feet broke with a sound. His entire body, as if hit by a truck, was kicked straight from the treetop to the ground, crashing heavily into the dirt, and his hands were completely disabled. Kadamura's pupils were shaking. You, a mere villager, actually used another ninja's clone as a bait. Weren't you supposed to be unable to use ninjutsu and chakra? How could he use someone else's technique like this? However, San Mu Yi would not give Kadamura time to think. As soon as he landed, he bounced with his feet, his entire body almost skimming the ground, charging at Kadamaru. Whoom! A sharp, urgent flute sound suddenly rang out. Taiyuya's eyes were bloodshot, and she fully activated her summoning technique. 3 puppets formed a triangular encirclement and fiercely pounced on San Mu Yi, forcefully interrupting his pursuit rhythm. Stop him! Taiyuya gritted her teeth and roared. But this puppet encirclement was like child's play in San Mu Yi's eyes. He didn't dodge or evade, faced the puppet charging heat, and suddenly tensed the muscles of his right arm and threw a simple punch. Bang! A dull impact sound rang out. The hard puppet shell instantly cracked and shattered, cracks spreading all over with parts and debris flying everywhere. This is the power of stats, you bastard. The frontal puppet was directly crippled by one punch, losing all mobility. The pincer attack from the left and right puppets came simultaneously. San Mu Yi agilely sidestepped, easily dodging 2 slashes, and precisely grabbed the right puppet's arm with a reverse grip. He exerted force with his arm and swung violently. The heavy puppet body was used as a meteor hammer, smashing into the other puppet. With 2 bangs, both puppets were heavily damaged and their movements halted. In the shadows, the severely injured Kadamaru endured immense pain, using the forest cover to repeatedly jump and maneuver, trying to find a blind spot to ambush. But it was useless. San Mu Yi's observation Haki had no blind spots. All sneak attacks were completely ineffective. The battlefield was completely one-sided. San Mu Yi was beating the two while cursing. The Shiwan is really disgusting. You Inian bunch of misfits are just like Tuanzong, aren't you? Tuanzong conducted live experiments and tortured vegetables, while you followed Shiwan and human-animal hybrids and deformed mutations. Each one of you is twisted and dark. No wonder that the Shiwan guy is so gloomy. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 3 ding. Conqueror's Haki 5. Amid the insults, the battle was completely over. Kadamura's arms were almost completely broken, his body covered in wounds, and he had lost all combat ability. Taiyuya was also severely injured, collapsed to the side. There was no help. Kadamaru was slightly better off, but Taiyuya was completely countered. The two were utterly defeated and waiting to die. Yet even so, they couldn't stand to hear San Mu Yi insult Shi Wan, and they still gritted their teeth. You are just an unemployed vagrant from Mu Yi, a worthless. How How dare you insult Lord Deshiwan? Me a waste. Sanmuyu laughed, stepped forward, and kicked the barely surviving Kidamaru to Tia's side, then bent down and firmly stepped on Tia's face, pressing him into the dirt. Ding. Armament Haki 5 ding. Armament Haki 3. During the fight, there was no armament Haki increase, but now the two couldn't even resist, and were severely bullied and humiliated by Sanmuyu. That was different. Sanmuyu's force was not heavy, it was pure humiliation. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. I, a villager, know nothing. Yet I still rub you two under my feet. In terms of strength, you're beaten by me. In terms of appearance, you two are ugly and unsightly. Worthless from head to toe, and you dare to bark at me. Damn, he was stronger than them. Okay, that was a fact. And handsome too. That was also a fact. So what if he's handsome? Muyi is a bunch of bastards, and someone like you is a scourge. As the birthplace of the Will of Fire, are you even worthy of being a Muyi villager? Sanmuyu, you motherless orphan, a worthless brat. Without manners, how dare you insult Lord Deshiwan? The two were almost dead, but refused to die. Death was acceptable, but they absolutely could not die like this so miserably. Hearing their words, Sanmuyu's anger surged again, pointing at the half-dead Kidamaru, and cursing. You two still dare to call me a bastard, and say I have no manners. Look at yourselves. Especially you, son of a bitch, the bastard of bastards. I've never seen such a despicable thing in my life. You treat Chi-Wan as a brother, yet you relying on your strength instead of bullying people. You bully a dog. You tied up that you shaved the dog's fur, and wrote justice. The justice of a Navy admiral is something a gutter rat like you can casually claim. Chi-Quan just didn't kill Kobai with one punch at the Summit War. Wasn't that his mistake? Why do you have to do this in TR? I spit. Shameful, even I? A moral, cultured, responsible Muyi villager find it shameful. What kind of people are Deshiwan's subordinates? Ding. Conquerors Haki 7. Sanmuyu was not wrong. The Quanzhong clan's ninja dogs were their partners, the best partners, truly like family. Sanmuyu couldn't figure out what was in Kidamaru's stupid head. If you wanted to vent for Ningxi, then just beat the person up. You shaved the dog's fur, let the owner watch, and even rode on the dog's body. Sanmuyu got more and more excited as he cursed, and his foot applied relentless pressure, grinding Kidamaru's face all over the ground. But at this moment, a voice came from behind. Sanmuyu. You there? Which direction did the Inin village ninja and Ming Ren run? Hearing this voice, Sanmuyu turned his head and saw the character Love on What Ai Luo's forehead. What's so great about a tattoo? Standing behind Sanmuyu was none other than the hidden sand. What Outlaw? This time in the mission to retrieve Zhuo, all three from Shiyin village. While Outlaw, Kanju Lang, and Shouju participated. The reason they could come to Muyi was because Gang Shou was repairing the alliance with Shiyin village. However, the moment he recognized the newcomer, the fury in Sanmuyu's heart doubled. Damn it, he thought. During the Muyi collapse plan, I cursed that old waste of a third Hokage, and even Deshiwan got hit by a stone I threw. Every participant in the entire Muyi collapse plan, whether ninjas from Muyi village or Inin village, had been. Only the people from Shiyin village never showed up from start to finish. They slipped away after the Muyi collapse plan. And now they dare to come. What else is there to say? I didn't settle the score back then, but now after so long, I'll make up for it right away. The Muyi collapse plan, Deshiwan disguised as the 4th Kazekage Luo Sha, allying with ninjas from Shiyin and Inin villages to launch a massive invasion of Muyi. Although Deshiwan was the mastermind, Shiyin also fought outside the village. That debt had never been settled. A father's debt should be paid by his son, it's only natural. That old waste of a 3rd Hokage was so incompetent that his grandson Muyi was constantly beaten by Sanmuyu. And Shiyin village participated in the plan because the 4th Kazekage was a waste, which is why he was killed. All in all, Outlaw, the biological son of the 4th Kazekage Luo Sha, ought to pay the debt. Oh, isn't this the son of that waste Kazekage Luo Sha? All in all, Outlaw, the biological son of the 4th Kazekage Luo Sha, ought to pay the debt. Oh, isn't this the son of that waste Kazekage Luo Sha? Why? Your father is dead, so you came all the way to Muyi looking for your father. Wailuo's previously calm pupils suddenly contracted, his brows furrowed tightly, and the sand on his body began to tremble slightly. What he hated most was people bringing up his cold-blooded father. Moreover, Sanmuyu's tone and gaze made him sick. But he could not attack. This time, he came to Muyi to repair relations with Muyi. I have nothing to do with that man. I don't have that kind of father. Wailuo ground his teeth and spoke. From the moment of his birth, he had only been a living weapon used by Luo Sha to deal with war, never experiencing a shred of. A man like Luo Sha was not worthy of being a father, let alone the Kage of the village. Hearing Wailuo's words, a man like Luo Sha was not worthy of being a father, let alone the Kage of the village. Hearing Wailuo's words, boom. The yellow sand around Wailuo surged furiously, his killing intent nearly solidifying. He clenched his fists tightly, knuckles turning white, the suppressed violence barely held back on the verge of losing control, with a flash of crimson in his eyes. He suppressed his towering rage, grinding out each word in a hoarse roar. A man like Luosha is not worthy of being my father, nor of being the Kazekage of Shine Village. Is that so? Samu Yuya's eyes were filled with mockery. I thought you were an orphan without parents, that's why the whole village treated you as a despised monster. So it turns out you do have a father and mother. I also heard that when you were a child you indiscriminately killed villagers in Shine with the blood of ordinary people on your hands. Who would have thought a murderer could also be born of parents? A monster like you with bloodstained hands dares to swagger into Muyi. Who gave you the guts? Ding. Conqueror's Haki 13. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 12. The severely injured Gue Tongwan and Duo Yuyi behind them watched with their scalps tingling, gritting their teeth as they crawled on the ground thinking of getting away from these two madmen. The severely injured Gue Tongwan and Duo Yuyi behind them watched with their scalps tingling, gritting their teeth as they crawled on the ground thinking of getting away from these two madmen. Outlaw was a bloodthirsty madman, and that guy Samu Yui was a pure beast. The two of them actually seemed more like normal people. Faced with Samu Yui's words, Outlaw forced himself to endure, suppressing his inner impulse. Not talking. Keck out your tongue. Samu Yui was about to look down for a stone, but when he lowered his head he found a handful of gravel in his palm. Samu Yui was stunned. What the hell? Where did this civilian's special weapon come from? Who slipped it into my hand? He looked around, but the surroundings were empty. Oh no, could it be that his auto loot was still on? Well, whatever. Fine, it didn't matter. With a prop in hand, why not throw it? Murderer monster. I'm asking you. Keck out your tongue. Dead mute, you think you're worthy of asking for directions in Muyi? Get the hell back to your filthy Sha'in nest, and stop being an eyesore in front of me. With that, Samu Yui's wrist flicked sharply. Swoosh. The gravel wrapped in a faint armament Haki shot through the air, heading straight for Wailuo's face. Wailuo gritted his teeth, glaring viciously at Samu Yui. He had simply been chasing a rogue ninja and asking for directions on the way. Yet he was met with a torrent of humiliation. And now he was even hit in the face with a thrown stone. When had the ninja world produced such an unreasonable brute? Furious as he was, Wailuo still held back. There was no need to vent his anger on these villagers. Facing the incoming stone, the sand on Wailuo's skin automatically moved to defend, covering his body. But the bam! The stone hit his forehead, creating a sound of air bursting near his brow. Crack! A crisp, sharp breaking sound suddenly rang out. The gravel coated with armament Haki shattered the sand on Wailuo's body. Thud! It hit solidly. The gravel struck precisely in the center of Wailuo's forehead. Ding! Armament Haki 9. A streak of crimson blood instantly slid down from between his brows, only to be immediately covered by sand. Wailuo's entire body trembled violently, his eyes blazing with killing intent. But the humiliation of having shown off and failed to dodge forced him to suppress that murderous urge. He stared at Samu Yui, almost grinding his teeth to pieces, then turned to leave. There was no need to tangle with a brute like this. However, just as he turned, Wailuo took a heavy breath. He could endure others insulting Luo Sha, but his mother was innocent. I am not a monster without parents. I have a mother. My mother passed away the moment I was born. With these words, he turned to leave, enduring the pain. He did not want to provoke a conflict between the two villages. At this moment, he was still restraining himself. But as soon as Wailuo took 2 steps, Samu Yui's voice came from behind. Oh, mother died the moment you were born. So you're a premature, unwanted placenta. No wonder you're twisted, despised by the whole village as a monster. You were never fully developed. Boom. The last shred of reason shattered completely. Placenta. Those 2 words completely crushed all of Wailuo's boundaries and sanity. The seal on his body instantly collapsed, completely broken. But at this moment, he did not emerge directly, because he was also stunned. My god, 6-paths sage. There is still such a beast in this ninja world. Is there any hope for the ninja world? However, even if he didn't want to come out, it had to now. Wailuo's shrill, suppressed roar tore through his throat. His mental energy forcibly drew out Shohei's power. A massive sand hand burst from the ground, shattering the surrounding earth, and yellow sand instantly obscured the entire battlefield. They'll kill you, die. Die. A 10-meter-tall giant sand hand hurtled toward Yuya Samu. Such a wide-range attack was nearly impossible to dodge, one could only withstand it hidden. Lying heavily wounded on the ground, Kidamaru and Taiyuya struggled to crawl away, desperately trying to flee, at least to the edge of the battlefield, even if they had to drop. Madness, 2 utter madmen. Facing the sky-obscuring sand giant hand, Yuya Samu showed no sign of retreat. Flee. Impossible. If one feared death, they would not dare to bully. If that were the case, why be a villager? Might as well become a ninja. As a villager of Konoha, he was not the kind who would run from danger like a ninja. Is that all you've got? Yuya Samu did not dodge or evade. He pushed his physical strength to the limit, clenching his right fist again. He felt the wind flowing between his fingers, the wind flowing over his hand. Had even the wind acknowledged his tyranny? The next moment his fist tightened, and the air was crushed with a deafening roar. A single pure straightforward punch blasted. A single punch exploded the surrounding air, white wind pressure bursting from his fist, enveloping Yuya Sanmu in the torrent. The sand giant hand before him twisted under the force, crumbling inch by inch. The sand burst, and scattered a massive hole smashed through the center of the palm by Yuya. Amidst the flying sand, Yuya Sanmu shot forward, like an arrow charging through the breach, toward Gaara behind. An undeveloped placenta dares to attack Mie. A twisted malformed brat from birth, a monster with no one to teach or raise him. Did you really think I was some kind of good person who respected the young? Just because you're small you dare to bare your fangs at me. Even if you were an unborn fetus. I would still beat you without mercy. At this moment Gaara's rationality was completely obliterated. He had only one thought: to kill Yuya Sanmu. The yellow sand on his body writhed and converged wildly. A ferocious tanuki head fully emerged from the sand, enveloping Gaara's body. This was not like the time Naruto faced Gaara where power was lost. This was Gaara actively drawing upon his strength. Shikaku's blood-red vertical pupils locked onto the approaching Yuya Sanmu, its mouth opening wide. The surrounding air currents flowed along the sand, converging madly into Shikaku's mouth. White wind pressure compressed and condensed at extreme speed, forming a perfectly concentrated orb of wind release chakra. The precursor to the tailed beast ball, Great Wind Release. The next second, a devastating white wind pillar erupted from Shikaku. It tore through the air, sweeping up all the sand on the ground and merging it into the wind pillar. The extreme wind velocity carried countless deadly wind blades and sand blanketing the entire battlefield. Yuya Sanmu's observation Haki was pushed to its limit. Countless lethal danger warnings flooded his mind. But it was impossible to dodge. Absolutely impossible to evade. This was a tailed beast level wide area lethal technique, its coverage so vast it locked down all movement. Yuya Sanmu's weaknesses were laid bare. His armament Haki was shallow, his physical defense limited, his speed insufficient. Wide area ninjutsu was his greatest nemesis. He could neither dodge nor defend against it. A suffocating sense of death gripped him tightly. Is this it? Am I going to die? Looking at the wind pillar, white, tinged with yellow, Yuya Sanmu recalled the public toilet he had built at the village entrance. He never imagined the ninja world would have such a vile. If he died under a technique that resembled diarrhea, would he become the most disgraceful death in the ninja world? In that moment countless thoughts raced through Yuya Sanmu's mind. In a daze his life flashed before his eyes, but this time it seemed different. He saw Sato Yamamoto and Kawada, who had dug the public toilet with him at the Konoha entrance. He remembered Konohamaru, who always bickered and played with him, monologue, bullying, and humiliation. He recalled the street vendors in the village, passing villagers' familiar faces. So, I too have bonds in Konoha, companions, a place to call home. Everyone. At this moment tears welled in Yuya Sanmu's eyes. But the next second a cacophony of voices filled the scene. Finally, this bastard is going to die. What a relief. He should have died long ago. An orphan with no parents, what's the point of living? Polluting the air of Konoha. Daring to insult my grandfather, to humiliate the Hokage, he deserves to die. Grandfather shouldn't protect such a villager. He's only good-looking, nothing else. His death is perfect. Now my rank in looks goes up by 1. Hurry up and burn the corpse. Check thoroughly. Don't give him any chance for impure world reincarnation. From now on I'll have to carry the banner of Konoha's beauty. By the way, how about we celebrate? Let's have a big feast. Who's paying? Let Yuya Sanmu pay. A person only dies once in a lifetime. On such an important day, he should treat us. Then let's go grab his money quickly. Yuya Sanmu froze in midair. What the hell? Whose life flashes before their eyes with all enemies saying goodbye? A life review should be touching, damn it. I'm about to die and you idiots are still backstabbing me. A bunch of selfish bastards. Damn it, even if I die I'm taking this placenta with me. Yuya Sanmu's eyes turned bloodshot, his murderous aura exploded completely as he faced the devastating wind technique. The sharp wind blades instantly tore through his flesh, shredding his clothes. Dense, uneven bloody gashes covered his entire body, blood gushing out. Under such a large-scale attack Yuya Sanmu could only barely protect his vital point. Yet the excruciating pain was overwhelming, his flesh was torn apart. Like a kite with a broken string, he was sent flying by the terrifying impact, hurled high in midair. The wind whistled past his ears. Yuya Sanmu, drenched in blood, looked down. The entire forest was carpeted in yellow sand. The power of Gaara and Shikaku had transcended the realm of ordinary ninja. This is really a mountain of placentas. Yuya Sanmu quipped. Gaara was indeed everywhere. At that moment Gaara below looked up at Yuya Sanmu. He frantically drew Shikaku's chakra from within his tailed beast form, swelling again, soaring to tens of meters. Shikaku had fully materialized. Gaara roared to the sky, then leaped upward with a sudden burst. He lunged at the wounded Yuya Sanmu in midair, pure malice and killing intent locking onto him. Die? Disappear completely. Gaara's enraged voice echoed. Yuya Sanmu braced himself in midair. His conqueror's Haki erupted fully. Unlike the previous all-encompassing indiscriminate mental suppression, this time, Yuya Sanmu focused his effort into a targeted strike. Pure overbearing mental intimidation pierced through the air, through the sand, and finally through the seal. It struck directly at the one-tailed Shikaku inside Gaara. It was well known in the ninja world that tailed beasts were most vulnerable to mental techniques. Even the nine tails could not resist a 3-Demo Sharingan, let alone the weakest one-tailed Shikaku. Though Yuya Sama's conqueror's Haki might not surpass Genjutsu, its pure suppression and mental impact were far more overbearing. A mere trashy one-tail, just as underdeveloped as its host, dares to bare its fangs at me. Get lost. A silent mental explosion detonated within Shikaku's spiritual world. Deep within the seal, the one-tailed Shikaku's head rang with a deafening boom. Its originally rampaging chakra stalled its entire body, seeming to freeze. The chakra connection with Gaara was severed. That insult, placenta, shattered all of Shikaku's pride, leaving it stunned. It had never imagined that someone would insult not only the Jinchuriki, but also the tailed beast itself. But the shock lasted only a moment because the conqueror's Haki aimed at it was too intense. Shikaku fell into slumber. At that moment, the one-tailed Shikaku was also knocked into a tailed beast's life review by the conqueror's Haki. The unconscious Shikaku began its own recollection. It remembered the warm days inside the Sage of Six Paths body. It remembered the times after leaving the sage's body being ostracized and mocked by the Nine Tails for its weakness. It remembered the millennia of darkness, being sealed, used, and tortured by humans. Its already fragile, insecure heart was shattered by the word placenta. It wasn't that Shikaku was inherently insecure, but tailed beasts had never experienced such treatment. Their experiences were limited to being viewed as disasters, dangerous beings to be controlled, or weapons of war. But from birth until now, no one had ever personally insulted a tailed beast. So Shikaku was truly broken. A thunderous crash echoed. On the external battlefield, all the suspended, raging, flowing yellow sand came to a halt. The lingering wind technique ceased abruptly, as if the entire world had pressed the pause button. Gaara's body stiffened, deprived of tailed beast chakra, and suffering severe mental backlash. A mouthful of crimson blood spewed from his throat. His tailed beast form forcibly dissolved. All power was drained in an instant. His body went limp, his consciousness fading, suspended in midair, face to face with Yuya Sanmu. Gaara had lost all means of counterattack. Now was the moment. Yuya Sanmu, his skin torn and bloody, endured the agony throughout his body and suddenly dove downward. Harnessing the momentum of his fall, he gathered the last of his strength into his right fist. With a precise, violent, and clean punch, he struck Gaara's head. The sand armor imbued with his mother's love on Gaara's body was barely able to weaken the force by a fraction. Two figures, one above the other, wrapped in the sound of wind, crashed heavily into the thick sand sea below. Sand splat. Both figures collapsed to the ground. Yuya Sanmu was covered in wounds, blood seeping from the gashes. His injuries were horrific, his stamina utterly depleted, yet he clung to consciousness, refusing to faint. Gaara lay on his back in the sand crater, his head ringing, vision blurred, and dark chakra. In complete chaos, his meridians racked with pain, his mind also reeled. The damage from that forcible severance was even more severe than the chakra absorption device in the snow country. The backlash was overwhelming. Silence enveloped the battlefield. After a short while, rustling sounds. Yuya Sanmu, covered in blood and grime, gritted his teeth, and slowly, painfully pushed himself up, staggering to his feet. He dragged his broken body, grinning, and walked step by step toward the collapsed Gaara. Through his blurry vision, Gaara watched the figure approaching. Am I going to die? This time. I'm really going to die, mother. But the expected finishing blow never came. Yuya Sanmu slowly raised his hand and gave Gaara a middle finger. Still so cocky. Thought you could crush me with that underdeveloped placenta inside you, eh? Does having tattoos on both of you make you some kind of yakuza? With those words, Yuya Sanmu raised his foot and stomped hard on Gaara's face again and again. He ground the prodigy of Sunagakure, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, into the yellow sand, trampling him mercilessly. He felt a surge of exhilaration. Villagers should indeed bully ninjas ruthlessly. But Yuya Sanmu did not know that the one-tailed Shikaku, stunned by his conqueror's Haki, was rapidly regaining consciousness in the depths of the seal. The ultimate humiliation did not completely break it, instead it helped dissolve the rift between it and Gaara. The hatred, suspicion, and barriers between human and tailed beast quietly melted away under this shared disgrace. Shikaku's consciousness slowly awakened, and its spirit no longer stood in opposition to Gaara's. Its will began to merge with Gaara's at lightning speed, synchronized. One human and one tailed beast, setting aside past grievances, gradually fused their spirits and wills under the shadow of humiliation. No one could have anticipated. Yuya Sanmu's indiscriminate bullying had forced the pair, who had been killing and tormenting each other for over a decade, onto the path of a perfect Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Naruto caught up with Jirobo and Sakan Yukon. Rock Lee, who had just undergone surgery, also rushed to the battlefield. In a distant Ōtsutsuki hideout deep within a dark, eerie experimental base, Orochimaru had just completed another reincarnation ritual reshaping his body. Kabuto stood respectfully at his side, handing over intelligence relayed by Kadamura's summon. Orochimaru-sama, Kadamura reports that Miki Yūya has successfully defected from Konoha and intends to join us. Miki, Hisashi's son. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, then he slowly relaxed. If it was a branch family member, it made sense. He chuckled softly. It seems things are a bit more troublesome than expected, but not too much. Orochimaru stood up slowly. He had chosen Sasuke because he had witnessed Itachi's power. However, the bloodline of the Hyuga clan was also extraordinary. Kabuto, hold the base. I'll go see for myself. Niji's appearance was an unexpected turn. At this moment, Orochimaru was unable to help Niji remove the Caged Bird Curse Seal. The Caged Bird Curse Seal operates through the Bodhis Chakra network. Once activated, the chakra triggers a backlash that directly destroys the Byakugan and the brain's neural pathways. Of course, Orochimaru had no method to specifically break the Caged Bird Curse Seal, but he possessed numerous ways to disrupt its functionality. The simplest method was a sealing technique, not even a high-level one. It would directly lock the flow of chakra within the body. Without chakra, the caged bird could not be activated. This approach was akin to unplugging the network cable or cutting the power supply. Another method was for Orochimaru to overlay his own curse seal. Due to his frequent reincarnations, his physical body could not support the cultivation of orthodox sage mode. The curse seal power he wielded was that of Senjutsu chakra. Orochimaru's body contained the power of Senjutsu chakra, yet he could not utilize it himself, only bestow it upon others. Jugo's sage mode differed from that of the three great sacred lands. Yugo was born a sage, requiring no training to attain this state. However, there was no doubt that the curse seal derived from Yugo was a form of Senjutsu energy. By forcibly overwhelming and overlaying ordinary chakra with Senjutsu energy, it could replace the ordinary chakra within Hyuga Niji, thereby overriding the chakra signal of the caged bird. Even if overriding failed, another method remained: implant a new curse seal at the same location, leveraging the priority of Senjutsu chakra to occupy the activation pathways of the caged bird. As long as the caged bird was triggered, it would first activate the other curse seal, rendering the caged bird inoperative. The Hyuga clan's mere family secret technique was riddled with flaws and easily shattered in the eyes of a forbidden technique master like Orochimaru. Hyuga Hayashi, what a useless fool. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sinister arc. The turmoil within the current Hyuga clan was far from trivial. The past could be overlooked, but the death of Hyuga Hisashi had thrust the conflict between the main house and branch house to the forefront. Even someone like Orochimaru could perceive this discord. The Hyuga clan had always been relatively harmonious. Although the branch house was bound by the caged bird curse seal, that restraint could not prevent shinobi from defecting. The absence of defections was largely due to the bonds of bloodline and affection. Yet Niji had fled. Meanwhile, at the main battlefield in the forest, Naruto burst forward and finally caught up with Jirobo Sakan and Yukon. Don't run. Multi-shadow clone technique. Naruto leaped into the air, and nearly 100 shadow clones charged at Jirobo Sakan and Yukon. Faced with Naruto's relentless assault, Jirobo Sakan and Yukon found no easy way to escape and were forced to engage in a skirmish with him. But the four-way battle had barely begun when two figures rushed to the scene. Kankuro's puppet landed and Temari's giant fan snapped open, unleashing a barrage of wind blades straight at Jirobo. The Sand siblings joined forces, sharing the pressure and immediately taking over from Naruto to hold off Jirobo Sakan and Yukon. Naruto, quickly. Sasuke is inside that wooden box. Well, hold them off. With reinforcements, Naruto hesitated not a moment and dashed straight toward the sealed black wooden box ahead. At that moment, inside the box, Sasuke had entered the final stage. The curse seal's patterns spread across his entire body. Sasuke felt the power, immense, unparalleled strength. Jostled along the way, Sasuke had been absorbing natural energy. Now he had perfectly adapted to the curse seal's power, completely breaking free from the container. Crack! A faint sound of splintering. The black wooden box shattered in response. Sasuke's hand emerged from the box. Then with a push he leaped out. Seeing Sasuke leap out, Naruto froze in place. He looked at Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke was utterly unfamiliar. His eyes were cold, all traces of naivety and innocence gone, as if he had become a completely different person. Sasuke. Naruto had just spoken when at the same moment a sound of footsteps in the air rang out. A pale, slender figure landed before Sasuke, blocking Naruto. Kimimaro had arrived on the battlefield. Kimimaro appeared entirely morbid. His gaze at Naruto was devoid of emotion, as if regarding an object. Following closely, two figures landed behind Naruto, one after another. Rock Lee, who had just finished his surgery and rushed over with a sake bottle in hand. And Hyuga Niji, who had run over from Miki Yūya's side. All assembled. Naruto, go. The moment Lee landed, without a second thought, he charged straight at Kimimaro. Kimimaro's expression remained impassive. A bone spike emerged from his palm. He took a step forward and met Lee Heedon. Clang. Fists and bone blades clashed violently, the sound echoing in everyone's ears. Lee attacked furiously, but Kimimaro was equally a master of taijutsu, and his Kekkei Genkai was extremely troublesome. Lee was completely unable to handle. Lee'll help you. Niji rushed forward. Lee had sneaked out on his own, not even encountering Shikamaru and the others so naturally, he was unaware that Niji had. Meanwhile, Naruto slowly stepped forward, quietly gazing at Sasuke, not far away. Sasuke's cold eyes fixed on Naruto as he spoke indifferently. Naruto, have you come to drag me back to Konoha? Sasuke knew Naruto, and understood him, just as he understood Sakura. However, Naruto had undergone a complete transformation, and was no longer the Naruto Sasuke. He shook his head gently with utmost sincerity. No. Sasuke, we are comrades. I have always considered you my best friend. So you shouldn't have left without saying goodbye. At least, tell me. I came after you only to say a proper farewell. I know the hatred you carry, the path you must walk. No one has the right to stop you. Not anyone, not even me. I have no right to demand anything of you. Sasuke, go ahead and complete your revenge, walk your own path. I will wait for you in Konoha. When you finish everything, you must come back to see me. Hearing Naruto's words, a faint trace of warmth flickered in Sasuke's cold eyes. He curled his lips, slightly revealing a relieved, yet lonely smile. Naruto, I can never go back. From the moment I stepped out of Konoha, there is no turning back. It's okay. Naruto shook his head firmly, his gaze resolute. Then I will become Hokage. When I become Hokage, all faults, all rifts will disappear. By then you can return anytime. While Naruto and Sasuke were reminiscing, the battle between Lee and Kimimaro on the side remained intense. Lee looked at the hesitant Niji, somewhat puzzled. Wasn't Niji supposed to help? Niji, hurry. Don't just stand there. After another exchange with Kimimaro, Lee retreated to Niji's side. Niji still hesitated, looking at Lee as he asked, Lee, is your body really okay? Although Niji's Byakugan could see chakra pathways, he couldn't examine the body in minute detail like a medical ninja. That's why Niji was so hesitant. Hearing Niji's words, Lee nodded earnestly. Lady Tsunade has healed me. As long as I don't overdo it, and take my medicine properly, I can recover. Niji, let's go. Niji breathed a sigh of relief at Lee's words. The next moment, Niji suddenly moved. He didn't charge at Kimimaro. Instead, he turned his palm and struck precisely at the back of Lee's neck. Thud. The force was precise, causing no injury to Lee. Lee's vision went dark, and he collapsed straight to the ground. In the last instant before fainting, Lee's mind was filled with endless confusion and disbelief. Why? Why did Niji attack him? He had told Niji to attack, the enemy, not him. Niji remained expressionless. He bent down, lifted the unconscious Lee with one hand, stepped forward, and casually tossed him. Whoosh. With perfect accuracy, he threw Lee toward Naruto. Naruto instinctively caught Lee steadily, but his entire body froze, pupils contracting. What had happened? He had been chatting, and suddenly Lee was asleep. Behind him, Kankuro and Temari also stopped fighting, both leaping to Naruto's side, their faces full of caution. Niji, what are you doing? Naruto asked, holding the unconscious Lee. Niji was also bewildered. What was he doing? Naruto, weren't you chasing us earlier? Me? No, I came to say goodbye to Sasuke. It was Yuya. He has a grudge against Kidamaru and Taiyuya. Naruto's explanation only made things worse. Even Kankuro and Temari were dumbfounded. Niji stood silently beside Sasuke and Kimimaro. Everyone on the battlefield stared at Naruto. The battlefield fell into dead silence. Naruto also looked at everyone. Finally, Sasuke couldn't take it anymore. Naruto, they mean, aren't you supposed to bring me and Niji back to the village? Huh, but I didn't receive that mission. Naruto answered confidently. Naruto had indeed changed. His past experiences had taught him one thing: anything beyond the mission could be refused. Now he hadn't even accepted a mission. Moreover, Sasuke and Niji hadn't hurt anyone. In that case, why should he attack? On the other side, Jirobo-Sakan and Yukon, having freed themselves, hurried forward and asked Niji urgently, Niji, where are Kidamaru and Taiyuya? They were covering our retreat. Niji looked at Naruto. Naruto just said they're still at the spot, locked in battle with Miki Yūya. How did you guys provoke that madman? Jirobo-Sakan and Yukon exchanged glances, unsure how to explain. Kimimaro, however, had no desire to continue the fight. To some extent, Kimimaro was very similar to Naruto. He strictly adhered to certain rules. For instance, in the original story, when he fought Lee evenly and Lee's medicine time came, Kimimaro even allowed Lee to take his medicine first. Let's go. We'll meet up with them. Sasuke glanced coldly at Naruto, then turned to withdraw. Naruto, let's say goodbye here. Don't follow us. You can't stop us now. But Naruto wasn't really a fool. He handed Lee over to Kankuro and Temari for care. No way. Although I won't stop you, I won't let you hurt Yuyao either. With those words, Naruto also chased after Sasuke and his group. Over at Miki Yūya's side, the scene was exceptionally brutal. Having undergone extreme humiliation and spiritual fusion, the one-person and one-tailed beast had achieved perfect Jinchuriki harmony. The true Shikaku appeared free of its former frenzy and madness, its pupils returned to normal. At that moment Gaara and Shikaku attained the pinnacle of perfect Jinchuriki state in the ninja world. No loss of control, no rampage, no consciousness devouring. Gaara. Shikaku's hoarse low-tailed beast voice echoed in his mind, filled with malice. Don't kill him directly. Killing such an arrogant, despicable human outright would be far too merciful. Killing Miki Yūya directly would never wash away today's humiliation, nor the insults Yūya had hurled at his mother. He must be tortured. He must be ravaged. Gaara nodded silently. Initially he wanted to kill Miki Yūya outright, but after being subjected to Yuya's endless verbal abuse, he realized that sometimes killing someone outright was still too merciful for such a person. Killing Miki Yūya directly would never wash away today's humiliation, nor the insults Yūya had hurled at his mother. He must be tortured. He must be ravaged. He must pay 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold price. At this moment Miki Yūya was already covered in fractures, his flesh and blood mangled. First the tailed beast's wind release had severely damaged his body, and then the perfect Jinchuriki's overwhelming beatings had completely crippled his limbs. Both arms and legs were broken, twisted out of shape. Blood oozed from countless wounds. His entire body was limp like a tattered, broken rag doll. He was casually held aloft by Shikaku's massive sand palm, toyed with at will. When should we kill him? Gaara lifted Miki Yūya to eye level, asking the tailed beast within. Shikaku sneered darkly. A bastard like this should be turned. Hearing Shikaku's words, Gaara felt that was still a bit too cruel. Then he looked at Yūya, who was now nearly dead. Miki Yūya's face was distorted. Snot, saliva, and tears uncontrollably streamed down his beaten, misshapen face, a pitiful sight. His eyes had even lost their pupils, completely rolled back in a half-dead state. Yet at this moment Yūya somehow had another small stone in his hand. Even though his hands were broken, he used all his remaining strength to flick his finger. Tap! The small stone bounced from Yuya's hand and hit Gaara's Shikaku face, only dislodging a little sand. Gaara finally set aside his compassion. Making Yūya into a puppet didn't seem so cruel, but his mouth had to be sealed. At this point Miki Yūya, severely injured, paralyzed with all limbs broken, didn't even have the strength to lift his head, completely at the mercy of his captor. But even in this desperate situation he refused to accept defeat. He believed it was all Naruto's fault. Raging inwardly, it was all Naruto's fault. It was the fault of this entire group. Before departure Naruto had to say those words, that if he died, he would avenge him. Now he was reduced to a broken toy with all limbs severed. It was all Naruto's fault, and Sasuke's and Konohamaru's and Kawada Sato and Yamamoto's fault. Oh, and the old fool Sarutobi was also to blame. Plus that idiot Hyuga Hayashi was at fault too. If Neji hadn't run away, would this have happened? Anyway, he was absolutely not to blame. Just then, Naruto, who had followed Kimimaro, Sasuke, and Neji, had rushed to the edge of this sandy battlefield. The sight before him shattered every shred of Naruto's composure. Miki Yūya, limbs twisted, drenched in blood. He was held aloft by Shikaku's sand palm, casually toyed with and abused like trash. Seeing Yūya battered, bruised, and on the verge of death, Naruto's fury erupted completely. Yūya! A heart-wrenching, agonized roar echoed across the battlefield. Naruto's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, all rationality shattered. He had promised. He had clearly promised. If anything happened to Miki Yūya, he would avenge him at all costs. Why? Why did he have to say such unlucky words to Yūya? The memories of his time with Miki Yūya flashed through Naruto's mind. From their first meeting, to following Juya Sensei, to find Granny Tsunade, to their experiences in the land of snow. That person who was always attacking others, who lived without any restraint. Someone who possessed such talent, yet chose to live as an ordinary villager. He remembered Yuya's words. He didn't need power to protect himself. If he died, it meant the village's shinobi were all useless. How desperate, how anguished must a person be to be so disappointed in everyone in the village? Naruto thought of what he had said before departure. Then I, Uzumaki Naruto, will surely avenge my friend. Blood for blood. Just like Yuya. If you die, I will definitely avenge you. But I seem to have offended many people. Not 10,000, but at least 8,000. If I really die someday, when you avenge me, go all out. No need to distinguish, no need to verify. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one escape. Even if you kill the wrong one, it's fine. Count it on me. If you kill the right one, count it on you. Yeah, Yanni. Boom. The Nine-Tails chakra within him raged out of control. Violent red chakra erupted madly from his body. In an instant, a crimson chakra cloak engulfed his entire body. A grotesque, thick Nine-Tails chakra tail emerged behind him, followed by a second tail. The two-tailed berserk form. In his frenzy, Naruto's speed broke all limits. He dropped to all fours, becoming a blur of crimson. In the moment, Shikaku and Gaara were caught off guard. Crack! He bit down fiercely. His crimson chakra fangs tore violently through Shikaku's palm. He bit through the sand hand that held Miki Yūya. Thud! A sensation of weightlessness hit. Miki Yūya, paralyzed and bloodied, fell from midair and crashed onto the scorching sand. He landed on the ground. With the last bit of strength enduring the excruciating pain, he raised his hand, and toward Naruto's direction painfully raised his middle finger. At this moment Mingren's eyes were bloodshot red. His consciousness hovered on the edge of madness and sanity. It had completely run wild and collapsed, yet deep within the obsession with Sanmu Yui still maintained a thread of clarity. At this moment, deep within the seal in his body, countless chains tightly bound the massive body of the Nine Tails. This was the reinforcement of the seal that Buffing Shuemin and Jiu Zenai's residual chakra within Mingren had added to the Nine Tails after Mingren was knocked unconscious by Sanmu Yui's personal attack. But now Mingren's emotions erupted forcibly, drawing the Nine Tails chakra from deep within the seal. Crack crack. Fine cracks began to appear on the chains. The chains trembled, and the originally reinforced seal was visibly loosening and breaking. This was not the Nine Tails actively breaking the seal. It was Mingren actively borrowing power from the Nine Tails. Finally, with a bang, all the reinforcing seals vanished. The Nine Tails consciousness instantly surged toward Mingren's mind. The Nine Tails consciousness precisely locked onto Shoha on the battlefield. One Tail and Nine Tails had always been at odds. The moment it sensed Shoha, the Nine Tails consciousness was filled with shock and confusion. It could clearly perceive that the ever-foolish Tanuki had actually achieved perfect synchronization with its Jinchuriki mind and spirit united. That meant Shoha had surrendered. This perfect state rendered the tailed beast immune to most mental shocks and Jinjutsu suppression. The combination of their powers and mental strength created mutual reinforcement, making it far stronger than a single state. But the Nine Tails sneered inwardly. Had Shoha fallen to such a state? A dignified tailed beast willingly binding itself to a weak human for symbiosis. In the past, it would have seized the opportunity to erode Mingren's mind and take over his body. But now upon sensing Shoha, the Nine Tails suppressed its selfish desire. Rather than killing or interfering with Mingren, it felt that making Shoha suffer was the best course. Not only did it not interfere with Mingren's mind, but it actively released the chakra limit, allowing Mingren to freely borrow its power, tacitly permitting this battle. As for how long Mingren could endure under its chakra, that was not its concern. On the battlefield, Shoha, whose sand palm had just been bitten off by the Nine Tails chakra, was completely enraged. The endless yellow sand trembled violently. Under the perfect Jinchuriki state, the sand release techniques doubled in power. Damn you, Nine Tails. Sh's low, furious roar sounded. It and the Nine Tails had always been incompatible, and now the Nine Tails suddenly appeared, deliberately making things difficult for it. Sh's massive body lunged toward the rampaging Mingren. Propelled by sand, Shoha was not slow. Wind pressure carried sand blasting toward Mingren. But Mingren in the two-tailed berserk state was not weak either. A scarlet tail shadow swung behind him. Bang! He precisely met Sh's furious attack heat. The terrifying impact blasted sand into the air. Mingren's body sank beneath the sand and ripples spread across the ground. Before Shoha could retract its move, Mingren's remaining chakra tail suddenly shot out, slamming fiercely into Sh's head. Shoha and Wa Ai Luo reacted. Quicksand instantly gathered into a thick sand shield blocking in front. Boom! The chakra tail struck the sand shield, and Sh's entire body trembled. The Nine Tails power. With just two tails appearing, it has such immense strength. Impossible, old man. Why are you so biased? The next moment, the entire battlefield's yellow sand stirred. Countless sand spears, spikes, and blades rose from the ground, overwhelming and attacking Mingren from all directions without any blind spots. The full manifestation of the perfect Jinchuriki. Shoha did not need to divert attention to control the Jinchuriki. All its power was used to manipulate the sea of sand. In terms of large-scale offense and defense and field suppression, Shoha and Wa Ai Luo now completely overwhelmed Mingren. The myriad attacks sealed off all of Mingren's evasive space. Mingren quickly retracted his two tails to protect himself. Sand trap technique. Sh's voice sounded, and the ground beneath Mingren suddenly softened and collapsed. A large expanse of quicksand formed, madly pulling at Mingren's body. In an instant, Mingren's body sank directly beneath the yellow sand. On the ground, Shoha looked down from above. Nine Tails. What does it matter if you have more chakra? You're just a reckless, stinky fox after all. Ha ha ha. Shoha was extremely arrogant. But Wa Ai Luo sensed something wrong. He stared intently at the quicksand below and whispered, "One Tail, shut up. That state of Mingren is not right." What's not right? Shoha was dismissive. It's just his mind being eroded by the Nine Tails chakra, causing a rampage. Just disperse his Nine Tails chakra, and everything will end naturally. Before the words faded, the entire quicksand beneath Shoha suddenly churned violently and exploded. Rumble. Yellow sand shot into the sky, and scarlet chakra frantically seeped out from beneath the sand layer. Mingren, buried by quicksand, was not trapped. Instead, he used the soft sand to rapidly tunnel underground and charge toward Shoha. Sensing the disturbance underground, Wa Ai Luo and Shoha instantly became alert, gathering sand around them ready to strike. Now. Swish. Mingren, covered in scarlet, burst out from the sand layer ahead. At the same time, Shoha and what AI Luo's long-prepared jutsu landed instantly. Sand coffin seal. A massive amount of yellow sand instantly closed and compressed and solidified. A hard, thick sand cage formed, locking Mingren tightly in the center. Layer after layer of sand walls tightened and squeezed frantically, suppressing the rampaging Ninetales chakra on Mingren, trying to forcibly seal him. But the next moment, crack! The indestructible sand coffin exploded from the inside. A highly condensed Ninetales chakra Rasengan formed on Mingren's tail, shredding all the sand restraints. Mingren burst out of the coffin, leaping into the air. A long tail behind him instantly extended, firmly grabbing hold of Shi's massive sand body, pulling the two closer. Without giving Shoha any chance to react, the Rasengan on his other chakra tail slammed fiercely into Shi's forehead. The Ninetales chakra Rasengan struck Shi's aged head heavily. Shoha roared in pain, and its tail swept horizontally, slamming into Mingren's chest. Mingren fell like a broken kite, crashing into the ground and sinking into a sand pit. This trade blow-for-blow fighting style was not suitable for Mingren as Shoha, and what AI Luo's current state was far stronger than his. The Ninetales chakra on Mingren madly eroded his body, causing fine bloody cracks to appear on his skin. Blood seeped out in thin streams with excruciating, but the extreme pain did not defeat Mingren. Instead, it made his mind clearer and crazier. Countless images flashed. All of them were Samu Yuya's figures. That's Samu Yui, with his extremely high combat IQ and talent far surpassing his own. If it were Yui, what would he do? What would he do? If it were Yui, what would he do? Mingren's last vestige of sanity was Samu Yui. His combat instinct relied on himself, but his only clear combat IQ was simulating Samu Yuya's. Mingren's scarlet eyes erupted with unprecedented manic battle intent. Just as Shi's attack was about to land again. Tailed Beast Clone Technique. This time it was no ordinary shadow clone. Relying on the Ninetales chakra, over a dozen tail clones wrapped in scarlet tail shadows appeared. Countless tailed beast tails simultaneously charged and pierced. Thud thud thud. Dozens of chakra tails all stabbed into Shi's sand body, instantly disrupting Shi's chakra flow. The yellow sand that had been freely manipulated and covered the entire battlefield ground to a halt. Everything stopped. The battlefield completely froze for a moment. Mingren stared at Shi's massive body and roared hysterically, "Why? Why are you all doing this to him?" Under extreme rage, Mingren made an incredibly crazy suicidal move. The Ninetales chakra on his body frantically contracted and gathered. The tail connecting to Shoha formed a powerful suction force, firmly locking onto Shi's tailed beast chakra. He wanted to forcibly devour and extract Shi's tailed beast chakra. Even if his body could not bear two tailed beast powers, even if he would explode instantly, he would still die together. Deep within the seal, the Ninetales, sensing Mingren's crazy move, was dumbfounded. It looked at the water prison space that sealed it. Sand had appeared inside, and its own body had also partially turned to sand. This kid is insane. Completely insane. Idiot. Stop. You'll die. The Ninetales roared anxiously, frantically, trying to seize control of the body. Outside, the locked Shoha also showed panic. What AI Luo? Stop him. This brat is crazy. He wants to die together. We'll all die here. Shoha screamed in terror, its voice trembling. What AI Luo's face was pale, his breathing erratic, and he spoke through the intense pain. I know. He was already severely injured. The previous battle with Samu Yui had exhausted his body, mind, and chakra. The subsequent perfect Jinchuriki combat power was entirely forcibly sustained by Shi's power. He had no spare chakra or stamina left to release jutsu to stop Mingren. The only way was to borrow Shi's body to release jutsu. One tail. I need to borrow your body. The final technique, Sandstorm Grand Funeral. Hearing this, Shoha did not hesitate at all. At this critical moment of life and death, it completely released its body restraint. The massive Tanuki sand body disintegrated and shattered. The entire tailed beast body of Shoha turned into sand. A super sandstorm covering the battlefield formed. Ninja Art Sandstorm Grand Funeral. Endless yellow sand pressed down layer by layer, inverted, and sealed the burial. This technique did not distinguish friend from foe. At the cost of Shi's body, it forcibly trapped and crushed all enemies within range. Rumble. The massive sandstorm slammed down. Mingren and what AI Luo, two figures, were completely buried by the endless sea of sand sealed at the bottom. Perfect Jinchuriki state dispelled. What AI Luo could no longer hold on, his vision went black, and he fell into a deep coma, sinking beneath the endless sand. The battlefield fell silent. After an unknown time, rustle. From the center of the cracked, thick sand layer, a pair of scarlet hands struggled to break through the soil. Mingren, covered in blood, and with a weak breath, slowly crawled out from the bottom of the heavy sand burial. He was covered in wounds, his scarlet eyes dim, two chakra tails flickering weakly. Then Mingren looked at the only group still standing on the battlefield. Only one sentence echoed in his mind. It doesn't matter if you kill the wrong person. If you kill the wrong one, it's on me. If you kill the right one, it's on you. What AI Luo buried under the sand, Samu Yui half dead in the distance, and Gue Tong Wan and Duo Yuyi, who had long lost their combat ability. And on the edge of the battlefield, the only ones standing were Da, Shiwan Junma Lu Rixiang Ning Ci, Zhuozhu Ci Lang Fong, and Zhuojin Eugene. Everyone stood silently watching the devastated battlefield, watching Mingren, standing alone bloodied. That guy. Isn't he going to charge at us? Ci Lang Fong and Zhuojin Eugene swallowed their saliva. At this moment even Da, Shiwan did not understand what had happened. He had just used the summoning technique to emerge from the white snake's mouth, and as soon as he came out he saw the villager, not far away, who was nearly dead and motionless. His hand twitched, and through this twitching he managed to turn it in another direction and flipped him the middle finger. Da Shiwan heard what Ci Lang Fong and Zhuojin Eugene said, and spoke. Junma Lu Zhuojukuan, am counting on you. Then Da Shiwan looked at Ning Ci. Ning Tsikuan, prepare the cursed seal coverage. Kimimaro and Sasuke charged toward Naruto, whose condition had deteriorated severely. Kimimaro and Sasuke, with his curse mark activated, could now easily restrain Naruto. Kimimaro and Sasuke charged toward Naruto, he had witnessed the entire battle. The essence of Naruto's suicidal move was to use the sealing power within his body to forcibly seal Shikaku into himself. Only the Uzumaki clan possessed such an ability. However, Naruto's talent was limited. The sealing power he unleashed was not precise enough to completely extract Shikaku's chakra. Naruto's identity was no secret to the higher-ups of Konoha. Not only the higher-ups, but any powerful figure in the ninja world would understand his situation upon seeing the surname Uzumaki and his background. Thinking of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, Orochimaru turned to Niji Hyuga beside him and asked again, Nejikin, the choice is yours. First, the sealing technique to lock your chakra, preventing the caged bird from triggering backlash. Second, to cover it with a curse mark. Saying this, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. For him, he hoped Niji would choose the second option, as it would also provide him with a research. The curse mark covering uses Senjutsu chakra to forcibly overlay and replace your ordinary chakra, preempting the caged bird's trigger path. The drawback is obvious. I am not certain I can avoid triggering the caged bird. Which one do you choose? Niji's gaze was resolute without a hint of hesitation. He looked up at Orochimaru, his voice hoarse, but unwavering. Orochimaru, you were once a ninja of the village. Living trapped in a cage is not living at all. If I fear death, I will never escape the shackles of the Hyuga clan. So I choose the second option. Niji removed his forehead protector, revealing the caged bird curse mark on his forehead. Orochimaru let out a low, cold laugh. Interesting, the genius of the branch family. If you die, you will have contributed an excellent specimen for my curse mark research. As a token of gratitude, I will settle all your grievances and hatred, and take revenge on the main family and the Hyuga clan for you. With that, Orochimaru said no more and formed a single hand seal. His palm transformed into a white snake, which opened its mouth and lunged at Niji, biting down on his forehead. The power of the curse mark was derived from Jugo's body, refined countless times by Orochimaru. In Orochimaru's eyes it was a curse mark, but in Jugo's village his state was called Sage Mode. This was a power-surpassing chakra. Even the Sage of Six Paths had to train at Mount Myaboku to master Sage Mode, while Yugo was a natural-born sage. Orochimaru deliberately avoided the caged bird engraving on Niji's forehead. He only infused the curse mark's Senjutsu energy layer by layer, permeating and enveloping the periphery of the caged bird pattern. The power of the curse mark forcibly overlaid, squeezed, and blocked the trigger channel of the caged bird, ultimately merging with part of its channel to form a shared pathway. The process was excruciatingly painful. Senjutsu energy clashed violently on Niji's forehead. Veins bulged around his eyes, his face contorted in agony, sweat drenched his clothes, and his teeth clenched so hard they bled. Niji did not utter a single sound throughout, enduring the bone-gnawing pain with sheer willpower. Finally, a dark 3-tomo curse mark pattern fully formed. It perfectly covered the caged bird of the Hyuga branch family, with 3-tomo appearing in the shaped gap of the caged bird pattern. It's done. Orochimaru withdrew his hand, his voice somewhat weak, as planting the curse mark on Niji had consumed far more chakra than on Sasuke. This curse mark will not activate on its own. Only when the caged bird is triggered will it passively activate, forcibly opposing, intercepting, and preempting the technique. Now it depends on your luck. Niji knelt on one knee, clutching his eyes in pain. At this moment, with the curse mark planted, there was no turning back. At that moment, Jirobo, and Sakan and Yukon, dragging the severely injured, paralyzed, and dying Kidamaru, and Taiyuya, quickly returned to regroup. Sasuke and Kimimaro continued to grapple with the severely wounded Naruto. Sasuke wanted to knock Naruto out, but even injured Naruto was troublesome. Sasuke, knowing no sealing techniques, could only struggle with him. Orochimaru scanned the battlefield and said, mission over. Kimimaro, Sasuke-kun, we should leave. Sasuke, still in the midst of battle, wanted to restrain Naruto, but Kimimaro urged him. Sasuke-kun, I know. Even in his curse-marked state, he could not subdue Naruto. Seeing Sasuke hesitate, Orochimaru prepared to intervene. But then his peripheral vision caught something on the sandy ground. Miki Yūya, with all four limbs severed, his body a bloody mess, already a cripple, his fingertips suddenly trembled slightly. His shattered, twisted hand struggled to move, pointing stubbornly toward an empty direction. His middle finger stood defiantly upright. When your body can no longer support you, your will lead you through the siege. As long as you are not completely dead, your dominance will guide you to strike at a stronger foe. The moment Miki Yūya's middle finger appeared, it signaled the arrival of a powerful figure. That guy. Orochimaru immediately sensed something was wrong. Several thick, sturdy trees burst from the ground, piercing the spot where Orochimaru had just stood. Rocks flew, and the earth exploded. It missed Orochimaru by a hair's breadth. Orochimaru's pupils contracted, and he leaped back with Neji landing safe. At the same time, a figure charged onto the battlefield, delivering a punch that split the entire battlefield. The sand on the ground was driven into a depression, and the earth beneath shattered. Sasuke and Kimimaro were sent flying. The rampaging Naruto was held down by Tsunade with one hand, while the Nine-Tails chakra continuously eroded her body. At the same time, her body was constantly healing these wounds. Orochimaru. Tsunade looked up toward Orochimaru. At that moment, Hiashi Hyuga also landed beside Tsunade. Neji. Orochimaru looked at the assembled forces on the battlefield. Miki Yūya's middle finger pointed towards Tsunade and Hiashi Hyuga. On the flank of the battlefield was Konoha's only plant man. You arrived quickly. Orochimaru looked at the familiar faces, first focusing on Yamato. Long time no see, Yamato. At these words, Yamato's body stiffened. Tsunade, having no time for old grudges, shouted coldly, Yamato. Immediately suppressed the Nine-Tails rampage and stabilized Naruto's chakra. Understood. Yamato returned to Tsunade's side, formed hand seals, and several pillars burst from the ground, firmly suppressing Naruto's chakra. The battlefield was fully taken over by the Konoha support unit. Hiashi Hyuga stepped forward, glaring at Neji, and then at Orochimaru, rebuking angrily Orochimaru. Why do you seduce a member of the Hyuga clan and stir up conflict between the main and branch families? Orochimaru looked at Hiashi. Seduce. Hiashi, I have no interest in such things. What you see is merely a bird longing for freedom, breaking free from a rotting cage on its own. Or should it be like Hyuga Hisashi, trapped in the caged bird for life, living without autonomy, dying without value? What difference is there between living like that and being dead? Orochimaru's cold mockery struck at the deepest wounds of the Hyuga clan. Hiashi Hyuga's body trembled slightly. He turned to look at Neji, whose face was expressionless, and spoke with a tone of exhaustion and pain. Neji, do you hate me so much? Do you really want to betray the clan? Neji looked up, his eyes filled only with coldness. I have never hated only you. I am not betraying the clan, or the clan betrayed us. The entire rotten Hyuga clan deserves to be overthrown. You don't understand anything. Hiashi Hyuga growled lowly. You have no idea about your father's decision back then, nor his sacrifice to protect the clan and the village. Neji retorted, I really don't understand. I don't understand why the Inuzuka clan doesn't carve caged birds on their ninja dogs to protect the clan and Konoha, yet the Hyuga clan needs to. These words left Hiashi Hyuga speechless, for he could find no excuse. Orochimaru chose this moment to speak, looking at the grim-faced Tsunade. Tsunade, let's part ways here. Naruto's chakra is depleted, and that villager is critically injured. You can't afford to delay. Tsunade scanned the scene, her gaze finally settling on the figure on the sandy ground, who was still flipping her off. That bastard. Orochimaru, Konoha will remember this. Tsunade snarled. Everyone retreat. Orochimaru smiled, faintly, not lingering. He gestured for Sasuke, Kimimaro, and the sound for to turn and withdraw. Just as they turned, Hiashi Hyuga's voice rang out again, filled with immense pain and resolve. Neji. Neji paused in his tracks and slowly turned around. Hiashi Hyuga's eyes were complex, regret, helplessness, and ruthlessness. His hands had already formed a forbidden technique seal. I'm sorry, Neji. I know your resentment and your unwillingness. But all of this is for the Hyuga clan and for Konoha. The moment the words fell, the caged bird curse mark on Neji's forehead burst into a blinding green light. The ultimate backlash of the caged bird was instantly activated, breaking through all restraints, ignoring the senjutsu curse mark covering it. Oh! Neji's head throbbed with excruciating pain, veins bulging. The extreme agony nearly tore his nerves apart. Hiashi Hyuga watched his struggling nephew silently apologizing to his deceased brother in his heart. Hisashi, forgive me. For the clan I had no choice. In the next instant, 2 sprays of blood burst forth. Neji's eyes were shattered by the caged bird's backlash, force exploding. Crimson blood gushed out, staining the sand. Neji's body went limp, and he collapsed face down on the ground, motionless, as if dead. Hiashi Hyuga stared at Neji, tears streaming down his face. But just a few seconds later, a rustling sound came. Neji, covered in blood, slowly pushed himself off the ground, struggling to rise. How? How is this possible? Hiashi Hyuga stared in disbelief. Neji's empty eye sockets dripped blood continuously. His face contorted as he looked toward Hiashi Hyuga. Then a crack appeared on his forehead where the caged bird and senjutsu curse mark were splitting into a thin, bloody fissure. The fissure slowly widened. A white eyeball gradually emerged from the crack on his forehead and opened. Huh. So this is the main family's method. My father must have endured such pain back then. I didn't understand why my father chose to make me an orphan, but now I do. Niji's hoarse voice echoed across the battlefield. Hayashi Hyuga, I am not dead. I will return. To overthrow the Hyuga to settle everything. After speaking, Kimimaro supported Niji, and Orochimaru's group left the battlefield. Meanwhile, Tsunade gave Hayashi a meaningful glance before walking over to Miki Yūya and silently pressing down his raised middle finger. A few days later, in the intensive care ward of Konoha Hospital, the air was thick with the pungent scent of medicine. Rock Lee and Naruto were both in the ward. Lee himself was uninjured, and while Naruto's wounds were not as severe as Miyoshi Yuya's, he was still wrapped in bandages, yet already brimming with energy. On the hospital bed, Miyoshi Yūya lay encased in thick plaster, his limbs immobilized with scarcely a patch of intact skin from head to toe, presenting a picture of utter devastation. Tsunade stood by the bedside, arms crossed, her brow slightly furrowed. Miyoshi Yuya's condition was far too complex, far beyond her imagination. After a long silence, Naruto finally could no longer suppress his worry and spoke softly. Lady Tsunade, will Yuya ever wake up? The question was asked with trepidation. The brutal carnage of that desert battle was still vivid in everyone's mind. Miyoshi Yuya's limbs were shattered, his flesh and blood drained. For an ordinary person, or even a ninja, he would have long since breathed his last. Tsunade nodded gently, her tone firm, yet tinged with surprise. He won't die. Waking up is simple. But his body is too severely damaged. His entire system has collapsed, and will need a long time to slowly recover and repair. She paused, her gaze falling on the motionless Miyoshi Yūya, and explained further. If it were a normal person with injuries of this magnitude, even if they survived, they would have become a complete vegetable. But Miyoshi Yūya is different. His physical body is near death, yet his spirit and will remain strong. They forcibly sustain his broken flesh. Hearing Tsunade's words, Rock Lee's eyes lit up immediately. I knew it. Naruto, rest assured, Yuya. He has a rather extraordinary burning youth. Really? Naruto was somewhat incredulous. As his voice fell, Tsunade casually flipped back the thin blanket covering. The next moment, Naruto and Lee froze in shock. They're encased in plaster and barely able to move. Miyoshi Yuya's only movable fingers slightly lifted, a single upright middle finger steady and precise, aimed directly at Naruto's face. The gesture was perfect, the direction correct. Though he was still unconscious, the action of his hand already proved he was in no danger of becoming a vegetable. Naruto looked at Miyoshi Yūya and breathed a sigh of relief. Lady Tsunade, what does he mean by that? Tsunade studied Naruto carefully, confirming he truly didn't know before replying. He's cursing you. The room fell silent. Without a doubt, even at death's door, he remembered that it was Naruto's words before departure that had landed him in this mist. Thus, even while unconscious and near death, his domineering will still automatically locked onto its target. Don't worry. Tsunade withdrew her gaze and continued with his vigorous mental state. He'll be fully awake in a few days. But the damage to his limb bones and meridians is too severe. He won't be able to stand or walk in the short term. He'll have to rely on a wheelchair for the time being. I've already ordered a special electric wheelchair to match his current condition, controllable by just a slight movement of his finger. Naruto looked at Miyoshi Yūya, who was flipping the bird from his hospital bed, and the weight completely lifted from his heart. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. On the streets of Konoha, the warm sun shone brightly. People came and went. On the clean, spacious main road, Miyoshi Yūya sat in an electric wheelchair, his plaster still on. Only his fingertips could move, so he used them to control the wheelchair and move slowly. At this moment, Miyoshi Yūya still couldn't speak. The severe trauma to his throat had not yet healed, and he couldn't utter a sound. Moreover, Tsunade had deliberately avoided that area during treatment, causing his throat to recover very slowly. But it didn't matter. At the current rate, it would fully heal in at most 2.5 years. However, the villagers and lower-ranking ninjas passing by glanced at Miyoshi Yūya, and their whispered mocking remarks reached his ears without any attempt at concealment. He's cursing you. The room fell silent. Without a doubt, even at death's door, he remembered that it was Naruto's words before. A waste like that who doesn't care about the village at all is just a drain on Konoha's medical resources. Lady Tsunade shouldn't have saved him. An orphan with no parents, a nuisance alive. Better off dead and out of the way. That guy finally can't bark anymore. How that scumbag should just stay in that wheelchair forever. Ding. Observation Haki 6 ding. Observation Haki 9. The harsh comments came one after another, piercing and hurtful. Some felt pity, Miyoshi Yūya himself did, but more were kicking him while he was down, sneering and mocking. The villagers he had once talked back to, bullied or sarcastically taunted, finally felt vindicated. Weren't you arrogant? Now you're stuck in a wheelchair, unable even to open your mouth and curse. Keep it up, keep it up. A small figure squeezed to the front of the crowd. Konohamaru looked at the immobile Miyoshi Yūya in the wheelchair, tears welling up in his eyes. Finally, this bastard could no longer hit him or yell at him. It must be Grandpa watching over him. He could finally mock him without restraint. Oomph. Miyoshi Yūya. Look at you now. You're a cripple now. You don't deserve to be a Konoha villager. You only cause trouble. That old hag Tsunade should have thrown you out to the sand village to fend for yourself. Ding. Observation Haki 5 hearing Konohamaru's taunts Miyoshi Yūya, sneered inwardly. Is that all? Are you whining, baby? Is that what you call cursing? Truly the ninjas in this village are pathetic. They can't even bully properly. Miyoshi Yuya's dark eyes were calm and indifferent, devoid of anger, resentment, or embarrassment. He didn't struggle, didn't try to defend himself, and didn't even bother to look at the jeering crowd. Under everyone's mocking gaze, he moved his fingertips slightly. Beep. The electric wheelchair vibrated softly and slowly turned around in place. The back of the wheelchair faced the entire crowd of onlookers, those who had been mocking and sneering. The crowd instinctively looked closely. On the backplate of the wheelchair a piece of paper had been affixed. The handwriting was bold, the strokes sharp, blunt, and glaring. A bunch of losers, a bunch of third-rate villagers and low-level ninjas. Do you really think I can't fight back just because I can't speak? Weak, too weak. How weak? I am a powerhouse with the strongest conqueror's Haki. All the mockery, all the gossip, all the sneers came to an abrupt halt. The noisy Konoha street fell into a pin-drop silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the words on the back of the wheelchair, their smiles frozen solid. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 7, son of a bitch. Get him. Damn it, that cripple still dares to mock us. Various rotten vegetable leaves and rotten eggs were thrown directly at Miyoshi Yūya. Rotten vegetable leaves and stinky eggs pelted the plaster cast on Miki Yūya's body like a violent rainstorm, crackling and smacking. Sticky egg yolk trickled slowly down the stark, white bandages, mingling with dust and shredded leaves, leaving him in a state of utter dishevelment. The angry shouts of the surrounding villagers surged wave after wave, their spittle nearly drowning Miki Yūya. In Konoha, bullying the weak is cowardice, but bullying the strong is one's true nature. This is Konoha. These villagers, these genin. Whenever someone starts a group, they blindly follow, consequences be damned. After all, these people have never possessed any sense of justice or morality. They only know how to gang up and bully others. Now they bully Miki Yūya, but when Miki Yūya starts a group, they will also bully others. Of course, sometimes they get bullied by Miki Yūya as well. After all, Miki Yūya is that kind of moral and principled person. How much so? Don't ask. In any case, Miki Yūya cannot stand seeing others being bullied. These people of Konoha with their twisted morals and vile personalities, bullying them is helping them reform. What? You say Miki Yūya himself is a scumbag, so why does he have the right to bully others? Since I'm already a scumbag, do I need to stand on a moral high ground to bully others? Just like now when Miki Yūya is being bullied, he doesn't feel anything wrong with it. At the same time, in the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was tense, several times more oppressive than the villagers' riot outside. Sasuke's defection along with the entire Uchiha clan was already a fait accompli. The die was cast, and there was no way to pursue it further. But Neji Hyuga's defection had completely ignited the conflict among Konoha's higher-ups. The Hyuga clan, as Konoha's most powerful noble house and top-tier ninja clan, losing a prodigy from the branch family to defection, shook the very foundation of Konoha's clan system and undermined its authority. Someone must take the blame. In the Hokage's office, a cold, hoarse voice rang out first. Danzo, leaning on his cane, fixed his single eye on Hayashi Hyuga. Hayashi, you have disappointed me greatly. As the head of the Hyuga clan, after all these years, you have been utterly incompetent. The resentment between the main and branch families. You turned a blind eye, ignored it, and ultimately drove the branch family's genius to defect. Danzo's tone grew even more icy. If it had been you who died back then instead of Hisashi, how could Konoha have experienced such a thing? This single sentence left Hayashi Hyuga completely stunned. Hayashi Hyuga was dumbfounded. In all his years, he had never heard such an absurd, twisted logic. So his not dying back then was now a crime. Danzo, what nonsense are you spouting? Hayashi Hyuga, furious and enraged, turned a livid blue. Hisashi's death was his own decision. He volunteered for the sake of the clan and the village. It had nothing to do with me. Moreover, what does Neji's defection have to do with me? The reason this was being brought up now was that Konoha had been conducting an internal investigation all this time. Hayashi Hyuga quickly spoke up. When it comes down to it, the root of everything is that mad villager in the village, Miki Yūya. It was he who deliberately sowed discord, who harbored malice toward Neji and made Neji think otherwise. If he hadn't deliberately misled Neji, how could Neji have defected? And the Inuzuka clan. If it weren't for Kiba Inuzuka comparing his ninja dogs to the Hyuga branch family, deliberately humiliating and stinging Neji, how could Neji have defected? These words instantly exploded the office. Sume Inuzuka, the head of the Inuzuka clan, immediately bristled, her eyes wide as she cursed Hayashi Hyuga. You old bastard, shameless. You Hyuga, have you no shame? The Inuzuka clan has always treated their ninja dogs well, generation after generation. Kiba never humiliated Neji. On the contrary, Kiba's partner was humiliated by Neji. Is it a crime for my Inuzuka clan to treat our companions well? You Hyuga can't handle your own internal affairs, and now that something has gone wrong you blame my Inuzuka clan. Is this the upbringing of a great Konoha clan? Danzo followed up. Outrageous. The chaos within a clan. As the head of the Hyuga clan, instead of finding fault in your own dereliction of duty, you shift the blame onto an ordinary villager. A mentally disturbed, intellectually deficient youth. How could he shake the foundations of your Hyuga clan? Hayashi, do you have any sense of responsibility or Miki Yūya's mental issues and intellectual abnormalities were the results of the higher-ups' investigation, and they were acknowledged by all of Konoha's medical ninjas. You Hyuga clan blaming a brain-damaged person pressuring a brain-damaged person. Have you no shame? Hayashi Hyuga was also completely desperate. Why can't I blame him? Gaara of the Sand Village lost control, wasn't that also because Miki Yūya provoked him? Since the sand incident can be attributed to him, why can't my Hyuga clan's internal strife be counted on his head? As Hayashi Hyuga said this, dead silence fell over the room. To avoid damaging diplomatic relations between Konoha and Tsunagakure, the higher-ups had indeed not pursued the matter of Gaara nearly beating Miki Yūya to death. After all, Gaara also had a golden ticket. He too was an unstable mental patient. But once Hayashi Hyuga said this, everyone looked at him differently. Gaara of the Sand Village, a Jinchuriki, had always been mentally deficient, a madman eroded by the tailed beast for years. Miki Yūya was known throughout the village as having a brain problem and being intellectually abnormal. Two madmen going head-to-head in a frenzy. No matter how big the commotion, it was reasonable. No one would really blame two madmen, and to be honest, Gaara was a person of Tsunagakure. This beating of Miki Yūya did not harm Konoha's interests. But now Hayashi Hyuga was insisting on dragging it out, on forcing a collision. Tsunade, seated in the main seat, rubbed her forehead, utterly speechless, and finally couldn't help but speak. Hayashi, if you insist on saying that, then I can also issue you a certificate of severe mental abnormality. Sum Inuzuka, hearing Tsunade's words, immediately chimed in. I agree with the Hokage-sama. Danzo, with a dark face, took the opportunity to kick him while he was down. I also agree. This matter is all that villagers' fault and has nothing to do with the Hyuga clan head. It is not a deliberate fault of the Hyuga clan, but rather because the Hyuga clan head is simply incompetent and mentally unstable, which led to such an incident in the Hyuga clan. All eyes fell on Hayashi Hyuga, carrying mockery, scrutiny, and contempt. Gaara is a mental patient, so he argues with Miki Yūya, and is driven mad by him. Now if you say that we can also not argue with you, a mental patient. Since you have a brain problem, what more can we say? Hayashi Hyuga's face darkened. The people in the Hokage's office were not joking. If Hayashi Hyuga admitted that he too had a brain problem, they could let this matter go. But would Hayashi Hyuga admit it? This was the face of the Hyuga clan. It is my fault as the clan head. The deep-seated resentment between the main and branch families. I failed to mediate in time, which led to such an outcome. The Hyuga clan is willing to bear full responsibility for this incident. A faint hidden smile flickered in Danzo's eyes. This was the result he wanted. The Uchiha, Konoha's largest clan, was now defunct in name. If the Hyuga clan were allowed to dominate unchallenged, it would be detrimental to Konoha in every way. Suppressing Hayashi Hyuga today and damaging the Hyuga's prestige was his plan. Tsunade nodded slightly and spoke in a calm tone to set the tone, since the Hyuga take full responsibility. Shizen, bring the involved party Miki Yūya to the office. It's time to settle this uproar. Yes. Shizen acknowledged and withdrew. Moments later, she pushed an electric wheelchair, slowly entering the Hokage's office. When the assembled crowd saw the figure in the wheelchair, all of Konoha's top brass were stunned. The youth, who should have been resting quietly, was now covered in rotten vegetable leaves, sticky egg yolk, dust, and mud. His plaster cast was stained and dirty, looking miserable and pitiful. Danzo's single eye narrowed, and he immediately seized the opportunity, berating loudly, and once again attacking Hayashi Hyuga. Absurd, absolutely absurd. The Hyuga, as Konoha's top ninja clan, has no sense of responsibility. Hayashi, look. Your clan's internal turmoil, you are powerless to quell it, yet you let a mentally abnormal, intellectually deficient villager alone bear the wrath and malice of the entire village. Is there no justice? Is there no law? In the wheelchair, Miki Yūya was utterly furious. Damn it, Danzo, you old dog, the moment I come in you insult me. Who are you calling mentally ill? Who are you calling intellectually deficient? He moved his fingers, manipulating the wheelchair to turn again. The glaring white paper with black characters once again appeared before all the higher-ups. A bunch of you— boom. Those 4 words instantly extinguished the war that Danzo had just ignited. Hamuramito Kato Koharu Yudatain, some Inuzuka, Danzo, Hayashi Hyuga. All of Konoha's top brass turned to look at Miki Yūya, their faces turning outrageous. Too outrageous. A villager paralyzed in a wheelchair, unable to move, dared to publicly insult all of Konoha's higher-ups as trash. This was all the Hyuga clan's problem. What did it have to do with them? Ding. Conqueror's Haki 11 ding. Conqueror's Haki 12. Hamuramito Kato frowned deeply. As an elder of the village who valued face most, he immediately stepped forward. He reached out, tore off the arrogant paper from the back of the wheelchair, and affixed a brand new banner in its place. The writing was neat, the slogan righteous, every word lofty and grand. Konoha has love, happiness always remains. Having done this, Hamura Mitokado put on a benevolent elder's demeanor and spoke in a conciliatory tone. He really is an illiterate with low intelligence. Ah, what a pity for such a child. Hayashi, look. The lad can't even write a sentence to praise the village, so how could he possibly stir up trouble and provoke discord among the great clans? With these words he defused Miki Yūya's bullying. Miki Yūya, are you all insane? Who's the illiterate here? Can't you read properly? He was frantic. His throat injury prevented him from making a sound. He could only open his mouth, his body stiff, emitting urgent choked sounds of woo woo ah ah. Seeing Miki Yūya so agitated, everyone felt that Hamura Mitokado was right. He was indeed a fool. Even Hayashi Hyuga, seeing Miki Yūya's excited woo woo ah ah in the wheelchair, felt a twinge of guilt. He was truly despicable, thinking of shifting all the blame onto such a miserable villager, and look, the man was even drooling at the mouth. At this moment, others, seeing Miki Yūya like this, wanting to speak, but unable to, also stepped forward to speak on his behalf. Hamura Mitokado spoke kindly. Child, don't get excited. No need to thank me. Caring for villagers is the duty of a Konoha elder. Danzo followed suit, putting on an impartial demeanor. Konoha will not mistreat any villager, nor will it discriminate against. Recover in peace, the village will protect you. Sume Inuzuka was even moved to tears. What a good child. Though intellectually disabled, he was willing to run out and face ferocious ninjas for the sake of Kiba and Akamaru. Yeah, you once spoke up for my Inuzuka clan, and we will never forget it. Rest assured, my clan will not treat you badly. From now on, you are Akamaru's big brother. Sume Inuzuka's words were not wrong. The status of ninja dogs in the Inuzuka clan was very high. Making Miki Yūya Akamaru's big brother was truly treating him like family. Ding. Observation Haki 6 ding. Observation Haki 7. Scumbags, all of them are scumbags. Who wants to be a dog's big brother? Damn it, let me speak. But facing Miki Yūya, who couldn't speak, everyone automatically filled in what they thought he wanted to say. Seeing Miki Yūya so agitated, Sume Inuzuka came to his side and comforted him. Yeah, it's okay. Although you don't have the aptitude to become a ninja dog, Akamaru won't dislike you. He likes you very much. Woo woo woo. Damn it, it must be Akamaru. No, it must be that scumbag Akamaru. If you want to repay me, why the hell make me your big brother? Finally, all eyes fell on Hayashi Hyuga. Forced into a corner, Hayashi Hyuga looked at Miki Yūya, who was desperately whimpering in the wheelchair, and spoke in a low, earnest apology. Yūya, this is the fault of my Hyuga clan, and it has implicated you. All your medical expenses will be fully borne by the Hyuga clan. I will exhaust all our clan's wealth to ensure Tsunadesima provides the top-tier medical conditions to completely heal you. Miki Yūya could no longer hold back. You're sorry for me. If you're sorry, then give the money to me. Who wants you to give the money to Tsunade? In the one injured, in the one suffering. In the one being bullied by the entire village. And you give the money to Tsunade. Are you crazy, or am I? Are you mentally ill? Tsunade, seeing Miki Yūya trembling with desperation, looked solemn and made a high-sounding promise. Hayashi, rest assured. Since the Hyuga clan is funding everything, I will definitely cure all of Yuya's injuries. With that, Tsunade waved her hand. Shizun, take Yūya back. Yes. Shizun nodded, pushed Miki Yūya, and slowly exited the turbulent Hokage's office. The reckoning for this defection incident was finally coming to. As my village stabilized again, Naruto and Sakura's team, lacking a member, had to have Shikamaru temporarily fill in. At this time, all of my village's jonin had their own missions, so only Shikamaru, a chunin, could lead the team, forming a 3-person squad to continue carrying out missions. However, looking at the crank mission before him, Naruto felt somewhat displeased. His strength was not weak, so why did he still have to carry out such missions? Shikamaru, can't we take a prank mission? Finding this ferret and delivering it back to the client's village. What's the difference between this and finding a kitten? Naruto complained. He and Shikamaru were the same year, yet Shikamaru had become a chunin, while he and Sakura were still jinin. There should be a difference. For example, kittens are felines and ferrets are mustelids. Mustelids are more dangerous. Shikamaru grumbled inwardly. Actually, he didn't want to lead the team out on a mission at all, but the other ninjas in the village were all busy, so he as a chunin had to lead the team. This mission was the one he had painstakingly found, completely without danger and time-consuming. Such a mission was safe and allowed him to slack off. It couldn't. Hearing Shikamaru's words, Naruto was stunned. Although he didn't understand what felines or mustelids were, this ferret was indeed very— Halt! Don't move. At that moment, Shikamaru, who was scouting ahead, suddenly raised his hand and growled in a low voice. His tone was unprecedentedly grave, instantly suppressing all the light-hearted atmosphere within the team. Naruto was stunned, scratching his head with a puzzled expression. Huh? What's wrong, Shikamaru? Sakura also instantly tensed up her hands, clenching subconsciously as she prepared for combat. Is there an enemy? Shikamaru frowned deeply, his eyes scanning the faint outline of the village in the distance, the unease in his heart growing stronger. It's too quiet. Ahead is the mission's target village. but it's deathly silent. Something is wrong, very wrong. As the most intelligent ninja of his generation in my village, Shikamaru's perception far exceeded Naruto and Sakura's. He quickly assigned tactics in a steady tone. You two stay put, guard the rear, put on your communication headsets, and maintain real-time contact. They'll go ahead alone to investigate. If I find anything unusual, support immediately. Understood. Naruto and Sakura nodded simultaneously, standing ready. Shikamaru's figure flickered, his shadow merging into the tree shade, silently infiltrating the distant village under the cover of the forest. When he stepped into the village, the scene before him made him even more puzzled. Collapsed houses everywhere, shattered wood and stone scattered, old farming tools. The entire village was empty, devoid of any person. What was even more eerie was that not only were there no living people, but there were also no corpses. Only utter devastation, as if everything had been completely cleared out overnight. Just as Shikamaru was focusing on observing and analyzing the situation, clang. The heavy cold sound of iron armor scraping suddenly erupted. A massive figure clad in full black heavy armor, wielding a hammer, its face completely hidden by a helmet, suddenly burst out from the shadows of the collapsed houses. The hammer, carrying air pressure, aimed straight at Shikamaru's head. So fast. Shikamaru's pupils contracted. Under extreme danger, he instantly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow. Boom. The heavy hammer struck the ground, instantly shattering the hard stone slabs, sending debris flying with terrifying force. Almost simultaneously, two more sounds of iron armor tearing through the air came from the forest outside the village. Two other armored figures simultaneously attacked, one from the left and one from the right, targeting the remaining Naruto and Sakura. Naruto, Sakura, be careful, there are enemies. Shikamaru's urgent warning sounded in the earpiece. Naruto's backpack still held the mission target ferret, so he dared not engage the enemy directly. He immediately stomped the ground and retreated, cleverly adjusting the battlefield distance while shouting into the communicator, "What are these things?" Sakura also retreated, quickly avoiding the armored figure's brute force charge, frowning as she replied, "Not clear." On the other side, Shikamaru summarized gravely, "Unknown enemies. Their only advantage is immense physical strength. Priority is to stay alive, Naruto. Protect the mission ferret and don't engage." Hearing this, Naruto did not hesitate and left the battlefield with the ferret. These armored figures seemed fierce, but their moves were stiff and clumsy, only swinging hammers with brute force full of flaws. Naruto lured the one chasing him to an open area outside. With a few clean taijutsu strikes, he accurately hit the armored figure's joint weaknesses. Thump thump thump. After several heavy sounds, the armored figure pursuing Naruto lost balance and fell, its armor clattering, completely incapacitated. Is that all? Besides being strong, it has no other advantages. Just average. Naruto sighed in relief, silently complaining, thinking the crisis was over, and completely let his guard down. But just as he turned to find Sakura and Shikamaru, rip. A piercing green sword light tore through the air. A figure appeared holding a delicate short sword and pierced Naruto's chest with one precise thrust. The next moment, poof. What a... Tamukshi was startled. The pierced Naruto instantly turned into a puff of white smoke and vanished. Shadow clone. On a tall tree branch, not far away, Naruto's figure slowly appeared, arms crossed, a hint of mocking sneer in his eyes, looking down at Tamukshi, emerging from the forest. The young man was slender, wearing light standard armor, his face hidden by a helmet. A sneak attack. Naruto grinned, his tone full of confidence. I'm no longer the idiot who only charges Hiden without any caution. You're the real force behind these armored grunts, aren't you? Why ambush my village ninja for no reason? Who are you really? What is your purpose? Seeing Naruto reappear, Tamukshi offered no explanation, remaining silent and cold. He raised his sword with one hand, and with the other, he gave Naruto a thumbs up, then turned the thumb downward. The contempt was obvious. Naruto immediately became angry. So you're the only one who knows sign language. Then Naruto directly extended his middle finger at Tamukshi, delivering a fierce counterattack. Tamukshi frowned. As one of Heide's main combatants, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Sword light flared again, and Tamukshi launched a fierce attack at Naruto, each strike a killing move. Won't talk? Then I'll beat you until you do. Naruto's eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and without another word, he leaped down from the branch and charged forward. The two clashed again instantly. Tamukshi's short sword possessed some special power, allowing him to unleash long-range arcing slashes with wide coverage and immense intensity. But Tamukshi's weakness was glaring. He severely lacked combat experience, having only fought weaker opponents before with no real battle experience. He had only the advantage of his weapon. In terms of on-the-spot adaptability, offensive and defensive rhythm, and tactical maneuvering, he was thoroughly outclassed by Naruto, who had undergone many life-and-death battles. Tamukshi was suppressed throughout, retreating step by step, collapsing in defeat, only able to defend passively with no chance to counter. He was forced back all the way until he stood at the edge of a 1,000-foot cliff with no room to retreat. It's over. Naruto gathered blue chakra in his palm and a spiral sphere instantly formed carrying powerful impact force thrusting forward. Boom. It struck the chest precisely. Tamuxi's entire body was sent flying by the overwhelming chakra impact, tumbling through the air and falling straight into the misty abyss below. Facing an enemy who had directly attacked him, Naruto would not show mercy. But just as Tamuxi's body was about to sink into the mist, he swung his sword in a reverse grip, unleashing an ultimate slash. Rip! The sharp sword light slashed into the cliff wall where Naruto stood. Boom! The hard rock instantly shattered and collapsed in a large area. Naruto's footing gave way, his balance completely lost, and he fell into the abyss along with the rubble. A sense of weightlessness instantly enveloped him, wind howling against his face, his consciousness rapidly fading. Damn it! How careless of me! After an unknown span of time, Naruto struggled to open his heavy eyelids. The first sight greeting him was the simple, swaying wooden tent ceiling. His wounds had been properly treated and bandaged, the pain greatly diminished. He lifted his head and found himself lying in a moving caravan tent. Beside him stood a kindly-faced old man with graying hair and beard. The caravan, "You're awake, young my ninja." Yen smiled gently, his tone serene. "Lucky for you, the river under the cliff was swift, and our caravan happened to spot you too. A little later, and you'd have been swept away completely." 2. Naruto's pupils contracted sharply, every nerve in his body instantly tense. He turned his head abruptly. There on the bed beside him lay the youth Tamuxi, who had fought him and fallen off the cliff with him still unconscious. In an instant, Naruto reached out and clamped his hand tightly around Tamuxi's neck. With just a little force, he could end the other. At that same moment, Tamuxi awoke. The moment his vision focused, he met Naruto's icy, death-piercing gaze locked onto his throat. The oppressive weight of death enveloped Tamuxi instantly. His body went rigid, afraid to move, and he surrendered without resistance. "Stop!" Yen quickly intervened. "You two fighting is not allowed." Naruto's eyes were cold, his fingers not loosening a bit, his tone full of caution. "Old man, this person ambushed us in the mountains. It's not just a fight. He's a killer." Though the events were the same, Naruto's inner growth was different. An enemy is an enemy. Showing mercy to an enemy is irresponsibility toward comrades. But since he's a patient you saved, he'll hold back for now. With that, Naruto released his grip. Tamuxi coughed twice, looking around warily. Yen was momentarily stunned, then nodded with emotion. "I see. No wonder you're my ninja. You have principles." Just then Tamuxi's blanket stirred slightly. A fluffy white little head poked out. It was the core target of this mission, the fierce little snow weasel. It was curled up beside Tamuxi's pillow, unharmed, even nuzzling the boy's cheek without a scratch. Naruto was astonished. This little thing is still alive. It didn't run away. Yen shook his head helplessly, looking at Naruto with a wry expression. "I commissioned Mai to return the snow weasel to my village. And you brought it here. Is your mission considered complete?" Naruto was dumbfounded, his mind buzzing. It dawned on him. Could this old man be the client for the crank mission? You're the client. Indeed, this old man is Yen. We are a wandering merchant caravan traveling through many lands with no fixed home. We could only entrust Mai remotely to send it back to the village. So you have no home. Then why ask us to send this little thing to a village? Naruto muttered. Yen was taken aback. What, no home? They just didn't live in the village. Hey, you, can't you talk properly? We're just out trading. In the tent, everyone fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, Tamuxi spoke in a low voice, his eyes fixed on Naruto. What is the power within you? Tamuxi had returned to the ninja world from overseas and knew nothing of ninjas or chakra. That was why he had been so shocked when he first encountered Naruto's shadow clone technique. Naruto couldn't be bothered to respond, his gaze indifferent. No need to tell you. Tamuxi was silent for a moment, then said earnestly, "Tell me what your power is, and I'll tell you why I ambushed you." Naruto remained expressionless, utterly uninterested. Everything we do is for the ideal realm. Tamuxi's tone was solemn obsession in his eyes. He had never encountered such power before and hoped Naruto would join them. "I can't go into details now. If you're willing to join us and build a land without strife, you'll know the truth in the future." Naruto's face hardened, his reply cold. "Forget it. I can't bring myself to side with someone like you who attacks and kills." At this point, Naruto was no longer a naive hothead. Having endured constant verbal abuse from Miki Yūya and Mai, and witnessed the village's simple folk, he had started as a foolish, passionate youth. But later he saw that others were mostly fine. Take Miki Yūya for example. He was already quite vicious. Whenever he saw Mai Maru, he would charge in and beat him up without a word, cursing as he went. Sounds vicious, doesn't it? But compared to Tamuxi here, who upon seeing someone would charge in with a sword and try to kill them. So to many, Miki Yūya was more like an ordinary person suffering through pain, not a villain. True villains are those who kill without hesitation, who take lives arbitrarily. Naruto could never forgive that. Yet over the next whole day, Naruto observed deliberately. He found that Tamuxi didn't seem purely evil. He was stubborn, but not cruel or bloodthirsty. Still, Naruto couldn't understand why Tamuxi had attacked him. Eventually, he could only conclude that Tamuxi had a serious problem with his mind. The next morning, Heian hurriedly found Naruto, his face grave. Naruto, something's wrong. Tamuxi has stolen my snow wheat. Naruto was indifferent, still half asleep. Uncle Heian, our mission is already complete, right? This has nothing to do with me. How is it unrelated? I commissioned you, my ninja, to send it back to the village. You brought it here without authorization. The snow weasel was stolen because of your escort failure. You must retrieve it. Naruto was left speechless. It seemed to be true. Wait, the village was empty, how were they supposed to deliver it? But being in the wrong, Naruto could only grit his teeth and get up following the trail. Deep in the mountain forest, he caught up to Tamuxi. Facing Naruto, Tamuxi showed no panic, speaking calmly. I've already sent word to Lord Hade about your existence and strength. Naruto, since you've chased me here, you must be curious about our ideals. If you want to know everything, come with me. Naruto pondered briefly. Since he was already here, and Tamuxi was indeed strange, following him to gather some information might be worthwhile. Alright, I'll go with you. Following Tamuxi through the mountains, they crossed a ridge. A giant mobile fortress standing between the cliffs loomed into view. This mobile fortress seemed completely unlike any architectural structure in the existing ninja world. It was the headquarters of the overseas newcomers who had entered the ninja realm. Naruto followed Tamuxi inside the fortress, immediately seeing countless figures in black armor patrolling to and fro. They went all the way to the main hall, where a refined, calm, middle-aged man stood quietly, his gaze warm as he looked at the entering Naruto. Welcome, Naruto. Hade spoke slowly, his tone composed. I am Hade. Tamuxi has told me everything about you through communication. I didn't expect someone in this world to possess such amazing power. He looked directly at Naruto and asked solemnly, Naruto, are you willing to join us and build the ideal realm together? Naruto frowned, immediately asking, what exactly is this ideal realm you speak of? Hade's gaze grew distant as he slowly recounted his vision, his tone sincere and earnest. Oh, you're curious too. The ideal realm is a land that completely ends war. A perfect world where the weak are no longer bullied and the innocent no longer suffer. Every person here has experienced war, displacement, and tasted pain. I spent years traveling far and wide to gather these like-minded people. After hearing all this, Naruto was utterly unconvinced, his eyes clear and resolute, directly piercing the illusion impossible. War and bullying can be stopped. But natural disasters, disease, hunger, birth, aging, sickness, and death, they can never be. As long as there is pain, regret, and misfortune in the world, the so-called perfect ideal realm can never exist. Naruto had once been an idealist, but such vague idealism had long been shattered by reality. The ideal realm Hade described could not exist. Hade was momentarily stunned by Naruto's words. He looked at the young, naive face with clear, penetrating eyes, a flicker of surprise in his own. He hadn't expected this seemingly dull boy to be smarter than Tamuxi. After a moment, Hade recovered and said, You're right. I've known about these shortcomings for a long time. But there is something in this world that can erase hunger, cure illness, and end pain. Hade's tone shifted, full of confidence. That is, the Grell Stone. With the power of the Grell Stone, we can create a truly perfect ideal realm. Naruto was even more skeptical. Impossible. Lady Gangsho is the top medical ninja in the ninja world, wielding the most advanced medical techniques, yet she cannot cure all ailments or eradicate pain. How can some Grell Stone possess such power? Gangsho's medical ninjutsu was the strongest, as everyone in my acknowledged. Even Samu Yui, injured as badly as he was, had been saved by her. But even Gangsho could do nothing about Samu Yuya's mental illness. So Naruto simply didn't believe it. Seeing his disbelief, Hade smiled faintly. In that case, let me show you firsthand. At his words, Tamuxi understood Hade's intention. He raised his hand without hesitation, and a short sword flashed. Slash! The sharp blade cut directly across his own palm, leaving a deep, bone-deep wound from which blood gushed. The intense pain struck, but Tamuxi's expression remained unchanged as he stood still. Hade raised his hand, and a strange energy gathered in his palm. A soft light slowly enveloped Tamuxi's hand. Then in the next instant, Tamuxi's split flesh, rapidly healed scab fell off and restored. In just a few seconds, the gruesome wound vanished completely, as if it had never been. A miraculous healing power. This speed of recovery surpassed even Gangsho's medical ninjutsu. After doing this, Hade deliberately restrained his aura, pretending to be exhausted and weak. Witnessing this incredible healing ability, Naruto's pupils contracted sharply, and a figure instantly flashed through his mind. Samu Yui. That close friend of his, covered in plaster with bones, shattered, unable to heal for a long time. Even Gangsho, using all her strength, could only nurse him slowly, unable to cure him quickly. But the power of the Grell Stone could heal wounds instantly. Naruto's breath caught, and he spoke immediately, his gaze utterly serious. Hey, if your Grell Stone can completely heal my friend, then I, Uzumaki Naruto, will help you build the so-called ideal realm. Whether he would actually help was another matter, but this power could make Samu Yui stand again, and maybe even cure his mental illness. Hearing this, a hidden smile flickered in Hade's eyes, though he pretended to be calm. Of course. As long as you're willing to join your friend, is our comrade. I can heal him completely, erasing all injuries and pain. Without further delay, Naruto didn't hesitate. He immediately formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Boom. Smoke rose, and the toad Gamabunta, Hade and Tamuxi watched a flicker of surprise in their eyes. This was indeed a power they had never seen. Naruto spoke, Gamabunta, can you contact the Mayaboku communication toad, and go to my... Back in Mai, because Niji had defected, the Hyuga clan was not having an easy time, and Hinata had been grieving for a long time. Shino Aburame and Kiba Inuzuka wanted to comfort Hinata, but didn't know how. After thinking for a long time, Kiba could only look up at the sky. If only Akamaru were here. What's wrong with Akamaru? Shino rarely asked. Akamaru's been accompanying his new big brother recently. Oh. Shino replied flatly. Because Akamaru's fur had been shaved off, he was bullied whenever he appeared in the village. His treatment was about the same as Samu Yui, the guy in the wheelchair. Whenever bullied, Akamaru would fight back, either peeing on people or pooping on their feet. Whenever chased, he wouldn't go to Kiba, but instead ran to Samu Yui, because his big brother had gotten his bones broken for him. With his big brother protecting him, the result was that both man and dog were bullied with nowhere to run. Thanks to Akamaru's troublemaking, Samu Yui had endured various forms of bullying during this period, to the point where his observation haki had reached a level that let him directly understand what Akamaru was saying. Woof woof woof. Just as Samu Yui stepped out the door, Akamaru's voice came from afar. Samu Yui's face changed. At that moment, a frog appeared before him. Man and frog stared at each other. Seeing the angry my villagers approaching, the frog understood, opened its mouth, swallowed Samu Yui in one gulp, and vanished. Finally escaped. Damn it, Akamaru, I'm not done with you dog. Samu Yui breathed a sigh of relief. After a series of transfers through Mount Mayaboku, Naruto once again performed the summoning technique. An enormous old toad crashed to the ground, its massive body filling half the fortress hall. Naruto, Hyde, and Timothy all fixed their gazes on the swollen belly of the old toad, waiting in silence. Gurgle. A clear, loud rumbling broke the stillness. The next second, the toad opened its mouth wide and suddenly spat something out. Clang. An electric wheelchair landed steadily, its back turned to the crowd, sitting quietly in place. On the backplate of the wheelchair, a white sign with black words stood out starkly, both glaring and absurdly solemn. Konoha has love, happiness is always here. Seeing this slogan, the hall fell silent for a few seconds. Hyde looked at the words, a hint of self-righteousness rising in his eyes. In his view, a cripple who had endured the world's coldness, lived in the bottom of society under bullying and pain, would still paste such a slogan. It must be a pitiful wretch, deeply starved for love and craving stability and happiness. The deeper the darkness, the more they yearn for light. This kind of ordinary person who had been steeped in pain from childhood, helpless, sensitive, and love-deprived, was the easiest to manipulate and the easiest to brainwash. As long as you drew a big enough pie for him, promised a utopia, without war, bullying, or disease, you could completely buy it. Naruto had just said that Samu Yui was an ordinary villager of Konoha, orphan since childhood, and had always been mired in. Such a person was the perfect puppet candidate. As long as he stabilized Samu Yui, he could completely tie down Naruto. With a powerful ally like Naruto, his utopian enterprise would be mostly secured. Hyde calculated secretly, his expression growing increasingly gentle and composed. The crowd stared at the empty wheelchair for a long time. The wheelchair was completely empty, nothing at all. Hyde froze, his expression stiff as he turned to look at Naruto. Wait, what was the meaning of sending over a wheelchair? Could this guy's friend be this wheelchair? Naruto, my power only heals living flesh and blood, it can't cure a wheelchair. Naruto was so embarrassed he wanted to dig a hole and hide himself. He stared at the old Daimid toad in front of him, cursing inwardly. The helper introduced by Gamabunta was indeed unreliable. Naruto quickly raised his hand and whispered to the toad, hey. That. Senior Toad, it seems you haven't spat out the person yet. The old toad, hearing Naruto's voice, slowly came to his senses, uttered an "oh," and opened his mouth again to spit. Puffed. Samu Yui, still covered in unremoved plaster, slid down the momentum and landed firmly on the wheelchair. Having done this, the toad did not linger, waving his paw. Mission complete. I'm going back to eat. Before the words faded with a bang, a puff of smoke swept up, and he was summoned away, leaving cleanly. In the hall, the new guest was finally officially welcomed. Hyde immediately put on a kind and friendly smile, stepped forward slowly, and spoke in a tone so gentle it was almost hypocritical. You are Samu Yui, right? I heard from Naruto about your experiences. I feel deeply saddened. I wonder how many people like you are still out there in this world. Samu Yui glanced at Hyde in front of him. What was this old guy talking about? Wait, Naruto hadn't been telling his own sorry stories again. Hyde completely misunderstood Samu Yui's look. He began his brainwashing mode, speaking slowly, each sentence trying to strike at the weak points of the vulnerable. In this world, the strong prey on the weak, the powerful bully the powerless at will, and the innocent suffer endlessly. But we are different, Yui. As long as you join us, relying on the power of the Grow Stone, we can build a true utopia. A world without war, without hunger, without disease, where the weak will no longer be bullied. From now on, no one will ever bully you again, and you won't have to suffer any more grievances. Hyde spoke with heartfelt sincerity, painting a vivid picture, and with his expression and demeanor, he was the perfect image of a savior. But Sanmu Yui, sitting in the wheelchair, listened in utter bewilderment, his eyes filled with pure speechlessness. The strong bully the weak. He tilted his head, inwardly cursing. You're calling me weak. I'm a man with the power of the 3 colors of Haki. And it doesn't matter if I'm weak or not. What do you mean by saying the weak won't be bullied? Can't the weak bully the strong? With this vision, this level of thinking, this rigid and fixed mindset, you still want to build a utopia? You're a useless old man who's lived half your life in vain, and you dare to lecture me. Looking at Hyde's fake scholarly demeanor with his glasses, Sanmu Yui could no longer hold back his anger. Then without further ado, Hyde directly activated the Groy stone in his palm. A gentle, warm energy flowed out, enveloping Sanmu Yuya's entire body in strands. The pure life force, far surpassing the top medical ninjutsu of Tsunade, seeped through the gaps in the plaster into his limbs and bones, finally concentrating. The most severe old injury in his throat was visibly restored to full health, leaving no aftereffects. In a short moment, the throat injury was completely healed. Not just the healing of an old wound, but a complete restoration, as if the body had regrown. After the healing, Hyde immediately withdrew the power of the stone, his face pale, and his breath weak, deliberately pretending to be exhausted from overexertion. Naruto, my power is limited now. I can only heal this much. The remaining injuries will need to be treated gradually over several sessions. Naruto, beside him, was extremely excited. He stepped forward, quickly staring intently at Sanmu Yui. Yui, your throat is healed. Can you speak now? Sanmu Yui moved his throat, feeling the completely unobstructed vocal cords, and slowly took a breath. Finally, he was unsealed. Wait, let me organize my words. Sanmu Yuya's face was flushed with excitement, his joy indescribable. Hyde wore a kind smile, gently raising his hand. Yui, was a small effort on my part. From now on we are comrades. No need to thank me. As soon as he finished speaking, Sanmu Yui exploded, uttering a classic curse in a loud, powerful voice. Thank your mother. What a stupid piece of shit. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 5 ding. Conqueror's Haki 3. The entire fortress hall fell into dead silence. The loud curse echoed in the empty hall, freezing everyone present. He had said it, finally said it. He could speak. How satisfying. This was the feeling. This was the joy of being a troublemaker. If you said nothing and did nothing, what was the point of living? All the words Sanmu Yui had held inside for so long came pouring out, sparing no one. An old turtle who's lived who knows how many years wearing glasses to pretend to be a furry dog. Who are you trying to fool with your empty promises? If you can't do it, don't pretend. You were just pretending, and all you managed was to heal my throat. At your age, weak is weak, and you need multiple treatments. Do you think I'm a fool to be milked? And you, Uzumaki Naruto, you fox demon, are nothing but a disaster. If it weren't for you, how would I have been hurt and ended up like this? You deserve to get out of Konoha. No wonder Sasuke had to run away. Following a fox demon like you had be doomed sooner or later. Sanmu Yui didn't care about anything else. Sure, he was injured because he insulted Gaara, but wasn't Naruto also at fault? If Naruto hadn't spoken to him at the village entrance, would he have gone out? You're a disaster yourself, and you worship foreign things. Couldn't the top medical ninjutsu of Konoha have cured me? You had to drag me to this group of rural outsiders. I've always despised people like you who worship foreign. Damn. Hyde and Timothy were dumbfounded. Wait, man, didn't you see who just healed you? And what did Naruto do wrong? What did they do wrong? Even as malicious as Hyde was, he was stunned at this moment. But Sanmu Yui didn't stop. And those old die-hard Konoha higher-ups. Why did they have to call those monsters from Sunagate here? Gaara is a mentally unstable lunatic, and that Tanuki of his is so aggressive. Placing a time bomb like that near Konoha shows they don't value our ordinary villagers' lives at all. The Konoha higher-ups and you ninjas never care about our lives. Even though they weren't in Konoha, Sanmu Yui kept cursing. Naruto's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Indeed, the Groy stone could heal flesh and severe injuries, but it couldn't cure Sanmu Yuya's mental anguish. Facing Sanmu Yuya's foul-mouthed, Naruto also grew angry. What about Gaara? Was it Gaara's fault? Hadn't Gaara suffered and been tormented? Was everything Gaara's fault? He looked at the venting Sanmu Yui and shouted loudly, Yui, that's enough. Gaara didn't want to be like that. It's the Tanuki inside him, and the aggression of the feline family isn't as strong as the mustelid family. You can't talk about Gaara like that anymore. Naruto clenched his teeth and spoke fiercely. In his view, both Gaara and Sanmu Yui were unfortunate souls. Sanmu Yui shouldn't badmouth Gaara just because of the Tanuki inside him. Is that the point? Sanmu Yuya's eyes widened in fury, his volume rising again. Do I not know the mustelid family is aggressive? Uchiha Itachi massacred his entire clan. Do you think I don't know? Is this the time to argue about feline and mustelid families? Can't you think a little more? Naruto shut up completely, not daring to respond. Hyde and Timothy beside him had grim faces. They had worked hard to heal, earnestly drawn a pie for brainwashing, and poured out their ideals. But in the end, they were called useless old man, furry dog, and rural outsiders. The Naruto they had finally recruited was called a foreign-worshipping idiot. The group listened to Sanmu Yui alone spewing filth. Timothy's eyes flared with murderous intent, his right hand firmly pressing on the short sword at his waist, killing intent, surging body, tense ready to draw and strike at any moment. My lord. As conflict was about to erupt, Hyde forcibly suppressed his anger, raised his hand to stop the impulsive Timothy. He took a deep breath, suppressed all displeasure, maintained a calm and composed exterior, and ordered in a low voice, "Take Yui down to settle him, give him a separate room for..." Several black-armored soldiers immediately stepped forward, silently pushing the wheelchair, and led the still cursing Sanmu Yui out of the hall. When the man was completely gone, Hyde turned to Naruto, his tone tinged with helplessness and regret. "Naruto, this guy. Is he really your friend?" Hyde now doubted the issue of Sanmu Yui's identity. If the relationship between the two wasn't good, then he couldn't use Sanmu Yui to threaten Naruto. Naruto nodded. Yui just has some mental issues too. Lady Tsunade once said that currently the ninja world has no way to cure Yui's mental problems. Naruto genuinely believed that Sanmu Yui's mind was ill. He didn't understand what pure low quality meant, he only knew what Tsunade. Hearing Naruto's words, Hyde breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he could still use Sanmu Yui to threaten Naruto. His mental problems are too severe, not something that can be resolved in a short time. The power of the Groise Stone can only heal physical injuries. To completely cure all his problems, we need more Groise. Naruto's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "No problem. If you need my help, I'll do everything I can. As long as I can cure Yui, I'll do anything." Just as the two were finalizing the plan, a beep sounded. Timothy's earpiece suddenly rang with an urgent report, speaking rapidly with a strong sense of emergency. "The Wind Country fleet has been destroyed, annihilated." Timothy's face changed drastically, his eyes instantly turning serious. He immediately turned to Hyde and reported in a low voice, "Lord Hyde, something happened to the fleet heading to the Wind Country. He'll go check the battle situation." Hearing this, Naruto stepped forward at once. "He'll go with you." The two turned and quickly left the fortress hall, heading to the Wind Country battlefield. On the other side, Sanmu Yui was taken by two soldiers in full black armor to a heavily guarded secret room. It was called Separate Care, but it was more like imprisoning and watching him. After sending Sanmu Yui into the secret room, the armored man next to him finally spoke. "Yui?" It was Naruto's voice. Sanmu Yui was surprised. "Damn. Transformation technique. Naruto actually got smarter." "Surprised, right? I'm not the same as before, Yui. I'm going to be the man who becomes Hokage. This is what you taught me when we were chasing Kidamaru. I don't know many ninjutsu, but you taught me how to use my power. Using the shadow clone technique and transformation technique to lure the enemy and steal combat intelligence." This was what Sanmu Yui had taught Naruto. Naruto knew he wasn't talented enough, so he remembered everything Sanmu Yui had taught him. "But Yui, you are indeed smarter than me. You just scolded everyone harshly. Hyde will definitely not come to bother you here. So this was your plan all along. Smart. How just a matter of interest." "Naruto, you must remember." Sanmu Yui pretended. Yes, that was his plan. As for what exactly the plan was, he didn't know. He just needed to vent and wanted to curse. Now he had cursed, and he felt good. Remember what? Never mind. Just remember it. How was I supposed to know what to remember? Just remember it anyway. Though he had no idea what Sanmu Yui had told him to remember, Naruto made sure to keep it in mind. Only then did he obediently recount every detail of the mission from start to finish without leaving out a single word. From the ordinary crank mission to deliver a fare at the strangely empty village to the ambush by armored men, the fall off a cliff, and being rescued by a merchant caravan where he met Hien. Then came the part where Hyde brought out the Greer Stone to trick him into joining, and he laid out the entire chain of events. Yui, I think Hyde and Tamuxi are definitely bad people. They want to use me, so we'll turn the tables and use them instead. After saying that, Naruto proudly boasted, as if expecting praise. As long as he wasn't too emotional, Naruto could still think. But upon hearing the whole story, Sanmu Yui froze on the spot, his pupils shaking. 3 seconds of silence. "What the hell are you doing? What do you mean definitely bad people? I fucking knew that following this fox demon would never lead to anything. Was there even one decent person among those you met?" Sanmu Yui blurted out a curse. This was absurd. So absurd it was like absurdity itself had opened the door and walked right in. Every single one of them is a beast, isn't that right? Whenever someone thought Sanmu Yui had already hit rock bottom, there was always someone else to prove that his standards were still too high. Just look at Team 7's experiences to see how unlucky they were. The earliest mission to the Land of Waves. That old fox Tazuna cheated them, took everyone's money, and went drinking and fine wine at that. In the end, when he ran out of money, he finally remembered to post a mission request. He paid for the cheapest crank mission, tricked Team 7 into going to the Land of Waves, and made them face Zabuza. Also, a few genin could risk their lives to shield him from disaster. Back then, everyone in Team 7 was foolishly naive, and Kakashi was in a state of giving up. Since Naruto and Sasuke wanted to continue the mission, Kakashi couldn't be bothered to stop them. In any normal situation, if a ninja encountered a scumbag like Tazuna, someone with a short temper would have destroyed him on the spot. Concealing the mission's difficulty already violated the ninja code, and using everyone's emergency funds to go drinking made him a vile creature. Killing Tazuna would have been a public service. With that precedent, Shan Taifu learned from it during the later Snow Country mission. On the surface, it was a simple escort mission for an actress filming a movie, but behind the scenes he was plotting a coup and rebellion. If Samui hadn't been there to remind Team 7 that the mission ended once they reached the village and that they shouldn't get involved in other countries' political upheavals, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi might have recklessly charged into a foreign civil war and died for nothing. And this time the client, Hien, had taken the scam to a whole new level. Learning from the loopholes in the Land of Waves and Snow Country missions, he completely eliminated any possibility of being exposed. I want you to deliver the ferret back to the mission only ends when the ferret returns to the village. So he simply destroyed the entire village and cleared everything out. The mission destination vanished, making it impossible to complete the mission normally, a classic game mechanic exploit. An empty village, a hollow commission. It was a trap from the very beginning, designed solely to lure in Konoha's ninja. Samuyu's chest heaved with rage, while Naruto looked confused. Yui. Actually, Elder Hien from the merchant caravan was pretty good. If he hadn't saved me, I might have been swept away by the river. Good? Good my fucking ass. Are you stupid? Let me ask you. That wandering caravan, did it include old and weak women and children, everyone? Naruto nodded honestly. Yeah, Elder Hien led a whole wandering caravan. Men, women, old, young. All of them. They looked really pitiful, wandering everywhere all year round. Pitiful my ass. Samui erupted in fury, his eyes rolling so hard they nearly disappeared. Do you even have a brain? A legitimate merchant caravan transporting goods. Why would they bring so many people, eh? Who the hell goes out for business dragging their whole family along with a bunch of old folks and kids wandering around? Even if they really were a wandering caravan, where would a wandering caravan get a village? And the mission description says to deliver the ferret back to the village. They clearly have a fixed village. Why not live in it? Why hang around outside the village borders? Leaving a stable village to wander outside. Does that sound like a legitimate merchant? Are your ninja brains broken? One minute they tell you to deliver the ferret back to the village, the next they claim to be wandering, huh? By this point Naruto was completely dazed. What was happening? His head hurt. I don't get it. It's so hard. My head hurts. What's going on? Maybe you've hit your limit. Forget it. You useless ninjas were never going to amount to anything anyway. Samui fell into thought. Konoha's ninja were idiots, but that didn't mean others could toy with them like this. It was one thing for Konoha's own villagers to bully the ninja, but outsiders treating the simple-minded Konoha ninja like fools. Who gave them the right? These people grew more vicious with each scheme. First they used the lowest crank mission to lower the guards, making Konoha ninja misjudge the danger level. Once the ninja were deep in danger and far from the village, they immediately triggered the real mission forcibly, turning a simple task into a deathmatch. And they dared to freeload combat power, betting on Konoha ninjas' lives for their own grand ambitions. The more Samui thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Damn it, these Konoha people didn't even risk their lives back in the village. Why should they fight for you? These outsiders have no bottom line. Should fools always be the ones getting cheated? If you want to hire ninja, then pay properly and classify the mission correct. Samuyu's tone was filled with mixed emotions. He suddenly thought of Gato. Gato had been too honest. All those self-proclaimed innocent civilians and wanderers in the ninja world, put them all together. In terms of rules, principles, and decency, not a single one could compare to Gato. Gato, that monopolist of sea transport in the Land of Waves, that criminal who trafficked people. Yes, that's him. Gato was evil, a dark force guilty of every crime. But he was evil out in the open. When he hired ninja, he paid real money. He was bad honestly without ever deceiving anyone. He never pretended to be pitiful, never played the victim, never used the cheapest missions to trick kids into fighting for their lives. Gato's evil was in the open, while the people Naruto met were rotten to the core. He was utterly speechless. To be honest, compared to these rotten, bottomless parasites of the ninja world, I Samui who swears every day, bullies everyone, talks shit, and curses anyone who annoys me. I actually seem like a saint full of compassion. Well, no matter how bad I am, I still keep a kind heart deep down. Naruto stood by watching Samui boast about himself, his brain completely short-circuiting. On second thought, he couldn't find a single point to refute. As he recalled the little moments back in the village, a smile crept onto his face. Seems like everyone in the village is really good. Yeah, everyone in Konoha is wonderful. Wonderful my ass. Stop glorifying yourself. I'm praising myself. What are you chiming in for? You are just a shadow clone, not even a placenta, and you dare to brag. Damn, this guy even pressures shadow clones. Naruto's shadow clone had a lump in its throat. What did shadow clones ever do to you? Are clones supposed to be inferior to the original body? Naruto's shadow clone felt a tightness in his chest from Miki Yūya's sharp retort, and could only obediently rein in his emotions, transforming back into the armored figure, turning to leave the secret chamber and resuming his post as a guard. I wonder how the original is doing. Meanwhile, along the coastline of the Wind Country, The battlefield was a desolate mess, brutally tragic. Both warships whose technology could easily suppress the conventional combat power of the shinobi world were now completely. The sturdy hulls had been violently pierced and torn by some invisible force, with most of the ship's body tilted and wedged between the sandy beach and reef. Steel plates twisted and fractured, wreckage scattered across the entire shore, and fragments of armor and equipment floating on the sea surface. Above the desert, fierce winds howled. High in the sky, Camilla had already transformed into a half-bat form with wide wing membranes spread behind her. Her feet clutched Naruto and Tamuxi respectively, carrying them in a frantic escape beneath the clouds. During the flight, Camilla, still shaken, couldn't help but ask, "Naruto, what exactly is that thing called what AI Luo? He's just a person, so why can he turn into such a terrifying monster?" Tamuxi beside him also had a grave expression. Naruto's clone technique had already astonished them, but then what AI Luo directly went into tailed beast mode. Was that even human? That guy's power. It's completely different from ours. I rank have already activated the Greer Stone to complete beast transformation with power amplification and doubled physical strength. Yet in just one encounter, I was instantly killed by him, without even a chance to resist. What kind of power is that? Naruto remained expressionless, appearing to be in thought, and indeed, he was thinking about how to answer. Since he didn't know, he would just imitate Sasuke's look, keeping a cold face. That way he wouldn't seem too stupid. Then Naruto deliberately pulled a straight face and followed up on their words, "It's the monster sealed inside his body. Wei Ai Luo is the one who beat Yui into multiple fractures and severe paralysis, leaving him bedridden for so long, without recovery." At these words, Camilla and Tamuxi were shocked. "Wait, what did you say? Rank was instantly killed, yet you mean that foul-mouthed cripple back at headquarters was actually beaten by a monster like Wei Ai Luo? Why wasn't he beaten to death?" Both of them instantly felt a sense of dread toward Miki Yūya. Tamuxi also silently sighed, realizing that Lord Hyde had long seen through Miki Yūya's strength, and thus tolerated him so much. Camilla didn't dare delay and immediately opened communications to report the new intelligence from the Wind Country verbatim to the fortress, informing Hyde. Hyde, far away in the mobile fortress, stared at the incoming intelligence with furrowed brows, utterly shocked. These people had been overseas for years, only mastering the secrets of the Greer Stone. Someone like Camilla, who could turn into a bat, was transformed by the power of the Greer Stone. Such transformation was nothing short of a miracle to them, because this power truly turned humans into other creatures while granting them abilities beyond normal humans. Yet compared to what AI Luo's tailed beast transformation, such a miracle was nothing. What did it mean that the opponent directly transformed into a tanuki larger than a warship, then smashed the ship with a single slap, and could freely control sand? Was that even a person? Just then a second emergency communication came in. It was Phone Y, one of the 4 core combatants sent to ambush the merchant convoy and gather intelligence on the Greers. Her slightly disheveled voice came through the communication. "Lord, mission failed. I encountered 2 ninjas and was unable to succeed. 2 consecutive mission failures." For the first time, Hyde felt a strong sense of crisis deep within. The shinobi world was far more complex and dangerous than he had imagined. If ninjas were an unexpected force, then monsters like what AI Luo were the true terror that made Hyde feel fear. The ninjas here, and those disaster-level monsters, simply couldn't be measured by conventional combat power. Even he himself might not be able to contend with such monsters. To smoothly carry out the Utopia plan, he absolutely must not confront them head-on. After much deliberation, a decisive look flashed in Hyde's eyes. The only breakthrough at present was Miki Yūya. This man, though foul-mouthed, arrogant, eccentric in temperament, and mentally unstable, had actually fought what AI Luo firsthand, according to intelligence from Camilla, making him the only person in the entire fortress to have personally encountered what AI Luo. Although he lost, he still survived. As long as he could endure his venomous tongue, he could extract a wealth of intelligence about the shinobi world from him, even figure out what AI Luo's weaknesses. If he could find what AI Luo's weaknesses, he might be able to use him. For the great cause he would endure. Hyde took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the impatience in his heart, and once again put on a refined, gentle facade as he walked step by step toward the secret chamber. Standing outside the door, Miki Yūya's earlier barrage of curses involuntarily replayed in his mind. Furry dog, old turtle, pretentious overseas country bumpkin. Each verbal assault was vivid in his memory, and the emotions he had just calmed began to surge again. His refined mask nearly cracked his cheeks, visibly flushed red. "I must hold it together, I must hold it together. For the Greer Stone, for my great cause." He spent a long time giving himself psychological cues at the door, repeatedly reminding himself to prioritize the big picture. Finally, he steeled himself and raised his hand to push open the door of the secret chamber. Creak. The door had barely opened a crack when an arrogant and irritating voice directly slammed out, "Old man, didn't your mother teach you to knock before entering someone's room?" Hyde's footsteps faltered, his gentle smile frozen in place. Suppressing his anger, he spoke in a flat tone, "My mother passed away many years ago. He thought this would bring a moment of silence, at least some restraint. But Miki Yūya, after hearing it, did pause for a moment, then spoke. Oh, dead? Then what do you want from me? I don't have the power to revive the dead. If you want to resurrect your mother, go find Orochimaru. Coming to me is useless. Hyde's forehead veins twitched slightly. Did I say I wanted to resurrect my mother? Did I? Yūya, I came to see you not to revive the deceased. Miki Yūya, rubbing his throat that had just cleared, nodded thoughtfully. Not to resurrect your mother. Then why did you tell me your mother was— Didn't you first say that my mother didn't teach me to knock? Then you could have just said she didn't teach me. Why did you have to say she was dead? Can't you show some respect for the deceased? Is it me who isn't respectful? I just mentioned it casually. Why do you have to dwell on— Can't people be less aggressive? Are all you Konoha people like this? Can't we be a bit more friendly to each other? I wasn't attacking you. Miki Yūya said flatly. Attacking me isn't allowed either. Hyde roared, completely drawn into the argument. He was fully enraged. All the psychological preparation and endurance he had built up at the door vanished in an instant. Hyde's face was flushed red, his earlier refinement completely shattered, and beneath his glasses his eyes were full of frustration and anger. Face so red. Suffering from deficiency and heat. Wanna go wash with cold water to cool down. Don't faint from heatstroke here. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 5 ding. Conqueror's Haki 5. Hyde gritted his teeth and took a deep breath, forcing himself to ignore these nonsensical words and get straight to the point. I came to ask for your help. You've already met 2 of my 4 core combatants, Tamuxi and Camilla. Hearing Hyde's words and seeing his red face, wow, it's still a 4 protectone formation. So Hyde was the real champion. The remaining 2, Rank and Phone Y, are both experts transformed by the Greer Stone. When they activate their power, they can undergo beast transformation and double their combat strength. But just now Rank, who went to the Wind Country, faced Wa Ai Luo of Sunagakure and was instantly killed in a single encounter. Hyde fixed his gaze on Miki Yūya and asked in a deep voice, I heard you fought Wa Ai Luo. Does Wa Ai Luo's power have any weaknesses? Hearing Hyde's words, Miki Yuya's expression immediately brightened. So you took all those detours just to ask me how to fight Wa Ai Luo. Why didn't you say so earlier? A flicker of surprise crossed Hyde's eyes, then he nodded frankly and took the opportunity to appeal to emotions. That's right. Wa Ai Luo is also your enemy. He severely injured you, crippled you, and made you suffer greatly. Now you are our comrade. Your enemy is our enemy. Just tell me his weakness and I will definitely avenge you and get your revenge. Hearing this, all the pent-up frustration Miki Yūya had felt over this period vanished instantly. Look at this man, and then look at those old farts in the Konoha High Command. Lord Hyde. I said from the very first glance that you seem so agreeable. The sea really makes a difference. You are a man of learning, quality, vision, and morale. Unlike those Konoha ninjas who just shout slogans while actually caring nothing about the villagers for the sake of the village. Hyde. In just a few seconds he was completely stunned by the speed of this change of heart. Before he could react, Miki Yūya had already begun to spin a tale, with a straight face, exaggerating and boasting. Actually beating Wa Ai Luo is easy. That kid just relies on a cheat to throw his weight around. Just take away his sand coffin, and it's done. You don't know, last time I fought him it was a Tunon. I couldn't win at Tunon, and yet some people still say I'm weak. That Wa Ai Luo is basically a Siamese twin. 2 of them ganging up on me, an ordinary person. I only lost by a narrow margin. If I had been in better shape, he couldn't have beaten me. The actual fight went like this. Miki Yūya began to fabricate wildly, though not entirely without basis. At the time he hadn't expected Wa Ai Luo to reach an agreement with Shikaku. I only lost by a narrow margin. If I had been in better shape, he couldn't have beaten me. The actual fight went like this. Miki Yūya began to fabricate wildly, though not entirely without basis. At the time he hadn't expected what— In the end, Hyde only understood one thing: as long as they could prevent the opponent from using the power of the monster inside him, they could win easily. Rank was killed instantly, not because Wa Ai Luo was too strong, but purely because Rank was careless and underestimated his enemy. After weighing the pros and cons, Hyde ceased to dwell on these troublesome matters, turned around, and walked out of the room, immediately issuing orders. He summoned Tamuxi, who had just returned from the Wind Country, and Naruto, who had accompanied him back, instructing them to head to the wandering merchant caravan at once. Tamuxi, the caravan you were with before holds the core intelligence of the Grell Stone. Phone Y has already failed. You and Naruto will go again. There are 2 ninjas stationed at that caravan, and their origins are unknown. The 2 of you are to go and investigate and be cautious. Do not underestimate the enemy. Hyde warned them again, telling Tamuxi and Naruto not to be careless lest they die, once more forcing him to take matters into his own hands. Tamuxi acknowledged the order, and Naruto feigned cooperation with a nod. The 2 dared not delay, turning mid-journey and racing at full speed toward the caravan's camp. Upon reaching their destination and spotting 2 familiar figures outside the caravan, Naruto instantly relaxed. It was Sakura and Shikamaru. Tamuxi, hidden behind a tree, observed the caravan cautiously, his expression vigilant. Naruto hurried forward, raising a hand to signal Tamuxi to stop, and whispered, "Those 2 are my comrades. Leave this to me." Tamuxi did not overthink it. Not out of great trust in Naruto, but simply because he was rather dull-witted and followed Heide's arrangements without question. He nodded, immediately delegating all actions to Naruto. At nightfall, Naruto found a secluded spot. He recounted everything. The encounter with Heide's forces, the Grell Stone's miraculous healing ability that could completely cure Miki Yūya's chronic injuries, to Sakura and Shikamaru, in full detail. After hearing the entire story, Shikamaru unconsciously rubbed his chin and instantly saw through Naruto's intentions. Logically, they could have abandoned the mission now, but Naruto wanted to use Heide's power to fully heal Miki Yūya's wounds, and he had already brought the man over. What else could Shikamaru do? He didn't object, merely nodding helplessly and speaking calmly. Naruto, since you've already decided the plan, from now on we'll follow yours. But, next time could you not make such decisions on your own? Sakura, listening nearby, frowned deeply, her face full of confusion and disapproval. She looked at Naruto, her tone sharp and stern. Naruto, why must you take such risks for Miki Yūya? Lady Tsunade has been treating his injuries all along. He's just recovering slowly. It's not like he'll never get better. Besides, he's never been a good person. He's foul-mouthed, causes trouble everywhere, offends everyone, and no one likes him. Nor does he like us ninjas. Sakura's voice grew more agitated, a hint of undisguised sorrow in her eyes. Sasuke's departure from the village was largely because of that guy. If Miki Yūya hadn't said those things in the snow country, Sasuke would never have left the village. A person with such a nasty personality, even if fully healed, won't be grateful to the village. He'll only blame everyone else. It's better to just let him recover. After Sakura finished speaking, the forest fell silent for a moment. She wasn't wrong. This time Miki Yūya had been injured because Orochimaru's subordinates had invaded Konoha again. After all, he could easily pin all the blame on the Konoha ninjas, and even if he recovered, he would never be grateful to them. Naruto paused at Sakura's words, then spoke with firm eyes and sincerity. Sakura, Sasuke's departure was his own choice. It has nothing to do with Yūya. Yūya is indeed petty, grudging, and foul-mouthed. No one likes his personality. But he's never been a bad person. Naruto gazed at the dark night sky, recalling past events, his tone earnest. You've never truly understood him. Yūya may have a terrible personality, but he respects life the most. He would stand up for the villagers of Konoha when ninjas failed in their duties. He cares about us ninjas, warns us of mission risks, and tells us not to make needless sacrifices. In the snow country, he stopped us because the mission had exceeded the original request. But in the end, when we were all trapped by the enemy's chakra absorption device and in desperate straits, he stepped forward. Even though it had nothing to do with him, he stood up for us. Maybe Yuya's personality is truly awful, but he's never been evil. As a member of the village, he cherishes everyone and values their lives deeply. Naruto let out a slow breath, his eyes carrying a conviction different from Sakura's. We're all orphans. Sasuke is, I am, and Yuya is. Only we understand that true pain isn't being beaten or injured. It's watching the people around you, innocent people, die in vain while you're powerless. If we abandon Yūya because of his nasty personality or fear of being scolded, then what right do such ninjas have to protect Konoha and its people, eh? As a ninja, if you can't even face your own mistakes, your own failures, your own incompetence, then that's not my ninja way. Even the most insignificant life should not be belittled, nor should it become a sacrifice for the village's higher-ups. Naruto looked at Sakura and Shikamaru, knowing everyone was aware of Miki Yūya's past. After Sasuke left, Konoha Niji also defected, and Miki Yūya was caught in the turmoil used by the village's higher-ups as a mere tool and a sacrifice. So why couldn't Miki Yūya vent his dissatisfaction and pain? The village's decisions required political considerations, so they would re-establish an alliance with Sunagakure. But for the villagers affected by the Konoha Crush Plan, the people from Sunagakure, Gaara, and the others, were enemies. For the village it was politics, for the villagers, they didn't care about politics. Shikamaru remained silent, seeing things most clearly. Sakura stared at Naruto, completely stunned. Scenes flashed rapidly through her mind. She remembered Konohamaru, who was always being chased by Miki Yūya. Although Yuya's personality was terrible, he never initiated physical attacks. The reason Konohamaru was constantly chased by Miki Yūya was that Konohamaru had attacked Yūya first. Why didn't anyone in the village stop Miki Yūya? Because Konohamaru had attacked first. Even Asuma couldn't accuse Yūya of bullying. Miki Yūya's personality was indeed awful, but he had never truly harmed any innocent villager. Despite his terrible nature, he had never done anything wrong. Sakura also recalled her casual remark when Sasuke left. If my parents had died too. At that time she just said it, but when Sasuke threw a kunai and told her to kill her own parents, she froze, because she couldn't do it. She had never truly experienced being alone, having no one to rely on, or struggling step by step. Even Sasuke, who was obsessed with revenge and power, had vaguely understood the pain and loneliness in Miki Yūya's bones. And she had only seen the nasty side of him. After a long silence, Sakura sighed softly. She looked up at Naruto, her tone reluctant, but resolute. Alright, let's help that jerk once. Not because he deserves it, nor because I forgive his actions. just to repay the debt from the Snow Country when he saved all of us. Meanwhile, back at Hade's fortress, Fengwai, having failed the mission, returned. The moment she came back, she went to find Miki Yūya, wondering why Lord Hade kept such a person. But she ended up being scolded again and slunk away. Naruto's shadow clone also remarked, "Yūya, is this really okay?" "Naruto, everyone has their own choices. You're not wrong, but I can only say we're not brothers. We're strangers." "What's a stranger?" "It means you're neither my friend, nor my brother, nor my enemy. But before you called me good brother. That was your original body. I'm just a mere shadow clone. Why would I be your brother?" "Oh right, I remembered what I wanted to tell you to remember. I still have 100,000 Ryo in savings. Even though I haven't formally issued a mission since things have come to this, consider it as a brank mission commission for you. From now on, my safety is in your hands, shadow clone. Yashihara, leave it to me. I'm not an idiot like the original." Shadow clone Naruto confidently gave a thumbs up. In the early morning light, the mobile fortress was silent. Inside the secret chamber, Naruto's shadow clone leaned against the wall, drooling, and fell asleep. At that moment, the fortress suddenly moved with great force. Yui on the wheelchair instantly woke up and heard the black-armored man beside him snoring. Yui was dumbfounded. "Wake up. Stop sleeping. Damn it, you're a shadow clone, how can you sleep?" "What kind of shadow clone are you?" "Naruto, the quality of your clones is getting worse each time." Just then footsteps came from outside. It was Fengwai, who had returned to the team yesterday. She stood at the far end of the corridor, hesitant to approach the secret chamber, only watching from a distance. Having just come to provoke yesterday, she was utterly crushed by Yuya's sharp tongue, losing all face, and now her psychological shadow was fully extended. At this time, the fortress had arrived at the ruins of the Grell stone vein. When she came over, she vaguely saw Yui talking to a black-armored guard, and dared not take a step closer, fearing to be involved again. This guy is indeed an ill-mannered lunatic, even humiliating these mute soldiers. Buzz! At that moment, the entire giant fortress emitted a dull. The floor shook slightly, lights flickered and trembled, and a continuous mechanical sound came from underground. The fortress was no longer hovering in the sky, but began to slowly descend, sinking deep into the underground rock layers. What happened? Naruto immediately woke up, and then met Yuya's gaze. "Haha, sorry, I was too sleepy." Although it was a shadow clone, as a clone, it was actually a perfect replica of Naruto's everything. Not only sleeping, but even fighting with the original for the bathroom the shadow clone would do. At that moment, several black-armored guards pushed the door open on time, silently approached, ready to take Yui out of the secret chamber. Naruto also seamlessly blended into the group of guards. Fengwai consciously walked to the front of the line to lead the way, as she came here to take Yui. The group walked along the passage. Yui glanced sideways at the guard beside him, and said casually, "Hey, actually, I can hear the thoughts of the woman ahead." The disguised Naruto clone stiffened, not daring to respond, and could only keep silent, pretending to be mute. Yui, without waiting for Naruto's answer, muttered to himself, "She is scheming in her heart. Once we reach the underground ruins and get the mineral vein information, the mission will be over. After I am no longer useful, she will secretly find a chance to kill me to vent for Hade. Don't you think these people are mentally ill? Even Hade himself doesn't say anything, but these dogs working for Hade have so many little schemes." Fengwai, walking at the front, suddenly shuddered, her steps abruptly stopping, and a storm raged in her heart. How is this possible? Her murderous intent and calculations were all hidden deep in her heart, never revealed even a bit. How could this person know? Yui looked at her tense back, sneered with a grin, and spoke slowly. "Don't be surprised. The malice on you is too strong to hide. Besides, I am the big brother of Chiquan. As long as there is a vicious dog trying to harm me, I can hear it clearly. You're asking for death." Fengwai instantly flew into a rage, whirled around to glare at Yui, murderous intent blazing in her eyes. "I am a Wolf Clan modified warrior. I am a wolf, not a dog. Don't think you can act recklessly just because Lord Hade favors you. If you really anger me, I still dare to kill you." Yui immediately looked at the black-armored guard beside him. "Look, she's agitated. I hit the nail on the head, and she got triggered. Dog is dog, insisting on calling itself a wolf. Then I might as well say Chi-Wan is a Navy admiral." Fengwei's chest heaved violently, her face flushed with anger, just about to shout back. A gentle voice came from the end of the corridor, interrupting her in time. "Fengwai." Hade walked slowly, still wearing that refined and benevolent smile with a hint of reproach in his eyes. "Yui is our companion, a person I personally invited. How can you harbor hostility towards a companion? Step back." Being publicly scolded, even though Fengwai was full of resentment, she could only grit her teeth and lower her head, suppressing all her anger, and obediently stepped aside. Hade walked to the wheelchair, raised his hand, and activated the Grell stone in his palm. A faint warm light flowed out, enveloping Yuya's hands in strands. The minor old injuries and hidden ailments in the bone gaps on his hands were all repaired under this life energy, and his skin was restored to perfection. Hade withdrew his power, and spoke in a deliberately weary voice. "Yui, the injuries on your hands are healed. The remaining are the severe injuries on your legs. When we reach the underground ruins and find the original Grell stone vein, with the help of the vein's source power, we can completely heal your legs and let you stand up. Boom! The fortress descent completely stopped. The huge alloy gate in front slowly opened to both sides, revealing the millennium-sealed underground ruins to everyone. Outside the fortress and the underground ruins, everyone had assembled. The original Naruto Luan Xiaoying Tamuxi and the elder of the wandering caravan Heian all stood in the ruins. Heian immediately locked onto Samuyui on the wheelchair, his cloudy eyes instantly turning red. In his eyes, the source of all trouble was this young man before him. It was because of Samuyui that the My Ninja wavered, eventually colluding with overseas forces. Heian stared at Samuyui, his voice filled with heart-wrenching anger. It's all because of you, all because of you. You ninjas have no idea how terrifying the Grell stone is. This power can heal injuries and reshape the body, but ordinary people simply cannot control this power. The ancient fallen kingdom was destroyed because of the reckless abuse of the Grell stone, causing the power to go out of control and the land to collapse. For a severely injured and disabled young man, you are willing to repeat the mistakes of the ancients and use this forbidden power that can destroy heaven and earth. Is it worth it? Heian's angry rebuke fell, and the venue instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned to Samuyui. Only the person involved listened with a bewildered expression. Damn, you just opened the door, and you're scolding me. What did I do? I know I'm severely injured and disabled, and you're still putting pressure on me. Are you even human? This old bastard's so rude. No, you old immortal. Is the Grell vein opened by your family? Is it privately owned by you? I'm using what's mine. What's it to you? You're half buried in the ground, can't you bear to see me well? What's your name? Heian was stunned on the spot, choked. After a few seconds he stiffly said, My name is Heian, so what? Damn, did I ask you? I said my name is Heian, are you deaf? Seeing that Heian was about to argue with Samuyui, Haid, who was playing the role of a good old man, stepped forward. Alright Yui, this is not the time to dwell on his name. Let's get down to business. Is there any normal person here? I asked then. Unwilling to waste more time, Hyde took the initiative to mediate. He reached out to suppress the escalating verbal sparring between Miki Yūya and Heian, forcibly putting an end to the utterly pointless argument. Standing nearby, Naruto was visibly anxious, repeatedly urging, if we can just obtain the primal power of the Gyurei stone, Yoshia's legs will be completely healed, and he can stand up again. Shikamaru, arms crossed, wore an expression of cold indifference with a trademark look of bother. His tone carried obvious impatience. As a third-party, Konoha was only concerned with Miki Yūya's physical condition. Elder, pointless arguments are meaningless. Let's get straight to the point. With these two urging, the chamber fell into complete silence. Heian gazed at the group of headstrong youngsters, Hyde harboring hidden ambitions, and the resolute trio from Konoha, along with the wheelchair-bound Yoshia waiting for his leg treatment. He let out a long, heavy sigh, his eyes filled with profound helplessness. My clan has guarded this underground ruin for generations. For a millennium, our sole duty has been to watch over the Gyurei stone vein. You only know that the Gyurei stone can heal wounds, but you do not realize that ordinary people cannot use the power of the Gyurei stone without consequences. Throughout the ages, only the royal bloodline of the kingdom could perfectly harmonize with the power of the Gyurei stone, free from any backlash. Heian still tried to warn them. Beyond that, whether ninja or commoner, anyone who forcibly absorbs the primal power of the vein will suffer physical repercussions. They might die, or even undergo bodily mutation. As Heian finished speaking, Miki Yūya lifted his chin with utter arrogance. What a coincidence. Clearly, I am one in a million, a special constitution, a born king. I possess all the qualities of royalty. Heian's eye twitched violently. Ridiculous. 1,000 years ago, the Gyurei royal family migrated en masse, leaving the ninja world entirely for overseas. There is no trace of royal blood left in this realm. You are merely an ordinary villager of Konoha, and you dare claim to be a compatible vessel for royalty. Absurd. Miki Yūya was instantly displeased. He had mastered the 3 forms of Haki. He was a peerless king. How could he not be? Old fool, you are nothing but a servile sycophant, a standard worshipper of foreign things. I despise people like you the most in my life. Just because something bears an overseas name, you blindly praise it, trampling on your own people as worthless. How laughable. Without your so-called bloodline, am I not a king? A worthless country bumpkin, and you dare look down on me. Heian's face turned ashen with rage. Since you seek death, I won't stop you. Humph. With that, Heian activated the mechanism of the secret chamber. With a rumble, the stone disc on the floor suddenly trembled, and fine stone dust showered down from it. With a series of grinding clicks, the heavy sound of interlocking gears echoed through the entire chamber. A silver-white key of bizarre shape slowly rose from deep within the earth, emerging through solid stone, as if it were nothing. The walls of this secret chamber were covered in ancient painted murals. Faded pigments outlined the full panorama of a millennium past the Giryai kingdom, flourishing through the power of crystals, the entire populace rising with the help of the Giryai stone, greedy, overmining of the primal vein, and finally complete loss of control, leading to the kingdom's destruction. Each mural exuded both the apocalyptic devastation and the ancient kingdom's prosperity, silently warning of the Giryai stone's terrifying potential even as they recorded the ancient nation's glory. Hyde's gaze was fixed on the murals, eventually locking onto the key. The veneer of gentle erudition in his eyes shattered, completely replaced by an eruption of extreme fervor and greed. His breathing grew rapid, and his body involuntarily leaned forward. Hyde stared at the vein core key with manic eyes. He produced the Giryai book and murmured to himself, "Found it. This is the key to the vein, the core of the entire mineral deposit. Once I fully command this power and monopolize the entire vein's resources, I will possess the strength to rebuild the world order. The so-called ideal land of no strife and no chaos will no longer be a fantasy. I can personally forge a new world completely under my control, obeying my will." The moment Hien saw Hyde produce the Giryai book, his face turned ashen, and he roared in fury, "That book! How did the Giryai book come into your hands?" I bought it when I was a merchant," Hyde replied with utter nonchalance. "Impossible. The Giryai book was kept by the royal family. They took the Giryai book and the last Giryai stone with them. This could not have been bought by you. Indeed. You people from overseas have had sinister intentions from the very start. You never came to heal the wounded. You coveted the power of the Giryai stone and wanted to monopolize it. Are you trying to personally reenact the catastrophe that destroyed the ancient kingdom, dooming the entire world?" Hyde turned his head, casting a cold glance at him, shedding his benevolent facade. His tone was sharp and indifferent, with no attempt to conceal his ambition. "Your vision is too shallow. What do you know? Power itself is neither good nor evil. All calamities in the world have always been the fault of the user, not the power itself. You are nothing but a servant guarding a vein, trapped in this underground ruin for a lifetime, a watchdog wasting centuries guarding this relic. Just do your job. My aspirations are none of your concern. Stay out of matters that don't concern you." With that, he ignored the enraged Hien and gave a cold command. "The vein key has appeared. Tell me immediately how to open the entire primal vein." Utterly disillusioned, Hien turned to Naruto, Sakura, and Shikamaru, his eyes carrying a final shred of hope and accusation. "Are you Konoha's new generation of ninja just going to stand by and watch? Hyde never intended to heal anyone. Are such people worthy of your trust?" Sakura's expression was conflicted, her brow furrowed, her gaze fixed warily. Shikamaru lowered his eyes slightly. He had already seen the problem, but this matter had nothing to do with Konoha's ninja. If Hien had hired them from the start to guard the place, that would be fine, but Hien had deceived them. Shikamaru's tone was calm and frank, but his stance was unshakable. Power is neither good nor evil. What destroyed the ancient kingdom was never the Giryai. We will not meddle in his ambitions. From the very beginning, all we wanted was to use the primal power of the Giryai vein to heal Miyu Yoshia's injuries. Nothing more. Naruto nodded firmly in agreement, his eyes clear and resolute. "Elder Hien, I know the terrifying consequences of the Giryai stone going out of control. But in the ninja world, there has never been only one dangerous power. The monster inside me, the thing inside Gaara. They are all forces capable of destroying everything if uncontrolled. People are afraid, terrified, but no one has ever thought of directly destroying us or abandoning us. I cannot accept watching Yoshia remain in a wheelchair just because power has risks. To abandon a comrade and give up on redemption out of fear of unknown consequences. That is something I, Naruto, will never do." In contrast, the old fossils of Konoha's higher-ups were corrupt, selfish, and only concerned with weighing pros and cons. They were long overdue to step down. In contrast, the old fossils of Konoha's higher-ups were corrupt, selfish, and only concerned with weighing pros and cons. They were long overdue to step down and let the young people who truly protect the village take power. Well done, Naruto. Shikamaru. This is how Konoha's ninja should be. Konoha should have been handed over to the younger generation long ago. Those old fogies don't care at all about the village's survival. Old men should act their age. Naruto, Shikamaru, once we return to the village, I'll support you to become Hokage." Hearing Miyu Yoshia's words, both Naruto and Shikamaru finally broke into smiles. Yoshia had finally acknowledged them. Naruto even flashed a grin directly at Miyu Yoshia. In that moment, his conviction was solidified. He would not allow Konoha to be harmed, nor would he treat the villagers of Konoha as sacrifices. He would become a true Hokage, recognized by everyone, recognized by Miyu Yoshia. Hien looked at the ambitious Hyde, the obstinate Konoha trio, and the detached Miyu Yoshia. The last shred of hope in his heart shattered completely. A flash of ruthless determination crossed his eyes. Without any warning, Hien suddenly lunged forward, reaching the unsuspecting wheelchair in an instant. A short sword hidden within his wide sleeve slid out, its icy blade glinting menacingly, the sharp edge pressing firmly against the carotid artery on Miyu Yoshia. The cold metal pressed against his skin. With a tiny exertion of force, Hien could slash the throat and take his life. Don't move. Nobody moved. Hien's eyes bulged with fury, his beard and hair bristling, his voice hoarse and sharp. My clan has guarded this vein for a millennium. I will never let you people occupy it. Whoever dares to forcibly open the vein, I will kill him immediately. In an instant, everyone was shocked. Naruto, Sakura, and Shikamaru's pupils constricted their chakra, snapping top bodies, leaning forward ready to rush in for a rescue. Their expressions panicked. Tims's face turned cold in an instant, his hand instinctively pressing on the hilt of his sword at his waist, killing. Even the ever-composed and elegant Hyde now frowned, not expecting the old man to take such a desperate hostage gambit in front of everyone. However, Miki Yūya was no longer important. Hyde could not care less about his life or death. Of course, Miki Yūya himself cared very much about his own life. He was completely stunned. Feeling the cold blade against his neck, his composure shattered entirely. What the hell? Old man, are you crazy? If you want to stop Hyde and prevent them from misusing the Gyurei Stone's power, point the knife at them. I just want to heal my legs. What did I do? Go stab Hyde. Or if you must, stab Sakura a couple of times. Sakura, just because I didn't speak earlier you treat me like this. If you think you can threaten me with him, Hien, you overestimate yourself. For the sake of achieving the ideal land, some sacrifices are necessary. Hyde raised his hand, aiming at both Miki Yūya and Hien. Die. Just as Hyde's attack landed, the observation Haki of Sanuki Yūya, confined to his wheelchair, had already foreseen the lethal strike, with every trajectory, force, and point of impact instantly calculated in his mind. Watch out. In the nick of time, he roared, yanking Hien's hand with one hand while steering the wheelchair with the other. The wheelchair spun a full half circle on the spot, forcibly shielding the bewildered Hien behind him. The next moment, a thunderous boom erupted. An invisible surge of Gyurei energy exploded. The violent shockwaves swept through the entire chamber, sending stone chips and debris flying in all directions. Hien had no time to react. His back took the full brunt of the damage. A searing, tearing pain instantly coursed through his entire body. Flesh and robes were torn apart by the energy, and he was sent hurtling backward like a ragdoll. Sanuki Yūya, still in his wheelchair, crashed into the rock wall behind him. With a sharp crack, the wheelchair shattered, completely destroyed. Both of them fell heavily to the ground, one after the other. Hien's bones were dislocated and twisted, his mouth spewing blood. He had completely lost the strength to struggle, lying limp and motionless. Sanuki Yūya also landed hard, lying beside Elder Hien, still as death, eerily quiet. Yūya. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and he cried out in shock. Are you alright? Sanuki Yūya's voice was filled with, not at all. At that moment, Naruto was utterly enraged. His chakra seethed violently as he gritted his teeth and roared, Hyde. The situation spiraled completely out of control. Just as Hyde was about to speak, a sharp sword light cleaved through the air. Timothy, holding a long sword, was completely out of his own control. The sword light split the air, slashing directly at Hyde. A tearing sound. The moment the sword light fell, Hyde's entire right arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder, blood gushing out. The force of the sword pierced through Hyde's body, brutally splitting the chamber ceiling, causing rubble and rock layers to crash down. The excruciating pain instantly engulfed him. Hyde's expression changed drastically as he looked at Timothy. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, with his hands forming a seal, urged directly, Don't just stand there, Naruto. Sakura. Move. The vein has appeared. Their intel is worthless now. That sword strike was a surprise assassination executed by Shikamaru. In the brief moment, Timothy was distracted, using the shadow imitation technique to force his action. But this opening was fleeting. Seeing this, the distant Kazuto instantly transformed into a beast. His fur burst forth, his claws sharp as daggers, as he took on a werewolf form and charged straight at Shikamaru at incredible speed. Watch out. This guy can control his companions through shadows. Everyone be on guard. Shikamaru's expression hardened. He decisively and completely released the shadow imitation technique, retreating to avoid the attack. At the same time, a dark shadow flashed in the air. Camilla had also transformed into a bat, diving straight at Sakura, her eyes glowing with an eerie red light, as she instantly unleashed a powerful illusion. In an instant, the cramped underground chamber had descended into a chaotic battlefield. Meanwhile, the one-armed Hyde fixed his gaze on the vein's essence, continuously seeping from the ceiling, his body frantically absorbing the surrounding Gyurei energy. At a visible rate, his severed arm's flesh regenerated, bones reshaped. In mere seconds, the arm was completely restored without a single scar. His regenerative ability was terrifying. Fully healed, Hyde shed all pretense. His body was engulfed in a surging gray-black energy, his skin covered in bizarre crystalline patterns. His form twisted and grew, transforming into a monstrous gray-black humanoid creature. Entering his battle form. Since the shinobi world has betrayed us, let's eliminate them all. Timothy, kill Naruto. Timothy snapped back to reality, his eyes filled with complexity and coldness. He charged at Naruto with his sword. Naruto, have you been lying to me? Naruto faced the sword's edge without flinching, his gaze incredibly resolute. Timothy, if you can draw your sword for Hyde against me, then I can certainly bet everything for Yūya. Before he finished, Hyde had already swooped in, a destructive energy gathered in his palm, aiming a frontal kill at Naruto. Naruto sidestepped the booming shockwave, smashing into the rock wall, blasting out a deep crater and debris. Hyde pursued while mocking him coldly. Naruto, you're too naive. A young man who hasn't been tempered by reality, your thoughts are cheap and laughable. A crippled villager in a wheelchair is worth you risking your life to protect. Is he worthy of being compared to me? Sacrifice is inevitable on the path to utopia. He was merely at the right place at the right time. Sacrifice. Naruto gritted his teeth, dodging another slash from Timothy. His eyes were filled with rage and confusion. I don't understand what necessary sacrifice means. The reason Yūya is angry, full of resentment, and targets the village's higher-ups is precisely because he, as a villager, has been the one sacrificed by the village from start to finish. Neji, Sasuke. They all left the village burdened with pain, all victims of the so-called greater good of so-called necessary sacrifices. Why do innocent people deserve to be sacrificed and to suffer? Naruto's chest heaved violently, his anger reaching its peak, yet he also felt an immense relief. I am so glad that Yūya didn't leave Konoha. He throws tantrums, he's foul-mouthed, and holds grudges, he takes out all his grievances on us shinobi. But I saw the reasons in Sasuke and Neji. I understand clearly that the fault was never his. The fault lies with the village. He stared at Hyde, his gaze stubborn. I don't believe in your so-called utopia. The Hokage I, Uzumaki Naruto, will become the true Hokage. I will make it so that everyone who left can return, so that those who were sacrificed no longer have to suffer. From now on, all so-called necessary sacrifices will disappear. When the moment truly comes that someone must be sacrificed, I, Naruto, will be the first to die. I will never let any villager, any innocent person die before me. This was his ninja way. He had seen the pain of others time and again, and had seen his own path. He couldn't bring himself to leave the village like Neji and Sasuke, nor could he be filled with malice towards everyone like Sanuki Yūya. He wanted to become Hokage. Before, he wanted to be a Hokage acknowledged by everyone. Now it was the same, but before he didn't know how to do it. Now he does. He, Uzumaki Naruto, would become Hokage. He would wait for the day Sasuke and Neji returned. He would wait for the day when the villagers of Konoha no longer suffered or were sacrificed. Incorrigible. Hyde's eyes were icy. He and Timothy flanked Naruto from both sides, instantly sealing off all of Naruto's escape routes. Cornered, Naruto exploded with fury. A resonant hum filled the air. The dense chakra of the Nine Tails surged skyward, and a crimson-tailed beast cloak instantly enveloped his entire body. The first tail unfurled violently, sweeping across the area. The immense force sent the charging Hyde flying, slamming him hard into the gap in the ceiling where he was pinned by the tail. Timothy's sword light was instantaneous, the long blade aimed directly at Naruto's head. Naruto did not dodge, forcibly taking the blow with his physical body. With a tearing sound, flesh split and blood flew. But using the moment of deadlock, Naruto's gathered Rasengan erupted with a blazing red light, slamming brutally into Timothy's chest. A thunderous explosion. The violent chakra instantly shredded Timothy's armor. The searing energy crazily burned his flesh. Timothy was sent flying backward, crashing through the ancient murals on the rock wall, vomiting blood profusely. His Gyuru-enhanced regenerative abilities were completely overwhelmed by the Rasengan's destructive force, unable to keep pace with the deterioration of his injuries. From the gap in the ceiling, the vein's essence poured down, endlessly flooding into Hyde's body. His wounds healed in an instant, his power multiplying layer by layer. Though still suppressed by the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto couldn't actually harm him. Hyde looked down at Naruto, his face full of indifference and contempt. Naruto, your power is meaningless before the infinite power of the ancients. With my infinite self-healing, you can never kill me. Forcing his way through the Nine Tails chakra suppression, Hyde aimed his hand at Naruto. The next instant, a beam of light shot down from the vein in the ceiling. Naruto dodged, and Hyde broke free again. At this moment, everyone was locked in a bloodthirsty battle. Only Sanuki Yūya lay still in the corner. He didn't struggle or curse, just breathed steadily. He completely emptied his consciousness, allowing the life force overflowing from the vein to rush endlessly into his limbs and bones. He felt his Bodhi's will. Life return. Completely awakened. This is a pinnacle technique that controls all functions of the human body, organs, flesh, blood, and cells. And now, after enduring various trials, Sanuki Yūya had finally understood the breathing regeneration method from One Piece. He activated the complete life return. Not to digest food, but to digest and absorb the life energy radiating from the Gyuru vein. Every inch of his bones, every ounce of his flesh, every damaged meridian and muscle fiber was being repaired, reshaped, and strengthened. His entire body was healing and regenerating at a visible rate. Finally, Sanuki Yūya stood up. He, and lying nearby, severely wounded, saw this, and his eyes widened. Sanuki Yoshiya looked down at Hien by his feet. How about that, you old fossil? I told you I was the 09 king. You didn't believe me. With that, Sanuki Yoshiya picked up the short sword Hien had used to threaten him. The next moment his Supreme Conqueror's Haki burst forth in its entirety. Now I lack nothing. Boom. An intangible, formless, and utterly transcendent terror pressure suddenly erupted from Sanmu Yu's body. Conqueror's Haki instantly flooded the entire underground chamber, firmly locking down the whole battlefield. There was no chakra fluctuation, no energy roar, yet it was even more terrifying and domineering than any ninjutsu or tailed beast power. This was the absolute crushing of will and spirit, a realm that many could never reach in a lifetime, a conqueror's Haki that appears only once in a million people. Everyone on the battlefield froze simultaneously, their hearts rising with an instinctive, soul-deep tremor. That was the submission etched in genes when a creature faces a superior being. Naruto, engaged in a deadly fight with Haida in midair, felt his boiling crimson Ninetales chakra cloak instantly suffer a violent impact. The dense, thick, orange-eyed chakra rapidly dissociated and faded at a visible speed, becoming transparent and thin. The rampaging tailed beast aura was forcibly suppressed, nearly extinguished completely. Naruto's entire body trembled violently, his pupils sharply contracted. Again, this power, this pressure. The Ninetales rampaging chakra before this aura was like a flame meeting a gale, unable to raise its head. Mere tailed beast power could not oppose Conqueror's Haki. This? What is this? Naruto gritted his teeth. Yuya's presence, this pressure? On the other side, Lu Wan was controlling the shadow binding technique to fight Feng Wai, but the next second his mind suddenly went blank, his spirit abruptly stalled. The long-maintained shadow instantly snapped and dissipated, and the binding technique directly failed. Lu Wan's heart shook violently, a layer of cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back. He abruptly turned to look at the young man standing behind him. He recognized it in an instant. This was not ninjutsu, not a Kekkei Genkai nor chakra. It was pure spiritual suppression. That mental force which had once flashed through Mai and caused his shadow binding technique to fail was now unleashed without reserve, flooding the entire field. No way. Lu Wan's pupils trembled violently, his mind stuttering for the first time. Just pressure alone cut off my shadow technique. This oppressive feeling. Has this guy never targeted me with full force before? Lu Wan could clearly perceive that Sanmu Yuya had not been this powerful before, that mental suppression force had not been this strong. Feng Wai, who had beastified opposite Lu Wan, had her mentality completely shattered. Her fur stood on end all over her body, her limbs trembled uncontrollably, and even her breathing became chaotic and difficult. As a wolf-modified warrior, she was born bloodthirsty and warlike, believing only in power and fearing only stronger slaughter. But at this moment, only humility and insignificance remained in her heart. The pressure of Conqueror's Haki locked onto her tightly, her throat stiff and clogged. The sound wave attack she had been ready to unleash was completely stuck. She couldn't even let out a roar. She wanted to fight, but her soul was trembling on its knees. Feng Wai could not understand at all why could this man who was supposedly just a cripple, an ordinary my villager crusher, will to fight so completely. Move? Why can't I move? Damn it. What is this fear? Feng Wai roared inwardly, but her body didn't respond, only trembling in fear. In midair, Kami La, who was entangled with Xiao Ying, was directly struck by the residual power of the Haki shattering her Boda's strength, and she fell uncontrollably from a great height, crashing heavily. Xiao Ying's shoulder was bloodied, her arms covered with fine cuts. To break Kami La's Jinjutsu, she had endured pain by using a kunai to injure herself. Now clutching her wounds, she stared blankly at Sanmu Yuya, her eyes filled with shock. This aura was far more terrifying than when she had encountered Da Shi-wan in the Forest of Death. Da Shi-wan's was a chilling soul, dreadful killing intent. But Sanmu Yuya was different. He was not evil, not anger, not pain. It was an overlooking gaze. It was an absolute spirit standing above the heavens, looking down upon all beings of the world. Kami La, who had crashed heavily to the ground, trembled uncontrollably, her eyes also filled with disbelief. Her mentality completely unbalanced, she looked at Sanmu Yuya. Impossible. What a joke. How could I fear an ordinary my villager? She was an overseas modified human, an adapter of Gelayer power, and the most elite warrior following Haida. She was born superior. The ninja of the ninja world were indeed powerful, able to rival modified humans like her, but an ordinary my villager. On what basis? She absolutely would not allow herself to fear a cripple who had once been in a wheelchair. Calm down, Kami La. You are a perfect modified human. Do not be intimidated by this illusory pressure. She frantically suggested to herself, trying to regain rationality. Forcibly suppressing the fear in her heart, a fierce light surged in her eyes, and paranoid madness completely overwhelmed her reason. Gelayer power surged through her body. She looked at Sanmu Yuya and spat out forcibly, pulling him into her exclusive. Black mist churned, evil spirits roamed, countless wailing, vengeful souls shrieked and attacked the entire illusion, filled with endless slaughter and despair. This was her ultimate killing move. Kami lost main consciousness, sank into the illusion, her eyes extremely sinister. She was convinced that once inside her domain, no matter how strong your aura, you would still have your soul ground to pieces. This garbage should just sit obediently in his wheelchair, should just follow Hide-sama's words and die. But the next second, boom. The illusion sky suddenly became heavy with black clouds, and within the pitch black clouds hideous black-red lightning bolts exploded violently. Conqueror's Haki pressure pierced the barrier between reality and illusion, enveloping the entire hell. Countless evil spirits, vengeful souls, and black mist were instantly cleared, annihilated, and wiped out completely. Kami lost illusion power, instantly failed completely. She hadn't even seen Sanmu Yuya's figure clearly before the mental link was violently torn apart. The massive illusion backlash slammed into Kami La. She violently spat out a large mouthful of blood, and dense cracks appeared on her body's surface. The mutated gelayer power within her body and her own life force completely lost balance, colliding with each other, causing her injuries to instantly worsen and rupture. Her proud trump card was shattered by Sanmu Yuya's mere aura. Sanmu Yuya lowered his eyes and gave her a faint glance, his tone indifferent. A thing that can't even control its own power, barely surviving through external modification. A bunch of garbage that only sacrifices the weak and tramples on the bottom. How dare you speak of utopia? How dare you dream of creating a world where no weak person is bullied? He slowly raised his eyes, sweeping across everyone present, his voice resounding through the chamber. In your eyes are the weak born to be sacrificed and bullied. Ridiculous. In my eyes there is never absolute strength or weakness in this world. Above the strong there are even stronger ones. There has never been such a thing as the weak. I disdain to build any false utopia. I only believe in equality for all. You talk about benevolence and morality, pitying the weak, but in the end it's just condescending charity. Your garbage mentality is simply laughable. What do you mean the weak won't be bullied? Can't the weak bully the strong? At these words, everyone's pupils shook simultaneously, their minds going blank. The weak bully the strong. The weak rise above the strong. This was an outrageous statement that no one had ever heard or thought of since they were born, and gained wisdom, completely overturning everyone's cognition. Haida, hovering in midair, was completely stunned. He prided himself as a wise man, claiming to see through human nature and the essence of the world. He firmly believed that the world was a jungle where the weak were destined to be eliminated, and sacrificing the weak to achieve harmony was the sole truth. But Sanmu Yuya's words directly shattered his decades-long values. He could not comprehend this ridiculously absurd logic at all, and roared in a harsh voice. What the hell are you, you bastard? The weak are the weak, that's the law of nature. What do you, a moron, know? Haide's heart was filled with anger at being offended by a fool, and also a trace of wariness toward this madman that he himself didn't even notice. Sanmu Yuya curled a contemptuous sneer, his gaze locking on Haida. A third-rate piece like you who builds power on gelayer stones will never understand my will. Pseudo-strong who rely on gelayer stones to barely be strong are essentially self-deceiving weaklings. You people rely too much on gelayer stones. He tightened his grip on the coldly gleaming short sword armament Haki, faintly coating the blade. Today let you foreign bumpkins witness the true spirit that transcends all. Haki is what stands above everything. Haida die. With these words, Sanmu Yuya's figure suddenly burst forward. Damn it, you old bastard, were the one trying to kill me just now, weren't you? Sanmu Yuya was extremely fast, with no unnecessary moves, charging straight at Haide's face. Haide's expression changed drastically, and for the first time genuine panic surged in his heart. He had thought he was controlling the entire situation, crushing everyone all along, so he had never taken a crippled my villager seriously. But at this moment, under Sanmu Yuya's pressure, he was terrified, afraid, and clearly felt he was going to die. Damn it, how did his speed become so fast? No, it's not that he's faster, it's that I've become slower. Haida frantically activated the gelayer energy in his hand, and fired a destruction beam at Sanmu Yuya. But before Sanmu Yuya's observation Haki, all of Haide's attacks were ineffective. Haide's attack intentions were too obvious. Even Naruto could dodge them. Unless he launched an indiscriminate area-wide bombardment, Haide's combat experience could not allow him to touch even a hair of Sanmu Yuya at this moment. Watching Sanmu Yuya approach with overwhelming killing intent, Haide's mentality completely collapsed. His proud power was nothing but a facade before this. Haida began to regret, why did he attack Sanmu Yuya? Why did he attack him just now? He could have just let Hien kill Sanmu Yuya. He lost control and roared, his voice twisted with unwillingness. You worthless piece. You should be paralyzed in a wheelchair for life. You should have accepted your fate and been sacrificed. Why did you stand up? He couldn't accept it. Being pushed to the edge by a bottom-level villager who should have been a sacrifice. This sense of disparity nearly drove him mad. Amid his roar, Haida mustered all his strength, gathering a fatal strike in his palm, and viciously slapped at the approaching Sanmu Yuya. In a flash, Senmu Yi sidestepped, precisely striking out with one hand, accurately hitting Hide's wrist. The lethal energy cannon grazed his ear and blasted through the chamber wall. At the same time, Senmu Yu's other hand, wielding the short sword coated with armament Haki, slashed down, aiming for Hide's head. He wanted to see how this old bastard who relied on Gelayer stones for regeneration could still be immortal after his head was cut off. At this critical moment, Timushi, already severely injured, his pupils contracted sharply with only one thought in his mind. Hide must not die. Hide was his only faith, his only destination, the entire meaning of his life. Even though he was gravely wounded, he still instinctively charged forward. Hide-sama is in danger. No, I must not let him die. He gritted his teeth and burst forward, raising his sword to block without regard for anything. Clang! A piercing metallic breaking sound exploded across the scene. The short sword coated with armament Haki swung out, tearing the surrounding air. An ordinary sword had actually produced a faint sword light, cutting a slash mark on the wall behind the chamber. The sword light was like a force of destruction, also directly cutting through T-Muzai's sword. Then this sword strike viciously slashed into T-Muzai's body. A horrifying, hideous wound that cut through half his body instantly appeared. Timu, who stood between them, gushed blood wildly. Timushi, already heavily injured, suffered a fatal blow, and then was kicked away by Senmu Yi, crashing heavily at the edge of the battlefield, completely losing the ability to fight. His vision blurred, his body on the verge of shattering, but his heart still worried about Hide's safety. Even if he died, he would protect Hide. Hide took advantage of this fleeting moment, retreated in a fluster, instantly creating distance, and moving back to the side of the mine. Dying Timushi strained his broken body, his breath faint, and roared with his last strength. Hide-sama, run! He knew too well the gap at this moment. Senmu Yi was not a ninja, but his strength was equally formidable, and with the mine ninjas. If they continued fighting, Hide would surely die. Yet Hide, standing beside the mine vein core, showed no trace of emotion on his face. Instead, he slowly curled a cruel, cold smile. At this moment, he completely tore off the last shred of disguise. Tenderness, elegance, ideals, righteousness, all were fake. Only coldness, calculation, and madness remained in his eyes. At this moment, he completely tore off the last shred of disguise. Tenderness, elegance, ideals, righteousness, all were fake. Only coldness, calculation. He calmly watched Timu, she who was dying in a pool of blood after sacrificing himself to block the sword for him, feeling no guilt, no emotion. Only the coldness of a prey, finally ripened, a chess piece finally used to its full potential. Timushi, thank you for blocking that sword for me just now. But have you ever wondered? Everyone who transplants a Gelayer stone suffers mutation, except you, who can perfectly adapt without any side effects. Hide raised his hand, gently stroking the floating mind vein, key beside him, his tone filled with sinister and all-controlling mockery. That old man guarding the mind vein was right. Only the ancient royal bloodline can perfectly contain the power of the Gelayer stone. Do you really think the Gelayer book in my hand, the original Gelayer stone, was bought? They are all the royal heirlooms passed down through your family for generations. From beginning to end, you were the best royal living vessel I raised by my side. Ha ha ha, fool. Boom. These words were like a thunderbolt exploding violently in T-Muzai's mind. T-Muzai's pupils suddenly dilated, and his blood froze instantly. His loyalty, following, trust, sacrifice, struggle, modification, and all the pain he endured since childhood. All of it was a lie. The Lord he worshipped, the ideal he bet his whole life on following. From beginning to end, he was just a tool, a vessel, an experiment. The death of his family, the destruction of his clan, the preservation of his bloodline. All were orchestrated by Hide. The only meaning of his existence was to grow up, become strong, perfectly adapt to the power, and finally be drained of his value by Hide. Why? How could this be? T-Muzai's worldview collapsed completely at this moment. In this moment, as Timushi looked at Hide's appearance, he vaguely saw the figure of the one who had attacked his hometown. Sorrow, irony, and despair instantly swallowed all his consciousness. So all those so-called care and teachings were nothing but raising a livestock to be slaughtered. Hide had been toying with his life from beginning to end. Hide cared nothing for T-Muzai's collapse and silence. Whether the chess piece knew the truth or not, no longer, only madness and greed remained in his eyes. Too slow. Drawing mind power at this rate is not enough to crush these. Since the seal key can control the mind vein, then just destroy the key. Boom. Hide suddenly raised his hand, gathering the power of the Gelayer stone in his palm, and viciously struck the key. Crack, crack, boom. The mind vein key bearing the 1,000-year seal shattered inch by inch, exploding into pieces. The seal of the Gelayer mind vein, which had imprisoned it underground for a millennium, completely collapsed as the key was destroyed. The boundless, violent, primordial power surged, breaking through the rock confinement, and the seal rampaging through the entire underground ruins. Come, come. Let this power come even more fiercely. Boom. As the seal shattered completely, the entire underground ruin trembled like a glass struck by a giant hammer. The rock's ceiling cracked open in large sections and fragments of stone rained down like a storm. The stone walls around them crumbled, and the entire chamber was on the verge of collapse. Violent emerald-green energy of the Gellier stone surged overhead, filling every inch of space with life force, while the scorching air pressed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. Hien, gravely wounded and collapsed on the ground, was utterly panicked. He stared at the completely shattered seal key, somewhat dumbfounded. Although he had originally intended to destroy the Gellier stone vein, this was not the method he had in mind. He had guarded this ruin all along. According to the records passed down through his family, the explosion of the Gellier stone vein would be a cataclysm with no chance of. Hien propped up his broken body and screamed in a trembling voice, "It's over. All over. The seal key is completely shattered and all constraints on the vein are gone. The Gellier stone is out of control. The vein is about to explode. All of us will be buried here." As his words fell, the eyes of Mingren, Xiaoying, Fengwei, and Camilla locked on Haida. Their eyes were filled with fury and terror, and only one thought echoed in their minds: is Haida insane? Haida's manic expression froze abruptly. Panic surged in his heart. He had mastered the Gellier's book, but it had never recorded the consequences of the seal breaking or the Gellier's stone running wild. He had always believed the vein would only nourish life and provide power, never considering the risk of a destructive explosion. But now he realized, the power he used was indeed explosive. It was over. Completely over. Yet his years of dominance would never allow him to show weakness, nor did he want to appear disgraced in front of these ninjas and the newly risen Samuyui. He forced himself to throw his head back and laugh, feigning composure, masking his inner panic with arrogance. Nonsense. The Gellier stone is pure life essence. How could it possibly explode? Stop spouting such lies to scare us. You're just a gatekeeper. What do you know? Samuyui, sensing Haida's panic, immediately launched into a furious tirade. What the hell? Are you an idiot? Such a stupid villain. I'm so done with you, you old bastard. If you're going to cheat, just cheat properly. Can't you do that? Do you have to blow up the whole place? How can there be such a moron in this world? Robbing a bank, but thinking taking money is too slow, so you just blow the whole bank to pieces. Do you even know how to be a proper villain? Hien, clutching his bleeding chest, breathed weakly. He gazed at the raging source energy, utterly despairing. He knew the force of this explosion was beyond human power to stop. You have all felt the destructive power of the Gellier stone. Once the entire vein detonates at once, the overflowing energy will tear the earth apart and destroy half the continent. Not just us. Everyone in the entire ninja world will be annihilated by this explosion. Samuyui instinctively stepped back, full of doubt. He didn't believe such an exaggerated claim. Half a continent destroyed seemed too fantastical. He simply thought Hien was fearmongering. Exaggerating so much. I don't buy it. Do you think I'm as brainless as Haida? Meanwhile, Mingren, Xiaoying, and Luan heard Samuyui's words and nodded, also unconvinced by Hien. The three quickly retreated to Samuyui's side, bodies tense, planning to break through the rock layer and escape the ruin. But the energy of the Gellier stone vein had formed a massive barrier, tightly enveloping the entire underground chamber. All exits were sealed, leaving not even a crack. There was no way out. Haida still stubbornly clung to his beliefs. He kept hypnotizing himself, forcing his mind to accept that life energy would never explode, that Hien was just trying to intimidate him. Impossible. The Gellier stone's essence is life energy. It can never produce such devastating explosive damage. Samuyui nodded, fully agreeing with that statement. Blowing up half a continent. How could that be? I think at most it'll just take all of us in this chamber with it. Those words splashed like cold water over everyone's heads. Mingren's legs went weak, his face pale, his voice trembling with tears. The immense fear of death seized his heart. No way. Yui, are we really going to die here? Xiaoying's palms were sweating as she clenched her kunai tightly, despair in her eyes. Haida's mentality completely shattered. He had been confident in control of everything, yet now he was trapped in a deadly predicament, and it was his own doing. The sharp contrast enraged and panicked him, and he screamed wildly at Samuyui. You know nothing. A common villager, don't spout lies here. Shut up. Just as everyone was in turmoil, Hien gritted his teeth and revealed the only way out. It was the only method he knew to salvage the wreckage, and the cruelest one. The only solution lies with the royal bloodline. Sacrifice royal blood to the underground formation, forcibly open a superdimensional wormhole, and transfer all the rampaging Gellier stone to another space. Only then can we neutralize the explosion and save the ninja world. Upon hearing this, Haida's eyes lit up. On the brink of death, he grabbed at this lifeline, his panic vanishing, replaced by calculation and selfishness. He didn't care who lived or died as long as he could survive and obtain the vein's power. Samuyui was strong and an enemy. Killing him would be two birds with one stone. He stepped forward, abruptly pointing at Samuyui. His tone was righteous. Everyone heard that. Samuyui, you yourself said you are the one in a million, the perfect royal constitution. The Leaf Ninjas fought to save you, to heal your legs. Now that danger is upon us, it's your turn to step up and sacrifice yourself. Samuyui was so angry he laughed. The one who caused all the trouble and blew up the vein was that old bastard Haida, and now he dared to demand that he fill the hole. Believe me when the explosion comes, if I really run, none of you can catch me. All you outsiders will die here as my burial attendants. Believe me when the explosion comes, if I really run, none of you can catch me. All you outsiders will die here as my burial attendants. With that, he was about to grab Mingren and Luan beside him and force a breakthrough through the Gellier stone energy. But as he turned, he saw Luan's hands rapidly forming seals. A pitch-black shadow spread across the trembling ground, snaking around a broken figure. Tamuxi. Luan spoke calmly, his tone utterly composed. Ever since the vein went out of control and Yin revealed the solution, Luan had abandoned the idea of escaping. His mind raced, weighing the pros and cons. Sacrificing one to save all was the only optimal solution and the least helpless one. He felt no pity, only absolute rationality. Everyone, don't panic. There's someone to sacrifice. I've got Tamuxi under control. Let him open the wormhole and stabilize the erupting energy of the vein. Mingren Yui, take care of Haida and the others. Don't let them slip away. Everyone was stunned, all eyes fixed on the center. Tamuxi, bound by the shadow technique, was ragged, half his body drenched in blood, wounds still oozing. His heart had already collapsed, filled with hatred. 10 years of following loyalty, faith, sacrifice. All of it was a carefully crafted lie by Haida. The Lord Haida, he respected the ideal, he gave everything for the dream, he guarded with his life. From start to finish, it was all Haida's manipulation. His family was destroyed, his loved ones killed, all by the hands of the man he had followed his whole life. The once docile and enduring heart now kindled a hatred that would burn everything. His eyes blazed with fury and resentment, and his hoarse, insane roar echoed through the chamber. Haida, you deserve to die 10,000 deaths. You killed my family, slaughtered my clan, toyed with my entire life. Even if I die, I will drag you with me. Then he turned to the Leaf Ninjas, his gaze icy. Neither group here was good, not a single one. He could not forgive the Leaf Ninjas. In his heart, the Leaf people had used them to find the Gellier stone, and now they were directly using him as a sacrifice. Equally unforgivable. And you Leaf Ninjas, even if I am sacrificed here today, I will never forgive you. Sanmu Yui crossed his arms, looking at him with a contemptuous expression, like he was a fool. Tamuxi had originally been on Haida's side. He mouthed grand ideals and sacrifices, but in essence he was only enthusiastic when others were sacrificed. When it came to his own turn, he became hysterical. As soon as he learned his own parents had been sacrificed, he instantly turned traitor. A pure hypocrite and coward. Tamuxi, why pretend to be angry and resentful now? Back when you were with Haida, you were all talks spouting about necessary sacrifices and the great cause of the ideal nation. When it came to sacrificing outsiders and the weak, you were righteous and took it for granted. Now that the sacrifice falls on you, on your family, and your parents are sacrificed, you can't take it. You hypocritical fool. He looked at Luan, speaking bluntly. In his view, since Tamuxi genuinely believed in the theory of sacrifice, today's outcome was the path he chose. Luan, don't hold back. He himself believes in the great cause of sacrifice, that the weak should die for the greater good. Kill him, quickly finish Tamuxi, and then we'll kill Haida together. Trying to redeem himself. Not so easy. The sins already committed cannot be forgiven. Having said that, Sanmu Yui charged straight at Haida with Fonwai and Camilla gritting their teeth and rushing to block him. Meanwhile, at the center of the chamber, the formation activated as Tamuxi's blood flowed into it. The power of the Gellier stone vein surged into the formation, enveloping everyone. The magical array shattered. The violent spatial turbulence instantly devoured the ground. The flickering wormhole sank downward, dragging the entire out-of-control Grell stone vein along with the bound Tamuxi into the void. The moment weightlessness engulfed his body, countless fragmented images violently flooded into Tamuxi's mind. A dilapidated village from his childhood, corpses lying cold everywhere, the sky stained red by war, and the last look his family gave him. Endless screams echoed in his ears. The wails of villagers, the cries of relatives, the roars of companions, layer upon layer. That war which had destroyed his homeland left him alone and helpless, losing everything. At his wits' end, Haid appeared, depicting an ideal realm without conflict or suffering. For the sake of this illusory light, he willingly followed for years. He accepted the so-called necessary sacrifices, acquiesced to the deaths of his comrades, the destruction of countless villages, and this sudden invasion of the land of wind, letting countless villages be offered up for the ideal. Every killing, every campaign, he told himself it was the necessary path to peace. But in the end he realized all those sacrifices were meaningless. It was Haid who destroyed his family, Haid who exploited his faith, and still Haid who wove lies atop countless corpses. The sacrificed weaklings, the destroyed villages, the innocent victims, including his dead kin, all became stepping stones for Haid's ambition. The so-called ideal realm was nothing but a filthy, ridiculous lie from beginning to end. Overwhelming regret and venomous hatred drowned his reason. Everyone deserves to die. Haid deserves to die for manipulating hearts and slaughtering innocents. The Konoha ninjas also deserve to die for standing by and watching this farce, exploiting everything and trampling others' lives to preserve the greater good. Guilt, fury, resentment, madness. All emotions intertwined, coalescing into the purest malice. At that moment, countless green lights surged from the depths of the void. The entire falling Grell stone vein's power poured into Tamuxi's shattered body. Scorching pure life energy coursed through his limbs and bones. The fierce wounds on his body healed rapidly, broken bones reknitted. His originally dying frame was enveloped and reshaped by layers of pale green crystal. Meanwhile, the ground violently rose and cracked with crisscrossing fissures spreading for 10 kilometers. Due to the leaking life energy of the Grell stone vein, ancient tree roots burst through the earth. Trunks tens of meters tall rose up, frantically sprouting branches and leaves covering the broken land with green. As the ground tremors gradually subsided, two dark figures suddenly fell from the large tree. It was Samu Yui and Hade. Samu Yui dove through the air, smashing his elbow into Hade's back, landing with the momentum of the fall. A cold flash of the short blade in his hand. He cleaved off Hade's right hand holding the Grell stone. Blood spurted out. Lord Hade. Camilla's pupils contracted, and she rushed forward without hesitation. Hade knelt on the ground, clutching his severed wrist. Excruciating pain dripped. Panic and fear surged over him, and he let out a miserable scream. My hand is gone. Samu Yui sneered. Old fool, if it's yours, keep it well. Don't think of tricking me. As his words fell, he raised his sword to end Hade's life. Just as the short blade was about to descend Samu Yui's observation, Haki screamed a frantic alarm in his mind. Panic and fear surged over him, and he let out a miserable scream. My hand is gone. Samu Yui sneered. Old fool, if it's yours, keep it well. Don't think of tricking me. Gravel and earth exploded instantly, blasting a deep crater into the ground. Hade, who had not yet risen, was violently flung away by the shockwave, his body twisting grotesquely in the air. The sound of bones shattering was clearly audible. Blood oozed through the gaps in his skin, worsening his injuries tenfold. Camilla endured the impact, throwing herself over to shield the broken Hade beneath her. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned to the rubble not far away. Numerous heavy rocks, unbound by gravity, slowly floated upward, with fine gravel swirling around, shimmering with faint green light. A figure naked from the waist up rose slowly from the center of the ruins, stepping on floating debris. It was Tamuxi. The fierce wound across his chest, which had once spanned his entire body, was now sealed tightly by dense Grell crystals. A thin translucent layer of green stone patterns covered his skin, light, shimmering, aura vast. His yellow hair fluttered without wind, and his eyes were icy cold, devoid of any human warmth. Several Grell stones orbited around him. He slowly raised his hand, and a blinding emerald energy gathered in his palm. The energy grew denser. It was the same energy cannon that had just repelled Samu Yui. Its target was Hade. Hade. Tamuxi growled hoarsely, his voice carrying a world-shattering hatred. Camilla, covered in wounds, her back bloodied and mangled, still clung desperately to Hade behind her, her eyes resolute. Lord Hade, live on. You must live. The next moment, the emerald energy cannon blasted forth. The violent energy instantly engulfed Camilla's body, her chest pierced and shattered by the beam. Her body stiffened for a moment, then fell heavily to the ground, silent. On the other side, atop a tree tens of meters tall, Naruto, holding the defeated and powerless Phone Y by one hand, looked down from above, watching the reborn and transformed Tamuxi with a grave expression. On the ground, a standoff had formed. Samu Yui stood at the front, holding a short sword, facing the vastly empowered Tamuxi. Shikamaru stood behind Samu Yui, his hands already forming seals ready at any moment. Sakura stood beside Hien, whose body had fully recovered, her body tense, poised to join the battle. The entire Konoha team was on full alert, facing the reborn dark Tamuxi. Samu Yui glanced at Tamuxi. So this is the royal bloodline of the ancient. You can kill your former comrades without a shred of conscience. No wonder a vast ancient kingdom fell because of scum like you. Such a selfish and tyrannical royal family. It served them right to be destroyed. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 12 ding. Conqueror's Haki 15. These words struck Tamuxi's raw nerve, and his pent-up fury erupted instantly. He glared at Samu Yui, his eyes blazing with rage, and shouted harshly, "What do you, a short-sighted lowly ant, know? Aside from running your mouth and maliciously attacking others' wounds, what else can you do? You who trample on others' dignity with vile words, what are you?" Samu Yui, far from anger, responded with a nonchalant, righteous tone. "Yam crude, foul-mouthed love, personal attacks, hold malice toward everyone, and trample on others' dignity. That's why I used to be in a wheelchair, suffering all kinds of pain and scorn. So, any problem?" This blunt, irrefutable retort instantly stunned the furious Tamuxi, leaving him speechless. No explanations, just justified arrogance. Because he was malicious toward others, because he trampled on their dignity, he ended up in a wheelchair. Any problem? But people like you who are morally superior, who don't resort to personal attacks, you casually trample on others' lives, sending them to their deaths. How noble of you. Oh, speaking of not trampling on others' dignity. Elder Heian, wasn't he a servant of the ancient kingdom's royal family tasked with guarding the mine? I would never treat others as servants. People like you only realize the value of those things when your own dignity is trampled, your own lives are sacrificed, right? Cowards of the old era, unwilling to bear any responsibility. You should have just gone down with the ruins. 1. Conqueror's Haki fully locked onto Tamuxi. The green life energy around Tamuxi wavered under this pressure, and his mind flickered for a moment. The next moment, a flash of sword light. Tamuxi reacted and flew into the sky to evade. Rasengan, a sky-covering shadow clone of Naruto, descended from above. Shadow imitation technique. The black shadow following the floating debris shot toward Tamuxi. Forgive. Let those who were sacrificed forgive Tamuxi. Tamuxi's figure abruptly halted midair. Luwen's shadow like a living serpent split into several branches. One slithered along the floating rubble's shadow, entangling his feet and torso, immobilizing Tamuxi. The remaining 2 slender shadow threads waited silently. Shadow imitation technique success. Luwan formed hand seals, his eyes terrifyingly calm, sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. Synchronously controlling 3 shadow lines, restraining the enemy while the other 2 were ready to protect Ming Ren and Sanmu Yui at any moment, orchestrating the entire battlefield, which revealed his mental exhaustion. Tamuxi, clamped by the shadow, had a stiff and sluggish body. But the energy within him derived from the Geolier Stone erupted in a violent frenzy, brutally ramming the pitch-black shadow chains, causing Luwen's shadow threads to tremble, stretch, and near breaking. Useless. You ninjas with your child's play jutsu think you can trap the power inherited from ancient times. Tamuxi roared to the sky, green light blazing around. The Geolier Stone crystal armor covering his body crackled loudly, with fine electric sparks bursting along the crystal veins. The violent energy pressure directly flung surrounding debris, completely severing Luwen's technique. Meanwhile, Ming Ren descended from the sky, his countless clones shattered by the flying debris, turning into puffs of white smoke. But a few clones still charged down, Rasengan and hand slamming toward Tamuxi. Ming Ren, is this all the strength you have? Tamuxi caught Ming Ren's Rasengan with both hands, the green energy in his hands surging forcibly, shattering the Rasengan. A ring of green energy burst from his body, destroying all of Ming Ren's shadow clones, and all the Ming Ren around disappeared. Your mouth is tough. Has your mouth also been strengthened by the Geolier Stone? Sanmu Yuya's figure appeared like a ghost in front of Tamuxi, a conqueror's Haki shockwave striking. Tamuxi's mind trembled violently, the green protective energy around him fluctuated, nearly collapsing. Sword in the stone. Tamuxi raised his hand, and the surrounding stones coalesced into a knight's sword. Clang! The 2 swords collided, sparks flying. The green sword light was severed, shooting to both sides, cutting down large trees on either side. The energy shield on Tamuxi's body was also cut, and 2 bloody gashes appeared on him. Unable to block, unable to fully withstand Sanmu Yuya's attack, Tamuxi, besieged by Ming Ren and Sanmu Yui, descended from midair. So this is your so-called ancient royalty. I think high-level paraplegic is more like it. Shut up. Tamuxi, pushed beyond his limits by the humiliation, his eyes bloodshot red. Boom, boom, boom. Countless fine Geolier crystal fragments turned into a sky full of deadly blades shooting out from him in a 360-degree omnidirectional burst, cutting through the air with a harsh screech. Countless fine Geolier crystal fragments turned into a sky full of deadly blades shooting out from him in a 360-degree omnidirectional burst, cutting through the air with a harsh screech. At the same time, he condensed several thick green energy beams, locking onto the positions of Sanmu Yui, Ming Ren, and Luwan on the ground. What do you know? Tamuxi was like a madman, his voice hoarse and shrill, filled with 1,000 years of accumulated venom and resentment. You 3 living in the peaceful shelter of Konoha, enjoying security, sunshine, and comrades. You have no idea of the pain of annihilation. No idea of the destruction of a nation. No idea of the despair of clansmen being slaughtered. You only stand on high ground and point fingers, relying on talent and comrades to mock my obsession. You know nothing. You don't understand the pain of the millions of clansmen I carry. Green light raged, stones wrapped in the power of the Geolier Stone filled the sky, the attack fierce and relentless, aiming to annihilate these 3 who trampled his dignity. A cold glint flashed in Luwen's eyes, and he rapidly changed his hand seals in the heat of battle. The 2 shadow threads connecting Ming Ren and Sanmu Yui instantly exerted force. The 2 figures were forcibly pulled in front of Luwan. Clang! 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 The dense stone fragments were deflected by Sanmu Yuya's sword, and Ming Ren's body also manifested Nine-Tails chakra. The 2 blocked the attack in front. Luwen's prediction was perfect, but it was a bit exhausting for the people. Only futile struggles from a tough mouth. Luwan muttered coldly, continuously squeezing his mental strength, holding firm against Tamuxi's violent assault. Seeing his sure-kill attack so easily neutralized, Tamuxi became even angrier, his chest heaving violently, murderous intent surging in his eyes. I carry the hatred of an entire destroyed nation. It is the obsession of countless souls. You brats living in a greenhouse, what right do you have to judge my right and wrong? What right do you have to deny my revenge? Just as he was roaring in rage and his mind was in chaos, the sky suddenly darkened. Tamuxi's hysterical roar echoed across the ruined battlefield, his eyes churning with paranoid grief and anger, casting himself as a tragic martyr suffering all the world's injustices, bearing the burden alone. Laughable again, this cliché of the world owing you. Samui Yui directly exposed his hypocritical obsession. Please get one thing straight. Your nation's destruction, your clan's massacre, your parents' deaths have nothing to do with the three of us. Was it the ninja world that harmed you? Was it Konoha that harmed you? Was it me, Ming Run, and Luan? The most ridiculous is people like you. What's even more absurd is that you go on about carrying the will of your clan and vowing to revive the nation, but then willingly become high-des dog manipulated by his few words completely used. What's the matter? Haida used you, used Haida, and you can't stand it. Resentment. Unwillingness. I think you're both stupid and pathetic, pure self-inflicted. Each word struck his heart, instantly shattering all the beliefs that Tamuxi relied on. Tamuxi's whole body trembled violently, his pupils contracted, a breath stuck in his chest, shaking with anger. We don't understand. Ming Ren, who had been silently listening, frowned, stepped forward, and spoke bluntly and sharply, mercilessly shattering Tamuxi's prejudice. Tamuxi, people like you don't arrogantly define others' lives. Who told you that people of Konoha all live in comfort? Do you think only you have suffered pain? Only you carry hatred? Ming Ren clenched his fists, the faint nine-tails chakra around him surging slightly, concealing years of unknown loneliness and torment. I have been an orphan since childhood, without parents, isolated and feared by the villagers from a young age. My years of cold stares and loneliness. How can you define me with one sentence as a mere ant living in a greenhouse? You only see your own suffering, magnify your pain infinitely, and think that you are the most miserable and pitiful in the whole. Such a person who only wallows in self-pity and takes out his anger on the innocent is not worthy of anyone's sympathy, let alone forgiveness. Ming Ren's straightforward accusation was clean and powerful. Because he indeed had the right to say these words. He was not accusing Tamuxi, he stepped forward to be worthy of his parents. He could accept everything from the past, but he also understood that if his parents were still alive, they would be heartbroken seeing this. He could be kind, but he must be just. Luan, standing nearby, slowly released his hand seals. You were wrong from the start, terribly wrong. From beginning to end, it was your own stupidity that created this outcome. You complain that no one understands, you complain that the world is comfortable and shallow, but the one who is truly narrow-minded and jumps to conclusions has always been you. You were easily seduced by high-des empty promises, manipulated by a few hollow revival pledges, willingly becoming someone else's pawn. That is stupidity. Blaming all your misfortunes on the world, arbitrarily venting anger on us innocents, using revenge as an excuse for indiscriminate killing. That is sin. You say we live in the comfort zone of Konoha. Luan lifted his eyes calmly, scanning the frantic and disheveled Tamuxi. Konoha has never been a peaceful paradise. The ninja world has never had bloodless peace. Each of us bears responsibility in our own way, moving forward under heavy burdens. You have never understood others' lives, yet with your one-sided perception you arbitrarily deny everyone and hate everyone. 3 speeches, 3 perspectives. Samui Yui tore apart his hypocrisy, Ming Ren exposed his double standards, and Luan illuminated his ignorance. The entire battlefield fell into instant silence. Xiaoying stood frozen, looking at Elder Hien beside her, who also looked back at Xiaoying, their eyes speaking volumes. Just now Samui Yui said, "We 3 have nothing to do with it." Now that the 3 have finished speaking, there's still half a person left. Shouldn't they say something? Xiaoying immediately stepped forward. Yui, Ming Ren, Luan are right. What do people like you know? Seeing this, Elder Hien stepped forward, taking Xiaoying's place. Tamuxi, as royalty, you went overseas, leaving only our clan to guard this vein all along. We have been servants for thousands of years. Isn't that enough? Don't you understand yet? Why did Haida suddenly return to the ninja world? Because of me. Everything is because of me. Why did Haida suddenly come here? Why did you come to our village while none of us were there? Because everything was my plan from the start. Our clan has guarded here for thousands of years, been servants for thousands of years. It's enough. This mission binds us, but our children are free. They should not. As long as the Gilier stone vein disappears, as long as everything disappears, our mission will cease to exist. What utopia, what ancient royalty? The royalty made us suffer for thousands of years. Is freedom also wrong? Tamuxi stood frozen, the green light around him violently chaotic, the crystal armor cracks growing denser. Now Hien denied his path, the 3 from Konoha trampled his dignity, and everyone told him that his persistence was a joke, his obsession was foolishness. All of you die, you ignorant ants. Ignoring the tearing pain in his meridians, he desperately overdraw his life. The huge Gilier crystal on his chest burst with blinding green light, absorbing all the energy in the air. He prepared to unleash a non-discriminatory self-destruct attack, covering heaven and earth. Geolier collapse cannon. A massive destructive shockwave was about to sweep the entire field instantly. Luwen's expression hardened, and he exhausted all his mental strength, stretched his shadow with all his might, violently dragging Ming Ren and Sanmu Yui backward to a safe distance. At the same time, he firmly locked Tamux's legs, preventing him from moving and expanding the explosion range. Oh no, he's going to die together. He exclaimed from the ground in shock. Luwen's brows were tightly furrowed, veins bulging faintly on his forehead, already in full combat state. Die together. A mentally deranged person like you deserves that. The mockery in Sanmu Yui's eyes completely faded, replaced by bone-chilling coldness, and his figure instantly vanished. The next second he appeared directly above Tamuxi. The short sword in his hand did not stab down, but was held in reverse grip, the hard hilt carrying immense force, smashing heavily onto Tamuxi's crown. At the same time, a massive, suffocating conqueror's haki like a solid hammer slammed into Tamuxi's chaotic and collapsing. Kneel. Down. Boom. The air in the entire space suddenly solidified. The green destructive light mass that was about to overthrow heaven and earth under the dual pressure of mental shock and physical heavy blow was violently forced back into his body and completely locked. Puffed. Tamuxi spat out a mouthful of hot blood, his eyes rolled back, and his consciousness briefly blanked. The earth-shattering energy rampaged wildly inside his body with no outlet. The terrifying backlash instantly shattered the crystal armor on half his body, and dense cracks spread over his entire body. The mental collapse completely shattered all the Geolier stone energy nodes within Tamux's body, forcibly severing all the royal power channels that relied on the crystal. Yeah. Tamuxi let out a most miserable scream, and the green light, symbolizing royal power, instantly dimmed and dissipated. The originally indestructible crystal armor cracked and weathered inch by inch, eventually turning into fine powder in the sky, completely scattered by the wind. Losing all power support, his broken body fell heavily from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Bang! Dust billowed. Under the huge crater, the dust slowly settled. Tamuxi lay at the bottom, his body covered in blood and flesh, countless bones broken in his limbs. The royal power he had prided himself on and spent his life pursuing was completely gone, leaving only a broken mortal shell. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, his vision blurred and scattered. He saw Sanmu Yui, Ming run, and Luan slowly walk to the edge of the crater, looking down at him, silently watching the defeated and destitute man. All three were unharmed, their clothes neat and tidy without any effort. The outcome had long been decided. What? Tamux's throat was hoarse and broken, his breath so weak, his eyes filled with unwillingness, grievance, and despair. Why, oi? Sanmu Yui crouched down. Because you are too stupid, too arrogant. Because if you do wrong, you must correct it. If you make a mistake, you must take responsibility. Tamuxi looked up blankly at the clear blue sky above, just like the sunny sky of his homeland that had never been stained by war in his memory. All the roars, all the unwillingness, all the grievances of being misunderstood, all turned into futility. 2 lines of turbid tears slowly slid down his blood-stained cheeks. He finally let his eyelids fall, powerlessly dying completely at the cold bottom of the crater. A gentle breeze blew across the battlefield, stirring up dust. Elder Hien of the caravan looking at the dead, Tamuxi fell silent. After a long while, Naruto gazed at the mangled corpse, his tense shoulders gradually relaxing as he broke the silence in a low voice. In that final moment, he seemed to deliberately suppress the remaining chaotic energy within his body. Shikamaru let out a soft sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. His tone was calm, yet carried the palpable sense of having narrowly escaped death. If he had truly detonated the Geru collapse cannon to its fullest, indiscriminately covering the entire field, the consequences would have been unimaginable. A rampage of energy at that level would have left none of us unscathed. Everyone present would have suffered severe injuries, or even total annihilation. This was a truth known to all present. Even though Tamuxi was stubborn mad and took his anger out on the innocent, throwing the entire ruin into chaos, his instinctive restraint in that final moment, preventing the destructive energy from fully running wild, had indeed saved everyone on the site. Elder Hien stared at the body at the bottom of the pit. Tears welled up in his clouded eyes and trickled down his wrinkled cheeks. His voice was hoarse and weary, carrying an indescribable desolation. When all is said and done, this child was not evil by nature. He was merely too young, too stubborn, unable to distinguish right from wrong in people's hearts. He was manipulated, deceived, and used by hate his entire life, trapped in a cage woven from lies. The fact that he subconsciously held back in the end, refusing to drag everyone down with him, proves that his true nature was never extinguished. As the last heir of the ancient royal family, he was after all qualified. A faint, sorrowful atmosphere silently enveloped the entire ruined battlefield. The wind swept up sand and gravel, howling mournfully, as if bidding farewell to this tragic youth. Sakura stood silently to the side, her hands clasped in front of her, a flicker of pity in her eyes. Naruto lowered his gaze slightly, and Shikamaru offered no. Anyone could see the lamentable tragedy of Tamuxi's life. But just as everyone acquiesced to this sigh of regret, and tacitly accepted this final judgment, a shrill, merciless roar of fury suddenly exploded, tearing through the hypocritical warmth like a thunderbolt. Qualified my ass. Yui strode forward, his boots crunching loudly on the rubble. His leg was healed, and his voice carried newfound confidence. His eyes were fierce, his face full of contempt, directly shredding the melancholy atmosphere that had just been brewing. A change of heart. In my view, this is nothing but pure suicide out of guilt. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Sakura were all stunned. This line. Where had they seen it before? He couldn't win, couldn't blow up, couldn't escape. Knowing his crimes were monstrous and death was imminent, he pretended to restrain his energy to gain sympathy. He turned his head, sharply glaring at He Yin, unleashing a torrent of verbal abuse, giving He Yin no chance to catch his breath. And you dare to pass judgment? What championship have you won? What strength do you have? If you're so good at judging, why don't you go to Konoha and give a proper evaluation of the third Hokage? The second Hokage targeted the Uchiha, but at least he took in Uchiha disciples to maintain some political balance. The fourth Hokage also accepted an Uchiha as his student, showing goodwill toward the Uchiha clan. But the third, a senile old fool. Indecisive, he forced the Uchiha clan to the brink, drove them to mass defection, implicated the Hyuga clan, and ultimately left me stuck in a wheelchair all this time. All of this is the fault of that old bastard, third Hokage. When I get back, I'm going to smash his statue. Yeah, didn't you already smash it? Naruto and Shikamaru raised their hands and spoke. Can I just carve it again and smash it once more? What are you two yelling about? You haven't even become Hokage yet, and you're already defending the Hokage's authority. You are just mere Konoha genin, and you dare to speak up here. Ding. Conqueror's Haki 3 ding. Conqueror's Haki 9. I'm a Chunin. Shikamaru spoke again. So what if you're a Chunin? Does that give you the right to look down on villagers? Does being a ninja from a clan mean you can despise commoners? And this old geezer, how can you talk such nonsense? Why don't you go to Konoha and praise the third Hokage as qualified? Can't you be any more biased? Anyone you like is a good person. Why does no one ever call me a good person? Yūya's words left everyone silent. It wasn't that no one had ever praised him or urged him to be good. But look at you. Do you resemble a good person? When others praised you, you said, don't flatter me. The more Yūya scolded, the angrier he grew, his tone brimming with hostility, clearly disgusted by the dead are always right rhetoric. This old bastard, if you didn't want to guard the mine, you could have just run away. No one forced you to stay here generation after generation, eating sand. You schemed everything, deliberately lured us Konoha ninja into the trap, used us to protect you, to destroy the 1,000-year mine, and put an end to your mission. You used outsiders to free yourself from the generational shackles, and then you stand here, trying to sell your sob story and whitewash your legacy, passing judgment on someone else's life. 1,000-year servant, generations of bondage. In truth, you're just wicked and greedy. Your morality is nothing but selfishness rotten to the core. Someone like you is despicable. With that, Yūya didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and raised his hand. Bang, 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 bang. He mercilessly rained down punches and kicks on He Yin, each blow brutal and crisp with no trace of mercy. He Yin's body, which had been healed by the life energy from the Geru's stone mine's explosion, was now curled up in pain again. He was both furious and desperate, letting out a ragged roar. Why are you hitting me? I plotted against Konoha ninja, but you're not a Konoha ninja. What business do you have meddling? It was Hade who wanted to kill you from the start. It has nothing to do with me. Earlier, I even shielded you from a fatal attack. You repay kindness with enmity. You. This sentence, like a freezing spell, instantly silenced the entire scene. Yūya's movements froze midair. He stood there stunned, his raised fist suspended, the fury in his eyes solidifying into shock. Right. Hate. With the earth-shattering battle, the mine collapsed, the full-scale melee and energy currents running wild everywhere. Where was Hade? Yūya spun around, his gaze sweeping the empty surroundings, his voice changing pitch. Where did Hade go? Naruto shrugged, looking utterly bewildered, scratching his messy blonde hair. I dunno. Where's Hade? Shikamaru's brow furrowed instantly, his expression turning grim as he spoke in a low tone. I didn't notice either. I was fully focused on restraining Tamuxi, all my energy poured into the technique. I couldn't afford to be distracted. Everyone's gaze shifted in unison to Sakura, who had been on standby the entire time, never joining the fight. Sakura blinked, then slapped her forehead, her eyes filled with disbelief. Why are you all looking at me? I didn't notice either. I was watching He Yin the whole time, making sure he didn't cause any trouble. Who would have thought Hade would just run? Earlier, everyone's attention had been completely captivated by the crazed, self-destructing Tamuxi. And from the very beginning of the chaos, Hade had seized the only opportunity to escape, slipping away silently. In the art of searching, striking, and withdrawing, Hade had honed his skills overseas. Meanwhile, at the edge of the desert in the ninja world on the sandy ground, a pitch-black, intricately designed mobile battleship hovered half-suspended above the sand, its streamlined hull reflecting a cold metallic luster under the sunlight. The engines hummed lowly, propelling the ship at full speed away from the ruins, leaving a long trail in the sand sea. On the deck, 3 figures stood silently, their robes fluttering in the wind. They were Hade Fengwei and a figure clad in pitch-black armor, whose face was obscured. Hade's injuries were completely healed, his aura full. Clearly the power of the Greru stone had restored him. In his palm, 5 translucent pure Greru stones floated quietly, their faint glow reflecting the greed and pride in his eyes. He turned to the 2 beside him, his tone confident and arrogant, as if his earlier desperate escape had never happened. Finally got away. Though the losses were heavy and that useless Tamuxi is dead, fortunately the core resources are all in hand. Now we'll distribute the crystals fairly, and well, all boost our strength. With this power, where in this world can we not go? Fengwei narrowed her eyes, swallowed hard, and waited silently for Hade raised his hand, carefully counting the crystals in his palm, as if distributing rare treasures. 1 for me, 1 for you, Fengwei. With that, he smoothly tucked 2 crystals into his own and Fengwei's hands. But then he gripped the remaining 3 tightly. Fengwei. She stared wide-eyed at Hade's matter-of-fact expression, momentarily at a loss for words. Hade looked unperturbed, speaking, as if stating the obvious. 1 for me, 1 for the armored man. The armored figure held the Greru stone, looking somewhat bewildered. 1 for me, 1 for Fengwei. Unfortunately, there's 1 short. Your share, Fengwei, will have to wait for another time. Fengwei's mouth twitched, veins bulging on her forehead, but intimidated by Hade's power, she dared not say a word, and swallowed her resentment. Hade was not one to put much effort into winning people over. He was in high spirits, throwing his head back with a laugh that sounded particularly grating in the wind. No matter. Don't dwell on the details. The 3 of us now each wield the power of Greru, our strength skyrocketing. We are reborn. Even if we face those Konoha brats again, or that troublemaker, we will absolutely have a fighting chance, and will never lose again. I will make them know the consequences of angering me. The moment he finished speaking, before his laughter had faded, a solitary young figure slowly emerged from the endless yellow sand in the distance. The sand particles drifted, the air stilled. The youth did not fly, yet seemed to walk upon the shifting sands. Each step was unhurried, yet carried an undeniable pressure. Garo of the Sand. He wore the Sunagakure uniform, a massive gourd slung across his back, his eyes cold, as ice sand swirling around him, locking onto the battle. His gaze held no anger, no killing intent. Only a calmness, as if looking at a corpse. The armored figure on the deck stiffened, internally panicking, barely managing to maintain his stance. This black-armored man was not Hade's subordinate. He was Naruto's shadow clone in disguise. After the chaotic battle, he had planned to infiltrate and bring Hade back to Konoha. But now, as soon as they set sail, they ran into the person they least wanted to meet. Naruto's heart screamed in agony, cold sweat trickling down his armor. Great. I ran into Gaara. There's no way to explain this. If Yūya finds out that my shadow clone spent the whole time lurking without achieving anything, and even let the enemy escape, he'll be scolded to death. If a fight breaks out, do I help Hade or Gaara? Asking online urgent. He quickly lowered his voice, speaking through the armor in a panicked, urgent tone. Lord Hade, it's Gaara of the Sand. That monster. Extremely powerful. We must leave now. Fengwei beside him turned pale, her whole body tense, staring at the red-haired youth below. Lord Hade, that's the one who killed Rank. We need to retreat immediately. Both were desperate to flee, wishing the ship could turn around instantly. But Hade, having just regained his dominant posture, now held 3 Greru stones, feeling invincible. With his subordinates all wanting to flee, how could he back down? He flew into a rage, roaring furiously, shoving aside Fengwei, who was trying to steer the ship away. What are you panicking for? It's just a brat from Sunagakure. What's there to fear? Steady yourselves. All hands prepare for battle. Bring the ship closer.